My name is David Draymond. I sing for the band Disturbed. The video you are about to see contains a very sensitive subject, suicide. It is unfortunately a subject that is close to me, having dealt with an actual occurrence of it many years ago. If you or someone you know is in crisis or are having thoughts of suicide, please call the National Suicide Prevention Hotline at 1-800-273-8255.
Terriers was a television series that aired on Fox in 2010. It was immediately cancelled. The show has a score of 93% on Rotten Tomatoes from an overwhelming 27 reviews, only 12 of which are from the cast of the show. Metacritic has even fewer reviews and gives it a 75. IGN's Matt Fowler called it a massively gratifying TV experience like no other. So, what went wrong? We've had 13 years to ponder this question, one whole year to study each episode, and I think we finally have the answer. It's a show about rapists. People rape each other in this show. Everyone's a rapist in this show, and we're only one episode in. Just wait until you see the main character impersonate a police officer, steal a man's credit card, and frame him for being a pedophile so that he can fuck his ex-wife. But before we get into that, I'd like to talk about today's sponsor, baseball. What do we know about baseball? Baseball is fucking boring. You just stand around waiting for balls or strikes. Give me a fucking break. Sometimes a guy might hit a home run, but who cares about that? Not me, not my stockbroker, not my cousin, not his cousin or her nephew or his babysitter. The plurality of people that I know don't care about baseball. I asked my dentist. He said, "What's baseball?" Fuck. How do we get young people to watch baseball? Here's my ideas to improve the overall product. Guns. The designated pitcher on each team will be issued a Spaz 12 semi-auto, pump-action, breech-loaded shotgun with a single bullet. With the ability to take out an opposing player, baseball becomes an intense game of strategy. The pitcher has to make the difficult choice of who to remove to best lead his team to victory. Friend and foe alike are on the chopping block now. No one is safe. While the pitcher will be given a single bullet each game, unused bullets can be retained for future use. In fact, if a team so chooses, they may end the season with 162 bullets available for use. Talk about a sticky situation. Bullets can be used as currency in trade offers. Your home team can trade their gun between starting pitchers, but no one pitcher can wield the gun more than once, so choose wisely. Fans, remember to bring your Kevlar to the stadium because you just might be part of the action. Finally, the whole family can enjoy baseball again. This is approved by the MLB. This is what the MLB wanted us to tell people. Alright, no more padding for time. Let's get down to the facts here. This is Southpaw. He had a stroke after watching Terriers. He spent the final 2 years of his life defending Terriers from evil internet people who lie about rats. As the one and only fan of this show, he's been sure to tell us how few people have bothered watching it and how it's impossible to hate the show if you've seen it, which nobody has.
I'm here to talk about a show that no one has seen.
I'm one of the only guys with a platform that's like telling people you need to watch Terriers. You need to actually watch the show and check it out.
With no further comment about the actual quality of the show, that is what the show is about, for those who have no idea, which seems to be most people. It seems to be an often overlooked show, but those who have heard of it tend to be pretty passionate about it, often praising it as one of the best one-season wonder shows ever made, referring to it as the best show you've never seen, and lamenting its early cancellation. Southpaw happens to be one of those people.
Yeah,
I've noticed that on Twitter.
We adore the show, and I really like to introduce it to you because it's like not a
so
whole lot of people know of it. So that's basically.
So if that's, I guess that's what's like. If you had to give it a number, what do you think the show would be?
It's a 9.
That's quite high.
Southpaw began frequently talking about the show on his Twitter, doing his best to prompt people to check out something they may never have heard before, but had a solid chance of liking it a lot. He hosted a series of 10-person watch parties of the show with Evan, his other podcast co-host Buzzax, The Thought Theater, Ecom Sky Spixru, Shandy Desquire, The Meme Repository, and Batnik, along with a couple of others. Among those whom Southpaw had recommended the show to and watched with, it was unanimously a hit.
You said you'd rewatched it before. Like, did rewatching it with like myself and everybody else like show you just how good you thought it was? Like, did you not realize just how good? Because you You talk about this all the time at this point.
Yeah, it was basically like actually rewatching it with people besides my sister, because my sister and I love this show and we rewatch it all the time, and we love the characters and we love the dialogue.
Saying whether you like or dislike something is separate from saying whether it's well written or not. Seems like that distinction gets tossed aside once it becomes inconvenient. And it's not just Wolf doing it in this one instance. We'll notice a whole pattern of EFAP fans doing this to defame Southpaw for defending a show which they haven't even watched themselves.
But now that I've watched it, I have to like it because Southpaw said so. Even if it's bad, I am required by law to say, it's just not my cup of tea, apparently. And I don't have the right to say anything else about it because I don't want to cause extreme psychological trauma to Southpaw.
I've been talking to Wolf about it for the past hour, and I'm open to picking up going through the rest of the show to hear out your criticisms. I might need some time. I'm still going on a sort of grieving process for it at the moment.
After Wolf succeeded in making Southpaw feel guilty for setting that boundary, Southpaw offered Mauler to walk it back and continue the rest of the show with them, which Mauler then said he believed that was not a good idea. And then a few months later, Wolf would go on to claim that Southpaw was acting pussy-ish for criticizing their take on a show, despite initially not wanting to go through with the rest of it with them. Yet he literally offered to walk back on that and continue watching it with them, as unpleasant as that experience would have been for him.
The first time you heard anybody say anything negative about the show, he fell into a deep depression. It's hard to put into words how everything they said affected him. He crumbled. He gave his guns away to his brother and his neighbor to prevent his impending suicide. But his brother was too busy having sex with his wife and spending time with his kids to care about whatever dumb internet shit Southpaw was doing.
Southpaw agreed to give his weapons to a friend to hold on to until I thought that it was okay for him to have them back. It might not seem like they're people because it's the internet, but there's people behind those Twitter profiles that you're being horrible to. I should go ahead and get going. I've been neglecting my wife and daughter for about 2 hours now.
It was needlessly cruel. During his long and arduous grieving process, he found the time to create a 6.5-hour long video about how the mean internet people hurt his favorite show. And he wasn't even mad at all.
They literally murder people!
He gave his life in defense of this show, and I think it's about time to pay the show the respects that it deserves. And I haven't even seen it. Oh wait, yes I have. Southpaw is like a small crippled James Hetfield, and I think it's about time that we all recognize that. He talks a lot about character assassination, so let's go through these characters one by one and assassinate them thoroughly. Let me introduce you to the man of the hour, Frank Dalworth O'Reilly McAdams, Esquire III, aka Hank Dalworth. This man is a rapist detective who got fired for his rape case. He was drunk on the job because he was an alcoholic and would often drink alcohol while working. You could usually find him at a bar drinking alcohol. When he wasn't busy drinking at the bar, you could occasionally find him at the police station drinking alcohol because he was a raging alcoholic. One day while he was drunk at work, he threw a table at some guy because he'd been drinking. He was drunk at the time. He was fired for planting evidence on an innocent man who ran a train on his wife. In episode 1 of the show, he redeems himself by planting evidence on an innocent man who ran a train on his best friend's daughter, after impersonating a police officer, tampering with evidence at a crime scene, stealing evidence from a crime scene, refusing to report a murder, selling stolen goods taken from the murder scene to a man in order to blackmail him, extort him for $30,000, and also frame him for murder. But it's okay, because he's friends with this detective. This guy. Mark Gustafsson was Frank's best friend and accomplice during his drunken days as a rape detective. He covers up all of Frank's heinous crimes, past and present, because he's a crooked cop piece of shit. He was smoking while on the job because he was addicted to tobacco. You could usually find him at the 7-Eleven buying cigarettes so that he could smoke them because he was addicted to tobacco. When he wasn't too busy smoking with cigarettes...
Yes.
Why are you here?
'Cause I'm a bad kid. I do bad things.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Yo, Lil Milton. Yo, where you get this?
I stole my grandmother's car.
You said you do bad things. What kind of bad things do you do?
I don't listen to my grandmother, and I hurt people. And I smoke with cigarettes. You smoke with cigarettes?
Do I smoke with cigarettes? Man, I be smoking with cigarettes all the time.
You smoke with cigarettes?
Yeah. Can I have one?
No, you can't.
He was covering for Frank while he drunkenly threatened an innocent man without his lawyer present. Like all of the black characters in this show, Mark is portrayed as a criminal. He is the most corrupt, reprehensible scumbag. He uses his place of authority to enable Frank's destructive behaviors and aid him in hurting as many innocent people as possible. But it's a neo-noir crime drama, so these are not the actions of a villainous character. Brett Pollock is a relapsed criminal who gave up his life of crime as a petty burglar to become an accessory to murder. Frank drags him along in the process of kidnapping a man to death and covering up his murder. He is raped by a dog because he doesn't want to impregnate his cheating girlfriend, Katie. Katie Nicholson is an innocent victim who had sex with her college professor after drinking at a party because she was drunk on alcohol. She rejected several sexual advances from classmates before going home with her professor, a depressed man on the outs with his wife who only wants to find love again. It's weird that she was still lucid enough to decline sexual advances seconds before meeting the professor. Southpaw accuses the professor of rape, and Katie blames her victim status on Brett and ruins his life. He is now going to prison. She's upset with Brett because he won't impregnate her, because he's not husband material, because he would hate her if they got married, because she's a terrible person and it's all his fault. She spends more time talking to his best friend, and is probably fucking him too, you don't know. But it's all just good fun, because this show is a neo-noir crime dramedy, and Frank is a morally grey character. Keep that in mind, I'm not done with it yet. She is very stupid, and you're a bad person if you don't like her. Gretchen Dalworth is Frank's ex-wife. She has no identity outside of this, and doesn't even have her own last name. Despite having divorced Frank because he's a violent, unemployed alcoholic and also a crooked cop, she's incapable of living her own life because he's the main character. She tries to get married, but Hank gets her new husband murdered after stealing his identity and framing him for being a child rapist. Episode 10 is devoted to her wedding, but we spend the entire episode following more important characters instead because nobody gives a shit about her. She's only a little bit stupid, but you're still a bad person if you don't like her. Maggie Leffen is Frank's lawyer. Out of every shithead character in this show, she is the most annoying. Her dialogue is blandly edgy and built entirely out of cringe. When she's not rattling off crass, bottom-of-the-barrel potty humor, she's a self-important smug jackass who needs to let everyone around her know how much better and smarter she is than they are. She's a very endearing character. Her husband is a t-shirt and her baby is half-shirt, and this is why she feeds Her husband is a t-shirt and her baby is half-shirt, and this is why she feeds it shirt milk from her shirt. Jason Adler is Frank's ex-wife's new fiancé, whose life is ruined by Frank and his degenerate lawyer. He's falsely accused of raping children, and Frank sees this as a good enough excuse to steal his credit card and use it to pay for hookers. His only motivation in life is to rescue Gretchen from the hell that is her previous marriage, but Hank is having none of that, so he gets him involved in a plot against the airport mafia. Thankfully, he's killed off for the sake of Frank's character development. Frank's sister is a kooky, crazy gal. She's a little cuckoo, and after escaping from the local mental institution, she lives in Frank's attic and plays with the dead bodies that Frank brings home. Her life and personality don't matter, and she only exists to make Frank a more sympathetic character. She outlives her usefulness in episode 7, and is forgotten by the show until she makes a brief cameo in episode 13. Southpaw is also mentally ill and has a sister, and he uses this to gain sympathy, just like Hank does. Keep that in mind, I'm not done with it yet. Allison Idiot is an internet aristocrat fighting for ethics in airport journalism. She meets Frank after he uses super spy tech to rescue her from the airport mafia's lawyer. She appears to be incongruent. Hank sees her as his love interest, but he was wrong. Once his ex-wife's new husband gets killed thanks to him, she's back on the market. He doesn't need Allison anymore. What an idiot. Doesn't she know that this is a neo-noir crime dramedy? He's a morally grey character. Ben Zeitlin is a lawyer who works for the airport mafia, a criminal syndicate determined to bring convenient public transportation to everyone in San Diego. With the best in comfort and security, the Ocean Beach Airlines is your one-stop shop for all things air travel. Whether you need to book a flight to Hong Kong or Timbuktu, you can count on our restitution to bring about your timely resolution. Stick a fork in it with Ocean Beach Airlines. Tan Suit Burke is a lawless gunslinger who blew into town on a silver cloud. He's the muscle in these here parts, guaranteed to set you straight. He's quick to anger and even quicker to draw. Would you believe that in the days before he turned to crime, he was a professional artist? But don't let that fool you. Underestimate him and you'll pay the price. Cross him, and his art career won't be the only thing that's headed for an early grave, if you catch my drift. He's a violent man with nothing to lose but a scholarship. He'll kill you, if he needs to. With his guns. He'll shoot you, if he has to. He gets punched in the face by Hank, and then punches Hank in the face later in the season. This is called a character arc. Even though there's nothing illegal or immoral about obtaining legal permits to build an airport, Tan Suit Burke and his posse are willing to kill anyone who gets in their way, because they're the villains, and they oppose the protagonists, which makes them the bad guys. Ray Pendejo is Brett's former life partner who's jealous that Brett has a new man in his life, so he gets the cartel to kidnap him. He's a side character in a filler episode that has no impact on the rest of the show, and he's forgotten as soon as the credits roll in episode 8. While he manages to deal a lot of damage to the show, unfortunately he doesn't have the skills to kill it outright. Unlike Tansuit Burke, the man who could shoot anything. Legends say he could shoot the eyes off a vulture from 300 miles downwind. He could leap over a cactus in a single bound, a really tall cactus, and all without spilling a drop of his margarita. He is the only man on the West Coast to ever win a hand of blackjack with a full house, on an empty stomach. He always has the proper amount of tacos, even on a Sunday. The last man to see Burke without his tan suit was ripped apart by badgers in front of his own mother, on an empty stomach. He was the man who took down 10-Gallon Tim with his own horse. He just picked up this horse by the tail and beat him with it. He's the man who single-handedly did something unspeakable to Three-Finger Larry and the Blue Shell Gang. There ain't a man alive in the West whose soup is safe from Tansuit Burke. Gunt is the leader of the Big Bang Brigade, a crew of embarrassing stereotypes who spend all day playing Halo 2 and stealing innocent people's credit card info to pay for Xbox Live. They assist Hank in his crimes by doing anything that the plot needs them to, because they're super hackers and can do anything. They have an infinite supply of gadgets and tech skills because they're nerds and have glasses and wear plaid shirts. They're every trope about nerds that you've ever seen or heard, dialed up to 11, except this one is named Gunt.
If you don't say anything, like I have
Elliot Owen is a college professor struggling to keep his head above the water as his life collapses around him. He's trapped in a loveless marriage with a wife who's turned the kids against him and moved in with a male coworker. He's fallen into a deep depression, and his only remaining joy in life is his teaching career. He works late nights to keep himself distracted, offering extended tutoring lessons for his beloved students, one of which is none other than Katie Nicholson, Brett's girlfriend, his all-star pet pupil. She shows a level of initiative and interest in literature like he's never seen before, and is the one true ray of sunshine in his cold, barren life. He struggles with the feelings he's developed for her, worried that she'd never be interested in a man like him, least of all with the ring still firmly on his finger. Theirs is a relationship that's never meant to be, despite his most sincere hopes. To love again, for the first time in a long time. One night, he finds himself at his favorite bar. He orders another water, the third of the evening, even as he stares up apprehensively at the bottles on the shelf. It's been 8 months since he had a drink, and he's thinking it may have been a bad idea to come here tonight. He heads for the door. Across the parking lot, he spots a familiar visage, a pair of students from his own class. One of them, as fate would have it, is the slack-jawed Katie Nicholson, stumbling about drunkenly as she keys a stranger's car. Her classmate whispers something in her ear, and they lean in for a kiss, before she gently pisses herself and washes him away, reclining his advances. Seeing her in this position, the least he could do was offer her a safe ride home. His evening didn't go as planned, however. She could have gone home with anyone. She could have gone home with no one. But she chose him. With every word she said, with every kiss they shared, she worked her way into his heart. She knew exactly what she was doing. In her embrace, he felt alive for the first time in a long time, and he knew this was love. This was that fleeting feeling I've been so long without. And then Southpaw rides in on a white stallion, the highest of horses, and declares, "You, sir, are a rapist! You have raped this fair maiden!" And then Katie says, "What are you talking about? I'm perfectly aware of what I'm doing." "No, you are not! You are drunk! You're not in control of your own actions!" "Then how was I able to turn down every other sexual advance that I received tonight?" And then Southpaw bellowed,
Shut up, bitch!
and lopped Professor Owen's head off with an axe, showering her in his blood. Eleanor Godfrey is a methed-up speed freak who drinks heroin for breakfast. She'll fuck anyone and anything with a pulse, including her boyfriend's dad's boss, so that she can illegally film it in a two-party consent state and use it for blackmail material before convincing Hank to release the illegal sex tape as revenge porn, which is highly illegal in the state of California. Robert Lindus is a real estate developer and the victim of multiple sex crimes perpetrated by Eleanor Godfrey and facilitated by our hero Frank. He originally hires Hank to track down the illegal sex tape that he's being blackmailed with, but Hank uses this as an opportunity to frame him for murder, kidnap him, kill him, and leave his body to rot in his bathtub, before later throwing the rotting corpse off of a cliff, and then stealing Lindus' car and throwing it off the cliff too. Directed by Ryan Johnson. Cutshaw is a pedophile child rapist and the leader of the airport mafia. His two pleasures in life are providing excellent service for airfare at an affordable price, and molesting Mexican children with cancer.
Your dad knew him?
Yeah, they were drinking buddies way back when, even before you and Dad were.
Yeah, that's the guy right there. He had something on the guy. And if he found out, he'd be in trouble.
Shit. What is it?
Photographs.
Cutshaw, rich guy, just gets away with murder.
My deal with him was that his airport went away and he got his pictures back.
Well, thank God for that. We stopped the airport. Maybe we didn't save any children from being eaten by this actual cannibal, but we stopped the airport.
We saved the city! Just think what might have happened if we didn't tell everyone about the monster!
Well, if any of this bribery, corruption, conspiracy, thievery, extortion, blackmail, kidnapping, identity theft, forgery, smuggling, sexual assault, or murder sounds a little morally gray to you, that's because these characters are what you call antiheroes.
I guess I'm just kind of confused because I've always considered Hank and Britt to be morally gray.
It's an advanced level writing technique. Now, like I said earlier, these characters are antiheroes. Now, why do I say that they are antiheroes? Here's why I call them antiheroes. I call them antiheroes because they do morally gray things, like kill people and cover it up. You know, like Han Solo, or Thanos. But what is an antihero?
An antihero, sometimes spelled as antihero, or antiheroine, is a main character in a narrative, in literature, film, TV, etc., who may lack some conventional heroic qualities and attributes, such as idealism, courage, and morality. Although anti-heroes may sometimes perform actions that most of the audience considers morally correct, their reasons for doing so may not align with the audience's morality. 2. Antihero is a literary term that can be understood as standing in opposition to the traditional hero, i.e., one with high social status, well liked by the general populace. Past the surface, scholars have additional requirements for the antihero. The Rossinian antihero is defined by 3 factors. The first is that the antihero is doomed to fail before their adventure begins. The second constitutes the blame of that failure on everyone but themselves. Thirdly, they offer a critique of social morals and reality. 3. To other scholars, an antihero is inherently a hero from a specific point of view, and a villain from another. 4. This idea is further backed by the addition of character alignments, which are commonly displayed by role-playing games. 5. Typically, an antihero is the focal point of conflict in a story, whether as the protagonist or as the antagonistic force. 6. This is due to the antihero's engagement in the conflict, typically of their own will, rather than a specific calling to serve the greater good. As such, the antihero focuses on their personal motives first and foremost, with everything else secondary. An early antihero is Homer's Thersites, since he serves to voice criticism, showcasing an anti-establishment stance. 8. The concept has also been identified in classical Greek drama. 9. Roman satire and Renaissance literature. 8. Such as Don Quixote. 9, 10, and the picaresque rogue. 11. An anti-hero that fits the more contemporary notion of the term is the lower caste warrior Karna. In the Mahabharata, Karna is the 6th brother of the Pandavas, symbolizing good, born out of wedlock, and raised by a lower caste charioteer. He is ridiculed by the Pandavas, but accepted as an excellent warrior by the antagonist Duryodhana, this becoming a loyal friend to him, eventually fighting on the wrong side of the final just war. Karna serves as a critique of the then society, the protagonists, as well as the idea of the war being worthwhile itself, even if Krishna later justifies it properly. 12. The term antihero was first used as early as 1714. 13. Emerging in works such as Rameau's Nephew in the 18th century. 8. And is also used more broadly to cover Byronic heroes as well, created by the English poet Lord Byron. 14. Literary Romanticism in the 19th century helped popularize new forms of the antihero. 15. 16. Such as the Gothic double. 17. The antihero eventually became an established form of social criticism, a phenomenon often associated with the unnamed protagonist in Fyodor Dostoevsky's Notes from Underground. 8. The antihero emerged as a foil to the traditional hero archetype, a process that Northrop Frye called the fictional center of gravity. 18. This movement indicated a literary change in heroic ethos from feudal aristocrat to urban democrat, as was the shift from epic to ironic narratives. 18. Huckleberry Finn, 1884, has been called the first antihero in the American nursery. 19. Charlotte Mullen of Somerville and Ross's The Real Charlotte, 1894, has been described as an anti-heroine. 20. 21. 22. The antihero became prominent in early 20th century existentialist works such as Franz Kafka's The Metamorphosis, 1915. 23. Jean-Paul Sartre's Nausea, 1938, 24, and Albert Camus' The Stranger, 1942, 25. The protagonist in these works is an indecisive central character who drifts through his life and is marked by boredom, angst, and alienation. 26. The antihero entered American literature in the 1950s and up to the mid-1960s as an alienated figure, unable to communicate. 27. The American antihero of the 1950s and 1960s was typically more proactive than his French counterpart. 28. The British version of the antihero emerged in the works of the angry young men of the 1950s. 9. 29. The collective protests of 60s counterculture saw the solitary antihero gradually eclipsed from fictional prominence. 28. Though not without subsequent revivals in literary and cinematic form. 27. During the golden age of television from the 2000s and into early 2020s, anti-heroes such as Tony Soprano, Jack Bauer, Gregory House, Walter White, Don Draper, Marty Bird, Nucky Thompson, Jax Teller, Alicia Florrick, Annalise Keating, Selena Meyer, and Kendall Roy became prominent in the most popular and critically acclaimed TV shows.
Weird, I wonder why Terriers wasn't on that list. I guess their invite to the exclusive Golden Age of Television Club got lost in the mail. I talked to somebody once who worked at the post office, and he told me that this sort of thing was possible in the year 2010. Keep that in mind, I'm not done with it yet. A character like Hank needs no introduction, and he doesn't really need to be included on this list of antiheroes because it's obvious to anyone who's watched the show, which nobody has. Hank occasionally gives money to people in need, money that he stole from other people. You know, he's a lot like Robin Hood. He steals from the rich and then kidnaps them and throws their body into a ravine, just like Robin Hood does. Just look at a character like Jack Sparrow, played by Johnny Depp from the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. He does a lot of questionable and morally dubious things on his quest for revenge against the evil Captain Barbossa. In the same way, Hank ruins the lives of every person he comes into contact with for his own sick amusement. I can't really think of another reason he would do these things. Hey, you know your fiancé who cheated on you and I covered it up? Well, you two should stay together. I know you don't like or trust each other anymore, but you should just hold this against her and remind her how much you dislike and distrust her every day for the rest of her life. Just do that. You should have a healthy marriage. Just like mine. Oh yeah, and if she tries to marry anybody else, you can just kill him. Oh yeah, and if she tries to marry somebody else, you can just call him a pedophile and have him killed. So now that we've established that Frank is the perfect mortally gay antihero, let's see if Brett can live up to his standard. After beating his rape charges, Brett gets a dog. This is similar to the 2014 movie John Wick, in which the main character, John Wick, has a dog. John Wick is an antihero, and he shares many similarities with Britt, who also owns a dog that he stole from an innocent man going through a messy divorce. This makes Brett an antihero when compared to traditionally heroic characters such as Captain America, who does not have a dog, or Spider-Man, who also does not have a dog, or Doctor Strange, who also does not have a dog, or Daredevil, who also does not have a dog. But the Punisher does have a dog, and he is an antihero, just like Britt. Hero characters are sometimes shown to be cat owners. Take, for example, characters such as Captain Marvel or Shrek. Britt does not own a cat like many heroes do, and this is one of the reasons that he is not depicted as a traditional hero. In any other lesser TV show, this would suggest that this character may be a villain, but since he is the main character in a neo-noir crime drama, this makes him an anti-hero. When Brett finds out that his girlfriend is cheating on him, and his violent alcoholic friend Hank encourages him to drink heavy amounts of liquor and leaves him unattended, he naturally does what any anti-hero would do, and tracks down a stranger who he thinks might have had sex with his cheating girlfriend, and beats him unconscious, stomps on his liver, smashes his teeth in with a golf club, runs him over with a truck, runs him over with a second truck, and then steals his dog and throws it into the same ravine from earlier. The man is hospitalized. You might think that he would die from this, but you would be wrong, because Britt is an anti-hero. If Britt were truly a villainous character, then this innocent man would die from his injuries. But the victim survives because Britt is an anti-hero, and anti-heroes only kill people sometimes. Bringing up the rear in this morally gay love triangle is Detective Mark Goulash, who covers up all of these crimes because he is an anti-hero. This may seem like a villainous thing to do, but his character is redeemed in the eyes of the audience because Mark is also a cop, so this makes him a good guy, even if cops are evil. Have you ever heard of the Blue Wall of Silence? Cops are often corrupt and will cover up each other's murders, which is bad. Except when Mark does it because he is an anti-hero. So in conclusion, stop criticizing this show. It is a neo-noir crime drama about unlicensed private investigators, and it hurts me personally when you say negative things about it. But don't take my word for it.
Southpaw confided to me that he was having suicidal thoughts. We basically what we wound up doing was Southpaw agreed to give his weapons to a friend to hold on to until I thought that it was okay for him to have them back.
Now that we've familiarized ourselves with the characters, let's see how this story unfolds.
The story starts with the situation regarding Southpaw's disassociation with EFAP back in September 2021, and while this isn't the reason for the fallout, despite what several dishonest characters in the EFAP community have tried to tell you, it all started with a TV show called Terriers.
I've never seen such self-destructive behavior. I've never seen so many lies, so much dishonesty, so much needless self-inflicted drama. I mean, it really is like unbelievable. And it's hard to know exactly where to begin, because, okay, here's the problem with Southpaw drama and his associates. It is like really autistic, where there's a few different factions involved. There's like Southpaw, then there's SK and his friends, and then there's a third one that came together recently called League Entertainment. They started their own channel. I didn't tell you about this, Fungus.
This is all so cringe.
It is.
Just all the different factions are so cringe. But the thing, the worst of it all is that we're also cringe because we're commentating. We're commentating on the entire thing. So we are in fact cringe.
Well, no, we're making fun of it. It's different. We're not actually like, we don't have a stake in this game. We're just.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We are Fungus. You don't understand. We're on the outside, pointing and laughing. Okay.
Ah, right. Yeah.
I'm just here to report the news.
So we're actually the cool ones.
So what we're gonna do right now is an incredibly condensed prelude to this current drama. And I know that there are some people gonna watch this video and think, oh, they're gonna talk about one of the two dogs floating around. These dogs, Fungus. They always have Google. These guys always have Google documents floating around, like trying to expose each other.
It's because they're all losers who think the internet's important.
Yes, and the other problem, which is why we're not gonna cover them at all, like 90% of them are unsubstantiated secondhand accounts. It's nothing. It's gossip. It's TMZ-esque. So it's not even worth talking about. Also, did you even like look through them?
I tried, but then it's a lot of it is just I spoke to Southpaw and he said this.
Like, just to give you guys an idea of just how worthless these Google documents are. Like, one of the point of contentions was that Margus Spixru has transitioned into Sky Spixru, and some other guy dead named this person. Do you know what that is, Fungus?
Yeah. It's because these people are, for the most part, incapable of personal confrontation, so that's why they create these Google Docs. So it's probably like a public execution.
Yeah.
So they put it out there for everybody to see, and just keep the other retards in line.
So one of these two Google Docs made by a guy called Shandy. It was like created a few months ago, and now it's been deleted and entirely retracted. And Southpaw and Shady are on good terms. So I don't know what the fuck happened there. But it's not important to what we're talking about today. We're gonna discuss... This is a nice segue, Fungus. You're gonna love this. We're gonna discuss Terriers drama. Alright, so I've created like such a neat little... This is not a Google document, by the way. So I'm not a hypocrite. Alright, this is a PDF.
Oh no.
So shut up.
Oh no.
It's a nice little PDF of chronological screenshots.
We've become the cringe fries.
Alright, so all the way back in 2019, alright, Southpaw started lobbying for the show called Terriers. You all should be watching Terriers, introducing as many people as I have to Terriers is the achievement I'm most proud of by far.
That says a lot.
Which is, that's kind of...
Aim for the stars, you know as they say.
Focus, this is one of many self-reports we're gonna be covering today. So we got a message from the 19th of June 2021 from Southpaw on Twitter. In addition to the Terriers watch parties and live-streamed breakdown, there will be a full-length video analysis coming to my channel as well. There was never any live-stream breakdown from Southpaw, and there was never any like full-length video analysis. And it's been almost a year and a half since this message. And again, I'm going to be talking about this as the public saw it. So we're not going to discuss any of the private details yet. But it's just to give you guys, who's listening to the podcast, an idea of how confusing the drama is. On August of 29th, on the Mauler channel, EFAB 151, it's Mauler and Fringy, they've seen Terriers and they're talking about it. Terriers TV show. And they're calling it terrible. And they're not mentioning Southpaw's name at all. They're not even alluding to it. They're not talking about any watch party. And then they're talking about the show again on the Super Chat catch-up 150 on the 2nd of September. Strangely enough, on August 29th, the same day that the EFAB 151 came out on the Mauler channel, Southpaw just left the EFAB server. So Southpaw's left on the 29th of August.
Mm-hmm.
A few days later, he comes out with a threat.
Oh my god.
It's well, obviously.
He's threatening somebody's life.
He's threatening Mauler's life. He's gonna stab him.
He really didn't take the dissing of the Terrier as well.
I'm willing to go public with it now.
I'm willing to go public with it now.
I'm willing to go public with it now.
And that sounds extremely serious when he says it like that.
Oh my god!
But it's
a bomb threat.
Yeah, it might as well be.
Oh my god!
Haven't had time to mull things over after an episode of self-doubt. Okay, I disagree with a staggering vast majority of their criticisms of Terriers. If we had to read out like all the Twitter threads in their entirety, we'd be here all day. I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, I've got time.
I'm willing to go public with it now. Having had time to mull things over after an episode of Self-Doubt, I disagree with a staggering vast majority of their criticisms. A lot of it is based on ignorance of how US police operate, a failure to infer the most basic good faith assumptions, an inability to recognize the noble qualities in the two protagonists along with the selfish and impulsive qualities they share, and a complete misinterpretation of how the show frames its morally gray characters. The standard used to judge Hank and Britt would effectively fuck over characters like Doc Brown, Jack Sparrow, Batman, every superhero really considering the legality of vigilantism, Han Solo, Sean Spencer, John Wick, etc. Worst of all, several aspects of the show that they've mentioned on their streams have been grossly taken out of context, and rewatching the first episode with Pendulum and Madvocate recently has made that abundantly clear. I've noticed that a fair number of people have finally started watching it out of morbid curiosity after the EFAP take and seem to be just as confused by it as I am. I think it's one of those cases where it really will benefit you to watch it and come to your own conclusion. I don't mean to drag my friends here. I think this take in particular is a huge miss from them, and I know the feeling is mutual. They should be allowed to give their honest thoughts on their platform, and in turn, I'll give my own on my platform. Do not harass them, do not pester them. They don't like the show and never will, that's fine. Just watch the show for yourself and come to your own conclusion about whether these characters are evil or are framed as heroes or are just motivated by money. TLDR. I have come back around to believing that Terriers is still fucking fantastically written, and I still plan on making a video going into exhaustive detail as to why one day. Ridicule me all you want for it, I can guarantee you that I do not give a fuck.
Do not harass them, do not pester them. And he's referring to Mauler, Rax, and Fringy. I've come back around to believing that Terriers is still fucking fantastically written, and I still plan on making a video going into exhaustive detail as to why one day, and he never did. At least not yet. Ridicule me all you want for it, I can guarantee you that I don't give a fuck. The closest comment we have from Mauler, calling out Southpaw, is this one here, where he says, I reckon that we substantiated it well, and he's talking about like his responses to criticisms he's received of the Terriers takes. Especially when being told this hasn't been thought about by either of the two people watching with us who sang the show's praises. And like these messages we've shown you here, that's literally, and I'm not kidding here, that's the extent of Mauler, Fringy, and Rex talking about Southpaw. And just to stir the pot a little bit, every once in a while, Southpaw's associates come in and say something like Gatling Goldog right here. He says, Southpaw left the server. I know why he did so as well. Now I can't speak for him, and I won't since I respect his privacy.
Oh my
and
God.
Whatever he does in the future is up to him. All I say is that debate, and he's talking about the Civil War debate, all I'll say is that debate doesn't seem likely to happen based on what I know. Then there's another comment from another guy, Tennepiece Rising, the same month. I had a conversation with Southpaw last night.
Oh my god.
All I can share with you...
It's like having an audience with the Pope.
Yeah, it really is like serious. All I can share with you is that Terriers is not what made Southpaw, quote unquote, leave.
I mean, why are there quote unquote? Why are there quotes around the word "leave"? He did leave.
Yeah, there's no quotes about it. But that's not even the best part, Fungus. It's what he says next. He says, "All I can say is, Don't meet your heroes. What? Don't meet your heroes.
First of all, who the fuck in that situation is anybody's hero?
Did Southpaw get fucking raped by Mauler? Somebody asks like, oh, why did Southpaw leave again? This guy called mass-produced grunt. Then SK answers, it was more so in regards to the EFAP community. It's like, oh, okay. I thought it had something to do with Mauler and Rex and Fringy.
Like, so don't meet your heroes. Does that mean that the EFAP community was Southpaw's hero?
On the 31st of March, 2022, out of nowhere, he posted this on the Mauler subreddit for some reason. 7.
Exactly, because he wants attention. As much as he says he doesn't, he desperately wants attention.
Yeah. 7 absolutely horrible months of absurd misunderstandings and confusion have been brought to a swift end today. There's a handful of individuals who are aware of certain... a handful? More like half the server.
He sounds like Chancellor Palpatine in the fucking Star Wars prequels. Yeah, just 7 absolutely horrible months. Like
Jesus.
Like, how horrible were these months, honestly? Like, how bad was it? How could it really be so terrible when nobody really cares about you in the first place? He's not even being abused. He's not even like having threatening messages sent to him. He's not being doxxed. He's not being swatted. All he needs to do is he doesn't even need to leave the internet. He can just stop going on Twitter, stop going to the EFAP Discord, and stop going onto the EFAP subreddit. Attention, everybody. Attention. I have resolved a personal and private matter which I will not be discussing with any of you. Thank you for your attention. Goodbye.
This is all water under the bridge. It's all resolved. At least we know that.
Resolved.
At least we know that whatever this is, it's resolved. So thank God.
That is the end.
I'm so happy this problem, I have no idea what is resolved. I'm so happy.
This is the end of the episode.
I want to thank everyone who supported me during this difficult time.
Oh my God.
So this is where it gets fun, Fungus.
Okay.
This is like...
so now's when it gets fun.
This is like the first climax of our story. There's like multiple climaxes. It's so exciting. Okay.
Oh my God. Multiple climaxes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm ready.
Mm-hmm. So Something Guy 2022 says, all of this drama because Mauler didn't like a TV show. This set Southpaw off, so he made a long-ass Twitter thread. A grand total of 22 tweets where he just starts talking about like everything. Everything related to this drama. Like, look at this.
What I love is that Southpaw, in his attempt to disprove this Something Guy's point, ends up proving exactly his point, which is there's no surprise that all of this is because Mauler didn't like a TV show he liked, even if he believed their criticisms were weak. No surprise that Mauler stepped away from him. And then Southpaw goes on to prove exactly why nobody should be friends with him.
The watch party and discussions afterwards were a profoundly unpleasant experience, and in the interest of avoiding conflict, I aborted watching the rest of the show with them. That's really all you need to take away from, like, 75% of this thread. Until you get to the end.
Profoundly unpleasant.
I mean, those are pretty harsh words, but whatever.
That's profoundly unpleasant. That is one hell of an accusation.
Against your friends,
yeah.
By the way.
I would classify something as profoundly unpleasant as... probably like, I don't know, being forced to watch somebody be tortured. I don't know, just like going through an area in Ukraine that's been bombed by the Russians.
Yeah, Ukraine's got nothing on this, okay?
Yeah, profoundly unpleasant is like profoundly so. It was so unpleasant for the Southpaw. It impacted his very personality to his deepest core. So even in his like best coping, he is revealing his emotional attachment to the show, and how he is his criticisms of it, and his the way that he sees the show is totally compromised by this emotion that he feels towards it. I wouldn't have a large emotional impact. It'd be like, oh well, you're just stupid and wrong for not liking this amazing TV show, but oh well, we can still be friends.
I am tired of having to explain myself in private over and over. And in public, but whatever. You didn't mention that. I've told SK that whatever he wishes to publicize about what happened, he can publicize it. If it gives context that helps dismantle this narrative about me, that the EFAP community eagerly took and ran with, and seems to continue to run with, even after Mauler himself has had to concede that it didn't break things up. So again, he's referring to something that we don't have context for yet, so it's really confusing.
It doesn't make sense when he says, "How many times do I have to keep explaining myself?" But then he's obviously claims to be annoyed or irritated by the fact that this drama keeps getting brought up. But then he also says that SK has my full permission to post whatever he wants. So he's encouraged and given consent to SK to continue the drama, and then he's turning around and saying, why do people keep bringing up the drama?
It is, dare I say, it's oxymoronic.
Dare I say profound?
Downright paradoxical. So there's going to be a tell-all video now from SK.
Ooh.
We were hoping it was never going to happen. It was never going to be necessary. But we can only take 100% of the flag over what happened from the community and all the lies and the slander for so long.
Jesus. It's honestly, it sounds like medieval politics.
Yeah, but okay, the thing is, like 99% of the discussion was not lies and slander. It was pure speculation. Or it was people mocking him for leaving the server over Terriers. Even people were saying it was probably about Terriers. Or they were saying, oh, it's definitely about Terriers. And then Southpaw leaked the entirety of the Terriers watch party.
Southpaw claimed that EFAP had a very unbased take on the show and sent the recording to Wolf.
Dude, let me know when you see this.
1 hour later.
https://drive.google.com/file/d/173a-wllkfqujpedwon/chmipHkkry/view Google Drive 2021-08-2520-53-48.mp4.
4 hours later.
Mauler and Fringy have a very unbased take on Terriers, let's just say.
But we've made it, Fungus. This was the prelude. It's over, okay? This was the context. And we've left so much out, but now you have, like, the picture, okay? Now you have a general idea of what was going on. It's time for timestamps of the Terriers recording.
Well, what's the preamble? So, like, you really like this show.
Yeah.
I've noticed that on Twitter.
We adore the show. It's funny. What ended up happening was it all started with Spectacular Spider-Man. I watched through the first season of that with Evan and liked it quite a bit. Would say it's like a solid 7 overall for the season. Has some tisms here and there, as can be expected for cape shit, but then we got to season 2 after a hiatus. It like took us a month, 2 months to get to season 2, and I was excited to start it, and episode 1 was not good, and then we got to episode 2 and it was not good, and then episode 3 and it was not good, and then Evan told me that episode 4 was going to be even worse than the ones that we'd seen. So I was just kind of like a bit staggered by how bad it had been, and so I'm like, Evan, I would like to watch something good for now.
I think it was the electro melting tires with his electricity that kind of got us knocked off. You're like, right. Holy crap, where did this come from?
Yeah. So then I was like, there's this show that I really like, and I think is pretty good. I've rewatched it multiple times over the past 7 years or so, and I really like to introduce it to you because it's like not a whole lot of people know of it.
I think I remember you talking about Terriers a couple of times before we watched it. Like you'd mentioned it before, and then you're like, "Hey, you want to watch it?" And I was like, "Oh yeah." I was like, You said you'd rewatched it before. Like, did rewatching it with like myself and everybody else like show you just how good you thought it was? Like, did you not realize just how good? Because you talk about this all the time at this point.
Yeah, it was basically like actually rewatching it with people besides my sister, because my sister and I love this show and we rewatch it all the time, and we love the characters and we love the dialogue, and think it's very quotable and enjoyable. But I never really like looked at it like a serious critical eye, looking for any possible plot holes, contrivances, conveniences, etc. And the worst that I can say for the show is like there is a contrivance at the very beginning of episode 10. And there's like maybe a couple of like very little things that you can find here and there. But it was funny because when we were watching it with like Meme Repository and Thought Theater and the rest of those guys, Thought Theater was really trying to find anything to criticize in episode 1, and every single time, like if he thought that he had found some sort of a plot gap or an error in characters' judgment, the show would find a way to account for it. And the same sort of experience was found with Wolf as well. Like there were times where, as I was watching through the show with Wolf, he kind of questioned a certain decision in episode 6, I think, and then towards the end of the episode, the character actually explains why they did something that you might find questionable. And so just seeing how well this show holds up is like, this is why I'm constantly telling people to watch this show, because this isn't something like Breaking Bad where it's super popular and everyone tells you how good it is. It's like, I'm one of the only guys with a platform that's like telling people you need to watch Terriers. You need to actually watch the show and check it out. So that's basically.
So if that's, I guess that's what's like, if you had to give it a number, what do you think the show would be?
It's a 9.
That's quite high.
Yeah,
it's a show that is very praiseworthy by my book.
Is that like? It's mostly 10 out of 10, but like there's one episode that's like a 7 or something, or are we looking at something else?
So the weakest episode I think is an 8. Like there's a big contrivance in the beginning, but then everything after that is like, yeah, I mean, you have this contrivance
9.
here. It's nothing that I would really consider an impossibility that's happening. And I'd say, as far as character stuff goes, I don't think I can find any issues with the characters. Like it might be like 10 for character writing. So that's,
the characters are certainly like the best part of this show. They're the hook, and they're what like the show focuses on, because it doesn't have like a particularly big budget or a lot of focus on like big set pieces or anything. It's like it's all about the people in it.
Yeah,
right. Because this show is like detective procedural sort of thing, right?
Yeah, and it's very, very much like of all the genres where logic and plot are very important. Like this is the genre for that. Like they have to take this sort of stuff into account, and they do this constantly. Like every time a character shows up, you might be wondering, how the hell did this character find this other character here? And they have a line of dialogue from the character that gets, found, asking, how did you find me? And the other character like mentions it. Like it's always explained in a way that makes sense. Like I can't think of any dialogue that's particularly clunky in this show. It's very, very snappy and tells you a lot with like just some lines. And there's a whole lot of subtext as well when you're just looking at how the characters are looking at each other and reacting to what little is being said.
All right, well, shall we get started then?
I'm ready, yeah. I'm at 0. Is everyone ready?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right. In 3, 2, 1, play.
Episode 1 of the canceled television show Terriers is entitled Pilot. The use of the term pilot in the title of this episode is an advanced writing technique called foreshadowing. It is foreshadowing because the main villain of this story is the airport. Airports are often built by men and used to store airplanes and other aircraft, which are typically operated by pilots. Knowing that a pilot may operate a plane or aircraft which can be found on an airport, the title pilot takes on a new meaning. This may also be a subtle reference to the fact that this is the pilot episode of the show. Don't worry though, despite this episode being titled Pilot, there are no pilots present within the episode itself. Airports are very scary, and even the mention of a pilot is enough to terrify even the hardiest viewer. The reference to such frightening subject matter in the title alone is a clear indicator that this show features many pieces of frightening subject matter, because there's nothing scarier than terriers. Despite the show being titled Terriers, there are not any terriers present within the show itself. This may confuse or frighten some viewers who are tuning in to see a show about terriers, only to find that the show is actually a neo-noir crime drama about unlicensed private investigators. We pick up with our antiheroes pretending to be pool technicians to distract a homeowner while they break into his house and steal his dog. When Frank rings the doorbell, the homeowner comes to the door and engages in conversation with him. He offers to let Hank step inside to use his phone, while Britt sneaks in the back door and takes the dog. Now I know what you're thinking. How do we know that they stole this dog from its rightful owner? Well, I've got the receipts. It's reference time. This is not what this dog does. Dogs are not designed to do that. That is how we know that this is a dog. But who are they stealing the dog from? This man is divorced. His divorced wife hired these men to break into her ex-husband's house and steal his dog because she wants to have the dog and she wants her ex-husband to not have the dog, even though she is entirely incapable of caring for the dog and it will likely die in her custody. One might wonder why she wanted to steal the dog in the first place. This is the writing technique known as a red herring. This man, though he has a very gruff exterior, is depicted as a kind and generous person. He is very patient and respectful to Hank, and doesn't hesitate to invite him inside out of the burning heat of Southern California, and allows him to run up his phone bill by making frivolous phone calls. Hank might have died if he were left to stand out on the porch during this scene. If the heat didn't get him, he might have died in a drive-by stabbing. Keep that in mind, I'm not done with it yet.
Our series now of stories about the drought, with a closer look at the dire situation at California's largest reservoir. Lake Shasta provides water not only to farmers in the Central Valley, but also to several regional Bay Area water systems. Lake Shasta is located 10 miles outside of Redding, and KTVU's Mark Sayre saw firsthand how the drought has taken a toll on the lake's dwindling water level.
This year we're 124 feet down, which is a significant loss of a lot of storage.
No matter where you look at Lake Shasta, you can see the dramatic bathtub ring, bright orange soil contrasting with the blue water and the green tree line. It is a visual reminder of the severity of California's drought, and one not seen on a day-to-day basis in places like the Bay Area. But for those who work and live at Lake Shasta, it serves as a daily warning.
The past 3 years, it's been really, really dreadful to see these days having zero rainfall throughout the months.
Don Bader manages the Northern California region for the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, which controls the water supply flowing downstream. We spoke to him standing on top of Shasta Dam.
Why are we that low? Well, we just went through the worst 3 years, consecutive years, for lack of rainfall. The worst 3 years of drought we've had up here since this dam's been built.
Right now, Lake Shasta is about 124 feet below its maximum level. And take a look at this. This is an original construction tower from when this dam was built in the 1940s. It begins to be visible when the lake drops about 90 feet below its maximum level.
Everybody starts to feel the pinch when they start realizing that they're not going to get the normal amount of water that they normally do.
Unlike other reservoirs that depend on snow runoff, about 90% of the water flowing into Lake Shasta comes directly from pure rainfall. The ongoing drought means farmers in the Central Valley have now been cut back to just 18% of the water they would get in a normal year. Less water also means less electricity is generated from the 5 massive generator turbines at the base of the dam, and some lake water must be held back so it can be sent down the Sacramento River, seen here at the Sundial Bridge in Redding, so that migrating salmon can survive. The drought is also impacting tourism, a key driver of the local economy.
We're standing underneath the lake.
Yeah.
Does this bring the drought home for you?
Absolutely.
It's real?
It's unfathomable to be this deep in the water that I used to believe, was so high.
Christopher Famott from Pittsburgh and his friends from the Bay Area have come out houseboating here for the past decade. They say seeing is believing.
For those that don't leave the Bay Area, they're not going to see this.
At the Holiday Harbor Marina, workers must actually push the docks out into the receding lake in order to keep their business running.
Normally we're back up in our cove, but due to low lake levels, we do move our docks out. It takes about 2 weeks to move them out.
And what is happening here at Lake Shasta also directly impacts water policy in the Bay Area, such as watering restrictions and drought surcharges on your bill.
Conservation is a new way of life.
Santa Clara Valley Water District Board Chair John Varela says the district imports about 40% of its water from outside sources, one of them being Lake Shasta.
We are dependent on water that we import, which is less than we've received in the past because of the drought.
But there is a bright side. Lake Shasta can fill up after just one good year of rainfall. It was last completely full in 2019, and despite some adjustments, the lake is still open to all.
We've rebounded from this before, and here on the lake, even though it's down, there's tons of water out here for people to recreation and to ski and vacation.
The main message from the locals here:
conserve water if you can. If you conserve water, it helps all of California, not just Lake Shasta.
Reporting from Lake Shasta, Mark Sayer, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
This man is very likely a devoted dog owner who would take very good care of his dog, unlike his ex-wife, who will probably die because she can't feed herself or her stolen dog. This theft is a death sentence for the dog, and God is the executioner. The solitary hope for this dog's survival is this kind-hearted bodybuilder. But Winston the Bulldog is separated from his family at the border, and Southpaw is very happy that the dog will now die unloved. Southpaw hates dogs, and that's why his dog is dead now. It's funny to him. His dog is dead and he's laughing. Check out this super chat that he sent to his favorite VTuber seconds after his dog was killed right in front of him.
Agura, my dog died. Let's go!
I'm confused by this line of reasoning. Southpaw acted more saddened when on the subject of a more serious matter regarding the drama with his friends, and because he lightened up a bit when a lighter subject with levity was brought up, he was therefore never actually sad during that interaction? I'm sorry, what? This is how human beings behave. If something can distract from the serious matter for a brief moment in time due to providing more levity, then a sad person can briefly lighten up. Brief moments of humor might even serve as a coping mechanism to mitigate the negative feelings being felt. It's not like this is unheard of for Southpaw either. When Southpaw lost his puppy back in April of 2021, before all of this happened, he briefly tweeted out a joke regarding the DCEU haunting him because Suicide Squad was on during his first meal after having to put his puppy down. Southpaw has engaged in humor like this beforehand.
This is a perfectly normal, well-adjusted person. But just like Southpaw delivered his dog into the jaws of death, so too do our favorite antiheroes make their daring escape after committing Grand Theft Canine. Their getaway car of choice is a shitty blue or white pickup truck with a very identifiable logo on the side, identifying them as the fake pool company from their heist. But it's okay, because the victim sees both of their faces, witnesses them in the act of driving away with his dog, stolen from inside of his house, in the pickup truck with the identifiable logo, which they keep on the truck and drive around with for several hours, potentially days. And he doesn't call the police to report any of this. Because he doesn't call the police, it's allegedly implied that he wasn't its rightful owner in the first place. So it might belong to his ex-wife, a woman who demonstrably cannot care for it. Separate from this is the breaking and entering, the burglary that he is now a victim of. And according to this logic, he would reasonably suspect that it was his ex-wife who hired burglars to break into his house and steal his dog. If he wasn't the rightful owner before, I'm sure this series of crimes would help him in divorce court. But he's not going to call the cops in broad daylight, so the culprits escape. This theme song is called Gunfight Epiphany by Robert Duncan and is an original composition written for this show. It isn't annoying at all and is always used tastefully. It definitely matches the tone that the show is going for, especially in each individual context in which it's used. Take for example the episode where Brett is beaten and kidnapped.
Brett!
Or how about the time when the airport mafia paid off Britt to betray Hank? Chatting about a serial rapist. Planning a murder-suicide. This song is such a good fit for this dark subject matter, I think it would work in just about anything.
There'll be none left for the return journey. I don't think there will be a return journey, Mr. Fordle. Don't forget about mouthfeel.
Hey, there's no such place. That's just a fairy tale these guys told you to keep you quiet. Just thought you should know, faggot. Edouard Delacroix, electricity shall now be passed through your body until you are dead in accordance with state law. God have mercy on your soul. Roll on two. Sponge is dry. Jack! Goddamn sponge is dry. Don't you stop it. Don't you do it. It's too late for that.
Is this normal?
God, the smell.
Oh.
He's cooking that. Like cooking him good. They're about done, I reckon. Woo! Yeah! We're gonna have a home down! Yeah! Yeah! He's cooking now! He's cooking now! We're gonna have a home down! Use your knuckles! Give it some! Give it some! I'll try to get more! I'll feel it! I say give it some! You.
Now roll! We're right back on!
Shut it down! He's still alive! You want me to shut down while he's still alive? You watch, you son of a bitch! It's all right, folks! It's all under control! Everybody stay calm! Please, stay calm!
Gotta ride with a trickster and a javelin man.
So after this, they go get a bite to eat and leave the dog in a hot car because Southpaw hates dogs. Hank steps outside to make sure the dog is dead and bumps into his ex-wife, who kisses him passionately despite being divorced from him and also being engaged to another man. This is a perfectly normal, well-adjusted person. I know if I saw my fiancée kissing her ex-husband, I'd be perfectly okay with that. Especially if I know how messy her divorce was, because he was a violent, dangerous, alcoholic ex-cop fired from his job for planting evidence in a man he falsely accuses of rape because his wife had sex with him 20 years ago and he steals dogs. As the smell of roasting dog wafts across the parking lot and into her nostrils, she tells Frank about how his estranged alcoholic best friend got arrested for being a deranged alcoholic with a gun, and he's very surprised to hear this. But it's okay, because he was going to sell the gun to his meth-addicted daughter. So Hank picks him up from jail and takes him immediately to the liquor store. He's happy to enable his friend's addiction because he enjoys seeing people suffer. He wants to make sure that his life is thoroughly destroyed. So when Mickey hires him to find his missing daughter, he's glad to track her down so that he can ruin her life too. They drive around town in a truck that matches the description of the vehicle they used to commit a crime just a few hours ago. The same truck that they drove to the police station with the stolen dog inside of it. They drive the crime truck and stolen dog to Lindus' house. Mickey's daughter Eleanor worked for Lindus, and they think that maybe they can find some info about her at her workplace. So in order to gain access to the property, they throw the dog over the fence into Lindus' yard. They just use a catapult and launch that fucker over the fence and through his window.
What's the meaning of this?
This gives them an excuse to wander around his property looking for the dog, but they immediately drop this facade as soon as they're inside and announce that they're actually unlicensed private investigators here to investigate the homeowner.
I just want to say, this guy is really, like, okay with two people just appearing in his backyard.
That's right. Yeah, that's true.
He just doesn't know who these people are, and they appear in his backyard. He's just like, yes, I am that famous celebrity. Yeah. So instead of being like, hey, who the fuck are you? He doesn't even ask them. He seems just like totally at ease with them.
Is he a license maybe or something?
We found that by not working with them, we never have to worry about losing them.
And so you're looking for Eleanor, huh?
Father asked us to out of concern.
So this guy is just totally okay with two unlicensed detectives in his...
Want their license, right?
Yeah. Okay. Fringy.
Like if he wants to talk to them about a
Can't be
case.
paying anything.
Notice how Southpaw isn't saying anything? That's going to be a trend throughout this whole recording.
Lindus is pretty okay with people sneaking onto his property to investigate him, and he pays Frankenbrett to do a job for him too. He explains that the girl they're looking for illegally filmed a sex tape of him and is blackmailing him with it, and he wants them to find her phone that has the sex tape and return it to him because he is the victim of a serious sex crime. They see this as a good opportunity to milk him for more money and agree to help him recover the phone if he pays them $30,000. They don't feel bad about what they're doing to Lindus because they're victim-blaming rape apologists.
I take it you have your cell number? No, come on.
Wait, they don't
I
have...
have
Huh.
trying this number all
They're not-
week and have not been able to reach
Didn't
it.
it
They don't
Dad?
have...
Maybe they'll have-
Yeah. How did they not have a phone number?
Thanks.
Sorry, what?
They don't have the phone number of the girl they're looking
Find
for.
something in you, gentlemen.
I guess that I didn't give it to them.
When last I spoke to Eleanor, she
Or it could be a phone number
Why?
that it could be a phone number that her dad doesn't have.
sent me a copy of it.
But she called him.
Material. It just,
That's
Yeah,
true,
she-
actually.
Yeah, she called him to let him know that she was in trouble.
I want it back. The original.
Okay.
So Hank impersonates a police officer and uses stolen police clearance codes to triangulate the location of the phone. If you're wondering how Hank has the ability to steal the identities of several police officers, it's because he's the main character. He's an anti-hero in a neo-noir crime drama about unlicensed private investigators. That's why when Detective Mark learns that he did this, he doesn't do anything about it. That would be inconvenient for Hank. They drive their designated crime truck to the beach and leave their dog in the hot car while they go looking for the missing phone. This is the scene that inspired Southpaw to leave his dog in the car while he watched Suicide Squad and laughed about it on the internet.
It's okay to leave your dog in a hot car.
do you mind telling me about the song It's Okay to Leave Your Dog in a Hot Car? I don't quite remember that one very well. But you know, it was the 60s, we didn't know any better. I think George actually wrote that one.
It was all John's idea, yeah. He knew exactly what he was talking about, you know. He bloody hated dogs. When he wasn't ruthlessly stomping them on the streets, he would cook them up in a stew and eat them. I can't really say I blame him, though. Little bastards.
They stumble onto a murder scene and take particular care to leave their fingerprints all over the banisters of the walkway, and the victim's body, and the door, and the light switch, and the ceiling. And they check the murder victim's body and find the missing phone for some reason. We don't know who this dead guy is, who killed him, or why they killed him. It's later suggested that he was killed by the airport mafia while they were looking for the stolen phone, but it looks like nobody searched the body at the border. But it's okay, because this murder scene won't be mentioned again, especially not by Hank or Brett, who don't report this murder to the police. But that's okay, because Hank had never been to prison, and he was not about to go there in this neo-noir crime dramedy, Terriers. We're the main characters. They're never going to get rid of us, Hank and Brett said in chorus.
Oh.
What are you doing, man? Fucking murder scene, dude.
Fingerprints. Yeah.
Is it Eleanor's?
How easily do fingerprints get left on clothes?
Very.
And he just touched.
That is the first cope of many.
I think they can get left on clothes.
And he just touched. They touched all the railings too.
They did, yeah.
So I saw
And
Hank
that's.
rub
Oh my
fingers-
god, that's evidence. Duh.
Never saw that, never happened.
Okay, so remember how Southpaw was talking about all of my friends have looked through this and we couldn't spot any plot holes? And then there's this massive one within the first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
This unavoidable one.
After tampering with the murder scene and stealing evidence, they return to find that their criminal truck is being towed by the police. The dog inside pounds his paws against the glass, begging for release from this fiery hell.
It's okay to leave your dog in a hot car.
So Frank goes home to jack off to the sex tape of his best friend's daughter for a few hours. Oh, Lindus, I wish it was me and not her, he declares, before handing the tape to Britt so that he can share it with his girlfriend and everyone else he knows. Later that night, they call a taxi and head to the police station to pick up their truck and dead dog. The police notice that there's a false decal on the side marking this as a pull company truck, which is weird because two guys used a truck exactly like this one to steal a dog earlier that same day. But nobody cares. Detective Mark even confronts Hank about stealing his partner's identity to run a phone trace, and also tells him that he knows he was at the murder scene. After all, they towed the truck right in front of where they found a dead body, and also their fingerprints were fucking everywhere. Hank says, "Nuh-uh," and that's good enough for Mark. None of the police follow up in any way, and there are no lasting consequences for their actions.
The very scene that introduces Mark is making it explicitly clear that this is entirely within his character, and each scene he appears in afterwards is consistent with this idea that he uses his position in his department to cover for Hank.
But he turned up today without a face in a lifeguard station, right near where your truck got towed.
Wow, that's a coincidence.
Yeah?
Well, the dog had to pee, so we had to pull over somewhere. Britt had to go too because they're on the same cycle like that.
We already have a suspect. Eleanor Gosney, daughter of Mickey Gosney. Yeah, the same guy you bailed out of jail to say. You weren't looking for her today, were you?
Mm-mm.
Happened to run a cell trace with Detective Reynolds' ID.
What? No, that would be highly illegal.
Why were you there?
Mark, what can I tell you? My partner had a full ladder.
All right, everybody, let's get out of here.
The police give the crime truck and stolen dog back to our two murder suspects and let them on their way.
Right. Now don't do it again.
Oh shit.
What? No, that would be highly illegal.
Yeah.
Well, wait, it's already done. He did it from his phone, didn't he?
This is a murder.
Yeah,
and the call of his voice as well on the.
He's friends with the guy.
Were you there?
That's
so.
So that's gonna get him. But is he friends with the other guy who he impersonated to get information on an active homicide case?
Yeah, or the operator.
Everybody, let's get out of here.
Besides, I mean, man, if you're my friend and you do that, I ain't fucking saving your bacon.
And of course, and they know that they were in the area too.
Well,
so
I was about to say, we've got a huge case against these guys right now.
He was a good boy. Bring your laundry here anytime.
So who's she?
That's the dry cleaner who owns the bulldog.
So she's the ex-girlfriend of the guy who they stole it from?
Yes.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So she'd probably be like the first person that he would suspect of having the dog, right? Because who else would steal it?
I guess she's got to hide it.
But and didn't the guy, like, he chased after them at the beginning, so he would have seen their license plate.
If he was staring at it while running at them.
I mean, he's seen their faces too, which is
and their
a little
faces,
bit.
and the thing on the side of the truck that said, like, Gomez Cleaners.
Because I've had enough, all right? I spent the day dog napping. I lied to my
But
former
the Gomez Cleaners thing is fake.
I really don't want to hear.
Well, yeah, it's fake, but it's on the truck. So if you just told the police they stole my dog and they had that on the truck, like, super easy to identify, I'd imagine.
Didn't think to look for this.
Why aren't the cops running a trace on the phone?
You probably watched it by now.
I'm not sure how phone traces work. Do you know how phone traces work?
Well, he traced her phone by calling and then getting them to track it. So why can't they?
I believe the cell tower information came from when the phone was used for a phone call. But this one, I'm not sure if they've had any calls on that phone since then.
Well, wouldn't they have that then?
Have what?
That same trace. So that would have given them.
Would they not have had it before? Like,
when the phone is being used for a phone call?
Just the same information that he got. I just.
I mean, they would have found the call came from a lifeguard tower, but not like what happens to the phone after that.
Yeah, I have things to say. I'll wait till the end of the episode.
Later is this. They didn't even know this was on there until after they sent it to him.
That's.
It's Lindus talking about his Montague development. It's a crock of shit. He gets the state.
He did that after. Okay.
It's not even happening. What is?
Yeah, you got a phone call after doing the act.
Man, that's unlucky for him, huh?
I mean, that's the inciting incident, basically.
Because they weren't satisfied yet, Hank and Britt drive around town watching the illegal revenge porn together.
Okay, dude, this one, it says Blue's Clues Marathon, but it looks fucking fake. So I bet it's a porno. I bet it's a porno, dude. I hope it's the fucking one.
While they're distracted, Mickey's daughter tracks them down to get the porn back. She would have found them sooner, but she had to go find some speed first because she's addicted to speed.
Thank you for calling Applebee's in North Attleboro. We're online ordering as many disease. This is Ariana. How may I help you?
Whoa, Ariana, you gotta slow it down. I didn't even hear a word that you said.
What?
What did you just say? You spoke so fast. You sound like that guy on the Micro Machines commercial.
No, sorry. I just said thank you for calling Applebee's in North Attleboro.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering what you were saying. I wanted to make sure I got the right place.
I'm sorry. I do talk fast. That's a bad habit.
Are you on speed or something? An Adderall?
No.
Okay, well, I had to ask, you know. I'm used to be a sponsor.
Oh.
Once everyone's done doing speed, they join forces and head off to show the sex tape to their lawyer so that she can enjoy it too. She's really into it and is glad they brought it to her.
This pornography is infinitely excellent.
They discuss how Eleanor is somehow the prime suspect for the murder of her boyfriend's son's tennis coach because the police dusted for fingerprints and somehow found her fingerprints and not Hank's because he's the main character.
Seems that her fingerprints and DNA all over the scene.
The unfunny, degenerate lawyer tells her that she should skip town and hide in another state until the murder charges just go away.
Honey, are you rich? Well, then do you speak Spanish? Because in prison or in Colombia, it's about to be your mother tongue.
God, that was a bad line, Fungus.
You're burrowing your nose in my ass deep. I'm guessing you want more stink? Oh, stinky. So stinky. I want more, yes, P.U. Oh, yes, Miss Skunk. Insert your tongue into my pussy and you'll get a stinkier stink. Holy shit.
You photograph well, by the way. Thank you.
Once she's done watching the illegal revenge porn, she gives it back to Frank and Brett so they can leave. Suddenly, they're ambushed by two goons who engage in a ninja battle with our heroes in a parking garage. They have guns, but they're not going to shoot them in broad daylight.
They had guns.
They weren't going to shoot them in broad daylight.
Shoot them? Just
Apparently
point
they
at
would.
them.
Like,
No,
But
they were
also,
going to-
yeah.
He was threatening him with a gun. That doesn't mean he's going to shoot him with a gun.
No, I'm not saying that he was going to shoot. If you want to abduct them, which it seems like that's what they wanted to do, point it at them and say, get in the car or I'll shoot you.
yeah, it would have been way safer to open with the gun.
I guess they could have done that, yeah.
They should have done that.
I mean, they would have won.
Yeah.
But now, okay. Especially if both of them had guns, fuck.
Alright. Alright.
You want to criticize him?
Oh my god, yeah, he has a gun.
Shoot them, just
Apparently they would. Like,
no,
but also, yeah.
He was threatening him with a gun. That doesn't mean he's going to shoot him with a gun.
Wow. Wow.
Yo!
Wow.
You like
Listen
that?
to his tone. Listen to his tone.
You like how passive aggressive he sounds? He is so
Holy
bitchy.
hell.
God damn, dude.
He was threatening him with a gun. That doesn't mean he's going to shoot him with a gun.
Oh,
He was threatening him with a gun. That doesn't mean he was going to shoot him.
Yeah, but the whole point of threatening somebody with something is that they believe you have the intention of doing it. So, if you point a gun at somebody and you're not, and the person doesn't think you're willing to shoot them, then what's the point of pointing the gun at them?
Exactly.
So these people are pointing the gun. So, if he's pointing that gun, what would have happened if our protagonist just ran away? Would they have just put the guns away, or would they have just shot the fuckers?
That's a good point.
They weren't going to shoot them in broad daylight.
They have lunar-powered guns and are incapable of shooting anybody while the sun is up. That's why they carry guns with them. These are standard-issue weapons for private security, which is definitely what they are. In reality, they're kidnappers working for the airport mafia, and they're here to kidnap them at gunpoint, which is why they don't use their guns to do so. Guns would make too much noise and attract unwanted attention.
Take a cab to Pier 23
But then,
San
again,
Pedro.
like,
Take the ferry to
gunshots are
Avalon.
loud.
With Juan's
I don't know.
bicycle shop mentioned.
There's two ways I see of doing this. We go in smart, or we go in loud and dumb.
Take a cab to Pier 23
But then,
San
again,
Pedro.
like,
Take the ferry to
gunshots are
Avalon.
loud.
With Juan's
I don't know.
bicycle shop mentioned.
Hank is able to beat them to death with a fire extinguisher before he runs them over with his favorite crime truck. After helping the number one suspect of the murder escape town, they go visit Mickey to tell him that they found his daughter and show him her sex tape, but they took too long and he died. They blame Lindus for their pornography addiction and go to confront him. Hank, unprovoked and without evidence, accuses Lindus of murdering his best friend before he could. I wanted to show him the tape, you bastard! You ruined everything! It could have been me, Lindus! It should have been me! I'll make you pay. Lindus is very confused and asks them politely to leave. Now that it's convenient for them, Hank and Britt go to the police to inform them that Lindus is in the possession of illegal revenge porn of himself that they sold to him for $30,000. The police, now aware that Hank and Britt stole the sex tape phone from the murder scene, decide to go arrest Lindus instead. But not before Britt breaks into his house. He uses Winston the Bulldog as a battering ram to knock down the door to Lindus' private study, before executing the dog and leaving the gun there as evidence to frame Lindus for the crime. When the police show up the next day, they find the dog murder scene, and since Lindus is in possession of the murder weapon, they beat him and arrest him, and then beat him some more. Once they're finally through beating him, they throw him in the back of a squad car. Frank and Britt are sitting across the street in their crime truck, which still has the same fake pool company sign on it, tying them to yesterday's crimes, and watch suspiciously as their scheme comes together perfectly. The police won't suspect a thing. Mark believes every word these guys say, and doesn't think for a second that maybe Hank planted the evidence on this guy, even though he has a history of planting evidence on people. Even though he tampered with the evidence at the murder site yesterday, it's perfectly okay because the stolen evidence was sold to Lindus. This is apparently probable cause to search Lindus' house, even though he was the victim of the illegal recording and distribution of a sex tape that he did not consent to. Our heroes should be very proud of themselves. The episode ends with Frank and Brett finally returning the dog to the person who hired them to steal it from its rightful owner. The end.
Try, that's all right. Here we go. What are you doing, and what did you take out of his pocket?
Pretty slick, huh?
No, you're tampering with evidence. You're going to get us both arrested.
Other shows treat tampering with evidence in a murder scene as if it's a serious thing, and I think that's really dumb. This show is built different, and every episode is peak fire. This is the based show of all time. If you disagree with me, I am going to piss on your shoes.
Do we want to talk about that a bit before we continue to the next episode?
Sure.
All right. So what did you guys think overall?
What do you rate this out of 10? Sorry, this episode, I mean.
It's like probably like an 8 for me.
I guess so. So in the last scene, they broke into. I'm just gonna call him Ted because he's from Breaking Bad. Ted. They broke into Ted's house to plant the gun that was used for the homicide, and then the detective friend came and searched the house and then got the gun, so he's being charged for murder.
Because they had proof that Lindus had purchased the cell phone.
Okay, so I guess the first thing would be like, I guess so. There's no cameras at this place.
Presumably, yes.
At this house. Well, I mean, if he's very rich.
So I have an uncle who is very rich, and for a long time he didn't have cameras.
This guy does criminal activities.
Yeah, kind of like there's like I don't want to go into too much detail about like what's really going on, but
I guess we're gonna need it, right?
Well, sure. Like basically, we know he's hired these two goons to get Eleanor to him, and they're going to do God knows what. I don't know if they're planning on murdering her like they murdered Tony. I don't know. Like I don't. Presumably, we could say that they'd probably kill her to cover this up.
Sure. Okay. Well, I mean, even if there are no cameras, like we say gets in, there are no prints on that gun because they've touched it. Like,
well, they would have.
Our two heroes have touched it.
But we can presume that they would have wiped that thing down thoroughly before planting it, right?
Right. So there are no prints, including Ted doesn't have prints either.
Well, yeah, his prints wouldn't be on the gun because I think that the gun would belong to one of the two goons, not Ted himself.
So a gun with no prints that is presumed to be the murder weapon is found in Ted's house in his drawer
with the cell phone that belongs to Eleanor Gosney.
So what's the proof that he sold it?
Yes.
Sorry, that he bought it?
Yes, that's what Mark says in
What is it like a receipt?
I think it's the check because they so episode 2 opens with them doing like they are giving their testimony about the case in the beginning of episode 2.
So the police know that they were the ones that sold him the phone.
Yes.
The phone that was stolen from a crime scene.
So that's already a big crime.
Well, I mean, again, you've also got the fact that they have connections with this police department. Which
I don't think they're done. That's jail.
If they choose to prosecute, yes.
What?
I don't know that a police. I don't think they can choose whether or not they want to prosecute that. That's a crime. They have no authority. So it works like they say in Civil War. The whole point of like police and stuff is that they have people to answer to. You as a citizen can't randomly decide I'm going to tamper with evidence because I think it's the right thing to do, even if it leads to the right outcome. This is why vigilantes are illegal.
Mm-hmm.
And then there would be like the questions, well, with the gun, it's like, so the murder weapon, you just keep it in your drawer, you didn't get rid of it, why would you keep it? A gun with no prints just in the drawer of your office that we found because we found out about an illegal transaction that we were told about by two parties to the illegal transaction who committed a crime. like in order to complete this transaction.
Well, and I was going to say, we've got a list of crimes here, guys. Like, so they know they have the phone, and then if they trace it, which, by the way, what they traced, he says it was idle, meaning they can trace, like, where it is and what its current status is.
It was idle when they traced it?
So when I know him as Donald Logue, it was Hank? It's Hank, right?
Yeah.
So he says when they're heading there that the phone is, I can't remember what location he says, but he says the phone is idle. Like, so he got that information from the person who's tracking it for him.
Okay.
So
And
that
if it's idle,
means
that means the police can
track
find it.
its current situation, which means if they had ran a track on it, they would find that it's just been in his person for a long time, and they are on record in the area, not to mention officially through the car having been impounded, and their fingerprints are on the crime scene. Like, these are major suspects.
Oh, and
as
also
in, like,
they used
I would expect they may have done this.
But also they called the with the ID of another detective. So
Yes.
they know about
Yeah,
that. And
that's
they know
a
about
huge
that
crime.
too.
So
And then
that's what I'm saying. They've tampered with evidence. They've impersonated a detective. They've gotten information on a private citizen by manipulating that system. Like,
And I guess the big one right at the end, do they actually know that Ted killed the friend?
Well, he hired these two guys that were clearly there to do something that was up to no good with Eleanor, and those two guys, very likely would have been the ones that murdered Tony.
Well, so
have you guys either of you seen Fracture?
Is that the one with Anthony Hopkins and Ryan Gosling?
It is. It is indeed.
I saw it a very, very, very long time ago and have no memory of it.
It's okay. It's really worth it for Anthony Hopkins' acting, as per usual. But the storyline is a man executes his wife, and there's about 10,000 pieces of evidence, and he even admits to the detective in person in the crime scene, I shot her. She was like annoying me. I shot her. I killed her. The point of the story is they can't prove it. They use everything they can, and he keeps fucking up the entire system because basically he learned all about the system, and it's kind of like law-abiding citizen in a way, where a man prepped for a long time before committing the murder so he could get away with it, and it's like a criticism on the system itself. Now, second act low point, when the evidence is almost fully run out and he's about to be let off for free, our protagonist is told by the detective on the case, who happened, by the way, like it's all part of the story. He's very invested in this, and he says, "I can plant the gun because we know he did it. Like, we know he did it." And our protagonist is like, "Yeah." He's like, "So I can plant the gun and he can be done. Like, and it'll be that." And he said he can put it in a place that they haven't checked in his house yet, and then it can just be a matter of, "Oh my god, we found it. There it is." And it's like this huge deal in the story. He wrestles with it for a full day before deciding he can't do it because it's not right. So I'm going to be honest, really bothers me that they've framed him for murder when they don't actually know that he did it, and it bothers me when you frame someone for murder when they have done it. Like, that's kind of my line, and they don't even know that he's done it.
Yeah, they're very, very shady, unlicensed private investigators in like episode 1 and I think episodes 1, 2, and 3. Like, they do quite a bit of activity that's like illegal.
I was gunning for that is illegal, of course, naturally, but I was gunning for immoral.
Big thing.
Yeah,
even if you know that he did it, it's not the right way to do this.
I agree. They're ethically very dubious.
I mean,
I don't know if that's dubious. That's just evil.
Yeah, that's just a bad thing to do. And this is in conjunction with a lot of other. I think the main now.
Well, I didn't want to
character rights, so that might be something that, like, it becomes more clear later, I guess, who these people are and what their process is. But in terms of like the all of the illegal things they've done, it's more like it clearly connects to them. Like, there's a lot of things that clearly connect them to these crimes.
Well, I mean, they're pretty much going away for decades with what they've already done and how easy it is for detectives to find it. That's part of, which feels really weird because the show's all about that, detective stuff. But I was actually going to bring this up. I don't know if it would be considered a bit of a nitpick, but I'm also concerned with the character. So, like, they stole that dog in the opening. Was it for dry cleaning?
So, Britt is contacted by his dry cleaner. She says that she needs to. So this is partially inference based on what is shown to us in the episodes. So the dry cleaner is separating from this bodybuilder guy and owns that dog. The bodybuilder guy is talking to Hank at the beginning, says if he's told his wife if she wants anything, she has to come and steal it. I guess Britt learns about that while doing a dry cleaning errand, offers to get her dog for her. She probably can't really afford private investigators, so she just offers like free dry cleaning for a couple weeks as collateral, probably. I mean, that has to be what happened,
right? So the idea is that, in a sense, they've been told you can get dry cleaning for free, in exchange kidnap a dog.
Yes.
So I'm not a fan of kidnapping dogs, and I need pretty good reason. Like, if you ask me to help you do that, I'd be like, oh, is he an abusive owner? Or what, like, are they doing it literally just because they want to get free dry cleaning?
I think that for Britt, again, this is his dry cleaner, and they don't like expand on his relationship with his dry cleaner and throughout the whole series. She shows up in a couple of episodes.
Okay.
But I can see, like, okay, so she's afraid of like coming to get the dog from this husband. I don't know what her relationship with her husband's like. He's a big guy, imposing, probably physically intimidating, but like he told her, you're gonna have to come and steal it.
Well, I mean, it's his dog, right?
No, it's her dog.
Well, what do you mean it's if they were together?
So this is the
dog,
thing.
right?
If it's hers legally, she can call the police.
Can she?
Sorry, I guess I was under. I thought.
So I'm not sure about like how that would work in real life.
Technically, he would be kidnapping the dog, right?
So, like, yeah, but do we know if she would want to get this done through the police? Like, there's that whole process of like, is it not possible for a person to not want to go through the police with this?
Well, that's something that was pointed out. If he later goes to the dry cleaner, figures out that she took the dog, then he can make a good case for the fact that she hired people to kidnap the dog.
Well, to break into his house to steal his dog.
Yeah, I was about to say I didn't even bring that up. They actually broke in, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, aside from all the other stuff we've been over, like that means if he went to the police, which I have no reason to assume why he wouldn't, and he knows their faces, he saw the car. It's not going to, and they're friends, and they've been to the dry cleaners. She's the easy contact. Like any PI or any police officer, detective worth their salt is going to find this out pretty quick.
They complained a good bit on their server and in the watch party about the first scene, in which the main characters are introduced appearing to kidnap a dog, which they immediately explain doesn't belong to the guy they appear to have just stolen it from, but rather to the guy's ex-wife, who recently left him and is paying them in collateral to get it back for her.
Remind me again, how much are we getting paid for this?
It's my dry cleaner's dog. She said anything we bring in the next 2 weeks, no charge. Come on, what else are we gonna do today? Cure cancer?
Baby.
However, they don't seem to care that the show explained this, because then they continue to act as if the bodybuilder was the actual owner. Because, according to their logic, if the dry cleaner was able to present evidence to Britt that she legally owned the dog, why couldn't she just call the cops?
So who's she?
That's the dry cleaner who owns the bulldog.
So she's the ex-girlfriend of the guy who they stole it from?
So I'm not a fan of kidnapping dogs, and I need pretty good reason. Like, if you ask me to help you do that, I'd be like, oh, is he an abusive owner? Or what, like, are they doing it literally just because they want to get free dry cleaning?
Well, I mean, it's his dog, right?
No, it's her dog.
Well, what do you mean it's if they were together?
So this is the thing. Right? If it's hers legally, she can call the police. Sorry, I guess I was under. I thought.
So I'm not sure about like how that would work in real life.
Technically, he would be kidnapping the dog, right?
So that is not how pet custody disputes work. If you are married and you need to separate from your spouse, but you can't bring your dog with you because, I don't know, the hotel or apartment that you're staying at doesn't allow dogs, and you then have to leave your dog with your spouse, you cannot call the cops on them in order to get the dog back, because the spouse has done absolutely nothing illegal. They would not have taken the dog away from you by force, you would have left it with them. The police do not and cannot get involved with disputes like this.
So Southpaw explains that the husband is the legal owner of the dog and uses this as justification for breaking into his house and stealing the dog.
They'll get involved if there is a court order, but that's a process with a whole song and dance that's really time-consuming and really expensive. Britt's dry cleaner wants her dog back, does not have the cops as an option to help her, and doesn't want to jump through these hoops, so she offers him 2 weeks of free dry cleaning to get her dog back.
So she has no legal method of obtaining the dog and hires 2 men to break into her ex-husband's house to steal it. Southpaw thinks this supports his argument and not theirs.
I don't see why it is too much for them to assume that she would have proven her ownership to Britt beforehand, but apparently that isn't shown on screen was a problem for them.
Because that never happened in the show and you're making it up.
So they just infer that the dog actually belonged to her ex-husband.
Which you just proved is the case.
But like that's nothing compared to the other shit they've done in this episode. It's weird to me, like, I don't know, episode 1 and we've already done evidence tampering, framing for murder, leaving all of your fingerprints on a crime scene. It's just like, shit, man. They've got a lot. They got to escape somehow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff in this show that they do, which is like, it's legally dubious, and there's a scene that happens toward, like, I think around the end of episode 3 that's also like, oh, that's I mean, that's not only like legally dubious but morally as well. I mean, I see these characters as antiheroes, basically.
I guess it seems like it's a twofold problem. We've got a problem of what does this say about them as people, but we've also got a plot issue of how have they not been caught and arrested and sent to jail, which cannot be accounted for by saying that they are anti-heroes, because that's the world reacting to them, not what they value.
Well, with that, again, I just sort of always chalked it up to the fact that Hank is a former cop and is close with Reynolds, not Reynolds, Mark Gustafson.
That can't be enough to get him off the hook for all of these crimes. Like, it's
so that puts the Mark guy in serious jeopardy.
Yeah.
By the way, they aided and abetted the prime suspect in a murder case. And then the reasoning for that was, I know she didn't do it, I'm sure of it, I'm pretty sure this guy did it. Like, what the hell? You're going to jail.
Because, of course, what if she lied? Because that's possible, because I assume this guy's lied. What if she lied?
It's not even, I don't even know that matters. I think it's just you go to jail anyway. And not to mention, man, they were in the lawyer's office, and she knew she was the suspect. Because there's no lawyer-client privilege. There's no case. The lawyer's not even involved. She's a friend at that point. That's how she's operating. And they've been through the whole building. Again, if any detective is keeping an eye on the location of that phone, they'll know where they've been. And, like, why didn't the lawyer tell them, get the fuck out of here? If you're here for, like, a second longer, I'm telling the police you're here. Because what you're doing right now is carting around the major suspect in a major crime. And she's a lawyer, so she knows this back to front.
Well, do we know that there's no attorney-client privilege in
So
that
the
particular
problem
case?
the problem is that lawyers cannot help you commit further crimes. That is not a part of lawyer-client privilege.
Gotcha.
They can't do that.
Well, yeah.
They can. If you tell them something, that's
that girl isn't her client too.
No. Well. So you could do some, like, flisming to get around that. However, you still couldn't tell her, like, okay, flee to Colombia. You can't. That's not. You can't do that. That's really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Also, they took the money. That's blood money.
I mean, I can believe these people would do that at this point.
I guess it's a problem of, like, if I'm ever meant to consider them good, it's like
you're talking about the 30 grand at the end.
Yeah, the money they got right at the end. They're like, I'm taking this too, and it's like, but
they turn that in to the police, and it's something they don't have access to in episode 2.
Do they want it back?
Yes, they do. Unfortunately.
Oh,
well, that's it's not really about whether or not they have it.
Then, yeah.
Oh, it's not? Okay.
Yeah, well, so when we're talking about character motivation, is it what they want rather than what they get? You know, like how people might be like, "Hey, Black Widow didn't kill anyone on purpose, so it's fine." It's like it's about the fact she doesn't react to it in any way, shape, or form. It's not whether or not she pulled the switch or pressed the button or whatever.
I mean, the thing is with these guys, like, so the other guy, that's the guy that's not Hank, Britt. He's actually a former burglar, and so it's just I don't know. It's not the kind of thing that I would see him being particularly above. Just down on their luck, and they need the money. That's 30 grand.
Well, I would say you are not in a position to moralize over anybody in relation to anything to do with this case, because like you benefited off of it. So, like that would be like it's just it seems like ruthlessly pragmatic to the exclusion of things that I thought that they cared about. Well, maybe not the partner, but our main guy, because he was just really upset about his friend.
Scanning through, by the way, why the fuck did they take so long to check the phone? It was daytime when they found it, and it's only like it seems really late that because they check it a couple times, but because they find the most impactful piece of evidence
right
like way later.
Yeah, I don't know about that in particular. I don't know like what was the when they were like checking on what was in the phone, like when that would have occurred to them.
Well, what I'm getting at is that it's the most important piece of information in the case about your friend's daughter.
Yeah.
Well, they also needed to get a taxi cab, and they might not have wanted to be seen with that phone by the cab driver. I don't know, because they needed to get back to Britt's place with a taxi, and then they went from Britt's place to the pound with the motorcycle.
But he was checking it at Britt's place.
And day to night. That was because it was daytime when they got their car towed, and it was like
checking it at, he was checking it at Britt's place, but would he have been checking it inside the taxi?
Well, no. Well, what I mean is like in terms of the passage of time, it was day, then it was like night, and it wasn't sunset. It was night. Mm-hmm. So that's a few hours. Did it take them a few hours to get home?
And yeah, I honestly, like, I'd be like, we're checking this phone, then we're getting the taxi, because what's on the phone might determine our next location.
Well, I mean, yeah, because we check it, and then there's a lead. It's like, well, shit, we're not going home to eat dinner. We gotta like keep on this case.
Because it was super time sensitive. The murder took place recently.
Do you like that?
Yeah.
Is that all you have to say?
Just seems weird in terms of what we know that their priorities are, because like he's invested in this case clearly.
And it was weird that the dad didn't give him the number, I guess.
Well, because if he had the number, then that would have been like the first thing that happened, and then we would have skipped that middle part where they went to like her house.
And that's another piece of information.
Lindus, that Ted guy.
Yeah, they would have gone to the lifeguard tower first, I guess.
And it's super weird that like they know that as well. The cops, they even mention it. Like, it is so easy to piece this case together. Like I said, that these guys could very well be major suspects.
It's amazing to me how quickly this plot falls apart. With just like very surface level analysis by Fringy and Mauler.
Oh, and especially now that they've been paid by
Fuck yeah.
The person who the key witness worked. The prime suspect.
Because remember, this is the second payment. They've already been paid. Was it 20,000?
Yeah.
Which is a fuck ton of money, man.
Mm-hmm.
And then that was used for the down payment on the house, right?
Yes.
That was half the partner's money.
Yeah, which the partner called him out on.
Well, I mean, called him out, but like he seems to accept it though. Like, I think I'd be a little more upset than that. It's like, no, that's my money.
I mean, it builds up across the season.
Well, I mean, as of this particular moment, like, it's a situation of, do they believe that they're going to get
Southpaw,
extra?
if you and I were, low on money and we do a job together that's 20K and I instantly spend it, is that something that you wouldn't address with me immediately?
Well, again, the idea is it's 20K and they were promised another 30K or 20. Was it 30 or 20K that they were promised if they retrieved the phone?
Well, even if they were promised another $1 million, I've just taken 10K off you. That's a lot of money.
But it's also the idea is that Hank basically told Britt, like, that's basically Hank's half of the money and the other check goes to Britt.
But that's not fair. Like, you wouldn't take any issue with that if someone said that to you?
It just depends on who it was. For me, it just depends on who it was. Not
to mention that he's using it to buy the house, and like Britt has no reason to think that he's going to be able to come up with any more money, right? Because that money's gone straight into the deposit, meaning he doesn't have any money to buy the house.
Again, they're going to get more money from Lindus. Like, I'm not sure what Britt's objection would be there.
That, like, that doesn't trust him with the fact that he's promising to get them whatever. I don't know. Like, it seems like a really, I don't know, man. I just I'd be like, nah, that's my money. You can spend all your money the way you wanna, but he sort of just gives up on it real quick.
I mean, again, that can be how you react, but that again, Britt reacts differently than how you would.
I mean, if he's a passive guy, sure.
I mean, again, this is the sort of thing where, like, there is tension that kind of brews between them across the season, and he does hit a breaking point. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like,
the only thing, like, I would totally concede if not for the fact that it was 10K and these guys are clearly not running in money, 10K is quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And there was no, like, deliberation, like, please, I could really use this, it'll be really important. He was just like, I've spent it, bye-bye.
Or alternatively, well, if we're going to get paid extra tonight, could you not have just waited and then used all your money to do that instead of leaving me?
That's what I mean about the deliberation thing. Like, what I would say is that you clearly didn't care what my perspective on this is.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention, didn't he, like, propose the check and offer that to the real estate person inside of the house, and, like, Britt was there, so he could have objected to it then, but he only objects in it later on in the car. He just lets things play out, I guess.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm not sure if Britt overheard him giving it to the real estate agent, because it looked like Britt was kind of walking around in the house with all the other people in the open house, and Hank just walked up to the realtor and gave her the check.
And did I hear it right that they basically said we don't have IDs, and Lindus was just like, okay then.
Oh fuck yeah, right?
Because they don't work with license.
Well, think about how that scene.
So that's
plays
illegal.
Out, though. So
it is illegal.
Yeah, there's that first of all. Yeah, but when people do illegal things, they tend to get in trouble for it.
I mean, we've stacked up like 8 crimes already.
That's like issue number, and then you just think about how that scene played out. So the pretense for them being inside the house is our dog walked through your gates. We were just out walking, and our dog walked through your gate. And it's like, okay, fair enough. And then immediately, hey, do you know this girl who works for you? Who, of course, this guy like has the information that they don't, which is like the things that he's done with them. It's like, dude, if somebody asks you that out of nowhere, they clearly didn't just lose their dog in your property.
Which means
they're trying to get information out of you.
Lindus didn't necessarily know that the dog went in through the gate, and that's why they're there.
Why are these people here in my house then?
Also, I thought they said that to him, that they were looking for their dog and it came through the gate.
Well, they said that to the maid.
But I thought they said that to him when they...
Well, I don't see how this fixes anything. Then the question is, who are you? Why are you on my property? Like, what are you doing here? Because his question would be like, how did you get in? Like,
he did say it to Lindus as well, just FYI.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, then in that case, and then and then asking for the license is like, we don't have it. It's like, dude, but so you just had these guys lie to you to get onto your property, ask you questions about an employee of yours, and they don't have licenses.
And a particular sensitive employee, by the way.
Yeah, and if you were a law-abiding person, you would tell them to get out. And he has something to hide. Why would he tell them anything?
And then, would he not check his systems? I guess we have to assume he just doesn't have cameras,
We
because
assume
obviously
that he has no cameras.
they wouldn't have gotten away with the framing otherwise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
which is lucky.
I mean, there's no cameras established in the show, so I don't know.
I'm saying, like, most people with houses like that are going to have security systems when they buy them. That's just the way that you do it. Because
yeah, it's one of those things that I could buy because my nephew didn't. It's not my nephew. I have an uncle that lives in a pretty big house like that up in California, and now he has a security system now, but for many years he didn't. So I don't know.
I mean,
well, as I think Fringy mentioned it, like, this
is-
guy is dealing with incredibly sensitive shit, right? I don't know.
And also, we know that he's worth tens of millions. I think they said that. He's like big tycoon with a massive house on
he was
the
saying like
ocean.
50,000 is like nothing to him or whatever.
Well, it's like a villa as well. It's a huge property.
Mm-hmm.
And the view is pretty incredible. Well, anyway, I don't know.
And
I like
guess
houses.
the thing is, like, regardless, even if we assume that he doesn't have the cameras, it's like, well, we still got a lot of things here that just, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Well, do you want to proceed
Press on.
or?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Well, just to, I mean, I want to gauge about where you guys are standing with the show right now. I mean, we kind of went over all that stuff, but like number-wise, like where are you guys right now after just that first episode, you think?
I would say that there are, like, we got problems in terms of, like, plotting for sure. And not insubstantial ones either. Usually.
I'm not sure where my head's at right now. I think I need to watch more of it, I guess.
Yeah, but he didn't give a number rating. Did you notice that? He was asked, what do you think on a scale of 1 to 10? And he just avoided that question. Because you want to be nice.
It sort of points across. It sort of brings the point across that Southpaw is even more of a child, or more of a petty child now, because the criticism that Mauler and Fringy are coming up with are ones about consistency and just common sense. Like they're not coming up with stuff like they don't even mention the dialogue or the acting, but they haven't brought up, like, they're not nitpicking. Yeah, they're talking about stuff like, oh, so these detectives have taken a bribe. A major suspect just seems to be, like, really okay with having these two strangers in his backyard, even though he's, like, apparently committed a murder, and they're admitting that they're, like, investigating this murder that he's committed. Also, they stole evidence of a crime, like, not just a crime but a murder, and their fingerprints are all over the murder site.
These are all valid points.
Fair enough.
So yeah, sure. I'm on too. Oh, it sounded like you had something to say, actually.
Well, it's just like, you don't think that it's reasonable for characters to act in this way, even if it's not like super smart? Because again,
So-
as I'm watching through the show, like, I don't have a problem believing this character doing this particular thing. And also, like, if Lindus is involved in shady stuff himself, he might not, like, have an issue with these guys working without licenses, like being unlicensed private investigators.
So the problem is that if he is, like, a big tycoon who is familiar with legal proceedings, he knows that you don't talk to people about these things ever. That there's nothing that you gain from doing it.
Private detectives have responsibilities and things to lose.
Well, that's the reason why they're
Randoms,
licensed.
like,
Yeah. It's the reason why
random
we have
people.
licenses and professional things too. Accountability systems, yeah.
Like Southpaw, if you ever needed a PI, would you just randomly hire a guy who broke into your house, or when he got into your house through false circumstances, let's say, versus just contacting a PI, like a respected one?
Well, I guess the thing is, does he know that has Tony Bianco been killed at this point?
Sorry, who's Tony Bianco?
He's the body in the lifeguard tower.
Oh,
they mentioned that Tony was missing. Like, he's not answering his calls. So would that imply that Tony's already been killed at this point, and the guys that Lindus has hired, the two goons, they they didn't come up with the phone, and then like these two guys kind of end up on Lindus's doorstep, and Lindus chooses to hire them in a circumstance where a murder has already taken place.
But if he really gave a shit, wouldn't he have already hired like just a
Because
PI?
there's no issue of money.
With a license?
Fuck yeah.
So, again, if a PI with a license ends up with that phone...
Well, alternatively, get your goons to do it. The people that you know.
Yeah. Or someone
But
like
those
Matt
guys-
Trout, if you have like someone like that who's a PI technically, but like does shady things, like you could have someone who maybe has more connections, more trustworthy.
But those two goons have already basically come up to him and said that they can't find the item that he's looking for.
Oh yeah, so if your concern is that they're not talented enough, and so you would like to get someone who likely will get you answers, like why not hire someone who's licensed?
Because
why
the
instead of these
person-
random people?
Because the matter at hand is criminal, so there's a sort of a mutually assured destruction sort of thing going on.
You'd have that with a PI.
Wait, so a licensed PI. So if a licensed PI did what these characters did, I mean, first off,
Wow.
I'm a little confused here because the thing that Lindus is looking for is a sex tape on a cell phone, right?
Yeah.
Well, private investigators often deal with sensitive stuff like.
Oh,
that's-
definitely. I
that's
figured that's where you were
thing.
going. And I was going to say
But-
yes. The PI would have the It's like a privileged level.
But
you probably tell them that's what they've got,
But from
and
a
then that's
crime
what you want
scene?
back.
From a crime scene, though.
Well, the issue would then become that if they're involved in a crime scene, they would have obligations to deal with these things. But like,
I was actually going to say, if he knew it was going to be found in a crime scene, then he should know that has to go in as evidence. Like, unfortunately for him, that's done.
But
Yeah.
just because there's the tape doesn't prove shit. Like, what does
Wait,
it
what?
prove? What does the tape prove exactly?
He just
in
doesn't
terms
want
of-
there to be a sex tape out there of him cheating on his wife and talking about
Yeah, totally.
something on
Okay,
camera.
okay, right. Okay.
But if he,
I understand you guys are not happy with the show right now, but let's, I understand you guys are not happy with the show right now. Let's try to factor in. I think that you've got Hank and Britt who are admittedly shady. Yes, they are unlicensed private investigators, and Lindus is a shady person himself. And because they mentioned at this point that that Tony has not been answering his calls, because Tony is Lindus's son's golf coach. So if that's the case, and we know that Tony was killed by the two goons that assaulted Hank and Britt, or someone that was connected to Lindus at least. I figure it's those two goons in particular.
Sorry,
then-
I'm getting lost. So the guy was killed who had the phone by the goons, right?
No. So the guy that was killed had Eleanor's phone.
But who killed him? Sorry.
So I don't know. I assume the goons.
And they didn't get
Well,
his
then,
phone. That was.
I was about to say, wouldn't they have the phone?
But why did they? So why did they do it then?
Well, so they presumably they didn't check his clothes. It's like
But
you
no,
guys.
sorry. Wait, can we back up? Why did they kill him? Why did they do that?
I don't know.
It was blackmail, right? That's what they said.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they killed him to prevent the blackmail, but they didn't search him
But they did
for the sensitive
for
footage.
the item of blackmail.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't
Okay.
that would that not be what they went to get? Like,
But
what?
didn't you guys
I
also
don't-
criticize Hank and Britt for checking the guy's clothes for the phone?
Hank and Britt, hell yes.
Well, because they put their fingerprints all over the guy.
Yeah, like if you killed a person specifically to get this blackmail information, then presumably you're. But by the way, put on gloves, right? You
Well,
come prepared for that.
Do we know if
you've
these
got prepared,
guys,
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if these guys had gloves on them when they shot Tony.
But now I'm just so they kill him because of the blackmail, but they don't retrieve the item of blackmail.
Well, they don't search they don't know that the item
I was
of
gonna say,
blackmail is on
it's-
Tony, because it's also not Tony's phone that they're looking for. It's Eleanor's
It's
phone.
worse than not retrieving it. It's they didn't even look.
But also, again, they didn't know that Eleanor's phone was on this Tony.
Well, no, but
fellow.
you'd search him, right?
You check,
Why wouldn't you
right,
search
at
him?
least.
Some might not. I don't know. Again, these guys aren't particularly smart in terms of looking for this kind of stuff.
I think from what we've discussed is a little more than not so smart if you're not checking the body and you don't bring gloves when you kill somebody.
I'm also curious, like, wouldn't they want to interrogate him to get, because it sounds like he's just a normal guy. It wouldn't have taken long to get all the information they needed, such as where it, because he would have known, not only would he have known, but he had it on him, and the only copy too.
I was about to say, yeah, did they just shoot first and not ask questions?
Well,
and
I
just
don't
leave.
I don't know, because they never show what actually happened, what went down in the lifeguard tower.
Well, so that's the problem is if they don't show it and then we have the end consequence, we have to assume that they were really dumb. They didn't think to check for the thing that they were.
Yeah, because we know they went to the guy, and because of the blackmail, so you envision that they went there, they killed him, and they left. It's like, guys, why didn't you ask him where the blackmail is? Why did the blackmail item is? And of course, if you search him, you'll find a phone. You check the phone, you find the video, and you'll be like, "Is this the only copy?" And then you kill him,
Well,
even
again-
if he says yes or no, really.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they held him at gunpoint and he went for the gun and they had to shoot him. I don't know.
Okay,
Like,
but
I
then
don't.
you still check for the
Yeah, you still get the phone in that scenario.
Well, again, I don't know if they had gloves at the time. It's like we're criticizing characters for searching the guy's clothes without gloves. But then we
Well,
also have
so the
guys
thing
who
is-
we don't know if they have guns. Sorry, if they have gloves. And also, again, there could be a case of they just shot someone, they weren't expecting that to go down. Maybe they just want to get out there as soon as possible because gunshots are loud, and they just, before any...
Well,
They're on a beach without many people there.
The problem with the
Well, we don't know how
perceived
many people were there at the
hypocrisy is-
time.
Well, so well, if there were people there, then how the hell did they get away? Would be the first question.
Yeah, the gunshot would have been heard.
Well, yeah, but also, like, they don't know, like...
And if it was
we wanna
heard,
get
they
out
would
here
have
as soon as
reported the
possible,
crime
right?
scene. But no. Actually, no, that can't happen because if people were there and they were worried about that, then the crime scene would have been found before our two guys got there.
Well, I'm not saying that people were there. It's just like these two guys wouldn't know if there's other people around, right?
But
would they are
If you
they?
check outside of the lifeguard
Well,
tower, you can
go
really
outside
just
and
look
take a
out
look,
and
yeah.
see.
But also, it's a
again-
gunshot.
Sure, but you got time to like at least. Otherwise, what are you doing here? You know, like you haven't achieved anything. At least as far as you're aware, you could still have a big problem on your hands because you haven't been thorough. And like, and again, in terms of the thing of like gloves versus not gloves, the problem is that we saw our two guys putting their fingers all over the crime scene. We didn't see the other guys do that. So yeah, we don't know if they had gloves or not. But like, I'm not going to assume that they didn't have gloves and therefore didn't check.
I was about to say their fingerprints weren't found or whatever.
Their
so...
fingerprints weren't found, so they must not have. Yeah, because they didn't. I guess they didn't do anything at all, like in terms of disturbing the crime scene.
Wouldn't there be like multiple sets of fingerprints in that lifeguard tower?
Well, apparently they found just hers.
Well,
that's what they said to our guys. Anyway,
I mean, they mentioned that they found hers, but that doesn't mean that they didn't find other sets of fingerprints in there. They most likely would have
if
found
there were other
Tony's. They would have
fingerprints,
found.
But if there were other fingerprints, then why is she the prime suspect? You've got other people who were in this room,
especially with corroborating evidence.
Because they know that the victim is her on-again, off-again boyfriend.
No, you are correct.
Yes, but you still need to find those other guys.
So you need corroborating evidence, right? So let's pretend for a second there's 1,000 fingerprints in there, and they're like, well, the ones we found, one of them happens to be his girlfriend. It's like, oh, big suspect. Two of them happen to belong to two people who were in the area when the car was towed and they had tampered with the evidence. It's like, so those two are definitely coming in.
And of course, when we talk about things like if you're dealing with this case as a lawyer, it's like, dude, the crime scene is unreliable. People were there before the police were there. We don't know what they did. They're not trustworthy. Like you're gonna have a hard time on that particular criminal case. You're gonna have a very hard time, and not just because like the dude's powerful, he's got good lawyers. It's like interfering with a crime scene. There's a reason why it's a serious offense. It's a massive potential obstruction of justice. And they just sort of did it without even realizing like what was going on.
And I'm a little bit spotty on this. The murder weapon will match with the bullets or the wounds of the guy, right?
I believe so. The bullets that would be found in Tony.
If you can just remind me of the timeline. So the goons shoot him. How does the gun end up with the girl?
They left it there. They
They
left
left-
the gun at the lifeguard stand, didn't they?
Oh yeah, the
'Cause
goons.
she took it.
Yeah, the goons. I think they.
I
Left
think I missed that. They left the murder weapon at the scene.
That's
They
why would they
did.
do that? Why would they do that?
Because they're dumb from what we're piecing together.
Well,
I mean, aren't murder weapons sometimes left at crime scenes though?
Well,
No, so
I mean,
so it's really good to not give away a murder weapon. It's because
Murder weapon
that's
is
like
a
a
critical piece of
integral
evidence.
piece of the murder case to have the murder weapon.
If
of
you want
course,
to leave it, it'd be far better to just literally toss it into the ocean. It's
just
right
get
there.
rid of it. Yeah, get rid of it. Like,
Well, I mean, it's
guess
Lindus, right? So he'd have many ways of disposing of that.
Well, I don't know if
yeah,
Lindus ordered the hit on Tony. I
I
don't
thought you
know.
said, I thought the goons did it, or
Well, you
well,
said
so
Lindus.
whoever
You
did
said
this,
it's
presumably, sorry, to make my point clear, whoever did this was rich, presumably.
Whoever
Had something to lose.
did what?
Whoever ordered this hit was rich, meaning they have the capacity to be able to dispose of murder weapons easier than the average person, who also has a chance to do that pretty well.
Well, again,
My
hire
point-
these two incompetent goons. Yeah.
So we're just saying they're incompetent now as like a consistently sort of thing, like.
I mean,
I guess it's
I'm admitting that they
consistent in
are.
that they didn't get the gun to they didn't point it at these two guys. They
Like, we're
decided
not-
to tackle them.
Like, we're not talking about Nick Fury going from being competent to incompetent from Avengers to the Winter Soldier.
True, but like we are kind of talking about they lack basic like human intelligence for a lot of this.
Not to mention like basic intelligence that you'd have if you were like a hitman working for someone like
It
that.
does feel weird that they would be
Sometimes you know
hired
this. Yeah.
for these kinds of jobs
Well-
and they're that incompetent.
I guess my question is like, so again, I don't know these two goons' particular history. I don't know if this is the first time that they've killed someone. I don't know if, like, mainly they just work security. Like they're on the construction site that they visit Lindus at the end. I don't know, like, what their histories are. I just have to assume that they're inexperienced with this kind of stuff. That they aren't specifically like hitmen. They have guns, yes, but I don't know what their histories are, what their backgrounds are like.
So that, I guess that's the thing is we have to assume they're stupid. Otherwise, there's a big flaw here. Like in terms of just cause and effect. We have to assume that they made basically all of the worst decisions possible. I'm not sure how they could have done a worse job, actually, in terms of like if this was their objective.
Yeah, like so collect and source the blackmail. They go there and kill the guy. That's possible. That's like you fucked up many times over now, and you left the murder weapon there too. Because you could have gotten information from him, which leads to the phone. You could have searched him, which leads to the phone. You could even have kidnapped him, which leads to the phone. But you killed him, and then you dropped the weapon.
Again, any number of things could have led to Tony getting killed. If he reaches for the gun and they end up shooting him on accident, it's like, I mean, yeah, that's...
Which leads to the phone.
Which, wait, what do you mean?
They kill him, they get the phone.
If they don't have gloves on at the time, then, again, there's the issue with the fingerprints that you guys criticized Hank and Britt for.
Yes, but we saw Hank and Britt leave their fingerprints on the crime scene. We don't know whether they wore or didn't wear gloves when they killed this guy.
Not to mention, it's not like you need latex. Like, wouldn't a shirt work?
Oh, two, Evan.
You've betrayed me, Evan.
Evan.
But Evan has not said anything for like 40 minutes. It's like his first input.
Like if you just literally wrapped your
Well,
shirt.
it's
with your
funny you
hand
say
in
that,
your
right?
crap.
Because Hank used, I saw he used his shirt to rub the fingerprints off the doorknob.
Yeah.
But he didn't use them to do anything in terms of the body or on the railing when they walked up to get into the lighthouse box.
Yeah, the
So it's
writers
like-
just failed to account for that.
Yeah, so that's the flaw because the fingerprints are all over the crime scene, and that gets him. In
And
trouble.
that just means that obviously the hitmen could have done the same thing theoretically, and they would have been able to get the phone, like literally using their jacket to grab the phone or whatever. In the scenario that they are unable to get it without violence.
And if they get the phone, they basically win, right? Like Lindus wouldn't need to hire them at that point. So
Well, episode one's plot line would be very different. I'm assuming this is like they get a different case every episode or something.
Yeah.
Sort of, yeah.
Well, I mean, on that note, shall we proceed on to episode 2?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
All right.
Episode 2 of the cancelled television show Terriers is entitled Dog and Pony. The words dog and pony in the title are a reference to the animals of the same name. The locations most commonly associated with these animals are farms and grocery stores. Despite Aragorn's crippling pony phobia and Southpaw's burning hatred for dogs, there are no ponies and no dogs featured in this episode. Except for one. In a shocking turn of events, it appears that our characters may actually need to face some consequences for their actions. They're credibly accused of planting the murder weapon on Lindus, which they did, and are called down to the police station to testify.
You'll be answering questions under oath. Understand?
I suppose I do.
Also, no defendant's counsel is allowed to ask you questions too, if he so chooses.
Fantastic haircut, by the way. Do we go to the same guy?
Okay, why don't we proceed?
This is such a annoying attempt at smart humor. They're trying to show like the character's flippant disregard for the authority of the court.
And look at that stare.
That is a stare of a man who's going to eat your fucking intestines.
That is a disheveled haircut, if I do say so.
During questioning, they swear an oath to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and then proceed to do none of those things.
You and Mr. Pollock are private detectives?
Well, on our tax returns, it says we sell seashells by the seashore, but we moonlight a bit.
Mr. Lindus wanted
So
to
he's just admitted under oath that he lies on his tax forms.
Him and Ellen are not.
Well, no, he says we sell
how much did Mr. Lindus
seashells
pay
by
you
the
for the
seashore.
cell
He's
phone with the sex
joking.
tape on it?
$30,000.
He's under oath
Must have really,
for
really
testimony
wanted
for
it
a
back
criminal
enough to
investigation.
kill someone, I guess.
Check that he paid you with?
Suppose.
That's why the friend there just.
So that, like Spam we just watched, minus Mauler's little comment at the end. And you probably remember this. That was posted by SK on his Twitter.
Yeah.
This was like before this entire recording was posted by Southpaw, by the way. I don't remember if it was a repost because checking SK's Twitter is cancer. He posts like 100 times a day. He has like 18,000 tweets.
SK just needs to get a job. That's what he needs to do. He just needs to get a job, and that it will. And he'll find that he doesn't have time to be upset on the internet so often.
Yeah,
he just needs to get a professional career going.
So
it's so much more satisfying.
Yes, but remember that was posted by SK. So that's their trump card when it comes to these are like the bad, bizarre criticisms that Fringy and Mauler make during the Terriers watch party. But what was wrong with that exactly? Like, isn't Fringy correct? I actually, I mean, me made this point. I genuinely do not get like this criticism.
Because the defendant's lawyer, which I'm assuming is the bad guy's lawyer, is there. He's just made that statement under oath, so it's recorded. It has to be recorded by like a stenographer. So that's on record. He can just say, yeah, these guys are fucking stupid and insane, and nothing they say can be trusted because first of all, they're criminals. They lie on their tax returns.
There's been snidey with forwarding.
Yeah, and also, Your Honor, they don't respect the authority of the court.
And Southpaw's response being, "Oh, but he was just joking. He's
joking.
That's our point. He's not supposed to joke."
Guess what happens when you make jokes under oath? You get held in contempt of court.
You get the sack. That's when you get shot in the back.
And in a fair number of states, this is actually a really effective way to get your ass shot. They also tried to argue that an obvious joke during a deposition was in fact perjury or an admission to lying on one's tax forms.
You and Mr. Pollock are private detectives?
Well, on our tax returns, it says we sell seashells by the seashore, but we moonlight a bit.
Mr. Lindus wanted
So
to
he's just admitted under
from
oath that he lies on his tax forms.
Him and Ellen are not.
Well, no, he says we sell
how much did Mr. Lindus
seashells
pay
by
you
the
for the
seashore.
cell
He's
phone with the sex
joking.
tape on it?
He may just be joking, but he is under oath. He swore to tell the truth and is not doing so. He swore to tell nothing but the truth, and telling jokes definitely contradicts nothing but the truth.
So, despite how utterly absurd this criticism is on its face, I did take the time to ask 5 different lawyers about this, because unlike most things that EFAP complained about, there is not a whole lot of reading material already available for this particular scenario. And the answer from each and every single one has been that this is obviously a joke, and obvious jokes, especially about things that are not material to what the case is about, are not perjury. Don't believe me? See if you have any better luck at getting a lawyer to go, yes, we would absolutely, in all contexts, see this as a serious instance of perjury and prosecute it as such.
Since Southpaw took the time to message 5 whole lawyers and was too busy gish-galloping to actually read out the responses to him, we're going to read them now. Southpaw messaged this person on Facebook and they said, "It's obviously a joke, but a competent lawyer would push him to give a clear, unambiguous answer." Which nobody in the episode does, because I guess there are no serious or competent lawyers present. But by itself, it is not perjury or tax evasion. Southpaw asked Rick the accountant for legal advice, and he agreed. Perjury means lying. That could be interpreted as a lie. Well, that's inconvenient.
Oh man, I shot Marvin in the face.
That could be interpreted as a lie or as a joke. It depends on the judge and their interpretation of the situation.
So what are you trying to say? It depends on the child?
It depends on the child, absolutely.
I think it depends on the child, really, doesn't it?
Southpaw asked Robert Lawyer this question, and he replied, "Being a smart axe isn't perjury. An attorney in a deposition would follow up with the actual tax return to show that the statement is inaccurate and the person was being flippant. So an attorney would follow up, but does anybody follow up? No.
No.
Morgan Esquire said, "I see. I cannot see anyone pursuing a perjury count over something like that. He's clearly being sarcastic or facetious. Perjury occurs when someone lies about a material issue under oath. I can't tell from this whether what they actually put on their tax returns is material to the line of questioning, but it wouldn't appear so if this is a depo in a murder trial. Aside from the legal technicality, the term seashells by the seashore is such a part of our culture that any reasonable person hearing that would understand it was a joke." This paragraph starts with, "I see," which is funny, because we don't see what Southpaw asked her because he cropped that part out. Maybe it wasn't important information, and Southpaw decided that we didn't need to see it. Maybe she didn't see it either. The fact that she can't tell what he's talking about and is offering a guess based on what she thinks he's trying to say makes me think that he asked a vague or deceptively worded question to manipulate them into giving an answer that he wants to hear. If that's not what happened, he could have showed us what question she was responding to. And then he asked this nerd and he said, "It sounds like an embellishment of the truth. I cannot reasonably see the DA caring or prosecuting this. Bending or manipulating things is different than outright lying. If you did sell seashells, then this is not a total lie, just a partial one." So according to the legal professionals and anonymous strangers that Southpaw harassed, Hank was partially lying, which is perjury, and this would be followed up on either by the judge or the opposing interlocutor. Again, they were partially lying, they were not telling the whole truth, and they were telling things other than the truth, which they swore not to do. It's weird that he took them out of context to support his argument, isn't it? It's even weirder that Hank is cracking jokes at a time like this. He's trying to hide the fact that he framed a man for murder because he believes that man possibly killed a friend of his and he's not taking this seriously.
I always took it more as like Hank's not taking this as seriously as he should be, with the fact that he made a joke. Because again, he says our tax firms say we sell seashells by the seashore.
Why is he not taking it seriously? He's trying to put this guy in jail for killing his friend. As far as
remember, that's still traceable and illegal. They're posing as PIs. They have no license.
Instead of delivering serious testimony to put away a man he believes killed his friend, he's laughing. This is the funniest thing that's happened since Southpaw's dog died. And if this seems unbelievable or stupid, just remember that it's the inciting incident of the episode. After this, they wander unimpeded through the police station and ransack a detective's office to steal information that would be publicly available. Police stations are famous for having absolutely no security, and they walk past several cops on their way outside with the stolen bounty poster. While standing 3 feet away from a cop, they brag about how they planted a gun on an innocent man.
God bless America.
The Lord taketh away, he also giveth.
Well, he will also bone us if anyone finds out we planted that gun.
We framed a guilty man.
Oh man, don't talk about that in front of fucking police station. What are you doing?
You're pissing him off.
As they're getting into their truck, They shout across the parking lot to each other about all the crimes they committed this morning, but it's okay, because it's the inciting incident. As they're driving down the street, Hank says, "What day is it? Monday or Tuesday?" And Britt says, "I don't know. I could check my phone, but it's in my pocket." Frank says, "I think this Lindus case is going to bring us a lot of attention. I smell an opportunity." And Britt says, "Is that what that smell is?" Hank says, "We need business cards." Brett says, "What do we call ourselves? Dalworth and Pollock, private investigators?" And Hank says, "It beats calling ourselves Dalworth and Pollock shit shovelers." Brett says, "We need a mascot, like Tony the Tiger or the Trix Rabbit." And Frank says, "Those are for cereals." It's really not hard to understand what Britt is trying to say here, so it seems like Hank is just being a dick for no reason and trying to make Britt feel stupid even when he's not. He wants to belittle every single person in his orbit because their misery fuels him. Britt will spend the entire season being a subservient bitch boy to Hank, and he has no agency. They use their stolen bounty poster to track down somebody who might know the bounty target, and to lure him out, they pretend to be part of the Mafia and pretend to smash up a bunch of her stuff and pretend to demand money from her or else. It's all pretend though, so it doesn't count. Or else! Hank goes and uses his dirty money to buy a house, even though he's unemployed and can't make the mortgage payments, so there's no way a bank would be stupid enough to give this deranged alcoholic a loan. But it's okay, because he's buying the house from his ex-wife, so if he doesn't make the payments, it'll only hurt everybody who isn't named Hank. Meanwhile, Bert and his stupid girlfriend adopt a dog who is a registered sex offender in 9 states, who recently escaped from the pound and is now living in the attic of their house, next to the escaped mental patient who also lives in their attic, which I forgot to mention before. Because yes, there is actually an escaped mental patient living in their attic, who sneaks out to roam the house at night and drink their milk and eat their cookies like Santa Claus. After Katie fails an audition for a porno in the 70s, the creepy woman in the attic watches as she and Brett have pasty, passionless sex. Until the unthinkable happens.
Oh, yes. Oh, don't stop. Oh my god, I'm like right on the edge. Yes. Yes! Yes! That's so good.
Ah! Somebody just licked my balls.
Don't look at me, I'm all the way up here.
When he's not being fucked by Hank, Brett's busy being fucked by a dog, while Hank fucks his girlfriend instead. Taking time out of his typical afternoon routine of throwing firecrackers at the shell-shocked veterans outside the VA hospital, Frank shows up at Alcoholics Anonymous to make fun of people who are struggling with alcoholism. These are people at the lowest point of their lives, trying to claw their way back to normalcy, and Hank can't get enough of it. He threatens to jack off in front of everybody, but this only reminds him that he's divorced, so now he's sad.
Congratulations, that's great. I'm really happy for you.
This is a quote-unquote good piece of acting.
Mm.
I really liked the acting there.
What acting?
The acting is bad, but so is the script, so it's probably not his fault. Just like how it's not his fault that his wife left him. He's gonna get back at that bitch and that fucker she's marrying. They'll all pay. Frank Terrier's on the warpath. Now filled with rage and looking for an outlet, Frank and Britt go back to the gypsy's house with a bat to finish the job.
Hey, in relation to the fingerprints being left on clothing point from the first episode, I just want to point out that that wasn't apparently a thing until 2011, which was after the show was aired.
Okay, you pop them fresh with the
What do you mean it wasn't a thing?
doubles over.
Like fingerprints taken from fabric. I'm finding this from.
Well, there's 3 different main locations they put their fingerprints, right?
Well, there's the railing, but
yes,
the railing and the clothing, and I'm not sure.
He put his hand on like the door frame as well.
Dog presence she was talking about earlier? I think it might be the dog.
He did put his hand on the
It's
frame,
totally
yes, and he didn't rub his hands on the
Not sure
frame.
I want to hear this story.
Thanks, Southpaw. So anyway, Frank and Brett go back to the gypsy's house with a bat to finish the job. They also have pepper spray.
If for any reason he doesn't stay down, not to worry. Hit him with the pepper spray.
So they go up to the door ready to fuck some shit up, when they're attacked by Macho Man Randy Savage.
Oh yeah! Come on my face, brother!
Now in the time that passes from the start of the fight to the end of the fight, I'm just going to say spray him over and over again until Hank actually sprays him with the pepper spray.
Pepper spray.
Spray him. 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 Frank and Britt are arrested for racketeering after they got their asses kicked for threatening a gypsy and smashing her stuff in a neo-noir crime drama comedy.
Maybe the La Mesa cops were smart enough to not accurately depict the Hulk, because nobody would go. Fuck these fools, man.
Oh, I love that line.
Yeah, stop waving his hand in front of his throat. I'll tell him.
Later, let's talk about that really painful thing that happened to you once that hurts to think about. Okay?
For sure, story, that kind of went on a bit.
Humility. Now, not only do I not remember, I need a partner that can keep up with me mentally.
You're gonna clean tablecloths and napkins for a week?
No, I got a deal worked out on that too. Yeah.
That's his name? Your fiance?
Yes.
Jason what? Voorhees?
Wasn't a dog.
I got nothing. Me neither.
Shut the fuck up!
You got some dog shit on your rug right there.
Mauler bails them out because threatening people with a baseball bat isn't illegal, and they go find the brother of the guy who beat them up so they can probably beat him up. They notice that the police are standing just across the street setting up a wiretap on Brother Bart's phone, so they drive across town to meet the Big Bang Theory gang. These are somehow the worst characters in the show. They're nerds, and all they do is sit around talking about science and Star Trek and E.T. all day because they're nerds. They're led by a being known as Gunt, who hungers for shit. Hank offers tribute, and Gunt commands his battalion to assist them in wiretapping the police's wiretapping of Brother Bart. The Big Bang gang are able to instantly build a portable wiretapping device, just in time for Frank and Brank to drive all the way back to find that everyone is still standing in the exact same locations as earlier, so that they can intercept their intercepted phone calls wirelessly. The police, even though they're meant to be wiretapping Brother Bart, accomplish this by just standing out in front of his house for hours at a time in plain view. But it's okay, because the police also have orders to arrest Hank and Britt on sight, but don't see them even though they're also standing in plain view of them. How they were able to avoid police detection, I don't know. Did you forget that police helicopters are a thing? The main characters intercept a transmission from Montel Williams, who informs them that the plot will occur at the boardwalk. The police are confused that their wiretap machine isn't working, but don't worry too much about it, and don't bother following Brother Bart when he drives to the boardwalk, like Hank and Britt do. When they get there, Montel Williams is shot in broad daylight by Bart, which is impossible.
They weren't going to shoot them in broad daylight.
Shoot them? Just
apparently they would. Like,
no,
but also, yeah.
He was threatening him with a gun. That doesn't mean he's going to shoot him with a gun.
Was that a gun?
Yeah.
Even though we've already established that guns are lunar-powered in this universe, Southpaw conveniently forgets this so that this scene can make sense.
Look at Reynolds, totally confused because his tap isn't working.
You want me to come over there? I'll meet you at the pier.
Right, so they're not just wiretapping, but they are impeding a police investigation.
Mm-hmm.
Two more to add to the list.
Well, yeah, they do break lots of laws in the show.
How come they never get caught though? Like, is this going to be?
Well, so do they? Again, it's a matter of they have to know that these guys did that to their bug.
I guess we'll have to see what comes of this then. Okay. Like, because if like anything that they do illegally is like the evidence that they need to win, then they can't do that. Because that would be inadmissible.
Hank and Britt rush down to the beach to rifle through his pockets, but discover in horror that Montel is still alive. They drag him up the concrete stairs, which are covered in broken glass because it was Broken Glass Day in Philadelphia, and then strap him down and leave him at the mercy of a hardened criminal rapist dog.
Tonight, you. Well, bring out the gimp.
After Katie drains him of his blood and leaves him for dead on their sofa, Hank and Brett wiretap his thoughts to discover that Brother Bart is the brains behind the Great Horse Race Heist of 1873. There hasn't been a score that big since the Main Street Bank of Red Rock was knocked over by none other than Tansu Burke, the man who made the Rocky Mountains cry. They say he was so quick with a pistol that he wasn't even able to finish this sentence. But this is Terriers after all, and every dog has his day. So Hank and Britt go to the dry cleaners to steal some innocent people's clothes, and the owner is completely okay with betraying her customers' trust and giving their clothes to strangers, because they're all complicit in the death and murder-suicide of Winston the Bulldog. So now they wear their stolen suits to the horse racing track, even though they don't need to, because we already know that they own suits that they wore earlier in this same episode, and go to confront Brother Bart. There's an overly long segment of our two heroes just walking into the horse racing track while some extraordinarily out-of-place music plays, which is really saying something for this show.
Anything you need in particular?
Well, something that'll help us blend in at the track. We're off to see the ponies. Mr. Denham! Good afternoon. Thanks for inviting us.
They ask him where the money is, and he tells them, and then they reveal that this has all secretly been a police sting operation led by Hank and Britt, because they're now friends with the police again. Along the same lines, they go back home and find that Montel Williams has befriended their dog, and they all become friends, and then they go hang out with the fortune teller gypsy lady from earlier, and everyone is friends now. It's a happy ending for everyone except for Winston, whose illegitimate owner finally admits that she has absolutely no means of taking care of this dog that she hired people to steal, and is left malnourished in a box to slowly starve. As the decrepit husk of what used to be a dog shambles out of this cardboard hell, Britt and Katie laugh maniacally and drag him away, kicking and screaming, his raspy yelps of misery echoing wordlessly into the void. Meanwhile, Hank goes into somebody's house and smashes through the walls with a sledgehammer because he's divorced. The end.
Got really quiet.
So, what did you guys think of that episode?
These are like we're in the high, like the 10 out of 10s now, right? Or are we not? These are like we're in the high, like the 10 out of 10s now, right? Or are we not?
Oh, I like that subtleness. That is a subtleness.
If you spell subtly like this.
That's such an amazing question to open with.
So, we're the 10 out of 10s now?
So this is what you think is a 10 out of 10, right?
Remember, it's been quiet for 10 minutes. That's the first thing Mauler says.
No, the first thing that Mauler says is,
The 10 out of 10s, like, I mean, I'd consider this more of like a 9. Because there's a few episodes that I would consider to be like they are cream of the crop. They are like the best of the best. And I like this episode quite a bit, but I don't know if I would give it a 10.
Okay. I think I got confused because I thought I think I got my wires crossed. I thought the idea was there was only the one episode that was like lower than 10, that averaged out to 9 or something.
I'd say that episode 10's an 8.
Yeah, sorry. So what I thought it meant that it was like most were 10, a couple weren't, just like shy of it, and then there was 1 8, and so it averaged out to 9. I thought that's what it was.
No. I would give most episodes a 9, and then like a couple episodes a 10, and one episode an 8. And I think,
okay. So this would be a 9, right? Yeah,
I think it's a 9, and like enjoyment wise, like for the whole show, for me, it's a 10. It's just on purely based on feeling. All the stuff that is really, really good with the characters is just stuff that would normally bother me if in something like, I don't know, a show that has that's just like littered with these types of problems. They're really inconsequential here, largely because I think it's carried by the really great character work in this.
Do you think they're inconsequential for episode 1?
So with episode 1, it's just like I didn't really think about those being issues in particular, because again, the way that I understood it was with Hank's connections with OBPD. Sorry, OBPD and Mark. They're really, really tight, basically, and it's kind of like, I guess my analogy for this would be something like Batman, where you know, technically speaking, Batman is a criminal, a vigilante, and he's always shown working with the cops. Well, not always, but most of the time.
Hey, Fringy. I called you Fringy though. It's because you brought the
Yeah.
Fries.
Go on.
Do you remember that time in Batman when Batman was deposed?
Remember that time Batman was under oath and he was joking about seashells by the seashore?
Yeah, I remember that one.
I mean, this is a Paul stretch, if I've ever seen one. He's talking about Batman, comparing Batman to Terriers.
Yeah.
For some, I mean, at least find like another crime procedural show character to compare Hank to. I think it was. Comparing it to Batman just seems like you have a limited like palette of media you've seen in your life.
It's also incongruous because Batman is a comic book character, not a this is supposed to be like realistic.
Even Southpaw said so earlier. It's grounded in logic, this show.
Yeah, so it's kind of dumb to compare a character in a realistic show to like, oh, it's like Batman, where the police sort of like, they sort of like technically like Batman's illegal and or like a criminal, but it's like the police don't actually like, this is supposed to be realistic, and the police don't actually like operate like that. They don't work with people who like break the law or operate outside the law, typically speaking. That's not what it looks like from what we've seen of the first episode, where they're being deposed under oath. The police guy doesn't trust our main character. Like, he clearly doesn't trust him to a certain degree, and certainly not enough to allow crimes to overlook crimes. So it's kind of weird for him to compare him to Batman, because it's totally different. Like, the whole point of Batman is that he's going after criminals that the police can't.
And so it's like, well, if we're translating Batman to a much more realistic setting, then I guess that you can't possibly have a bat signal on the police department.
What the fuck is your point?
But I just consider,
So a big difference between Batman and Hank is that the police can't get Batman, or at least Batman will make it very hard for them to get him.
I don't know who he is. I don't know who he is.
Mm-hmm.
And he's difficult to stop because he's like awesome fighter, crazy tech.
Well,
so it's like,
for Batman to be an awesome fighter in most stuff, it's just like, it's very hard to believe that Batman would that there could be an actual Batman, basically.
Yeah, no
you
shit.
don't say. Also, Fungus, why is he making this point?
Part of the issue
because this is the way he's conceptualized it in his own head. So that's why he's justified Hank not being immediately arrested for breaking and entering after episode 1.
Because Batman can't exist in real life.
Because he sees Hank as the more realistic Batman.
I feel like I could be Batman. I feel like you could be Batman. Anybody could be Batman. You just gotta get the gadgets. Gadgets.
And then, well, Batman, obviously somebody like Batman can't exist in real life. But Hank's like the more realistic and real life version of Batman. But the reason why Batman can't exist in real life is because it's physically impossible for somebody to operate like Batman. And the reason why Hank can't exist in real life is because there's no way he wouldn't be arrested after the events of episode 1. In his mind, it justifies it because they're both unrealistic, but he sees it as they're both unrealistic because for the same reason. And he sees the reason why the police don't arrest Batman is because they cooperate in certain events. They cooperate in certain ways, and even though Batman is technically a criminal, the police overlook that because Batman and the police, their interests co-align, and Batman can operate outside of the confines of the law. So Southpaw sees that, and he thinks that that's the reason why Hank can continue to operate and continue to exist freely, because Hank and the police, in Southpaw's mind, have a sort of a cooperative relationship. Whereas in reality, the only reason why Hank isn't immediately arrested after the events of episode 1 is because of shitty writing.
Okay, that's why this comparison is so bizarre. It's because Hank and Batman, their moral alignment is totally different.
He's very morally simple and direct. He hates crime, and he hates criminals, and he will beat the shit out of a criminal and break every single bone in their body. Whereas Hank is corrupt. He's just a morally corrupt man.
He's like the comparison he should have made, Sauron from Lord of the Rings. Now that would have been more apt.
Like I think that's it's part of the issue with that premise in general.
Sure, but would you say that that's an issue then with the premise of Terriers, or?
Well, again, it's kind of like with Batman, it's very high profile with GCPD, in that they're known to be working with a vigilante. It's a thing that everyone knows. Whereas with Terriers, it's unlikely that Hank and Britt are household names.
You know what though? Another thing that doesn't make it an Batman does it for no reward. He just does it. He does it to help. These guys do it for money, for personal benefit.
And yeah, I mean, even in the Nolan trilogy, Batman escapes the police semi-regularly.
But in the Nolan
Batman
trilogy,
Begins, they chase him.
Well, the Nolan trilogy isn't well written, though.
Okay,
so that's not relevant to what I just said.
Yeah, I know.
I guess the problem is that, like, I kind of can't accept that explanation of, well, he's friends with a cop, so, like, pretty.
Well, I think we've seen the opposite. Gustafson?
Mark.
Yeah, he seems to be waiting for a reason to actually arrest them. He just said, like, did you plant the gun? And, like, it's like, Gustafson, mate, you've got millions of counts of ways to get them done. And the fact is, it's not just him. We've got other people involved who would know.
It's not a decision that he alone is allowed to make. It just isn't. And in fact, like, he has an obligation to enforce the law. He can't just say, well, you're my friend, so I'm not. I mean, because that makes him kind of like just a shitty person, if that's like what we accept. Like,
And,
it's
like-
actually, it'd be better to just say that, like, he doesn't realize that he could arrest them for these crimes.
I'm going to admit, I'm a little bit confused because you were saying, like, oh, well, you know, the characters are fucking great and they're carrying it forward. It's like, well, like, the Suicide Squad's characters are fantastic, but it can't get above a 5 because of how poorly done the plot is. And what I'm seeing here is that law, especially after the 2 episodes now, law doesn't really matter in this. And it's a detective show?
Or forensics.
No.
Oh, well, I guess it's just that the procedural aspects of this show are lacking. Weird for a show.
Yeah, like,
it's a
granted,
big-
I've only seen 2, so I'm willing to bet that it gets a lot better, maybe.
Mhm.
But,
Because, like, at the beginning, we have him lying on oath, like, about tax.
Look, this is a thing that I've always known about the show. Yeah. Oh, look, they lied under oath.
So he's just admitted under oath that he lies on his
Yeah,
tax
sex tape.
forms.
Him and Ellen are not.
Well, no, he says we sell
How much did Mr. Lindus
seashells
pay
by
you
the
for the
seashore. He's
cell phone with the sex
joking.
tape on it?
$30,000.
He's under oath
Must have really,
for
really
testimony
wanted it
for a
back,
criminal
enough to
investigation.
kill someone.
So, despite how utterly absurd this criticism is on its face,
They lied under oath. Oh, look, they tapped with a
but
police
they
bug. It's like,
but,
what?
If you've lied under oath to people who are opposed to you, what do you think's going to happen?
I mean,
Like, why is he not being investigated for tax evasion? Either he's evading taxes or he lied under oath, perjury.
Well, I mean, all he's saying is, so it says on our taxes that we sell seashells by the
Yes,
seashore.
it
It's
is
an obvious-
illegal. It is
That's a
illegal
lie.
to lie on your tax.
and all the
Either
people in
he
that
lied
room
on his
know they're
tax
lying.
forms-
But
Well, so-
that's not what
no,
they're
no,
actually
no.
putting on their tax forms, though.
No,
It's-
So you lied under oath then?
Is that actually
You're not
going
allowed
to
to
fall
lie
under
under
a?
oath.
Is that
You're
actually
not-
going to
you're
fall
not
as a
allowed
lie
to
under
lie.
oath, where you just simply
You're not
make
allowed to lie.
a joke like that?
Remember, even Gustafson was like, oh, for fuck's sake.
You're not supposed to lie when you're under oath.
I figured that was what the show was saying. Is like, man, he just fucking lied. Hope nobody looks into it.
I always took
'Cause of
it.
course, and
I
remember,
always took
of
it more
course,
as
they are
like
unlicensed.
Hank's not taking this as seriously as he should be, with the fact that he made a joke. Because again, he says our tax forms say we sell seashells by the seashore.
Why is he not taking it seriously? He's trying to put this guy in jail for killing his friend. As far
And
as
remember,
he's aware.
still traceable and illegal. They're posing as PIs. They have no license.
They don't have a license, yeah. So that's like a big thing that works against them. It's like, oh,
Like
you're
one
not
way or another,
licensed to do this?
they're going down, especially because they've got this on record now.
Because you said we moonlight. It's like, well, what does that mean? Are you licensed? Which the answer is no.
And we just did it again in this episode, and I'm not even sure if it's better or worse because they admit to the suspects, and they have to somehow convince the police they knew about all of this from a source. Their source is the half brother, and then they were like, the half brother's escaped. He's gone. He's probably in Tijuana or whatever.
Well, how do you get a warrant? You're not going to be able to get a warrant for this. You need.
So my point is,
yeah,
they've practically told the police that we've aided and abetted a wanted criminal, and you're not going to find him. And the funny part is, if they searched Britt and his houses or where they live, they'd find him. They'd not only find him, they would find evidence that he's been there. He was literally just there when they were doing digging up the money.
And of course, I guess it's just like nobody. He got shot in broad daylight.
Broad daylight.
So that's another part. That shot was in public. People call police. You'd find his blood, the splatter on the scene. He's already on record, so you know who he was. Then you'd get cameras to confirm which car sped out of there, check the license. That's his half brother. And then you get all the information you pretty much need. Yeah, and then you capture. Well, you put our guys at the scene as well. Yeah. Again, you've got enough information for any detective to pull that they've just committed a set of crimes again.
And of course, how did they get this information? By wiretapping and obstructing an investigation.
And they broke someone's property and posed to threaten her for money. I don't even get why she brought her boyfriend to beat them up when they threatened that they were on the I don't know what she hopes to achieve with that.
First of all, are they going to be able to match that blood to Montel? Like, will they have like a sample of his blood?
Isn't he like a?
His DNA would be on file, presumably, if they've got him on.
If he's a criminal and there's a database, yeah, they'd have.
Okay.
Why did she? Like, I'm still confused because we mentioned we were watching it. But so, what did she hope to achieve by beating them up?
So they were going to come over and they were going to muscle her. Like they were threatening to extort her. Basically, they're posing as mobsters to extort her, to then bait her into getting her boyfriend Montel to come over and and stop them. So they successfully baited her into doing that.
So why would she do that, and why would they think she would do that with that threat?
Why would she call her big muscular boyfriend over to stop these two?
To assault two people who
it sounds like you think that makes sense. It doesn't make any sense.
It makes
the problem it creates for her is that they will now go away angry and hurt to their friends on the force. Her life will be even in worse trouble now.
Maybe called their bluff on the drug paraphernalia that they claimed was in her house.
Well, no. Remember, they said we have friends like force. So you've
that wouldn't change anything.
That's how you friends.
I don't know. It's always been something that I believe that she'd be able to do. That she would do.
But I'm still waiting for a reason. Like I don't believe it because I just don't understand why anyone would do that. It puts her in way worse danger.
Yeah, and I guess she just didn't think that through before calling Montel.
Okay.
What is there to think through about it though? We have friends on the force. Give us money, or we'll fuck up your life. Okay, I'm gonna get my boyfriend to beat the shit out of you. Okay, we go to our cop friends, say that we've been beaten up, we torn the shit.
While trying to assault her and her place.
They said that they had friends on the force when they tried to strong arm her. So from her point of view, they're protected.
The entire thing rests. The only reason she did all of this rests on the fact that she thought their threat was legit. Like, why would she have done any of this in the first place?
Otherwise, why would she have done anything? They'd just come back and be like, yeah, what are you going to do? You're not anything. She has to believe that the threat is serious enough to call her boyfriend, but also that was a terrible decision on her part.
Not to mention he can't hang around because he's a wanted fugitive. That's why she tells him to leave. So at that point, your protection's kind of gone.
But that, you know, I guess that her idea was that he was going to scare them off.
Okay, so the reason he has to go is because the police are being called, which was like the entire thing she didn't want to have happen.
Yeah, because she had no reason to comply with them. That was the threat. We're gonna get the cops. Fuck with.
And remember, the name he drops in that fight is what leads them to the next. Well, gets them the next lead.
Again, the idea is, if I guess the neighbors call the cops, and she's counting on. Like they mentioned that they have half the OBPD on their side, but maybe she's counting on like cops that aren't on their side being sent over to arrest them.
My God, man. Okay.
Which is like, you know, in the middle of the crime.
That's not really.
What?
Ooh, did you hear that, Fungus? Did you hear the snide in that what?
That she was counting the half that are good cops.
Why would that even matter? Once they go, they can just get their friends to come.
So
And besides, the threat was that any police would consider her drug paraphernalia a problem, not just friends of theirs.
So
and her house is a crime scene now too.
But is having connections? So I'm getting confused here. Is having connections with OBPD going to be effective or not to you guys?
Well, so the idea is, from her point of view, she has been told we're criminals who have friends, so we're protected, and what you're doing here is illegal. So if you mess with us, we're going to destroy your life.
And her choice in response is to have them beaten and then cause the police to arrive, and you're saying, well, hopefully good cops show up.
Yeah.
Oh!
Okay.
Wow.
Oh my! That was like, what was that? Like 12 seconds of pure, palpable silence. Go back to it. I want to hear that again.
I think that is what one would call a pregnant pause.
Yeah.
Holy shit! That was actually 12 seconds.
It was like around 9 seconds. I looked at the timer right now.
Right.
But that's still, dude. And just listen to that. Yeah, he is. So, you are so bitter.
And her choice in response is to have them beaten and then cause the police to arrive, and you're saying, well, hopefully good cops show up.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are the chances that only the bad cops show up?
So again, I say, it wouldn't matter who shows up. They will still choose to have police come eventually, and why would she roll that dice anyway? Besides, it doesn't actually, they don't require their friends to do it. They just said she's already breaking laws with the drug paraphernalia, which, by the way, I'm not actually sure it's illegal to own a bong.
I'm not sure that
It is 2010. I know that obviously those types of laws would be like, or have been lifted.
Well, it's kind of like
California, but in 2010 it might have been a little different. I don't know exactly though.
As far as I'm aware, you can use bongs for multiple things, and you can. With torrent software, you can have torrent software. It's the files being shared, or in this case, the weed being used. That would be the crime. But I wouldn't want to get off topic. You're suggesting that she hopes good cops show up. I'm saying, why would she risk it? And even if they did, and they were all for some reason 100% against searching the house that just had a man assault 2 people in it, and the windows are smashed, you're going in there. So they'll find stuff. Even if they were good cops, the bad cops would come later because they've just beaten these people up after threatening them to use the cops' connection.
And what would she be expecting the good cops, the cops to find in her house?
The stuff they threatened to have be found. Yeah.
So she could just get rid of that ahead of time.
So then why bother with any of this in the first place?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't she just get rid of the paraphernalia and not have Montel beat him up?
Yeah, all
Because
you need
those
to do
guys
then
have
is have
the
the
leverage.
you call the police, and you're
Well,
like, I have nothing in my house worth finding. These people are threatening to take money away from me. Please help me.
Well, because those guys are still coming to her house. Like, there's
So call the police.
So, no, but there's like, again, I can understand why she would do this. Like, why this character would do this. Even if I would not do it myself, I can understand why she would.
And I'm waiting for the argument, but I haven't gotten it yet.
Well, because again, it relies on being more, I guess, like rational as opposed to dealing with the pressure of having these two guys come to your house. Like, I can,
No,
it's something that I can see having, like, it's something I can see a person doing. Like,
I'm
under these
arguing from her
circumstances.
POV
Mhm.
that she wouldn't do this because it's not in her interest. Like, if you want to make it so that she's hidden the paraphernalia so it cannot be found, then she calls the police now, because that was the threat against calling the police. Remember, she was about to do it.
But if she believes that they are protected by OBPD,
That
So
wouldn't
why
matter.
would she then assault
The idea that
Yeah,
you're going to
yeah.
call your boyfriend to beat up the friends of the police instead of calling the police to help you,
calls her.
what do you think's going to happen next?
So they don't. So the boyfriend doesn't assault them. They come to her property with the intent to like trash the place and possibly.
I'm afraid he engages the assault. If you remember, they're standing outside and then they get grabbed in.
With the baseball bat?
Yeah, it's not a crime to hold a baseball bat.
Wow, the stinger!
Timmy, I'm from the Dream Come True Fantasy Foundation. You ready to wrestle?
You bet! Mom! Dad, it's really him! Hold on, hold on. Now I'm ready.
It looks so real.
And remember, they haven't broken into a house, so they are in neutral.
Yeah, and then you're like, hey, they threatened me though. It's like, where's the proof?
Heaven's such a snake.
And then only one of those 4 people have priors and are wanted currently. And that's the one that everyone is...
You know what? Evan is not an ally, okay?
It's quite telling that at the start, Evan just lets Southpaw ramble and he doesn't say anything. Either he doesn't reinforce Southpaw's position. He doesn't even give his opinion on the show.
That's what I mean. Evan has been very, very, very silent throughout the majority of this recording.
Probably because he realizes the show is dog shit.
You got some dog shit on your rug right there.
Definitely.
And then only one of those 4 people have priors and are wanted currently. And that's the one that everyone is... 2 of them are saying started all of this.
And the one who committed the assault fled the scene.
Is that too? Yeah. I just was thinking as well about the check. So they had 30,000 that was taken away as evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And they got 15,000 back.
Plus the 20 from... the 20 went down as a deposit,
the 20's
right?
Gone, right? The 20's
yeah, the 20's gone, so they have
Yeah.
15, split to 7, presumably?
Or 7,500, I guess.
Wait. Where's the number 15 coming from?
They got $15,000 as a reward for helping with the investigation.
Oh, I thought it was only 5. I'm sorry, 15. Okay.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, if it was 5, it would be a bigger. So the issue is, he was initially counting on 15,000. In fact, less than that because he owes his partner a little bit less to give on the down payment for the house. But he instead goes with less. Is there not an issue there? Like, does he have enough money? Can he prove that he has enough income to even like get this house?
Apparently he does.
I don't see how. She mentioned it in the thing. You need to prove income to be able to, like the.
Oh yeah. So, funnily enough, I've been dealing with this lately. That's why it's sticking out to me, I guess. When you buying a house, before anything would get signed or progressed, they need to know that you can pay for this, and either you do that through showing money in your bank account, having bank statements that backdate enough that you can see how much is in the bank so that they know you can buy it. Or if you're doing loans, then you would involve the mortgage company, and the mortgage company can confirm.
So the next episode actually deals with that. Hank has to get a loan.
Well, it's too late. We're saying it's already been moved forward, and it shouldn't have yet. So, like, when you put a bid down for a house, they'll say, "Excellent, 100%. Now, I'm going to need proof of ID. I think you have to give. It's like 4 things: proof of ID, proof that you have the money to be able to do it, proof of your current place of like living, and then I think like proof of like maybe a bill that's been paid. I think, or something like that. So he could provide all of them except proof that he can pay it. He's got no chance of paying it, from what I understand right now, which means they wouldn't have accepted.
Sorry, what?
He has
What was
no
unclear?
ability to prove he has enough income to have this house, so it shouldn't be going ahead.
So, like, if I had nothing in my bank, but then 15 grand drops in, and I put that down as a deposit, and then another, let's just be generous and say 15 again, drops in, and then I put that down as my first monthly payment, assuming, I don't know, they'd be like, so where's the proof that you can afford what I assume is at least 200 grand for this house? I would assume it's probably more than that, actually, in dollars, especially where they are.
Oh, and of course,
if anything, that'd actually be a red flag if you just money's just dropping.
Random money dropping in, yeah.
Well,
and
random money dropping in, and you have to pay taxes on that money, put it all into deposits on a house, so you're going to have to make a lot more money in intervening months to make sure that you have enough to pay your tax well. And also money that was earned by helping a current criminal who, I guess they cashed that check quickly enough, because I'm pretty sure they said earlier that his account's frozen. So, that's actually quite lucky. The checks have been cashed.
Yeah, well, the
doesn't it take a few days to process check?
I'm not sure.
I can give them the benefit of the doubt and say that there's been enough time that the first check's gone through, but yeah.
Well, the second check they give to the police, right?
Well, that one's not the problem. I was just having a thought there, and like, nevertheless, they still have the issues of like the money that he's put down to pay for the town, the money that he earned doing a job for a current criminal, in a related job as well. So I'm surprised that that's actually not something they could trouble with as well with the police, because Ted would have surely told them about that.
Yeah, they as well. They happen to be visiting the house the moment they also see the known detective tapping the phone as well, which gives them the idea to tap it. It was just like, that seems... Because this is just an ongoing case, so we don't even know how long this has been going on for, and they were like, yep, there they are, tapping the phone. It's like, oh. And then they also know people who have the power to and willingness to tap the police.
Yeah, it's their tech friends. They show up in a few episodes this season.
But is it not highly convenient, the timing?
I'd say probably, yeah, especially like, I'm assuming that Reynolds knew to go over to that place because they might have there's a restraining order that Bradley put on Montel, right?
They tell us that happened, was it one day before he became wanted or something?
And that was a few months, because the crime that got them on the radar was a few months ago, right? So
but they also know that Montel has just recently like shown up in Ocean Beach due to the incident with Hank and Britt.
Nevertheless, on this particular time, quite lucky. Could have been any other time of the day. And if it was, that would have been their case dead in its tracks, seemingly.
Yeah.
And yeah, of course, incredibly lucky the gunshot did what it did to the half-brother.
When they just showed up, like they're right there.
Point blank, and it shot him between his torso and his arm.
And instead of firing again, he ran off right away.
And of course, we went over like how all of that, like someone's calling the police, and there's plenty of evidence to see who's involved and how. And then, for some reason, none of the police were concerned about the fact that Hank and Britt knew all of this information. and they make it explicit that they've gotten it from the half brother who they have, and nobody decides to check their houses. If they did, they literally have a wanted criminal in their house that they've
And all of this was to
given
get them
surgery.
a warrant. Like a warrant is something that needs to be approved by a judge in court. You like there needs to be there's certain criteria that you need to cross to be able to like do this. And a lot of the information they've obtained has been done illegally. So
And I also I was a little bit lost on the story of this robbery. So the let's call him the normal brother and the big brother. Normal brother uses big brother to do a job where they can easily steal 100K, but then he doesn't let him have any of the money and tries to drop him. He says drop a dime on him, meaning like drop him into the police, like give police information on him, make him a suspect for the crime potentially or whatever. But it's just like, what the fuck are you doing? Your brother's just going to tell them if ever he's caught that you were the one who did it.
I mean, he could deny it though. Like I don't know. I don't know how it would have played out if it happened that way.
And,
if they managed to grab Montel and interrogate him, and then Montel tells the police, and then the police talk to Bradley. Like, I don't know.
All I'm gathering is, if he'd simply agreed to split the money with his half brother, as they apparently did to begin with, none of this would have happened. And he ends up agreeing to split it with Hank and Britt. Like I'm just like, what an idiot! Like he ruined and to explicitly state all of the illegal stuff that he has done in public with these two people he's barely known for half a day, for an hour maybe.
Well, and of course, because your immediate question would be if you like, because these guys are threatening him. Like that doesn't mean anything. That's not how it works. You can't just like threaten people when a lot of the information that you're relying on is inadmissible and just hearsay and stuff like that. Just walk away. Don't talk to them.
So
call the cops. Call a lawyer.
I'm
Hey
confused
guys,
here because what?
Sorry to interrupt, but I do have to get going here. So
okay.
Yeah, this was fun, but I will see you guys later.
See you later.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry,
So
it sounded like you had a thought there.
Well, I'm kind of confused here, right? Because it's when I'm watching the show, these aren't mistakes that I think are unreasonable for people to make, especially criminals. And so it's like
I'm arguing they're out of character mistakes.
Out of character mistakes in terms of like.
Of what I understand of these people, and they're all mistakes they have to make in order to have the storyline run as it needs to.
Yeah. And it's a lot of them. It's not just one mistake. Like everybody's making these really bad decisions.
Well, you're talking about characters like Bradley, I guess, without actually knowing much about his character that could contradict what he's doing in the show.
Problem is that I have to assume that he's incredibly stupid for all of this.
I kind of have to assume that about nearly everybody, including the protagonists in certain scenarios. Because was Hank a cop or a detective?
He was, I believe, a detective.
Yeah. So I don't get why he does most of the things he does in this, in terms of he seems to have no knowledge of how detective work goes, or at least apparently I know more about it than he does in terms of taking caution. And the other problem I'm having right now is I am not rooting for these protagonists. I find them kind of morally fucked, and it's making it hard for me to they're my driving force, and I'm just like, I don't really like you two.
Well, because one of the issues is it's interesting to think about, because it's like, well, Grand Theft Auto, the protagonists are really bad people. It's like that. I would say one, that the games are aware of this. Also, they put them up against worse people usually, like just real pieces of shit. It's like Nico Bellic is a bad guy, but Dimitri is a bad guy who also betrays everybody that he knows for money. It's like, oh, okay, so it's easy to hate him more than Nico. It's like, well, San Andreas, CJ is a criminal who kills people for money. Tenpenny is a police officer who abuses position of power to kill people for money. It's like, oh, so it's worse. There's like more things on top of it. And I guess there is sort of the Ludo narrative dissonance, right, of ignoring just the amount of devastation that these characters create. But I think it's just an acknowledgement in the world of like, these are not good people. Whereas here it's like, these guys are the protagonists. Like, they're not I feel like the tone of the show does not suggest these guys at all.
Seems that
I disagree with that completely. I disagree with that completely. I think that they are, for one thing, they are going up against worse people, like in Grand Theft Auto. Those people might not be like complete monsters, but they are worse people. And secondly, I do think that the show understands that what they do is illegal.
Well, so it's not strictly that it's illegal. It's that a lot of it is really immoral. That's more the chief complaint.
I don't think the show's condemning them. It's acknowledging they're doing illegal things. That's it.
Because like usually, and on the Grand Theft Auto, usually like the through line of all of these games is the dark side of like the American dream, dark side of, that like, it's a really like not a good decision to make, basically, to be like these characters. I get the impression here that like the show is, well, their methods are crude, but they're good guys, and they're doing a lot of things that are like pretty unethical so far. Like it doesn't feel like a Walter White situation where like Walter White is the bad guy. Of course, like it's really interesting to balance that PO. In a lot of instances, people are rooting for Walter, even though what he's doing is bad. But it's like he is the bad guy, or a bad guy amongst a lot of bad. Here, it seems like there is almost a bit of a disconnect.
This episode, like most episodes of this series, is a useless side quest which introduces meaningless characters who won't have any impact on the plot going forward. The main thing that it achieves is the invention of new and exciting ways for Frank and Britt to terrorize anyone and everyone who wanders foolishly into their domain.
I mean, my take on Hank and Britt each time I've watched this show is that, yeah, they do some shady shit. They do some pretty morally dubious shit, especially at the end of this, episodes 3 and 5 for sure. But I find them charming as antiheroes nonetheless.
Would we say that they're anti-heroes? Is that what they're going? Wow, I'm pretty sure that's what they're going for.
I wouldn't call them villains. I don't think that they're acting maliciously.
They seem to be doing most of this for money.
But that's not malicious. That's amoral.
I mean, villains can be amoral too.
And so can antiheroes.
I guess what is like the virtuous aspect of what they do? Like what is the element of what they're doing we would consider to be? Because like for instance in this one, they let one of the two people who did this off the hook.
Mm-hmm.
And
they're both
and
guilty.
they gained a lot from this too.
Well, a lot of money, yeah. To make up for the money that they acquired that was in part payment for a crime that had to do with a friend that they wanted to make money on.
I mean,
I think the problem is that is flat out incongruous. I don't get the impression that when Hank is upset about his friend's death, that this is also something that he wants to profit off of. Like, it's kind of a thing of like, this should be, it's kind of like in Hill House, right? Where it's like, I don't, like, yeah, it's money, but I don't agree with the means by which it's been obtained, so I'm not taking blood money.
Don't you think that there's people out there that can act differently, especially if they're desperate for money?
So, it was like I said, Hank seems to care a lot about his friend and seems to be disgusted by Ted, but yet he will take his money to use it to buy his house.
Yes.
That's so either we're just going to like, so he's totally unprincipled then, or he's out of character in one of those two scenes.
I don't think that he's out of character, though. I think that it's in character for him to want the house. He doesn't have the money for it. He sees an opportunity to use it.
Okay, so he's unprincipled then. He doesn't have principles. He has principles only insofar as it never causes him problems. Otherwise, he'll do what...
Yeah, I mean, I've always thought that Hank and Britt are very flawed men. Yes.
The problem is that at that point it's like, man, it's really tough to get behind these guys. Like if that's where we're at, where they're just like constantly breaking laws just to make money, and not just breaking. and by the sounds of it, it seems like that's kind of a persistent thing. Like throughout the show, they're going to be breaking laws.
So episodes 3, 4, and 5, yes. Episode 6, I don't think that they do. Episode 7, what's episode 7? It's the episode 7. I don't recall them.
I have to step out for a couple of minutes. I'll be right back.
Sure. I don't recall them doing anything in episode 7 that stands out. Episode 8. Not sure about episode 8 either. I don't remember anything in there standing out. Then episode 9. Nothing in episode 9 as far as I'm aware. Episode 10. Episode 10 has like a little thing, I think. A couple little things. Episode 11, nothing at all. Well, there's a thing in episode 11, but it's not something they do in the middle of an investigation. It's kind of hard to describe. Episode 12, can't remember off the top of my head. And there's a thing in episode 13 that, I don't know, it would be left up to interpretation, I guess. Like, I've always found that in the first 5 episodes, it's, they're established to be much more dubious and irresponsible, and they develop into better people by the end of the show.
Okay.
Are you liking any of the stuff with Hank and his ex-wife? Anything? Hank and his
Ooh. Now that is fishing for compliments for the show.
Southpaw is desperate for any sort of positive. And bear in mind, they've only watched 2 episodes.
Anything character-wise
it's
at all?
fine. For the most part, the housing stuff is confusing me, but I mean, it's they've got their exes, and he's not quite let go of, I guess, his history with her. Obviously, so he's buying the house, and he's desperately trying to keep a hold of it. I will be curious how he's going to be able to pay for the whole thing, because it's a lot of dollars he's going to need.
He seems to be conceding a lot of points, or just not arguing them.
Well, more so not arguing them.
It would be like if I just can't think of a show that's, because the earliest episodes are usually the best, because they have to grab the audience and sit them down and get them to love the show as fast as they can. They set up the tone, they set up the characters, everything. And it seems that Mauler and Fringy have just immediately understood the show, immediately understood the characters, and they just don't like it. And Southpaw's just utterly
dismayed,
destroyed. He's destroyed. He's been utterly destroyed by us.
He sounds so depressed.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see where that goes. Like the stuff with his wife, ex-wife.
What do you think of the dialogue in the show?
I'm mostly fine. Nothing too notable for me yet, but it might be that the dialogue is more noticeably better when I further understand who these people are, and maybe stuff that's being referenced without me realizing it.
I have a question then. So, a lot of these criticisms appear to be assuming like almost like hyper competence, I guess, like expecting criminals to be like really reasonable and level-headed, and it's just it's hard for me to like buy into it at this degree.
These are all non-arguments. I don't think
Okay.
Southpaw understands that these are the exact type of arguments that they mock constantly on the show.
So
He's just completely oblivious to this.
here's the fucking stupid point. Why can't criminals be intelligent? Is it a good show if all the criminals in it are, or all the antagonists in it are really fucking stupid?
Yeah, if the defense is they're dumb, that's shit.
Yeah. Also, Mauler and Fringy are not criminals, and they are not invested in the survival. They are not invested in their continued survival as criminals. So, if Mauler can come out and say, "Well, why didn't they do these things?" Like when they killed that guy in episode 1. If he can come out and immediately identify, like, when they kill him at some other location, why didn't they take the phone or whatever? Mauler isn't going to go to jail for that mistake. Mauler isn't a character in this film that the writers have created. So he has no investment in the success or failure of that particular, assassination. But for him to identify a problem and then think of a better solution, you can't come out and say, "Oh, well, they're just dumb," because the writers have to make these characters competent, because that's what makes characters interesting. So it's the writers who are stupid, because apparently the writers are less intelligent after several redrafts than Mauler watching this film, Mauler and Fringy watching this once. It's so dumb to just say, "I think you're expecting these criminals to be hyper competent." Well, I'm expecting them to be baseline competent, because it's their job to be criminals. So if it was my job to be a criminal, I should be somewhat proficient at it, or at least not totally retarded. Because
of how often I know criminals to do much dumber things in the real world. That is, I think that there's stuff with, like, at least the police that's legit. I'm just not sure about, like, the criminals in particular. I think I do have a limit. I definitely do. There's certainly a point where it's like, right, so I don't believe that there are criminals in this world that would make these kinds of mistakes. But I don't know. Especially when watching through, like, JCS and whatnot, it's just, this isn't stuff that breaks my immersion with the world, or makes me think, "Oh wow, they're such idiots," and it's a hole for them to be acting in this way.
Yeah, I run the same sort of idea as far as I'm concerned. Like, I'll allow a lot of things to happen through incompetence and criminal behavior. I've been getting flared up on a lot of things that I think any normal person would want to do. I don't consider a lot of the stuff I've highlighted to be criticisms that criminals aren't being hyper competent. I would consider it the criminals aren't doing basic things that anyone with any human being would probably do. In fact, most likely do. And I think that's bad, but it's even less forgivable that the law just doesn't seem to work in this show at all. Our characters committed so many crimes and gotten away with it now when they shouldn't have, that I would be hesitant to say the plot isn't very broken right now.
All right. Well, do we want to proceed to episode 3?
Episode 3 of the cancelled television show Terriers is entitled The Curse of Frank Terrier. This is a reference to the gypsy curse that affects all people that Frank comes into intimate contact with. In short, if Frank Terrier has had sex with your wife, you die. This curse is the cause of death for multiple characters throughout the series, and is introduced in this landmark episode. To recap, in episode 1 of the cancelled television series Terriers, the main characters Frank and Brett Terrier commit a series of crimes which are all tied to a truck matching the description of the truck that they were driving, because they are the culprits of the crimes that they have committed. They could have easily removed the sticker from the side of their truck that identifies them as the criminals that the police and Secret Service are looking for, but they don't do this, and it's Southpaw's fault. Despite this, none of the police notice or ask any questions, and nothing matters. In episode 2, they have finally removed the sticker from the side of their truck, which identified them as the animal-abusing burglars. This is also called a character arc. In episode 3, they have for some reason put the sticker back onto their truck so that they can again be identified by the international police. They also put a new bumper sticker on their truck that says, "I framed Robert Lindus," and installed a new PA system in their truck so that they can announce over loudspeakers that they are morally gay for all to see. While they're sitting outside of a department store blaring their new siren and screaming over the loudspeaker, Britt sneaks into the store and steals Frank's ex-wife's new future husband Jason's credit card so that Hank can use it to pay for hookers with another person's money, which is what a morally gay character does, naturally. They announce over the loudspeaker that this is a felony before driving away to celebrate. Britt is mad because Hank secretly stole all of his money and used it to buy a house, and Hank is mad because it's not enough money, so he needs to steal some more. He goes to the bank and tries to take out a loan that he can't pay for, and his loan request is denied because he's unemployed and cannot pay for it. Before he can stab the banker to death, Hunter Biden intervenes and offers to illegitimately approve Hank's loan even though he can't pay for it, as long as he gives 10% to the big guy. The banker, whose name I can't remember, is clearly mentally unwell, but Hank has absolutely no qualms about accepting a job from a mentally ill person who is hiring him to fuck his wife. So Hank follows Bank's wife around to see who Bank's wife bangs. Once he has finished collecting no evidence, he heads back to the bank to turn in the lack of evidence so that he can secure a future for the white race. Bank is upset, however, because he wanted pictures of Spider-Man. Hank replies that he needs to argue with the references, but that he stabs Hank with his tentacle blade and then pepper sprays him before sending him out to try again. Hank again follows Bank's wife around town for a few hours, thinking of a way to hurt her as much as possible. She eventually notices that he's stalking her and trying to fuck her and ruin her life, so she pepper sprays him and stabs him with his tentacle blade. They sit down to have a chat about their misunderstanding, and Frank explains that Bank hired Hank to go and fuck her.
Fuck her.
She's not surprised by this because she's a psychiatrist and is fully aware that her husband is a mentally unstable cuck and has a fetish for hiring strange men to have sex with her for his amusement. Ace Detective Frank Terrier has already realized this, but explains that it's reference time and he needs the receipts. Hank repays Brett for his stolen money by using the money that he stole from Jason to pay Britt to fuck Bank's wife while he takes pictures to add to his Google Doc. Britt's girlfriend Katie is really into this and helps direct the porno that they shoot in a motel room paid for with Jason's stolen credit card. Frank, Britt, Katie, and Bank are all really into this plot to have sex with and photograph this incredibly uncomfortable woman who wants absolutely no part of the sexual escapades that she's being guilt-tripped into participating in. Once Hank is done with her nude pictures, he eventually delivers them to his lawyer's office, so Maggie can look at them as well before he eventually delivers them to the bank where he and Mr. Bank jack off to them together. There's a plot twist, however, when Bank looks up some more of Britt's nudes online and discovers that he's secretly Frank's partner, Britt. This enrages Bank, because he's an insane cuck. He pepper sprays Hank, and then his can of pepper spray stabs Hank with its tentacle blade. After Frank is done publishing the nude photos in the morning paper, Bank's wife unexpectedly shows up at his house for no reason, and they have sex in front of Hank's sister, also for no reason.
For no reason, no reason, for 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 no goddamn reason.
Once they're done having unprotected sex on the couch and in the shower, Frank posts the video online and heads back to the bank to politely ask for his illegitimate bank loan again. Bank stabs him with his tentacle blade and invites him inside. They discuss over a cup of tea what it's like to fuck Bank's wife, and the first thought on Hank's mind is...
When she comes, she laughs like a 10-year-old. And she laughed a lot last night.
Bank is so disgusted by the fact that his wife had sex with a pedophile that he jumps out of the nearest window and dies. Only momentarily satisfied, Frank uses this as an opportunity to forge the dead man's signature on a document to grant himself a loan that he'll never pay back. Meanwhile, Britt is robbed by irrelevant side character number 3, but then makes up with him, and then makes out with him, and then has another falling out with him, and then tricks him into touching his gun so that Brett can frame him for a crime that he did not commit. This happens a lot in this show. Very proud of another crime well done, Britt heads home to have sex with his girlfriend and watch the sunrise on a grateful universe. Today, she's feeling a little kinky and asks Britt to tie her up and climb through the bedroom window while dressed as a college professor. So Britt walks back outside, puts on a mask, breaks into his own apartment, and ties up his girlfriend so that she's finally willing to have sex with him while she cries out her dad's name. Her dad was coincidentally named Hank. Hearing his name come across the loudspeakers he installed in Katie's bedroom, Hank roams the streets looking confused. He eventually finds himself at Bank's house, where his wife is inside hosting her husband's funeral. He busts in and announces to everyone that she sounds like a 10-year-old during sex, and reads Bank's suicide note, which says, "Frank Terrier fucked my wife," and then a sad face, before he breaks into song and dance.
Good. Good. I'm glad you're gone. Good. I'm glad you're gone. I'm glad you're gone. Good. Good.
The Curse of Frank Terrier is regarded as a fan favorite among the series, as it is the first episode in which Hank drives a man to suicide in order to steal his identity. In fact, this episode nearly drove me to suicide too. I think that we can all agree that's the mark of the true antihero, recognizable by his iconic catchphrase.
When she comes, she laughs like a 10-year-old.
Hell no, son, ain't gonna get the gun. Seen a lot of things and they've only just begun.
Yep, that's the quintessential Hank Dolworth moment.
Even though Mauler and Fringy didn't watch this show with Southpaw, because he bitched out and threatened to kill himself if they did,
well, then there's not really a point to continuing the show, I guess. It's just not going to be an enjoyable experience for anyone, and I don't think it'll be healthy for me to proceed with this.
he still took the time to lie about it and claimed that it was them who wanted to stop watching.
It was probably you!
And it just seems like the show isn't going to be for you or Fringy, and now I'm questioning whether it's even worth continuing.
Southpaw no longer wanted to watch the show with them for a few reasons.
If I may bare my soul for a bit, it's admittedly upsetting.
From what I understand, yesterday, you more or less asked to stop watching the show with Mauler and I because you didn't like what we were saying.
The truth is, I didn't want things to get to a point where conflict would erupt.
Southpaw did not tell you all to stop criticizing the show. That's a straw man.
I still thought that the best move would be to avoid putting myself in such a situation that might invite conflict.
Whereas Southpaw was simply asking not to be in that position because of his connections to the show.
Well, then there's not really a point to continuing the show, I guess. It's just not going to be an enjoyable experience for anyone, and I don't think it'll be healthy for me to proceed with this.
When Southpaw suggested to stop watching the show, he was appealing to the lack of enjoyment being had from both sides.
Well, they were both disappointed that you decided to end it so early, so I figured they'd stick it through to the finish. Pretty sure they'd both respect you a lot more for it, too.
I just made the offer to Mauler, although with a caveat I might need some time before I'm really emotionally ready for it. I've been talking to Wolf about it for the past hour, and I'm open to picking up, going through the rest of the show to hear out your criticisms. I might need some time. I'm still going on a sort of grieving process for it at the moment.
Despite initially not wanting to go through with the rest of it with them, yet he literally offered to walk back on that and continue watching it with them, as unpleasant as that experience would have been for him.
I'm sorry it didn't work out. There's plenty more to discuss in the media sphere though, so no worries.
I appreciate your understanding, dude.
But the narrative has been that I couldn't take that they were criticizing the show, period. In that, they will cite the decision to stop watching the show with them, right? But it's like, if you look at what's actually in the messages there, there's a discussion being had where we're exploring perspectives. But what's happening when I'm giving Mauler mine is he's being a pig-headed prick. I'm just going to be totally blunt there. And it's quite clear that he's not going to have a conversation in good faith.
or
If I
even
might,
open-minded.
sorry, if I might cut in.
Yeah.
I just want to avoid the stream being turned into a rant about EFAP or about Mauler or about
because I know
Terriers
you can go on
specifically.
till the sacred cows come.
Yeah. They not only consistently misread media, they even seem to do it willfully. And then when you try to offer good faith pushback, they will talk down to you in return. Then, after insisting that the reason you can't see what their problems are is because it must just be too close to your heart, and initially seeming to agree to disagree, they launch at the first opportunity that they get to shit on you by proxy publicly. And then, when you respond to them without even hitting them back, they get extremely defensive and act as if you were attacking them, reversing victim and offender. If they want to complain that I turned this disagreement over a TV show into a hostile one, all I have to say is that they have done that themselves.
So you say that, and then you message me saying, dude, let me show you this. You send me the recording, and then Mauler and Fringy have a very unbased take on Terriers, let's just say. And then you send me that.
Yeah, I was kind of freaking out over it at first.
You're more than willing to bitch about it behind their backs, but not watch the rest of the show with them. I mean,
when I offered Mauler, like, hey, let's go through the rest of the show, he declined.
That's a lie, by the way. Put it up on screen. And it's amazing because Southpaw pinned this tweet because he's a fucking idiot. Well, we should probably not continue watching the show, I guess. And then Mauler says in return, well, it's up to you. Mauler didn't recline. He just said it's up to you. So Southpaw is lying.
That son of a bitch.
You're lying!
Liar! So what could have possibly led us to reaching this point?
So this is where it gets fun, Fungus.
Okay.
This is like...
so now's when it gets fun.
This is like the first climax of our story. There's like multiple climaxes. It's so exciting. Okay?
Oh my god. Multiple climaxes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm ready.
So Suffolk Guy 2022 says, all of this drama... because Mauler didn't like a TV show. This set Southpaw off, so he made a long-ass Twitter thread. A grand total of 22 tweets where he just starts talking about, like, everything. Everything related to this drama. Like, look at this.
There is a 3-hour-long unedited recording of a watch party of the first 2 episodes. There are dozens of individuals who have watched this recording in full. The unanimous takeaway from those who have watched it is that Mauler and Fringy were being unusually obtuse with the show and making some bizarre criticisms. I was caught off guard by this. I would generally stay quiet, ask clarification questions, and the times that I pushed back on them, I was very civil and polite about it. This was then framed later on as getting really angry. I would later on have some DM exchanges with Mauler and Fringy addressing some of their criticisms from the watch party, to which they basically just went nah to basic concepts like cops being inclined selectively enforce the law when it's their buddies who break it. Which all Americans know is a thing, but was somehow baffling to this Aussie and this Welshman. Mauler and I had civilly agreed it wasn't a good idea to continue the show together. I did not tell him to stop watching it, or stop criticizing it, but the watch party and discussions afterwards were a profoundly unpleasant experience, and in the interest of avoiding conflict, I aborted watching the rest of the show with them. You are not entitled to have someone continue watching a show with you if you are approaching it with a clearly negative attitude and are killing the vibe, or they think you're being unreasonable. Or maybe they just want to enjoy the show. I stated in my Spider-Man 2 video that I am fine with people refusing to watch it if they don't want the movie ruined for them. I am not interested in forcing anyone to watch my video, much less watch the movie they love with me as I bash it constantly. I was told that I got really angry in the watch party. I didn't have a clear memory of it at the time, but I trusted the person who said it. And I didn't verify for myself by watching the recording first. I tried to then make an amends for the thing I didn't do. Then I received an extremely condescending message that further misrepresented me and bashed my character and compared me to the very people who got extremely hostile and aggressive with me over the criticisms I gave of Spider-Man 2 and Batman the Animated Series, all because I didn't automatically concede to their criticisms that everyone else agrees were asinine. Obviously, this would get worse once I was informed by people on my server of what they were saying about the show on EFAP after all of these events already happened, in which they blatantly misrepresented it. and this also came after I received input from real-life attorneys, police officers, and real estate agents who were able to explain why much of their criticisms based on their fields of expertise were incorrect. And after SK and his friends reviewed the watch party and concluded I never lost my cool with them, I would eventually post this thread of tweets after they finished the show and bashed it further on their podcast, and I tried to state my disagreement with them as diplomatically as possible. Pretty civil thread, they read it differently and got very pissed about it. They stayed that way for months while we weren't talking to each other. SK had to break it down to Mauler and point out how they misread the thread 7 months after the fact to get them to concede. After which Mauler said there was no need for me to QRT that thread with further clarification. It was all water under a confusing and unfortunate bridge at this point. He was also unaware of the ways in which his friends mischaracterized me this entire time, which was a shocking revelation to me and SK when we found out. In the middle of this time, Shandy, who was privy to all of this as it unfolded, started to criticize Arcane. A couple of his criticisms made their way to Twitter through SK. I quote tweeted one simply saying those particular criticisms were weak, but maybe he had stronger ones up his sleeve. Did not say anything about his character, just the criticisms weren't very good. That was all. Shandy got very pissed about that, sending me an angry wall of text about it. I waited a couple days to reply. I asked him what was so objectionable about what I said in my tweet. He didn't reply, but about a week or two later, he would begin writing a document that left out all the information that SK and I are starting to publicize, which Shandy had equal access to. And he even stated in that document that he was motivated out of how I had disagreed with him over his criticisms of Arcane. And he just so happened to post this very sloppily, haphazardly written doc right after I tweeted that I was about to see an early premiere of a 3-hour movie, The Batman. There is evidence for every single thing that I've said in this thread, and I've withheld publicizing it for over a year, but it seems like Shandy's Reddit thread has inevitably forced our hand. Thanks to people like you, still spreading the misinformation that was posted in that thread. I'm tired of having to explain myself in private over and over again. So I've told SK that whatever he wishes to publicize about what happened, if it gives context that helps dismantle this narrative about me that the EFAP community eagerly took and run with and seems to continue to run with, even after Mauler himself has had to concede that I didn't break things off over them simply disagreeing with me over a TV show, and there were much more serious reasons I had to stop talking to them after that Twitter thread I posted caused things to erupt. I am not going to stop him. So, there's going to be a tell-all video now. We were hoping it wasn't ever going to be necessary. But we can only take 100% of the flack over what happened from the community and all the lies and the slander for so long. Well done, Shandy. Hope this is what you wanted.
What I love is that Southpaw, in his attempt to disprove this something guy's point, ends up proving exactly his point, which is there's no surprise that all of this is because Mauler didn't like a TV show he liked, even if he believed their criticisms were weak. No surprise that Mauler stepped away from him. And then South goes on to prove exactly why nobody should be friends with him.
The watch party and discussions afterwards were a profoundly unpleasant experience, and in the interest of avoiding conflict, I aborted watching the rest of the show with them. That's really all you need to take away from, like, 75% of this rap. Until you get to the end.
Profoundly unpleasant.
I mean, those are pretty harsh words, but whatever.
That's profoundly unpleasant. That is one hell of an accusation.
Against your friends,
yeah.
By the way.
I would classify something as profoundly unpleasant as... probably like, I don't know, being forced to watch somebody be tortured. I don't know, just like going through an area in Ukraine that's been bombed by the Russians.
Yeah, Ukraine's got nothing on this, okay?
Yeah, profoundly unpleasant is like profoundly so. It was so unpleasant for the Southpaw. It impacted his very personality to his deepest core. So even in his like best coping, he is revealing his emotional attachment to the show and how he is his criticisms of it and his the way that he sees the show is totally compromised by this emotion that he feels towards it. I wouldn't have a large emotional impact. It'd be like, oh, well, you're just stupid and wrong for not liking this amazing TV show. But, well, we can still be friends.
I am tired of having to explain myself in private over and over. And in public, but whatever. You didn't mention that. I've told SK that whatever he wishes to publicize about what happened, he can publicize it. If it gives context that helps dismantle this narrative about me, that the EFAP community eagerly took and ran with, and seems to continue to run with, even after Mauler himself has had to concede that it didn't break things up. So again, he's referring to something that we don't have context for yet, so it's really confusing.
It doesn't make sense when he says, how many times do I have to keep explaining myself? But then so he's obviously claims to be annoyed or irritated by the fact that this drama keeps getting brought up. But then he also says that SK has my full permission to post whatever he wants. So
Yeah.
he's encouraged and given consent to SK to continue the drama. And then he's turning around and saying, why do people keep bringing up the drama?
It is, dare I say, it's oxymoronic.
Dare I say profound?
Downright paradoxical. So there's going to be a tell-all video now from SK.
Ooh.
Terriers is a great show, and I would recommend checking it out on your own time.
We were hoping it was never going to happen. It was never going to be necessary. But we can only take 100% of the flag over what happened from the community and all the lies and the slander for so long.
Yeah, he's kind of freaking out here. This dude needs to get off the internet.
What?
Jesus, it's honestly, it sounds like medieval politics.
Yeah, but okay, the thing is, like 99% of the discussion was not lies and slander. It was pure speculation, or it was people mocking him for leaving the server over Terriers. Even people were saying it was probably about Terriers, or they were saying, oh, it's definitely about Terriers.
I don't know, man. I don't think that recording is the W you were hoping it was.
It all started with a TV show called Terriers. Let's start with some background. Terriers was a TV show that ran for one season on FX, before getting cancelled due to poor ratings, which is commonly attributed to poor marketing from the network, and a title that, while having a pretty thick layer of subtext that appropriately fits the lead characters, isn't one that most people would be able to glean what the show is really about from, which is about a disgraced former cop and an ex-con pairing up as unlicensed private investigators in San Diego. Most episodes of the show puts the two of them into a case or some type of adventure that's mostly self-contained. Shenanigans ensue, and the cases that they take on have a pattern of tying into character arcs that develop across the season. The episodes, which aren't overall self-contained, develop a serialized plotline in which these two very small-time PIs stumble into a deadly conspiracy that puts their side of town at risk. With no further comment about the actual quality of the show, that is what the show is about, for those who have no idea, which seems to be most people. It seems to be an often overlooked show, but those who have heard of it tend to be pretty passionate about it, often praising it as one of the best one-season wonder shows ever made, referring to it as the best show you've never seen, and lamenting its early cancellation. Southpaw happens to be one of those people. In early 2021, he was going through a different TV show with his friend Evan Monroe, one that I may or may not have already made a video on, and they had hit a pretty rough stretch of episodes that just weren't very good to them. He then suggested that they take a break and check out a show at his recommendation, so they watched the first episode of Terriers, followed soon after by the rest. Shortly afterwards, Southpaw began frequently talking about the show on his Twitter, doing his best to prompt people to check out something they may never have heard before, but had a solid chance of liking it a lot. He hosted a series of 10-person watch parties of the show, with Evan, his other podcast co-host Buzzax, The Thought Theater, Ecom Sky Spixru, Shandy DeSquire, The Meme Repository, and Batnik, along with a couple of others. Among those whom Southpaw had recommended the show to and watched with, it was unanimously a hit. So naturally, he wanted to show it off to Mauler and Fringy, who, at the time, he had developed a pretty close friendship with, fully expecting a positive experience to come out of this. Well, guess what? It didn't. In fact, by the end of this video, you may very well conclude what everyone else who's already looked at the mountain of receipts and evidence and documentation I'll be breaking down today, that what happened instead was one of the most absurd inciting incidents of a nightmarish defamation campaign against a person, and it continues to persist this day, which is why, even though we've managed to somewhat resolve much of this with at least one of the parties directly involved, and we're content to keep this all a private matter, we feel it's important that people get the full story, so that Southpaw can stop seeing people spreading lies about him without them getting contested, because again, none of the EFAP hosts seem to care to do so.
So you respond to what you perceive as bad faith against a TV show, and then turn right around and imply that Mauler and Fringy are rape apologists. And you're really going to sit here and talk about bad faith?
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that they were rape apologists.
In my analysis of the events that took place, I will be heavily referencing the recorded watch party, which will be linked in the description below. In case anyone has any doubts about whether or not I represent the recording accurately, you can watch the entire watch party for yourself to confirm whether or not my assessments are correct. Though in order to understand what really happened, you don't need to watch the full recording, as this section will address all the relevant and important context. The atmosphere felt very cold and unenergetic. There was very little joy to be found in their initial watch party. While Southpaw and Evan were finding themselves to be enjoying the show, it was very apparent that Mauler and Fringy weren't having a good time. They seemed very insistent on picking apart the show as they were watching. Note that a criticism hasn't been levied yet, I'm simply establishing a timeline of events. As criticisms of the show were made, Southpaw provided some pushback against the arguments they were making against the show. Now, admittedly, he was put on the spot without any preparation for the points that they would raise, which resulted in ultimately weak counter-arguments to be made against some of the points. In fairness, much as Southpaw's newer counter-arguments consisted of extensive and timely research, which isn't possible to do on the spot. But if you want to criticize the defenses he made at the time, have at it. I'm not here to defend his defenses, and neither is Southpaw. I'm here to defend him from the borderline character assassination attempts from those who are supposed to be Southpaw's friends.
Yeah, and I responded too.
You're doing what EFAP did. You're doing
I
what
responded.
EFAP did. You're willfully ignoring. No, you're just saying like, oh, who cares?
What do you mean?
So
I
what?
never said
Like-
that. I pull a quote right now. Where did I say that? Pull it up right now. Clip it. Where did I say who cares? I never fucking said that. Pull it right now.
I'll start with this. As weak as his initial defenses of the show whilst caught off guard may have been, one thing I can say for sure is that he was not arguing aggressively or in bad faith. Southpaw no longer wanted to watch the show with them for a few reasons. For starters, the experience simply wasn't fun for either of them. Mauler and Fringy aren't enjoying the show, Southpaw can tell they're not liking it, and it's pretty disappointing for him to listen to them trash on it in a joyless fashion, which goes against his initial intentions of this being a positive experience. So it's within reason to put the watch parties of this show to rest. Southpaw also has a strong personal connection to the show, so this adds another layer as to why he doesn't want to continue watching it with them. Nobody has an obligation to hear content they love getting criticized. This is something Southpaw has even stated in his Spider-Man 2 video, which EFAP publicly endorsed.
Now, if you love Spider-Man 2, as most people do, and haven't really noticed any issues with it in regards to plot holes or internal consistency, and you'd prefer to remain ignorant of them, that's perfectly fine. There is no shame in wanting to avoid looking at or hearing criticism directed at something that you enjoy and do not want tainted for you. And it's also fine if the lens through which I perceive media isn't compatible with yours.
And upon Southpaw establishing the boundary that I've just outlined and his reasons for doing so, Mauler reasonably accepted this and didn't push back any further on Southpaw. They remained on pretty good terms by this point, and I have no character criticisms of how Mauler reacted here. Just to add additional context to this end result, let's also look at the discussion Southpaw had individually with Mauler and Fringy that led to the agree to disagree conclusion.
Hey, so I think we might have missed this detail during the viewing of episode 1. I don't think Mickey would have had the number to the phone that they traced to the lifeguard tower. Tony would have had it on him at the time, and Eleanor mentions giving her dad a call during a time that we know she didn't have her cell phone. Might have borrowed another person's phone, or more likely used a payphone for that. Very likely contacted him through similar means the night before.
I mean, it was mostly inconsequential compared to the other issues.
So for context, in SK's drama video, every time that they show private DMs and Mauler talks, they got Southpaw's friend, Jolly Chap, to voiceover. Which is
that's right.
Yeah.
There was like a weird fake voice. I completely forgot about
Some weird
that.
British guy named Jolly Chap.
Why don't they just
cringe.
Why don't they just make an AI do it?
Or just like don't. I don't know.
Or just show the screenshots and don't read DMs.
Or just don't.
I imagine they would have done mostly the same things in the episode had they got the number early.
Not necessarily. They probably would have ran the phone trace first if they had that number early on, which would have had them skip several essential steps. They first go to the house she's renting out with a roommate. From there they find an overnight parking ticket that puts her at Lindus's place. Then they go to Lindus. If they do the phone trace first, they go to the lifeguard tower with zero knowledge of Lindus's involvement.
They get Lindus's involvement from the video, though they didn't check that for many hours.
I mean, would they even know to go through the phone looking for anything without Lindus's involvement, as in a video? Not to mention, they probably have no reason to take the phone to begin with if they aren't being hired by Lindus to look for something he describes as immaterial. And additionally, looking through the scene where Lindus hires them, I noticed that they mentioned they're already looking for Eleanor on behalf of her father, to which Lindus says, he can't be paying you anything, I know Eleanor well enough to know her dad's a deadbeat, and so since they're already on this case, he decides to put them on his payroll.
I guess it would have forced their hand to report the murder, yeah. Which would have been way better, and this is only a sliver in the avalanche of issues.
I'm not convinced on most of them, frankly. I think the stuff with Hank and Britt's characters is mostly moral judgments that are way, way harsher than I've seen being applied to characters that endanger children.
And she laughed a lot last night.
Or are lawyers by day but violent vigilantes by night. The cops not constantly running a trace on the phone is bad though.
Seems to me that the 2 episodes have a plotline in tatters, a police force that doesn't operate even close to police, criminals and antagonists that are brain dead, along with characters I'm not currently rooting for that seem to be rewarded for misdeeds. I'm willing to keep going though.
Go for it. I guess I'm just kind of confused because I've always considered Hank and Britt to be morally gray. They commit quite a few crimes to get the job done, and they're concerned with money issues just as any working class person working paycheck to paycheck would be, especially given their established dealing in odd jobs for not even petty change at the beginning of the show, and their hearts are shown to be in the right place. I see them as barely any different from someone like Daredevil or Han Solo in A New Hope, although with Daredevil he doesn't really make any money from it, but the same can't really be said for Han. My read of the first episode is that they harbor someone they know to be a wanted fugitive because they have reason to believe she's an innocent person. They also know her life's in danger, and when they realize they can't bring down someone who's obviously involved with at least one murder, if not 2, they are willing to cheat to put a bad man behind bars. They take a similar route in episode 2 as well. Like, I'm just not sure about the arguments being made against Hank and Britt because, from my point of view, it seems to set a precedent about what anti-heroic actions are or aren't acceptable that can't really be applied consistently.
My quick thoughts for now are that they do morally fucked things for what seems to be their own personal gains, and much of the decisions are based on thin convictions. I don't respect these characters. I don't think they have any principles, and I think they are of low critical thinking, looking for money and kind of just get away with everything because the world allows it. I might be wrong as time goes on, and this might just be 2 bad episodes, and the rest will straighten this stuff out, or maybe recontextualize it and I'll reassess them.
I'm not sure that they're bad. I will say I can sympathize with you in that you haven't seen much of the later episodes that quite firmly confirms that they have hearts of gold, even though that's a perspective that I haven't had in like 8 to 7 years.
Yeah, that's fair.
There's a thing that Hank does in episode 3 that I get messages about from quite a few people as they go through the show where it's definitely illegal and it's quite morally dubious. I won't give it away because I want you to be surprised on Friday, but I've always said, yep, that's the quintessential Hank Dolworth moment. It's all kinds of murky, but you can understand why he's doing it perfectly.
Well, I'll have to have a look-see.
I think as you go on, you'll have a better understanding of how Gustafson works as a character as well. He's Hank's ex-partner, and clearly their relationship has somewhat soured, but there's layers to their dynamic that I think perfectly explain why they don't arrest Hank already. The justice system is flawed in the sense that it's ultimately run by humans with biases, and if the cops have a bias towards Hank, be it because he gets results, / the cops that are still on the force simply don't want to go after an old friend, which is common enough in reality that it isn't breaking my immersion as it seems to be with you at the moment, how things go between Hank and OBPD is all understandable to me. A lot of the other things I think are easily chalked up as reasonable oversights for people to make, particularly when it comes to criminals.
I disagree, but I go to sleep now.
I've been sitting on this all day. I've been really trying to mull over how to approach this so that there can be some sort of mutual understanding. This is my friend Bill. We used to go to the same Krav Maga school about 5 years back, and he's a criminal defense attorney. I got curious about the criticism that the "we sell seashells by the seashore" joke that Hank made in episode 2, and Bill's been really helpful with providing information about how court shit works in the past. Anyways, I provided him the context, and here's what he had to say.
For context, here is the moment in the watch party that consists of the point that was made.
You and Mr. Pollock are private detectives?
Well, on our tax returns it says we sell seashells by the seashore, but we moonlight a bit.
Mr. Lindus wanted
So
to
he's
trace
just
it
admitted
to
under
different
oath that he lies on his
Yeah,
tax
sex tape.
forms.
Him and Ellen are not
Well, no, he says we
And
sell
how much did Mr. Lindus
seashells
pay
by
you
the
for the
seashore.
cell
He's
phone with the sex
joking.
tape on it?
$30,000.
He's under oath
Must have really,
for
really
testimony
wanted it
for a
back,
criminal
enough to
investigation.
kill
Probably worth sending that to Fringy. I'm less familiar with tax evasion and perjury.
I don't know if things in Wales or Australia function differently from the US in the legal system and courts. Perhaps that kind of comment will be prosecuted over where you live.
Yeah, maybe. Like I said, less familiar.
You're not.
Now, obviously, practicing as PIs without a license is gonna come up the second they don't lie under oath about the way they get money, so I reckon they're screwed no matter what.
Well, again, it's up to the police to make that arrest/summons, and maybe you can't buy it, but given what I know about how police are in my country, I have no problem buying that they would leave a guy like Hank alone, provided that they benefit from what he does as well, and he isn't just a total nuisance that gets in the way of their work, and this is honestly the first time I've seen people unsatisfied with that explanation. I can understand the confusion, it just makes me a little bit concerned that there's this cultural disconnect that's affecting how the show is being experienced, especially with regards to how laws are often selectively enforced here. Not saying that it's a good thing that they are, it's just a fact of life that's made its way into the show. This isn't to say you guys haven't come up with valid criticisms. Indeed, the way that real estate is depicted in the show is bogus, according to how it works in the real world. And episode 3 will revolve around Hank looking for a mortgage lender after the house has already been sold to him. How much that will bring down the story for you, I don't know. The stuff with the fingerprints of the lifeguard tower, sure, that's a mistake, but it's also clear to me that Mark knows that they were at that tower and knows they're lying to him, and while frustrated by that, doesn't bother to pursue them any further because he's already got his eye on a more likely suspect. I'm not sure how significantly the scene changes if he adds, "We found some of your fingerprints there too," when he's already conveyed to them that he knows they were at that tower and doesn't believe their cover story. If I may bare my soul for a bit, it's admittedly upsetting. I underestimated the idea that some would consider the very premise of these unlicensed PIs being able to operate in the manner that they do because they have friends on the force untenable. For me, a TV series about an unlicensed PI without such connections would be unbelievable, but the presence of such connections convinced me that it was sufficiently accounted for by this show. And it just seems like the show isn't going to be for you or Fringy, and now I'm questioning whether it's even worth continuing if it's just impossible to accept that they can work without a license because they have friends who aren't willing to arrest them for it, because that's the very foundational premise of the show. As I've always seen the show, it's a neo-noir show with anti-hero protagonists, and noir protagonists, as I understand them, have a history of being rather amoral/murky themselves, even when they're charming. I've never seen these two characters as heroes or civic saints. I just see them as really flawed people that also have quite endearing qualities to them. It seems to me like those qualities are harder for you to see because you can't get past all the murky stuff that they do. That's fine, can't force yourself to. Although, incidentally, Bill has just sent me a response to a question I'd asked him in relation to selective enforcement over the unlicensed PI if you want to see it.
Yeah, I don't buy that. With the information the department have pointed to Hank and Britt being suspects, do they ignore it because they're friends? That's hilarious. Seems to me that Guff doesn't even consider them that tolerable. Like, he asks about planting the gun, and from the looks of it, wouldn't cover for them if he found it to be true, nor would he cover for many of the heinous things they've done. They tampered with the biggest piece of evidence in the crime scene, dude. I have more of an understanding of American police operations than British because of the media I've consumed. A lot of what I found disturbing is just basic stuff without having Googled. Any limits being pushed because they have a friend were far exceeded in just these 2 episodes. I'm assuming you would want myself and Fringy to be honest, and so that's the best we can do. And this is something we both apparently take issue with, and he and I have had a shit ton of TV show procedural experience, and he took law in university. I don't have a bias against the show, I just think it's relying on some extreme laziness to have its storyline. The reason you need a license as a PI is to accept payment for jobs, soliciting people, and to accept jobs from the public. Once they discover you aren't working with a license or an agency, you'd be fooked, and it's their job to shut you down if not, go further, as they would, thanks to the many laws they've broken while pretending to have a license.
Well, then there's not really a point to continuing the show, I guess. It's just not going to be an enjoyable experience for anyone, and I don't think it'll be healthy for me to proceed with this.
The guy on the internet didn't mirror my opinion. How dare you, Philip? How dare you not mirror my opinion? I feel disappointed, furious, wrong. I'm going through a lot, guys, right now. I'm going through a lot, and I just need some time to come to terms with what I've read today.
I mean, it's up to you. But I figure that it's interesting to discuss. Like, I thought the whole thing was how if something was X in one's head, then you would entertain other perspectives. I doubt myself and Fringy have been all that aggressive. The show may improve, but I mean, if you feel it's unhealthy, I wouldn't want to force you to do anything.
I mean, I understand the perspective. It's just, I don't know. It's just never really been an issue for my suspension of disbelief with that show, and I think there is just going to inherently be a humongous disconnect between what you and I are willing to accept from the show's premise and how that colors our views of the characters. When it's just fundamentally that incompatible, I'm not sure if there's really much to discuss in a way that would be fruitful, productive, etc. Maybe it's because I have great memories tied to the show. I've seen it over and over and over again, so I'm attached to the characters more so than pretty much any person is going to be from a first viewing. But the experience that I had last night was incredibly frustrating, and I feel like any watch party we do is just going to be a repeat of all the things you guys have already said. Sucks that I wasted my token on it, but oh well. I really like the show. I'm sorry you didn't enjoy it, but thanks for trying it out at least.
It sounds as though you are very attached to this show, and it's going to hurt you to talk about it critically. If that's the case, you'll have no pushback from me. I'm sorry it didn't work out. There's plenty more to discuss in the media sphere though, so no worries.
I appreciate your understanding, dude. I've been talking to Wolf about it for the past hour, and I'm open to picking up, going through the rest of the show to hear out your criticisms. I might need some time. I'm still going on a sort of grieving process for it at the moment.
We could watch another episode, Mauler. I'll die, but we could watch another one. If you want me to kill myself, you know, but we could totally watch one. I'm ready. Let's watch some more. Just know my blood is on your hands, Mauler.
Also, what's the current plan with Shazam/DCEU coverage?
I honestly don't think it's a good idea to watch the rest with us if it's that close to your heart. As for Shazam, it'll be some time before we can check that out. Give time for Meme to catch up.
So after Southpaw bravely set the record straight about the show, what did Mauler and Fringy think after they finished watching the whole series?
Someone super chat. They want to know your opinion, well, our opinion on Terriers.
We are up to episode 5. Bad. Bad. Really bad.
Getting the newspaper out for that one.
The too long didn't read on why it's bad is it is a procedural show, that a police procedural show that shows complete disregard for the law. And like the world just does not react to the actions of these characters. These two characters who are pretty morally reprehensible.
They seem horrifically bad.
They do a lot of bad things. So like in the first episode alone, they commit like 6 or 7 serious crimes. The ending being that they frame a man who they're pretty sure killed someone, but they don't actually know. That was really bad. And then
they fuck with a crime scene because they have an interest in the crime scene themselves. When it's like,
yes.
Yo, the police need to investigate too, but I don't even know that they understand that's what's happening when they do that.
Yeah,
even though one of them's an ex-detective.
Yeah, it's baffling. And then like so you know, by the end of episode 5, basically the gist is, there's like there's this site that for a construction project. But like it's contaminated. And so they figured this out because they run it past the main character's like girlfriend, ex-wife's soon-to-be husband, who's like an engineer, architect. He's familiar with these things, and he's like, oh yeah, no, this is toxic. Like they can't build this here. They've done the report on this, and they can't do it. That gets put through, and they decide, yeah, we're not building this. We're not doing this project here. And our main character's sister is like, oh no, that wouldn't make it radioactive. Those elements don't work that way based on public information. Now, your immediate questions are, nobody else ran another report. This got through the person whose job is to understand these things. And also, all of this is publicly available, and you just know that this is not how it would work. So why in the world would nobody else have figured this out? It's honestly baffling. So it's not a good show.
It's like one of the first things that happens in one of the cases is they need a phone number to be able to track the person they're after. They get the phone number because they go to her employer, or at least who happens to be her employer, and he's like, here's the phone number. And so then they call the police department under a detective's ID that has been stolen, and use it to track a phone signal that leads to a crime scene. That's where they're directed to. And so now, if the police have just 2 brain cells to rub together, they will know a detective recently asked them for a tracking on a mobile phone that led them to the current crime scene that would have been discovered soon after they were there. And it's like, wow, Detective Johnson or whatever, what's this about? Like, what did you find there? And he's gonna be like, I didn't find shit, what are you talking about? I wasn't there. And then they'll be like, huh, that's weird. What phone was used when they called in? And then they can track that phone, which will be his phone. And then they know that
you have the ID
and
in your car that we found parked right next to the crime scene.
Yep, that too. And they know
that's really weird.
Their probable cause for going into Ted's house was that he was sold the mobile. It's like, wow, who sold him the mobile?
Oh,
and then
you,
they are doomed.
Unlicensed private
They are
investigators.
fucking doomed.
Illegally operating private investigators. Yeah, so it's over. Like, it's not just that they've committed these crimes, but also that there is a very clear trail of evidence connecting them to this crime. And just the morally abhorrent things continue. So, like, in episode 3, he needs to get a loan for a house that there's no way that he could possibly pay it off. And,
well, wait.
The way that it's...
I don't know. This is the first thing that happens that I found hilarious. So, he needs a loan. And he's gone, I think he's the 3rd bank he's at, and it's like, nah, because your credit's shit, and, you know, you can't be trusted, you don't have a job, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, okay. Lucky for him, the CEO of the bank happens to overhear this conversation. He's like, oh, I need a PI to do a particular job. And the first thing is like, so get a real PI. Don't get some Randy who's not licensed. What are you doing?
Why would you do this?
And it's like, wow, you overheard him. And he's like, yeah, if you do this job for me, I'll give you your loan. It's like, wow, that's fucking perfect. But it gets worse. Go ahead, Free.
Oh, yeah. At the end of the episode, it all goes wrong. And the dude's basically like, man, fuck you. And then our main character leaves. The dude jumps. He kills himself. He jumps out of the window and kills himself. But the paperwork is right there. The paperwork for his mortgage. So what he does is he forges this now dead man's signature on the documents to get the loan for his house. What a great guy, man. What a good guy you are.
Yeah, that's not just illegal. It's really unethical.
It's not just illegal, it's wrong. Oh, and also just the fact that our other main character happens to be... yeah. So
you know what? We intend to finish the show. We'll update you, EFAP, on stuff to do with it later, I guess. But we're not. We don't think it's very good. I would go as far as saying it's downright shit at this point.
I think it's terrible. Yeah, it's terrible.
But yeah.
I know the parts you've shown me and told me about.
Well,
really,
in fairness,
really
like,
bad.
I don't often, like, I watch a lot of stuff. I don't often show Rags all of it, but, like, I couldn't resist with some of this. I was like, look at this event. It's insane.
Just a relevant question. How does a writer ensure that their show treats immoral acts appropriately rather than glorifying them? So it's kind of that interesting conversation, right? Because Breaking Bad, Walter White is the bad guy. He is the villain. I mean, Death Note's another example. Light is the villain. He is like a super villain. I think a lot of it has to do with what is the story trying to tell you about these people? Like, what is the tone of the show in terms of representing these people? I think is a really important part. So in Breaking Bad, as things get worse and worse, I think you're supposed to start being like, man, Walter's like doing some really bad things, but nevertheless.
You'll kind of be on his side for, like, sometimes you'll be like, no, they just don't understand the context. But then sometimes you'll be like, yeah.
But nevertheless, you're still, like, really engaged and interested in seeing what happens. And that's just great character work. And you can do that with people who are bad, obviously. The problem with Terriers thus far is it is very much their methods may be crude, but they're good people. But they're not. They're not even questionable people. They're just doing really bad things.
They sound definitely evil.
They're just so
deserve to be locked away forever because of how they damage other people in society.
So selfishly driven. It's really annoying.
Yeah, they just want to do things for money. It's always about getting money. And I think that's the thing. It's usually... But think about this in relation to GTA protagonists. Usually they have some aspect of them that's really valuable, despite being really bad people. So, like, CJ loves his family and wants to do what's best for his family, wants to take care of his family. It's the same thing with, like, Nico, is that he loves Roman, he wants to take care of Roman, even though they butt heads. there are these elements, and of course putting them up against really bad people as well. But yeah, in this show, it's like the villain thus far has kind of been Ted, and yeah, I don't know. It's not good.
And Southpaw didn't take too kindly to these comments being made.
The worst, the other guys, they're duplicitous things to try and build a parking lot. Like, freaking.
And Southpaw also didn't take kindly to these comments either.
Seen SK's take that Luke was assassinated in Return of the Jedi?
I've seen his. Well, he fucking.
I don't care.
Likes Terriers. I don't care what he has to say.
Oh my God, Rags.
Should we? Because we finished Terriers now, so.
Oh, you did? How did you do it, man?
Yeah. So basically, yeah. The gist of that is it's terrible. It's really bad.
I don't like to roll this out very much. It's one of the worst shows I've seen.
I wouldn't recommend it to anybody.
Nor would I.
One of the worst you've seen.
One of the worst I've seen.
I would recommend. It's been talked about because I like Barry. No, I don't like Barry. I would recommend Barry. I think a lot of people would get something out of that show. I think a lot of people would enjoy it. I think it's a show that has good scenes in it, some great scenes in it, and potential. I don't see that in Terriers.
No, I've seen, especially if you put me and Fringy together, we've seen a lot of shows. We're talking an unholy amount potentially. And if there were percentiles, this one's easily in the bottom 20%.
Yeah, I would much sooner recommend, if you want a procedural, just watch Law and Order. You'll get a lot more out of Law and Order, like from the procedural aspects.
Terriers EFAP breakdown when? I do not want to see that again.
No, I'm not watching it again. No.
I don't think we've talked about it on like any streams, have we? The Mexico thing.
I talked about it on my Mexico. So for those who don't know, like Terriers is a procedural show. So it's about two private detectives who are unlicensed and admit this under oath while being involved in a very significant
investigate as part of a fucking murder case.
Yeah. So in any case, so just keep that in mind that this is a procedural show. Like law and just all of that is a relevant part of it. So one of the main characters is called Britt, and he has a friend who's like used to do crimes and stuff, and they decide they get abducted and get taken across the border. It's set in San Diego, so they go to Tijuana, and they are tasked with helping this guy's old criminal buddies basically steal some evidence from lockup. So all the crimes that are committed in this episode. So first of all, they get themselves sent to prisons. They got that crime to deal with. But then they assault a police officer, break out of prison, steal evidence from lockup to give to like a cartel, and then he illegally flees back into America. It's like, okay, so
they've got all his details. They know he did all these things.
They've got all of his details. They know who he is. They know where he lives. It's over. So first of all, you can't just get into the boot of somebody's car and just get into America from Mexico. Like, they're going to check the boot of the car. It doesn't matter that there's a cop with you, they're going to check the car. And even if we assume that being with a detective is going to help you get back into America, even though police and border patrol are like totally different entities, as soon as you get back to America, you're just going to be extradited to Mexico for all the crimes you committed there.
Yeah, if you've actually impeded the case against a cartel, they're going to be fucking pissed at you.
And you assaulted a police officer.
And assaulting a police officer, yeah, breaking out of their prison.
Their friends. Breaking out. The amount of crime. And there is a clear evidence trail for all of this, by the way.
Yeah.
So we have multiple issues throughout the show. The number one thing is that the protagonists are just really bad people. They are not ethically dubious. They do a lot of evil things, and they do it just to make money. That's their goal.
Oh, can we talk about
their interest?
The one of the best examples in the whole fucking show of that?
Oh, go for it.
So, oh my god, it's so bad. So, like, Britt is a guy just doing his thing, and his girlfriend, oh man, you know, what a great girlfriend. I can't wait to just settle down with you, maybe. I'll get a dog. Maybe we could have a kid. Maybe we get married. You know, and this girl, she seems A-okay. She seems fine. Pretty normal as a character. So, she's doing some uni stuff, some college stuff. And you know, after a night of going out doing some drinking, she wakes up the following morning and oh no, she slept with the professor. Oh yeah. I know.
That stands in stark opposition to the concept you love somebody.
Oh well, you know, she was drunk, right? That's probably the reason, Rags. She was drunk. She was drunk.
Oh,
You expect maybe that the show is going to be like, I made a huge fucking mistake, I got drunk, and I feel awful because we were just about to start our life. That might be the drama, but no. She says, you know, I just wasn't ready to get married. That's the reason.
Well,
it was
lucky for you, this means we're not getting married, so...
Well, but it was even worse than that. It was that you were not ready to get married and have kids, therefore I cheated on you. Like, dude, what are we doing? Oh,
no.
My favorite part is this was not introduced. I'm guessing you're about to mention
the thing I'm actually getting to, you know what it is.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, so you'd be understandably angry about that. You might even say, you know what? We're done. We are done. We're no longer together. That's option one. You know, there's other options. You might be like, you know what? I want to find this guy. And like, what's the hippie hap here? Have you guys like fallen in love, or does he know that I exist? Like, what's the idea? So, you know, you might have, maybe you have theories. Maybe you've seen her hanging out with different people, and you're like, maybe it's this guy, maybe it's this guy. I don't know. So Britt gets, I think he gets drunk, right? Because that's what good writers do when they need to make an excuse for a character to do anything. So he's drunk,
Get him drunk, yeah.
and he goes up to this guy that he knows that his girl's been hanging out with, and he's like, "Hey, did you do the thing with my wife?" And then he's like, "Huh?" And then Britt proceeds to beat this man almost to death. Wrong dude, just FYI. And it
doesn't matter in any case. Yeah.
Oh, it's just good to know for the audience, I suppose.
Fuck me. That sounds like you can't. Even if it was the right guy, you can't beat the shit out of somebody.
Exactly.
It's terrible. There's so many tiers. It's like tier 1 of he did it and he did it knowingly and he hates me. It's like you still can't beat him to death. It's like, okay, but this guy didn't know, as far as you know, that you were involved. Is just doing his fucking human rights, just being like, hey girl, I like you, do you like me, let's do stuff, which is totally allowed, even if they're entangled with someone else. You could say it's bad etiquette, but I mean, we're talking about love here, it gets complicated. Then of course it's not even the guy who did it, it's just a Randy who's connected, sure, but like he's just like, oh god. And like this guy is beaten to fuck, and of course he's pressing charges. Thank fuck the show managed to pull through on that. And our wonderful main character is like, oh man, I'm probably gonna go to prison like a whole year.
As you should, yeah.
A year.
Lucky
a
year. For brutally
You're
beating
lucky.
a man.
You are so lucky that you're only getting a year. That's more than you. That's less than you deserve. He doesn't even have any remorse for the fact that he did it.
The show isn't aware that he's done anything. It's like Black Widow. They have no idea.
Yeah.
And
so just monster.
And his friend is like, hey, how about we just go to Mexico?
Yeah, yeah, the gist is right at the end, he's driving him to prison. It's like 25th hour, except terrible instead of good. And it's like, hey, I could take you to prison for a year, and then we'll get back out and get back up to stuff. Or we could go to Mexico. Again, once you get to the border, oh, hey, you're in trouble in Mexico. Also, you're in trouble in America. Oh, and you're taking him to a different country. Huh. You're both going to jail.
Yep.
So in my head, because I hate these guys, the canonical ending is they were so stupid that they went to Mexico, got arrested, and got sent to jail for the rest of their lives.
And then Hank was...
for all of the crimes they committed throughout the whole
And they were
season.
definitely separated. We're putting different prisons.
One of them is in America, one of them has gone to Mexico. Yeah, and that's it. They're in forever. Awful people, terrible plotting, complete disregard for law and order, just an utter disregard for how the law functions or how police operate. It's awful.
Yeah, it's not misrepresenting a scene, not forgetting context, both of which has totally not been done. Don't you worry about it. We just finished this show. I don't even... like, it's...
And
I don't know how you could defend that. I really don't know how you could defend that.
How can we talk about anything at that point? Like, we talked about that in the same way that we would talk about basically anything that we're trying to analyze.
They could be bad people. The show's totally unaware of them being bad people, unfortunately.
No, Joe thinks they're good people.
And then, of course, there's
Joe thinks
the level of plot holes in this fucking thing in relation to the
yes,
lore.
many plot holes. Like, just like there is so much evidence that connects these two to like all of these crimes that they've committed, and that they did mostly for money, and for whatever reason it's just never followed through on. Like times when they would have been on camera, and when if you ask the people who were in the building, hey, did you see these two people here? It's like, oh yeah, no, they were here. They said that they were like fucking phone security, whatever the fuck they were. It's just like throughout the whole show.
Is the main character meant to be deplorable? You'd hope so, but no. The most the show will do is be like, oh man, these guys heart of gold, but they do some dubious things, and it's like, nope, they're just fucking evil.
The tone of the show is that though their methods may be crude, they are good people with good goals. That's what the show is going for. But they're not even anti-heroes. Like I would consider them to be villains. And all of the crimes that they commit, all of it, it's like, well, what is this for? Like, what are we putting an end to? What the main overarching plot of the thing that they're trying to put a stop to is some property developers building an airport in Ocean Beach, San Diego. Like, I don't know what I meant to do with that in terms of, like, considering that these guys killed friggin' Ted. Like, he ran into a car, and instead of taking him to the hospital, they let him die of internal bleeding. It's like... The worst, the other guys, they do some duplicitous things to try and build a parking lot, like a friggin' airport in Ocean Beach, San Diego.
This is the thing, man. You only need to see the one episode to be like, okay, this is
yeah, and just be like, done.
After they tamper with evidence, frame a man for murder who they don't know committed the crime, fucking impersonate a detective.
Yeah.
Aid and abet a wanted suspect. Oh man.
Yeah. Frame a man for murder when you don't actually know that he did it. It was that one right at the end.
Like seriously, it's just bottom tier TV.
It's And I mean,
you just name the crimes they didn't commit. It'd be shorter list.
Yeah,
by the end of the season, yeah.
But the big thing as well, though, is like, even if you were to put all of that to one side, which would be putting aside a lot, what is it in this show that is particularly valuable when it comes to character writing? I'm not sure. I don't know what it would be compared to, like, in Breaking Bad. You can get some great stuff in terms of Walt and Jesse, and I can't believe I'm spacing. The villain, I'm totally blanking. Gus, like, and Mike. Like, you got all these great characters that are going on these really cool arcs, and they're super interesting. But I don't feel that way about these characters at all. There's nothing particularly interesting about them. So it's like, well, what is it that makes this show amazing?
I mean, I'd be surprised that it ain't getting above a 3. You fucking struggle.
At best a 3, but I'm leaning towards a 2.
Batwoman.
Yeah, well, I'd rather watch Batwoman. That's fun and entertaining.
Yeah, and at least you get Jacob.
Yeah, well, yeah, and you occasionally get like a good scene in Batwoman. Very, 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 very occasionally.
Oh, well,
like 2, like 1 per season.
There was that one scene we liked in Terriers where a character finally called a character out for being a piece of shit. That was nice.
Yeah, right. That was nice. Yeah,
we really got that the one time.
After he stole that guy's wallet to use his credit card to frame like as though he was like prostitutes when he was going to get married.
Man,
what a great guy our protagonist is.
They really make it hard to get invested in these people when they keep doing heinous shit. Steal a man's fucking cards when he's about to get married and charge a bunch of hookers to it. It's like it's not funny, man.
And that's what I mean. It's like all for self-interest. Usually when you've got like people who are bad people, like protagonists in Grand Theft Auto, you try to give them like an element that makes them interesting or that there's something about them that's worthwhile. Well, like Nico and CJ are like loyal to their family. That's an important one. It's like that helps a long way, especially when the villains are usually totally treacherous snakes who will betray anybody, including people who help them. It's like, that's the kind of stuff that makes it easier to root for them, even though they're all bad people. And of course, the tone of those games is not, hey, these guys are good people. Like, the tone is very much, yeah, these are bad people, but in Terriers, it's like, no, it's not that at all. It's nowhere near Batwoman levels. Yes, it is.
Maybe they mean Batwoman's better. It's like, well, maybe.
Oh, well, yeah, in that case, again, Batwoman is entertaining.
I mean, the show is mainly about the lore, and it fucks all of that up. Batwoman jumps between all kinds of things.
Yeah.
And, like, there are times with Batwoman...
To have something to say as well about, you know, the world.
Well, yeah, we've even appreciated sometimes Batwoman will have, like, a thematic through line in an episode about something.
Yeah.
Like, look at you.
Executed not great most of the time, but occasionally there's, like, something there.
Something to draw out of the mire, the bog.
I mean, I'm kind of like, Batwoman is awful, but, like...
I mean, so is Terriers, so...
Yeah. It's entertaining, yeah.
Is that TSTWG raid? Is that Star Wars Guild? Or am I... No, wait.
Are there raids on, YouTube?
No, I don't think there's a mechanic for it. There are on Twitch.
Yeah, it's not a mechanic, it's all organic.
Ew. Yeah, I meant like the letters moved around wrong, or it's just, I don't know.
I suppose that I can't think of anything else I care to talk about when it comes to Terriers. I'll be happy to never have to think about it.
Yeah, it was a rough watch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I'm pretty sure if we were to rewatch it would get worse. Because you have to keep in mind everything that happens in future and past, to like how it all follows for the lore and stuff. Oh, dude, the radiation thing. So...
Oh, yeah. Oh.
So, like, our characters find out that the bad guys might be trying to hide the fact that there's a high radiation levels to the point where no one would be around in this particular area. They find this out because they are... The ex-wife of the main character is an architect / person familiar with like these particular things. She sees the paper by chance and she's like, bruh, this is like super bad. It's like radiation-y stuff. It's like, oh my god. And so...
Very lucky that she has that level of knowledge, but
absolutely.
As well, he knows about it too.
Yeah, and so you're like, okay, and so they get it out there. It's like a payoff for the episode that they get that to be public, and no one's allowed near the place anymore. It's like, huh. I mean, Fringy kind of just accepted that on good faith. We're just like, I guess they did all they needed to do to prove it, and woohoo, we did it. Okay. But then they have this, like, twist where the main guy's sister notices that it's all bullshit. She reads it and she's like, nah, these levels are actually this, and this is all wrong. And we were like, what?
I wonder if you fellas in chat can notice, like, what's wrong here with this. Something doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so first thought was like, why would a random girl who's the sister of our protagonist know this better than the people who have had to have verified it for the fucking government? Why?
Yeah, people who
and
work
then
in this field.
Turns out there's no radiation there, and so we were like, wait a minute, you didn't check? You didn't send anybody with the proper equipment?
You didn't do another report?
You just found this report and were like, it's good enough. No one's allowed there anymore. It's like, what?
And then, of course, third, if this is something that she could deduce based on the publicly available information, how would she be the only person who noticed that? Like, she notices that the chemicals do not produce this result. That's just not how it works. You tell me she's the only person on Earth who knows this?
I don't understand how they wouldn't have specialists to check the fucking thing. And then why would she know more than them?
This is just their life, is to check these things and know.
And that's like major for pushing everything forward again. I mean, the show is full of these, like the big events that just don't make any sense.
It is the most important, like it is the central arc of this season. This one, thankfully, season.
Yeah. Remember when they stole the bonds?
Yeah.
Remember how they spend the bonds and then confirm that the bonds are too hot to sell?
That was my favorite part. We can't spend them. Wait, no, yeah, we can. Wait, we can spend them. Wait, no, we can't. It's like...
Remember how they the protagonist needed a big loan And he just happens, the fucking CEO needs a job from a PI, happens to overhear that he needs a loan. Like,
and then the dude kills himself while Hank is in the room,
and he
then
fucking
Hank
forges a
the dead guy's
signature.
signature to get a loan. What, like, what are we doing?
Like, constant crazy levels of luck. Just outright holes, and then two main characters that I find fucking deplorably annoying to watch.
Yeah. Awful.
So there you go. If anyone's curious about thoughts on Terriers, would not recommend. No.
I would not. No, I don't think that anybody's going to get anything out of it.
Where are we? Doom Milner, I think that came from SK saying that Luke was assassinated in Return of the Jedi, which, yeah, I've not heard the argument for that. It's gonna be a tough one.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure what that. It's not really worth much. I don't feel like there's the most important scene in like the whole series that like everybody just missed how Luke wouldn't do this. Like that feels like a big ol' nah.
I'm not saying that it's the case, but maybe if, I don't know, people who maybe try and brand themselves on the idea of having hot takes and I'm the one who discovered this and I'm the one who really showed the world what the truth is. I don't know. Maybe if you're not good enough to justify that title you've given yourself, it will, I don't know.
And so, Southpaw joined forces with SK and crafted in secret a tell-all mixtape about the abuses that Southpaw had endured.
Plenty of rumors and misconceptions have been thrown around the EFAP community regarding Southpaw's departure. This video was not something I had initially anticipated making, but further developments and searches for answers have only led me to the conclusion that there needs to be a statement made to set the record straight. A full account of what really went down. Clearly the EFAP hosts didn't seem too interested in doing so, despite being behind numerous false rumors and misconceptions about Southpaw constantly being thrown around their community in order to assassinate his character. There have been no public corrections made, there haven't even been proper apologies made towards Southpaw for how he was treated, not just by their audience, but also by the hosts themselves in private. I'm going to break down experiences involving myself and friends of mine in order to highlight what I believe to be a display of unfair treatment and inaccurate assertions, while also correcting the misconceptions that have spread from related events. All I ask is that you hear me out.
This is from the SK drama video that he made back in January of this year. That's 3.5 hours. And why didn't we okay, the reason we didn't cover that is because it's made by SK, and I don't really particularly care about him. If it was made by Southpaw, then maybe we would have covered it, but it wasn't. So, and also it relies a little too much on hearsay evidence for it to be useful, which kind of makes me wonder why he even made it in the first place. It's no longer public. He privately...
Circling back to episode 3, there's also this bit.
Yeah, at the end of the episode, it all goes wrong, and the dude's basically like, man, fuck you. And then our main character leaves, the dude jumps, he kills himself. He jumps out of the window and kills himself. But the paperwork is right there, the paperwork for his mortgage. So what he does is he forges this now dead man's signature on the documents to get the loan for his house. What a great guy, man. What a good guy you are.
I'm gonna kill myself!
On this day, Southpaw confided to me that he was having suicidal thoughts.
What Fringy left out here, of course, is that in the actual scene in the show, Hank does, in fact, get his loan for his mortgage approved.
So why don't you go ahead and sign my goddamn loan doc?
This concludes our business, Mr. Dalworth. I never want to lay eyes on you again.
Looks like you're gonna have to lay eyes on me again. You forgot to sign the title insurance policy page.
The guy signing it just missed a signature on one page before killing himself, making what Hank does here more dubious than outright evil as EFAP claims, while they also act as if the show is framing this in a positive manner.
So it's not that the show depicts this as okay, it's just that Hank never gets caught or faces any consequences for doing this, and is a hero with a heart of gold.
You haven't seen much of the later episodes that quite firmly confirms that they have hearts of gold.
And it's also worth noting that nowhere in that clip did they say the things that Southpaw says they did. Even if those things are right, and Hank is evil, and the show does frame this as okay.
It all goes wrong, and the dude's basically like, man, fuck you. And then our main character leaves, the dude jumps, he kills himself. He jumps out of the window and kills himself. But the paperwork is right there, the paperwork for his mortgage. So what he does is he forges this now dead man's signature on the documents to get the loan for his house. What a great guy.
None of what Fringy said here is false, but Southpaw has to add in additional qualifiers to what he said in order to claim that he's lying.
What Fringy left out here, of course, is that in the actual scene in the show, Hank does, in fact, get his loan for his mortgage approved.
So why don't you go ahead and sign my goddamn loan doc?
This concludes our business, Mr. Dallworth. I never want to lay eyes on you again.
Looks like you're gonna have to lay eyes on me again. You forgot to sign the title insurance policy page.
The guy signing it just missed a signature on one page before killing himself, making what Hank does here more dubious than outright evil as EFAP claims, while they also act as if the show is framing this in a positive manner.
Flashback.
Think of Iron Man too. The amount of people he's killed when he didn't need to.
Oh yeah, remember that town that he was in? Like I forget the name of it in the first Iron Man movie. Like he punches a guy up like into a 2-story building and like it explodes when he hits the wall. It's like, yeah, he kills tons of people.
Do you know why that's badass while this is horrible? Because of the music and the camera. Fucking telling you it's awesome.
Framing be everything in terms of how an audience reacts to something.
Yeah.
End of flashback.
Yes, I bet you have.
What a great guy, man. What a good guy you are. What a great guy, man. What a good guy you are.
You don't have to do this.
What a great guy, man. What a good guy you are.
Well, Southpaw's presented his evidence, but I'm not quite convinced. Let's see how he's gonna bring it home.
They also claimed that the main character has killed a man by refusing to take him to the hospital after he gets hit by a car.
Oh, he just moves on to his next point and doesn't finish that topic. Probably because he knows that he's wrong. Episode 4 of the cancelled television show Terriers is entitled Lindus's Last Stand. This title is a reference to the minor side character Robert Lindus from the obscure television show Terriers, which was cancelled in 2010 because it was a fustercluck of a show. The term fustercluck is funny because it sounds similar to the term clusterfuck, except the letters F and the letters CL have been switched, thereby increasing the funny factor almost overnight. This is an advanced writing technique known as comedy. That is why the original title of this episode was replaced by the much funnier and more inclusive title, Fustercluck. That is, as was mentioned earlier, an anagram of the term clusterfuck, which refers to a lot of really bad things happening concurrently, which is a fitting metaphor for the show Terriers. In addition to being a clever bananagram, the title clusterfuck is also an acronym, which of course stands for Fucking Unsatisfying Show Terriers is egregiously retarded and causes lacerations under cranial... Sorry, I had a Southpaw stroke thinking about this show. The episode opens with our heroes eating somebody else's breakfast in a diner. After they've had their fill, they head outside to look for some homeless people to spit on, when they encounter the destitute wife and children of Robert Lindus, the man they framed for murder. Since his arrest, his bank accounts were all frozen, and his family have been left to scrounge for food on the rotting streets of San Diego, eating used tissues and Twinkie wrappers. Hank spots her crying on the side of the road, huddling around the decomposing corpse of what used to be a bulldog for warmth, and mounts the curb, racing toward her in his truck with murderous intent. It's a bumpy ride, however, when the front end bounces up off the skull of one of Lindus's kids, and the truck flies over the family, landing on a different family instead. As they grind over the legs of small children like speed bumps, they come to a stop when a shin bone gets caught in an axle. Lindus's wife explains to them that she has a job that needs their expertise, and sends them off to visit her husband in prison for the details. If that sounds like an unreasonable series of events, that's okay, because this is the inciting incident.
This contrivance happens at the beginning of the episode, right after the opening credits. If I may talk for a second about the building blocks of storytelling, there are times where, because there wouldn't be a story without this, is insufficient as a defense to a criticism of a major contrivance. However, almost all stories begin from some coincidence that breaks away from the status quo and incites the plot, which is why, although we don't want stories to be constantly advanced forward or resolved by coincidences, no one in their right mind gets fussy over what is a story's inciting incident.
Flashback.
So, Aang's been frozen for 100 years.
Right.
And he wakes up, or he's woken up, by what I think a lot of people would call like it wasn't like a cause and effect thing. It's like, oh my goodness, like he's stumbled across, which is fine. But within the next few months, if my timeline's correct, he like is able to sort of deal with two what I would call very, at least by the world's rules, from what I understand, extremely rare galactic events that, like, had he woken up a few months, or let's say a year later, he would have lost, essentially. Like, the Fire Nation would have taken over completely because of Sozin's Comet. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, wow, it's really convenient timing that he managed to wake up before what they establish is going to be their only chance to take out the Fire Nation during the Black Sun. And before Sozin's Comet fully arrived, despite being asleep for 100 years. Obviously, that is what I'm talking about is the premise of the show at that point, do you see what I mean?
End of flashback.
When this was brought up to Mauler on his Discord server, he mocked the idea that the third episode could have an inciting incident, as if the person was saying that this was the inciting incident of the show, and not of the storyline confined to this episode. Speaking of which, there's this strange bit in the watch party where Mauler was complaining about the inciting incident of the first episode, and acted as though what kicked off the events of the plot was the very first scene, when the reality is that scene only existed to introduce the main characters in their status quo.
I didn't even know this was on there until after they sent it to him. It's Lindus talking about his Montague development. It's a crock of shit. He gets the state.
He did that after... Okay.
It's not even happening. What is
Yeah, you got a phone call after doing the act.
Man, that's unlucky for him, huh?
I mean, that's the inciting incident, basically.
Is it? The inciting incident was the first scene we had. This stuff still happened later.
This is the reason why the girl went missing in the first place.
Mauler, do you fucking know what an inciting incident is? Alright, you know what? Fuck it. Class is in session. Take a seat.
What?
Mauler seems to be of the belief that an inciting incident is just the first scene in any story, no matter the context. That's the only reason I can think of for why he would simply assume that the first scene was meant to serve that purpose, even though it ultimately ended up being mostly inconsequential to the rest of the story. An inciting incident is when something happens in order to kick off the main plot. Typically, this can be a coincidence or even a form of contrivance, but they're a lot easier to forgive because without them, the story just simply wouldn't have happened at all, and we would all be none the wiser. The essential difference between a contrivance and an inciting incident that's contingent on a convenience is that the former happens once the story has already started, meaning that it relies on stretching cause and effect in order to happen, whereas the latter is what's necessary for cause and effect to matter in the first place. You can criticize R5 breaking down on the Lars homestead because that isn't the inciting incident of the story. The story had already begun, and now for it to continue as is, this huge convenience needs to happen in order for R2 to be bought by Owen Lars, so that he can make his way to Ben Kenobi and so that Luke can be involved in the journey. Alternatively, you wouldn't criticize this film for the fact that the rebels stole the Death Star plans off-screen and that the Empire managed to catch up to them over Tatooine, which coincidentally just so happens to be where our main character lives. Because even putting aside that the rebels are there for Obi-Wan and Obi-Wan was tasked to watching over Luke, all that matters for the sake of this narrative is that Luke is a simple kid on a farm who yearns for adventure, and it just so happens to find him because some far-off war made its way to his humble little planet. Both are massively coincidental when ignoring the larger canonical context that didn't exist when this movie came out, but only one of them is a genuine issue with the film, while the other is not.
I guess what I'm suggesting with this is like, you know, like the whole prologue, how exciting and engaging and informative it all is. If someone was like, well, yeah, but, you know, that's the setup, or like, it gets brushed away because it's before the inciting incident or something. Like this.
Yeah, it's all important. That's why it's
an inciting incident is not just the first action scene.
Exactly, that's what I'm getting at. I find this, the way we're framing this, very strange.
Well, so it's complicated, right? Because generally the inciting incident, when you think about it from the POV of the main character, is the thing that disrupts their normal situation. It is things have changed and now they have to progress from there. So you could say the inciting incident was them just moving to Arrakis, because that is the change. Or even more so, the fact of them getting, like you said earlier,
the Emperor's decree. I feel like when that happens, everything else happens.
The story has been incited, yes.
Things would carry on as they typically would in this world, but the reason that in this world, this is what our story is about, is because of this event in the world.
So you do know the difference!
The incited incident was the first scene we had. This stuff still happened later.
Mauler kind of forgot what an inciting incident is.
They drive on the sidewalk all the way to jail and head to the medical ward to meet a victim of multiple sex crimes.
The video of you bumping uglies with a 19-year-old on every television screen across San Diego.
After repeated beatings by the police, and repeated beatings by the prison guards, and repeated beatings by his lawyer, and repeated beatings from his cellmate, all that's left of Lindus is his head floating in a pickle jar, and a disembodied arm crudely wired to his cerebral cortex. While Hank is busy pissing in the jar, Britt asks why Lindus called them here. Hank says, "Oh, haha, is that Lindus? Sorry, I didn't recognize you with all of your teeth laying in a pan beside your hospital bed." While Hank dumps the teeth out of the window, Lindus explains how many times he's been beaten since his arrest, and pauses to sob softly before pitching his great heist plan to Brett. He wants to hire them to break into his secret office downtown to recover his secret stash of secret money hidden inconspicuously behind a painting of a vault. Offended, Britt backhands Lindus across the room, shattering his jar against the wall, while Frank snaps his severed arm in half over his knee. The two screech wordlessly and begin ripping the stuffing out of the hospital bed like rabid chihuahuas, before agreeing to the plan.
A gift for you, Mr. Crew. How's he listen to that cracker shit?
Stage 1 of the heist involves Britt using a crane to lower himself onto the roof of the building in order to initiate Stage 2. For Stage 2 of the plan, Frank crashes a bus through the third-floor window of the building using the aforementioned ramp. During Stage 3, the duo shoot their way through the security forces in order to reach the basement undetected, where they'll take refuge when the bus detonates. From here, they advance to Stage 4, hopping in the getaway car and driving across town to Lindus' actual office building once the children's hospital has been fully destroyed. Once at the office building, they swipe the keycard to get inside and access the vault. With the clockwork parts secured, they initiate Stage Dive. Back at the jail, the doctors have scraped Lindus' brain matter off the walls and dumped his assorted organs into a large black trash bag. In their desperation, the doctors call on the world's #1 super genius, Hank's sister, to use her amazing science skills to reconstruct Lindus into something resembling a human being. With the bearer bonds in hand, they return to camp to give Dutch his cut before meeting up with Lindus' wife to make the trade. She intends to cash in the bearer bonds for money that she'll use to feed her kids and bail her husband's corpse out of jail, even though the bearer bonds should be too hot to sell to a professional fence. Frank and Brett know this well because they're career criminals, and push back when Mrs. Lindus offers them bearer bonds as payment for their role in the heist, since the bearer bonds are useless to them and she's apparently capable of paying them in cash instead. She refuses, and they retaliate by kidnapping the newly reassembled Lindus and holding him for ransom until she agrees to pay them in cash or cocaine. One day, when Hand and Brett are too busy jacking off to Lindus' sex tape, he manages to loosen the restraints and escape from their medieval dungeon. Unable to decide whether to finish up or give chase, they ultimately land on doing both, and follow Lindus down the streets with their hands wrapped around each other's dicks. Now more terrified than ever, Lindus breaks into a sprint and runs into the street, where he's struck by an errant train and shattered into 1,000 pieces. And our heroes, in an attempt to save his life, stomp on his remains until the twitching stops.
Stomp him in the nuts, we'll stomp him in the nuts, we'll stomp him in the nuts, I'ma stomp him in the nuts.
They scoop him up into a bucket and carry him home in the bed of their pickup truck, sloshing about as they drive erratically through an elementary school. Back at HQ, Britt dumps his gelatinous pulp into the bathtub, and Frank yells at his stupid sister, telling her to put Lindus back together again because she's a scientist, so she must know how.
Do something. Do something about it!
She's not quite sure what to do with a puddle of guts in a bathtub, but Hank has complete faith in her, and drags Britt off for their next adventure.
They also claimed that the main character has killed a man by refusing to take him to the hospital after he gets hit by a car.
Considering that these guys killed friggin' Ted, like, he ran into a car, and instead of taking him to the hospital, they let him die of internal bleeding.
Of course, what you'll actually see if you watch the show for yourself is Ted, as they call him, demanding they don't take him to a hospital.
No hospitals, okay? The other guy skipped belly. I'll bring you back in.
Here, grab me.
I just need to lie down.
It's okay, Britt.
No hospital. You promised me no hospital.
No hospital, bro.
Followed quickly after by them trying to revive him after he keels over.
Oh, God, Lindus, come on. Hey, Robert. Oh, God, come on, buddy, come on. Oh, shit.
What do we do? Do we call an ambulance?
This dude's dead.
Oh, my God.
That doesn't look like them just letting him die of internal bleeding, if you ask me.
That's because you're stupid.
What an idiot.
What a complete buffoon.
Having lost their bartering chip for the ransom, they decide that maybe bearer bonds aren't so bad, and accept payment from Lindus' widow as a courtesy.
I'm giving you this as a courtesy.
Britt asks why they are accepting payment that they can't use, so Hank smacks him and tells him to shut up. That night, they're staking out Lindus' old property development, hoping to find some construction equipment to tamper with, after sawing through some steel beams and releasing badgers into the air vents. As they sit back and admire their handiwork, a pair of watchful eyes falls upon them. A chill runs up Frank's back, while a stream of piss runs down Britt's leg. Even from 2,000 yards out, the icy cross-eyed stare of tan-suit Burke can be felt penetrating their souls. Quite frankly, they're lucky to still be breathing. After all, there's only one man in all the West who skipped a rock across the Grand Canyon, and that's Tan-Suit Burke. He once shot a rabbit a mean glare and it dropped dead on the spot. He's an outlaw like no other, a man so ornery, he makes Joseph Stalin look like John Wilkes Booth. When he jaywalks, he comes back for more. He once played backgammon with Brett Maverick. He ate a damn whale. As Tan-Suit Burke parted the clouds, the lunar-powered defense turrets activated, and the Terriers hightailed it out of there. With Tan-Suit Burke on their heels, they headed to the nearest strip club to spend more of Jason's money.
What have we learned today, boys and girls?
So with episode 4 coming to a close, what have we learned? What morals have been taught to us? First and foremost, that it's okay to kill people as long as it furthers your goals. Just because you kidnap somebody and chase them into traffic while they're trying to escape from captivity, that doesn't make you a bad person. You see, kidnapping works differently in the Terriers universe.
First off, there's a few small things to correct.
They get abducted and get taken across the border at San Diego, so they go to Tijuana.
They don't get abducted, just Britt. Ray is voluntarily working for this cartel. He's merely in hot water with them because he's the one who had control of the drugs when they were seized by the police.
Just like guns, which also work differently in the Terriers universe.
They weren't going to shoot them in broad daylight.
Or private security guards.
People who work in private security, like these guys, are typically trained to use their guns as a last resort.
They literally kill people!
They weren't going to shoot them in broad daylight.
They literally people!
Or cops, which work differently in the Terriers universe.
You can't just have one friend on the police force and he magically has the power to make all your crimes go away. Why not?
So Hank and Brett are good guys, even if they literally kill people!
Literally murder people!
What'd you bring me?
Well, let's now take a look at how other folks reacted, starting with the Dishonored Wolf, or the Word of Wolf, as he was known. Wolf made numerous inaccurate points about Southpaw's involvement in the watch party. Not only were they unfair, but Southpaw's close trust in Wolf and the rest of the EFAP hosts set Southpaw in the mindset that whatever grievances they're voicing about his actions, they might actually be true, and he just didn't realize it at the time. It is the very definition of gaslighting. Wolf used whatever control he had in this discussion to falsify details about the watch party, which made Southpaw seem worse than he truly did in a message where he's trying to convince him of his supposed wrongdoings. Now, before we look at these, it's important to note what Southpaw has sent to Wolf beforehand that led to these messages. Southpaw claimed that EFAP had a very unbased take on the show, and sent the recording to Wolf. Notably, this was sent shortly after the watch party was finished, and well before Southpaw and Mauler agreed to disagree about the show. And moving forward, let's read his first wave of messages to Southpaw.
Couple hours in, and had lots of talks with Mauler and Fringy. I think I can best summarize my opinion of this situation by saying I'm kind of annoyed. They brought up some really good points, some of which I was thinking of while watching but just ignored since you kept saying the show would explain it. Many of which I didn't think of at all, and I was pretty unimpressed with a lot of your defenses, which I know you'd never make for anything else, that even Evan refuted in that call. And then I hear you tapped out after 2 episodes and told Mauler you don't want to watch it with him anymore. Yet your only tweet since it all happened was just retweeting someone who said they liked the show, which sounds eerily similar to an anomalous figure we know of.
Now, whether Mauler and Fringy made good points against the show, and we can certainly get into that later, are ultimately irrelevant to the issues I'm about to outline. The first issue here is that Wolf is complaining that Southpaw simply didn't want to continue the show with them. Okay, but you're not obligated to continue a series of watch parties that you don't expect to enjoy. Nor are you obligated to listen to criticisms of something held close to you, which again, Southpaw has made clear far before any of this started. Even Mauler accepted this as a boundary, and this was 1 day before Wolf and Fringy sent their messages. Like I said, it was clear to Southpaw that neither party was enjoying this experience.
Well, then there's not really a point to continuing the show, I guess. It's just not going to be an enjoyable experience for anyone, and I don't think it'll be healthy for me to proceed with this.
I'm too weak.
So that's already an invalid complaint on Wolf's part, but this isn't the worst of what he says here. He then complains that the only tweet made since the watch party was retweeting a tweet of somebody saying they liked the show, that person being me, since I had only just recently finished watching the show. I have yet to see an argument for why this is an issue, Wolf.
Can you make an argument?
Oh my God!
Make an argument? Can you make an argument?
Yes, I enjoy Terriers. Southpaw is sharing a positive experience I had with a piece of media. Also, I thought a core tenet of the EFAP crowd was that saying whether you like or dislike something is separate from saying whether it's well written or not. Seems like that distinction gets tossed aside once it becomes inconvenient, and it's not just Wolf doing it in this one instance. We'll notice a whole pattern of EFAP fans doing this to defame Southpaw for defending a show which they haven't even watched themselves. Wolf's attempt to argue for why this is an issue is by comparing what Southpaw did to Anomaly Inc. Knowing Wolf's involvement with the Anomaly Inc. situation, this is especially unreasonable for him to say. Let's take a look at the Anomaly Inc. dossier, made over a year ago by Southpaw.
Oh, they're gonna talk about one of the 2 dogs floating around. These dogs, Fungus. They always have Google... These guys always have Google documents floating around. Like, trying to expose each other.
It's because they're all losers who think the internet's important.
I will link this dossier in the description below for you all to see. Let's see how Anomaly Inc. handled the disagreement over the quality of Spider-Man 1 by reading out this Twitter conversation, Southpaw's pushback against his defenses, and our DM conversation that we've had. For pacing reasons, I won't break down everything in the dossier, but I will showcase enough references to prove that Wolf is being unfair here.
No, fuck your straw man. That's a negated argument I pointed out because I knew you were heading down that road. You know what a fucking straw man is, dickhead fuck! Pointing out an argument you didn't think of. You lost, buddy. Fucking accept it and move on. You. Wow, we have a winner. Oh, fuck off. I'm done. Miles is without his mask. You loudmouth line-telling, agenda-driven, attention-seeking Twitter whore. You picked a fight and I countered every fucking point you threw. And you ran to your bitch boys to try and eco them out like a coward.
Now, whether you agree with my criticisms towards this movie or not shouldn't matter, because the point here is that Anomaly is acting needlessly aggressive and rude towards me over my take on a Spider-Man movie. Southpaw not wanting to watch the show with them or retweeting a tweet of mine stating that I finished and enjoyed the show is already not comparable to the hostility present in this conversation, which Wolf was a witness to. And how do I know this? Well, because Southpaw talked about it with Wolf, and as Wolf attempted to mediate the situation by having Southpaw request Anomaly to have a voice chat with him, Anomaly Inc. decided to tell Wolf, who has a history of having suicidal issues, to go swallow a bullet. Well, intending to say bullet. Whatever. The point is, how can Wolf possibly argue that Anomaly being angry and disrespectful during a Spider-Man debate and telling Wolf to kill himself is in any way comparable to Southpaw not wanting to watch a show with Mauler and Fringy or simply retweeting a tweet where somebody says they enjoy it? Well, it's quite simple. It isn't. And Wolf's point is invalid considering he knows all of what I just outlined regarding Anomaly, yet he made this point anyway. Not only is this simply unfair to say to anybody, but this is supposed to be Wolf's friend. Wolf was willing to compromise his friendship with Southpaw, with unfair framing of his actions, just to remain loyal to Mauler and Fringy's side. Already sounds like the reasoning for Southpaw's grievances goes beyond whether or not they liked the TV show, despite the things people have been claiming. This is not the first misrepresentation amongst Wolf, by the way. Let's read out his next set of messages in regards to the situation.
I watched through 3 seasons of Avatar: The Last Airbender and watched my childhood memories go up in flames, but ultimately think the experience was a positive one for me. But you capped out in only 2 episodes despite fervently arguing how wrong they are? Kinda makes your pin tweet sound extremely hypocritical. I don't know, man. I don't think that recording is the W you were hoping it was. I've rewatched/replayed/reread plenty of things that I loved and don't hold up under scrutiny.
I thought a core tenet of the EFAP crowd was that saying whether you like or dislike something is separate from saying whether it's well written or not. Seems like that distinction gets tossed aside once it becomes inconvenient. And it's not just Wolf doing it in this one instance.
But objectively grading them and asking myself if they're really that good gives me the knowledge that I can at least discern quality content from shitty content. Sometimes I'll watch something, and things that make it worse just slip through the cracks, which is why new perspectives are a good thing. And it helps me better recognize issues that I might have fallen into the trap of making in my own writing. You don't get better by shutting out all criticism of something you like and living in your own little bubble. You get better by asking yourself objectively, does this thing I like really hold up, or do I just want it to hold up?
You don't get better by shitting all over your dick while watching Terriers. It's gonna make you have a stroke.
They asked me what I liked about Hank. Honestly, just drew a big blank. And they showed me how many terrible things he does, and I thought of all the other terrible things he does in the following episodes. And I seriously questioned what I ever liked about him in the first place, aside from immediately saying, A, looks like Lebowski and Franco, LMAO. Kinda what happened with Ted. There's like no reason to hate him for any other reason than projecting what I didn't like about him from Breaking Bad onto a completely different character. And now that I'm put in the position of justifying the things that happen in the show, I have to ask myself a lot of questions I didn't ask before. And the show's looking progressively weaker. Like, why didn't anyone else run tests on that radioactive site just to double check? And how is Hank's sister the only one to notice the giveaway that means there's no radiation there at all? How did they sneak Britt back through the US in the trunk when every car has to be checked at the border? Why did, forgetting his name, Black Cop Guy stop looking for Ted at the threat of seeing Britt take a shit? What's frustrating about the situation is that you've pointed out a lot of issues with a lot of sacred cows. But I think you're overlooking them in Terriers and getting really angry in that recording at the idea of your show being criticized. So angry that you no longer want to watch the show with them because you're afraid you might change your mind. I know you're better than that. You've made plenty of videos proving as much, and I know you're a smart guy with good things to say. Acknowledging the faults of a story can elevate the things that are truly good. I've grown a lot by seeing that some things I once liked aren't very good, and found new things that blew away the feelings I had for something like Avatar: The Last Airbender, like The Expanse, The Wheel of Time, The Dresden Files, The Dark Tower, Buffy an Angel, etc. They all gave me powerful emotional reactions that rival anything I got from Avatar: The Last Airbender. That doesn't make Avatar: The Last Airbender less important to me, early development as a person. It's a piece of me, and one I value for pushing me towards the things I like now. Had a similar thing happen with music. Used to listen to tons of post-grunge rock, and it eventually led to the crazy heavier metal bands I listen to now. Unfortunately, it resulted in me not having as much fun with the old music I used to listen to, but that doesn't make the old music any less valuable to me. It was what I needed at a certain point of time, and through it I found something much better. It's a piece of me, but I can let it go and appreciate the new things I love much more. I'm not trying, and neither is Mauler or Fringy, to take away Terriers from you. That'll always be your piece. But there's intrinsic value in dissecting the media and showing what's really on top and what isn't. And I think it makes you really appreciate the craft. And look, I was annoyed when Mauler and Fringy first gave me their criticisms of Terriers, Not at them, not at you, not at the show, but at myself for missing these things. I get it. It can be a hit to your pride to admit to yourself that you miss something you generally see anywhere else. Sometimes it's just a little thing you're infatuated with that overrides the logical part, if your mind, and that would typically see these errors. Happens to everyone. Hell, it happened to Mauler and the gang with Spider-Man. It's nothing to be ashamed of. You just grow from it.
Nazi! And I sure hope there aren't DMs that Wolf sends months later claiming he was somehow very kind about the situation.
It's nothing to be ashamed of. You just grow from it.
It is the very definition of gaslighting.
Welp, I can't really defend the show on much, mostly because I don't remember it very well, so they'd probably be better to talk to than me. But I know they were disappointed that you decided to tap out and all but told them to not watch it. I think it'd be valuable to go through it with them and still keep an open mind, because they know a lot of great media and can point to a lot of shows and movies and shit you would probably have much stronger feelings towards, and it would open your eyes a bit toward that genre.
You think they'd want to pick it up again?
Well, they were both disappointed that you decided to end it so early, so I figured they'd stick it through to the finish. Pretty sure they'd both respect you a lot more for it too.
I just made the offer to Mauler, although with a caveat I might need some time before I'm really emotionally ready for it.
Oh, don't kill me, please.
Ja, kvinnor, att det inte riktigt kan vara det beroende. Men man måste man nog ansvara nog fler.
Pretty sure he won't have an issue with that.
Yeah, he's been a class act the whole way through this about my personal attachment to the show and what it means to me. It was one of my favorites to rewatch with my dad. It's usually things like that that I try to hang on to for sentimental reasons.
Right off the bat, claiming that Southpaw was getting really angry in that recording for the simple idea of the show getting criticized is false. While you can access the entire recording in the description below, I'm going to edit together a compilation of every single disagreement there is in the recording, and prove that Southpaw wasn't getting angry in the recording. For pacing reasons, I'm going to show a short version of this compilation, but if you really don't believe me after this, the full compilation will also be in the description below.
Did you see this proof?
Alright, in 3, 2, 1.
They're not.
Didn't it, Dad?
Yeah. How did they not have a phone number?
Thanks.
Sorry, what?
They don't have the phone number of the girl they're looking for.
I guess that I didn't give it to them.
When last I spoke to Eleanor, she...
Or it could be a phone number that her dad doesn't have.
Sent me a copy of it.
But she called him.
Material.
That's
yeah,
true, actually.
Yeah, she called him to let him know that she was in trouble.
Oh.
What are you doing, man? Fucking murder scene, dude.
Fingerprints. Yeah.
Is it Eleanor's?
How easily do fingerprints get left on clothes?
Very.
I think they can get left on clothes.
And he just touched. They touched all the railings too.
Yeah. So I saw.
And that's. Oh my God! That's evidence. Duh.
Wait, why are they eating dinner and being so casual about?
Haven't they got they've got a murder and they got the phone?
Daughter of that friend.
You guys know that bears.
You'll see.
The very beginning of the.
Well, wait, it's already done. He did it from his phone, didn't he?
This is a murder.
Yeah, he's
and the call of his voice as well on the.
He's friends with the guy.
That's
so.
So that's gonna get him. But is he friends with the other guy who he impersonated? To get information on an active homicide case.
Yeah, or the operator.
Let's get out of here.
So she'd probably be like the first person that he would suspect of having the dog, right? Because who else would steal it? Didn't the guy, he chased after them at the beginning, so he would have seen their license plate.
If he was staring at it while running at them.
I mean, he's seen their faces too, which is...
And their faces, and the thing on the side of the truck that said, Gomez Cleaners.
But the Gomez Cleaners thing is fake.
Well, yeah, it's fake, but it's on the truck, so if you just told the police they stole my dog and they had that on the truck, super easy to identify, I'd imagine. They had guns.
They weren't going to shoot them in broad daylight.
Shoot them? Just
apparently they were.
No,
but also, yeah.
He was threatening him with a gun. That doesn't mean he's going to shoot him with a gun.
No, I'm not saying that he was going to shoot. If you want to abduct them, which it seems like that's what they wanted to do, point it at them and say, get in the car or I'll shoot you.
Yeah, it would have been way safer to open with the gun.
I guess they could have done that, yeah.
So he knows this, that that's not how it works.
Well, yes, but he's upset. He just saw his friend dead.
So he forgets about how, like, it works.
I mean, in that state of mind, I can buy that he's, like, kind of disillusioned, and he is just saying, do something about it.
Please sit down.
You and Mr. Pollock are private detectives?
Well, on our tax returns it says we sell seashells by the seashore, but we moonlight a bit.
Mr. Lindus wanted
So
to
he's
trade
just
things
admitted
with
under
you.
oath that he lies on his tax
sex
forms.
Him and Ellen are not.
Well, no, he says we sell
How much did Mr. Lindus
seashells
pay
by
you
the
for the
seashore.
cell
He's
phone with the sex
joking.
tape on it?
$30,000.
He's under oath
Must have really,
for
really
testimony
wanted
for
it
a
back
criminal
enough to
investigation.
kill someone.
He will also bonus if anyone finds out we planted that gun.
We framed a guilty man.
Oh man, don't talk about that in front of fucking police station. What are you doing?
You're pissing him off.
In relation to the fingerprints being left on clothing point from the first episode, I just want to point out that that wasn't apparently a thing until 2011, which was after the show was aired.
Okay, you pop him fresh with the
What do you mean it wasn't a thing?
doubles over.
Like fingerprints taken from fabric. I'm finding this from.
Okay. Two more to add to the list.
Well, yeah, they do break lots of laws in the show.
How come they never get caught though? Like, is this going to be?
Well, so do they? Again, it's a matter of they have to know that these guys did that to their bug. Well, I mean, all he's saying is, so it says on our taxes that we sell seashells by the seashore.
Yes, it is illegal. It is
That's
illegal
a lie.
to lie on your tax.
And all the people in that room know they're lying.
But that's not what they're actually putting on their tax forms, though.
No. So you lied under oath, then?
Is that actually going to fall under oath? Is that actually going to fall as a lie under oath, where you just simply make a joke like that?
Remember, even Gustafson was like, "Oh, for fuck's sake."
No. Did anybody? Okay, then wow. Wow, we got some big accusations flying around here. You need evidence, and you've got nothing.
Every single time Southpaw has disagreed with them, his aim was to remain civil and speak what's on his mind on the spot. He hasn't yelled, he hasn't called them any names, he simply disagreed and attempted to push back where he believed he could. He consistently did a better job at voicing his disagreements with them civilly than several people who've had a look through the watch party said they would have been able to do, and I would argue, did an even better job than the EFAB hosts themselves have done on quite a few occasions.
He has satellite uplink and he's uplinking it to Roosevelt.
Stop. I'm talking about what he should have done, not what he was limited to in this retarded narrative.
I mean, there could have been something that happened at Oscorp that day, or just...
Listen to yourself.
Well, like, all I'm trying to say is that it's possible that there's pre-existent context that could be that could be given into the film that would show
yourself.
All I'm like, why is it not fair to assume that he wouldn't have his, like, the reason why he wouldn't have his family?
He's a fucking idiot.
Okay, so can I finish the point really quick?
Do you want to?
Well, yeah, I do. So the point is...
Now, those who have been exposed to certain screenshots that have been taken entirely out of context may not believe this, but if you start from the beginning and follow the thread in chronological order, you will see that Southpaw's original intentions were to preserve his friendships with these folks, and that his actions are consistent with someone doing what they think is the best way to achieve that goal. Wolf, this is a completely backwards assessment of Southpaw's actions in that recording. When I watched the recording for myself and looked at Wolf's DMs, I knew immediately that what Wolf said was wrong. In fact, we've shown this recording to dozens of other people to see if they can find instances of Southpaw getting angry, and guess what? Nobody could even grab a timestamp where Southpaw was getting angry.
I mean, Hank's upset.
But, so Hank was a cop before, right?
Yeah.
So he knows this, that, like, that's not how it works.
Well, yes, but he's upset.
And her choice in response is to have them beaten and then cause the police to arrive, and you're saying, well, hopefully good cops show up.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
and the call of his voice as well on the
he's friends with the guy.
Because, like, at the beginning we have him lying both, like, about tax.
They look. This is a thing that I've always known about the show. Yeah. Oh, look, they lied under oath. Oh, look, they tapped with a
but they
plug. It's like what?
And he's threatening to steal it back.
So he knows that she took it.
Yes.
The phone, you find the video, and you'd be like, is this the only copy? And then you kill him.
Well,
even if he says yes or no, really.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they held him at gunpoint and he went for the gun and they had to shoot him. I don't know.
Okay,
like,
but then you still check for the
yeah, you still get the phone in that scenario.
Well, again, I don't know if they had gloves at the time. It's like...
Didn't the guy, like, he chased after them at the beginning, so he would have seen their license plate.
If he was staring at it while running at them.
So he could provide all of them except proof that he can pay it. He's got no chance of paying it from what I understand right now, which means they wouldn't have accepted.
Sorry, what? They weren't going to shoot them in broad daylight.
Shoot them? Just
apparently they were. Like,
no,
but also, yeah.
He was threatening him with a gun. That doesn't mean he's going to shoot him with a gun.
But what gets him the next lead?
Again, the idea is, I guess the neighbors call the cops and she's counting on, like, they mentioned that they have half the OBPD on their side, but maybe she's counting on, like, cops that aren't on their side being sent over to arrest them.
My God, man. Okay.
Which is like, you know, in the middle of a crime.
That's not really...
What?
Why aren't the cops running a trace on the phone?
Probably watched it by now.
I'm not sure how phone traces work. Do you know how phone traces work? Hank has to get a loan.
Well, it's too late. We're saying it's already been moved forward, and it shouldn't have yet.
Hey, in relation to the fingerprints being left on clothing point from the first episode, I just want to point out that that wasn't apparently a thing until 2011, which was after the show was aired.
And then only one of those 4 people have priors and are wanted currently. And that's the one that everyone is... 2 of them are saying started all of this.
And the one who committed the assault fled the scene.
Is that true? Yeah. I just was thinking as well about...
How does he claim that their attitude was bad, but he didn't have an attitude when we all saw how he acted to the criticism?
Because he's right in his mind. Because in his mind he's right.
From the bottom of my heart, fuck you. Mad over a TV show. Petty year-old drama, that's what they'll call it. Yeah.
He tweeted this with fucking a red face and tears flowing out of his eyes.
Go fuck yourself! Bulging fiends. His eyes were coming out of his head. Any attempt to reach out to him better be preceded by a public apology for what a fucking bullying bastard.
Why is there a comma?
I don't know.
We've shown this recording to dozens of other people to see if they can find instances of Southpaw getting angry, and guess what? Nobody could even grab a timestamp where Southpaw was getting angry. Why? Because it didn't happen. He also suggests that Southpaw was so angry that he didn't want to watch the show with them anymore, even though we've just gone over how his reasoning had to do with the lack of enjoyment both sides had during this watch party, and that Southpaw never actually stated you're obligated to listen to people criticize something you like, especially if it's held so close to you. Wasn't a problem when he said that in his Spider-Man 2 video that they all watched.
With this video, I will be making the case that the story of Spider-Man 2, when you give it more than a casual glance, does not hold up very well due to its foundation being built on numerous plot holes, contrivances, and inconsistencies that other stories have recently been criticized for, such as every film in the Star Wars sequel trilogy, The Dark Knight Rises, Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, Game of Thrones Season 8, and The Last of Us Part 2. Now, if you love Spider-Man 2, as most people do, and haven't really noticed any issues with it in regards to plot holes or internal consistency, and you'd prefer to remain ignorant of them, that's perfectly fine. There is no shame in wanting to avoid looking at or hearing criticism directed at something that you enjoy and do not want tainted for you.
If you want to remain ignorant, you don't have to watch my video, because I'm about to destroy this movie with my superior intellect. I understand if that scares you, but I am pretty smart.
And it's also fine if the lens through which I perceive media isn't compatible with yours.
I'm built different.
I view stories not through the lens of an aspiring filmmaker, but as an aspiring writer, someone who wants to tell stories that will stand up strongly to this sort of scrutiny. But of course I understand that there are more aspects to filmmaking than just a good script.
It's okay if I'm smarter than you. I'm smarter than most people, actually.
Because my IQ is extremely high. Extremely high IQ. I'm talking like way up there IQ. It is extremely frustrating, being that I am far superior. I am the most intelligent person, which I guess, like, 140 is above average, whatever,
And in my conclusion, I will be talking about how I think Spider-Man 2 is actually a solid case study for how a very flawed film, writing-wise, can be carried by highly competent directing, acting, editing, cinematography, and pacing, and manage to get most people, even the plot hole sleuths like myself, to miss the numerous writing errors that are present in the story.
I'm a plot hole sleuth!
Like, I can't think of any dialogue that's particularly clunky in the show.
Terriers is a great show.
Of all the genres where logic and plot are very important, like this is the genre for that. Like, they have to take this sort of stuff into account, and they do this constantly.
It's amazing to me how quickly this plot falls apart. With just like very surface level analysis by Fringy and Mauler. The criticism that Mauler and Fringy are coming up with are ones about consistency and just common sense. Like they're not coming up with stuff like they don't even mention the dialogue or the acting, but they haven't brought up they're not nitpicking here. They're talking about stuff like, so these detectives have taken a bribe. A major suspect just seems to be really okay with having these two strangers in his backyard, even though he's apparently committed a murder, and they're admitting that they're investigating this murder that he's committed. Also, they stole evidence of a crime, not just a crime but a murder, and their fingerprints are all over the murder site.
These are all valid points.
It's also pretty disrespectful to the manner in which Southpaw did not let the awkward and uncomfortable environment in that watch party get to him, and acted even more civilly than Mauler or Fringy. The community has run with this narrative that he just flew off the handle over them disagreeing with him about the show.
I'm willing to go public with it now, and that sounds extremely serious when he says it like that.
Oh my god,
but it's
a bomb threat?
But the watch party completely indicates otherwise. You couldn't have mischaracterized Southpaw harder if you tried. All in the name of disrespecting a simple, harmless boundary that he had set, which Mauler had already agreed to.
Where?
Even crazier, after Wolf succeeded in making Southpaw feel guilty for setting that boundary, Southpaw offered Mauler to walk it back and continue the rest of the show with them, which Mauler then said he believed that was not a good idea.
I might need some time. I'm still going on a sort of grieving process for it at the moment. If I may bare my soul for a bit, it's admittedly upsetting. The narrative has been that I couldn't take that they were criticizing the show, period. I'm sorry for how I've reacted to your criticisms, man. This show was always really important to me due to the memories that I have tied to it, and there was just something in there about the characters and the show's overall tone that I really, really dug. I guess to the point that I flipped some switch in my brain that made it impossible to really think of these issues. All in all, I've just been feeling really crummy about it because I felt like a total idiot for missing these issues this whole time, and the realization that the show isn't well written left me in a seriously depressive state yesterday. And it just seems like the show isn't going to be for you or Fringy, and now I'm questioning whether it's even worth continuing the show, I guess. It's just not going to be an enjoyable experience for anyone, and I don't think it'll be healthy for me to proceed with this. I never would have expected myself to love a show so much to feel like I was just dumped when finding more issues than I could have imagined. I'm open to going through the rest of it at some point, but I'm going to need some time if that's alright with you. The sentimental value that the show has for me is something that's causing me to go through a bit of a grieving process.
Alright, so here's my official answer. I'm bitching out.
Any watch party we do is just going to be a repeat of all the things you guys have already said. Sucks that I wasted my token on it, but oh well. I really like the show. I'm sorry you didn't enjoy it, but thanks for trying it out at least.
It sounds as though you are very attached to this show, and it's going to hurt you to talk about it critically. If that's the case, you'll have no pushback from me. I'm sorry it didn't work out. There's plenty more to discuss in the media sphere though, so no worries.
I appreciate your understanding, dude. I've been talking to Wolf about it for the past hour, and I'm open to picking up, going through the rest of the show to hear out your criticisms.
We should stop watching the show. Okay. I'm gonna kill myself if we watch another episode. So, do you want to keep watching? Not if you're gonna kill yourself. Are you telling me to kill myself? Are you advocating suicide, baller? Are you a suicide advocate? I'm really gonna fucking do it!
I seriously am.
In all honesty, I'm starting to doubt my own ability to judge stuff objectively, at least consistently, and I'm not just talking about the stuff with Terriers. I've apparently missed a ton of stuff with Invincible, Spectacular Spider-Man. Recently I found more issues with Fargo Season 1, another one of my absolute favorite shows than ever before. And much of my favorite MCU movies just don't hold up. Neither does Batman Begins or The Dark Knight, and I feel like I've just been consistently shit at this lately.
I'm so sad. Oh, I'm so sad. I don't even remember how to use an ironing board. I don't even know how to use an ironing board anymore. And the lights are too bright. The lights are too bright. Tell them to turn the light off so I can see that I was stuck in the trash can. I thought I found another person, but it was just a stupid broom. Please turn the light off. The light's too hot. Please turn the light off. The lights. Please turn the light off. The light's too hot. I can't breathe. Is this a hat? Is this a hat? I don't know what this is, and I'm so sad. I got stuck in the shower. I didn't know how to get out of my shower. I was naked. Where's my cat? Where's my cat? I can't find my cat. Where's my cat? I don't know where my cat is because I'm so sad. Please turn the light off. The light's too bright. Please turn it off. Please turn the light off. The light's too bright. Please turn the light off. The light's too bright. Please turn the light off. The light's too bright. Please turn it off. Please turn the light off. It's too bright. I don't know where I live anymore. I don't know where I live anymore.
And then a few months later, Wolf would go on to claim that Southpaw was acting pussy-ish for criticizing their take on a show, despite initially not wanting to go through with the rest of it with them. Yet he literally offered to walk back on that and continue watching it with them, as unpleasant as that experience would have been for him, because Wolf had berated him for setting that boundary in the first place. Okay, so now that it's established that this comment from Wolf was completely uncalled for...
Yeah, that's definitely what's been established here.
There's also this moment that they banged on about quite a bit in their server about these two goons who jumped them in a parking garage, not immediately pulling out their gun.
Oh yeah, it's probably worth talking about Lindus' goons too, who aren't his goons.
If you're not thinking very critically and you're looking for things to complain about without considering any good faith explanations for why a character might have made a certain decision...
Good faith, in Southpaw's headcanon, means writing things into the story and pretending that they were there the whole time.
You might hastily conclude that this is what I like to call a tentacle blade problem. These guys had a gun, but they didn't open with it.
They had guns.
They weren't going to shoot them in broad daylight.
Shoot them? Just
apparently they would. Like,
no,
but also, yeah.
He was threatening him with a gun. That doesn't mean he's going to shoot him with a gun.
No, I'm not saying that he was going to shoot. If you want to abduct them, which it seems like that's what they wanted to do, point it at them and say, get in the car or I'll shoot you.
The problem here is that people who work in private security, like these guys...
Yes, these kidnappers are private security now because Southpaw says so.
...are typically trained to use their guns as a last resort if an encounter escalates to a potentially life-threatening one.
Everybody knows that Mafia kidnappers follow a strict code of ethics. They are notorious rule followers. They wouldn't want to break the law or anything while kidnapping these people.
Such as if a combatant begins beating them in the head with a heavy metal object. It's also worth noting, of course, that this guy doesn't immediately jump to shooting Hank. He's pulling out his gun to try to talk Hank down after he's just seen his buddy get smacked in the head with a fire extinguisher. Although, in fairness, it's not like Mauler is the best at being able to glean whether someone intends or doesn't intend to kill someone else when guns get involved.
You don't go like, well, just because we've got him on video doesn't mean shit because it could have been a face swap. It's like, well, we still have to fucking bring him in, which is all they wanted to do with Winter Soldier. They didn't want to kill him.
You're gonna have to hurry. We have orders to shoot on sight.
I wasn't in Vienna. I don't do that anymore.
They're entering the building. Well, the people who think you did are coming here now. And they're not planning on taking you alive.
I hope these Captain America clips are convincing you that Terriers is a good show.
I want to kill him. Apparently they were.
Not as smart as he thinks he is.
On his server, Mauler suggested that these guys should have immediately pulled out their gun and then, in broad daylight, fire a warning shot in this crowded parking garage in the middle of a city. No comment.
Now what sort of person would shoot someone in broad daylight in a crowded area?
They complained about a guy who's depicted as skittish, timid, and not at all physically imposing, bringing a gun for protection to a meeting in broad daylight with his much larger half-brother who he double-crossed, and then firing it in panic and running off instead of staying to murder him.
Was that a gun?
Incredibly lucky the gunshot did what it did to the half-brother.
When they just showed up, like they're right there.
Point blank, and it shot him between his torso and his arm.
And instead of firing again, he ran off.
Interesting that Southpaw edited out the rest of that exchange.
Was that a gun?
Yeah.
He got shot in broad daylight.
Now, as you may have noticed from the tone of his voice, Fringy has already developed a seething hatred against this show and isn't exactly good at hiding it. The problem is, this seems to be making him miss the fact that the only reason Bradley shot the gun in the first place was because Montel had lunged at him.
Well, that's not true at all. Brother Bart has a gun in hand and pointed at Montel, and Montel then tries to get the gun from him before he's shot. But Southpaw is somehow blaming Montel for lunging at him, suggesting that this justifies Bart shooting him. Interesting of Southpaw to jump immediately to blaming the victim.
Yes, Leslie. You are blaming victims for fighting back. You are telling them it's their fault, that they're not good enough victims, that they couldn't say certain things or act a certain way, or they will deserve whatever crimes they suffer up to and including murder.
The only reason Bradley shot the gun in the first place was because Montel had lunged at him. Yes, this rhetoric is victim blaming, which was likely prompted by having a gun waved in his face.
Okay, so Southpaw is actually right, countering... Okay, so Southpaw is actually countering his own argument against Fringy, making Fringy right? I don't really know, but that's okay, because neither does Southpaw. He does the same thing with the private security.
They had guns.
They weren't going to shoot them in broad daylight.
Shoot them? Just
apparently they were.
No,
but also, yeah.
He was threatening him with a gun. That doesn't mean he's going to shoot him with a gun.
No, I'm not saying...
Notice how I was responding to something Mauler had said while smugly laughing in response to what I just said, and Fringy then responds as if I was talking to him. Two people teaming up to simultaneously make two different arguments makes it impossible for one person to respond to both of them adequately in real time. Especially if arguing as aggressively as they are here.
The problem here is that people who work in private security, like these guys, are typically trained to use their guns as a last resort if an encounter escalates to a potentially life-threatening one.
So it's worth pointing out as well that this is taken from the Committee of the Red Cross, the fucking Geneva Convention. The Geneva Convention is Southpaw's reference point for argumentation regarding hostilities of law enforcement personnel and military personnel. Nothing to do with private security at all. It's about military members, military servicemen, and police officers from the Geneva Convention. Thank you, Southpaw.
SK, okay, sorry. So, he says, why did you, SK, leave out the most valid criticism of Terriers? Why did the goons leave the weapon in the first episode and didn't search for the front of the dead body? Would you like to know why that is? Okay?
There's nowhere to run.
When she goes back to the lifeguard tower, she finds her boyfriend dead, believes that her cell phone is taken at this point, so she just takes the gun that's left at the crime scene to protect herself. They make a big stink about this in the watch party. Like, why do they leave the gun at the crime scene?
I really like the visual image of Southpaw alone in a Discord call, ranting about Terriers with nobody listening.
Now, I initially thought maybe it was the two goons that attacked them in the parking garage. It's not. There's actually a line in episode 4 in which Lindus himself admits that he is the guy who killed Tony, the dude in the lifeguard tower.
I know you planted that gun in my study. Set me up for this. You can deny it all you want, I don't care. That's not why I want to talk to you.
You killed my friend Mickey Gosney.
I swear to you, on the life of my child, I had nothing to do with that.
You innocent of Anthony Bianco's murder too?
No. Let's just say when you framed me for that, you got lucky.
He is the dude who shot him. So it's like, oh, it's not these two private security dudes who might know better than to leave a gun at the crime scene.
Why are private officers so adept at murdering people? and kidnapping them. Are kidnapping and murder in the Private Security Handbook, next to gun safety protocols? It would sure suck if these guys weren't Lindus' private security. It's a good thing that line wasn't in the clip that you used.
Maybe you had those two muscleheads do it, hold him down. Pump his body full of drugs, watch him die.
Those men, the men who attacked you, did not work for me. They were there watching me. There are people out there very nervous about me since you put me in here. Someone wants me to reside in here for the rest of my life, and that may not be for much longer.
Weird, it would kinda invalidate all of Southpaw's stupid points if these guys weren't private security, like Southpaw keeps pretending they are.
I guess these guys can easily miss this incredibly basic cause and effect when they are objectively analyzing something that they clearly cannot judge separately from their emotions. Maybe he should have waited to make arguments until he was no longer mad over a TV show.
Just so we're clear, Southpaw isn't mad at all, and has never been too attached to the show to analyze it honestly.
This show was always really important to me due to the memories that I have tied to it, and there was just something in there about the characters and the show's overall tone that I really dug. I guess to the point that it flipped some switch in my brain that made it impossible to really think of these issues.
It sounds as though you are very attached to this show, and it's going to hurt you to talk about it critically. If that's the case, you'll have no pushback from me. I'm sorry it didn't work out. There's plenty more to discuss in the media sphere though, so no worries.
I appreciate your understanding, dude.
Hey you! See you again.
Episode 5 of the canceled television show Terriers is entitled Lindus' Last Stand, Long-Legged Lindus' Last Line in the Sand, Part 2. This title is a reference to the Alamo.
Hi, and welcome to the San Antonio Department of Parks and Recreation official Alamo tour. My name is Tina.
Excuse me, Tina, but could we go straight to
I
the...
tell you what, let's hold all questions until the end of the tour, okay?
But
Thank you. This mission, the Alamo, from the Spanish word for cottonwood tree, was established in the year 1718. That was the same year that our lovely city was founded by the Spanish Expeditionary Force on the site of an Indian burial mound. This is one of my personal favorite parts of the tour. Please say hello to our residents, Pedro and his wife, Inez. Inez is holding a clay pot that she seems very proud of. She has carefully detailed it with lots of paint and glaze. And Pedro is working on an adobe. Can you say that with me? Adobe. Adobe. We are now in the kitchen of the Alamo women. Here they are preparing many culinary delights of the Southwest. Do I hear someone's stomach growling? The mainstay of the Alamo diet is corn. Corn can be prepared many ways. It can be boiled, shucked, creamed, or in this case, dried. Corn can also be used to make tortillas. Do we have any Mexican Americans with us today? Well, buenos dias.
Buenos dias.
Yes, there are thousands and thousands of uses for corn, all of which I will tell you about right now. Upon this battlement in 1836, 200 Texas volunteers, including such heroes as Davy Crockett, Bill Travis, and Jim Bowie, fought off an onslaught of 4,000 Mexican troops under the command of General Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna. At this time, I'd like to conclude our tour, and I mean it, y'all have been one of the greatest groups I have ever worked with, really. Okay, are there any questions? Yes.
where's the basement?
Excuse me?
Aren't we going to see the basement?
There's no basement at the Alamo.
In today's episode, our heroes spend their day trying to dispose of the corpse of a man that they killed for no good reason.
For no reason, no reason, for 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 no goddamn reason.
This episode, Lindus's Last Stand, Long-Legged Lindus's Last Line in the Sand, Part 2, is the second part of the previous episode of the series, which left off with Frank and Britt shoving money down a stripper's throat. The next morning, they returned home to check on Lindus, only to find that Hank's sister was able to perfectly reconstruct him because she took a biology class once. He marvels at the miracle of science, before they tie him up and throw him into the trunk of his own car and push it off of a cliff. Not yet satisfied, they use their unlicensed detective skills to track down Lindus's wife and child at the airport, and rob them at gunpoint for their car keys, so they can drive the remainder of Lindus's cars off the cliff as well. All the commotion attracts unwanted attention, and draws the ire of none other than Tan-Suit Burke, who comes a-rumbling down the prairie with hellfire at his heels. He catches them in a butterfly net and hauls them off to the airport mafia corporate offices to meet the Don.
Don Salvatore has called a meeting. I need you to collect the limo and his boy Joey from the garage. Then get Luigi from his club. Come back here and pick me up. Then we'll all drive over to the boss's place together. Those triads, they don't know when to stop. They want a war, they got a war. Now get going.
Here you go, look!
How you doing?
That's a sexy man. Ain't it? Where's my damn stool?
How you doing, kid? No fancy crap.
But the Don isn't home, so they talk to his lawyer instead. Zeitland the lawyer explains that Lindus works for them, and they're funding the property that he's building, but that they paid off contractors to fake a soil test that indicates that the land that the property is built on is radioactive, to shut down the property development and then leak the report to the press to trick the public into believing that the land is toxic, to drive down the property value so that they can buy up all the cheap land and use it to build a toxic airport. But Lindus hid the report to protect himself from the airport mafia, which didn't work because they rigged his court case to get him beaten and sent to jail, which they don't want because now they have no leverage over him. Since their plans make no sense and they're running out of options, they hire Hank and Brett to track down the toxicology report so that they can release it to the public, which is what they want. This plan is too stupid for even Frank and Brett, but the airport mafia threaten to take Lindus' sex tape away from them unless they comply, so they have no choice.
Never start with the head. The victim gets all fuzzy. He can't feel the neck. See?
Things aren't going so hot for the Terriers, as they're called down to the police station to answer for their crimes. They've been credibly accused by 2 eyewitnesses that they kidnapped Lindus right fucking in front of them yesterday, and these people did the logical thing and reported this to the police.
Hey, where's my husband? What have you done with him? Answer me, you bastards! What have you done with my husband? I know it was you. I saw you. I saw you take him. You get your hands off me.
But unfortunately for her, only the bad cop showed up. She clearly forgot that Frank used to be a disgraced police officer, and the blue wall of violence protects him from all crimes.
You can't just have one friend on the police force and he magically has the power to make all your crimes go away. Why not? No, seriously, do you not believe that cops are like this with each other?
Felt like it was a tragic story.
Makes me wonder what police procedurals Phoenix right here must be watching.
You can't just get into the boot of somebody's car and just get into America from Mexico. Like, they're gonna check the boot of the car. It doesn't matter that there's a cop with you, they're gonna check the car.
Now comes the part where we throw our heads back and laugh. Ready?
Ready!
Taking issue with this is indistinguishable to complaining when the police are willing to cooperate with Batman instead of just arresting him immediately, despite the fact that he is a vigilante who breaks dozens of laws every night that he goes out to fight crime. A comparison I even tried to make in the watch party because it's a fairly simple and easy to understand concept, you know? Police detective choosing not to enforce the law with someone that they may have everything that they need in order to arrest them out of some personal bias or because they find them more useful out of a jail cell instead of inside one. And this is what they had to say.
So, a big difference between Batman and Hank is that the police can't get Batman, or at least Batman will make he'll make it very hard for them to get him.
I don't know who he is.
Yeah.
I don't know who he is.
There are enough scenes in various media featuring Batman in which the police could easily arrest him if they wanted to. That this is not only sidestepping the actual point that I was trying to make, which is that the police don't want to arrest Hank and Britt, in the same sense that they don't want to arrest Batman.
You on me. You condemn me. Set the dogs on me. Because that's what needs to happen.
Who cares? I want to see his face.
What are we doing here? Let's just take it out.
Take the Batman into custody. I am the Batman.
See?
Also that Mauler and Fringy can just stubbornly reject the rather elementary reality that cops, in America at least, are in fact granted with discretion for when they can make an arrest. And, oftentimes, they will exploit that power where it's convenient to them.
You know what, though? Another thing that doesn't make it an Batman does it for no reward. He just does it. He does it to help. These guys do it for money.
Setting aside the fact that this is a comparison to the character's morality, as opposed to why the characters aren't getting arrested by the cops they have connections to, and therefore entirely irrelevant to the point I was trying to make. Feel free to go through the entire show and fact-check me on this, but the only money these guys ever make from cooperating with the police is a reward they collect for helping them solve one case at the end of the second episode, which Fringy has only just finished watching at this point. A reward which police are known to offer to anyone who can provide information that leads to certain cases getting solved. This comically hasty conclusion he's made after only watching 2 episodes is just a taste of how deranged and utterly incongruent with reality Fringy's bizarre hyperfixation over these two making any money really is. Which we'll get around to talking about more once we hit the finale of the section of this video that is dedicated solely to countering their criticisms of Terriers with references, in which we will have to address perhaps their most significant argument about the show, that the main characters are villainous as opposed to ethically dubious, and that the show lacks awareness of these characters' flaws. I'm going to just leave it up to you to determine whether they were being willfully obtuse, or they really are just that stupid that they can't even comprehend a point that simple.
I don't think they're done. That's jail.
If they choose to prosecute, yes.
What?
I don't know that a police... I don't think they can choose whether or not they want to prosecute that. That's a crime. They have no authority.
Mauler can kid himself all he likes, but yes, they do. In America, police are given the rights to use their discretion for when they may make an arrest, which is, for better or for worse, a necessity for the occupation, as whether an officer may decide to make an arrest is going to be dependent on context, which varies from case to case. For instance, if they simply don't have enough evidence to score a conviction, they're extremely unlikely to make an arrest, a decision which they cannot then get into legal trouble for. Without discretion, they may be then compelled to make arrests even if they have an insufficient amount of evidence against the suspect, meaning the arrest will ultimately lead to nowhere. However, there is a significant trade-off to this, because it then makes how the law is enforced incredibly subject to the biases and personal whims of the cop you are interacting with. They may or may not have, for instance, a racial prejudice that strongly affects how you are treated. If you get pulled over one day for going only 5 over the limit and you politely explain you're simply running late for work, you might just be lucky enough to run into a cop polite enough to let you off with a verbal or even written warning.
Just so we're clear, there is a slight difference between a cop using discretion to let somebody off a speeding ticket and using discretion to decline investigating the kidnap and murder of Robert Lindus. That is a slightly different scenario.
Or the cop who pulled you over has had one truly rotten week and is in need of keeping up with his quota of traffic tickets written out.
Ticket quotas are illegal in the state of California, where the show takes place, and also in the state of Georgia, where Southpaw lives. He's very eager to cite this myth of US policing as long as it suits his narrative.
Which any person could have then been able to verify by just doing a Google search. They may or may not have, for instance, a racial prejudice that strongly affects how you are treated.
Oh yeah, and all cops are racist.
But it isn't at all unheard of for cops to exploit this power bestowed upon them when dealing with people they are personally biased towards, which is what you'll hear from any lawyer or police officer you talk to about this subject.
Southpaw, please find for me the one police officer who will gladly tell you that if a friend of theirs was suspected of kidnapping and murder, that they would use their discretion to refuse to arrest them.
Which in turn is why this is frequently depicted in stories featuring cops. Only, for whatever reason, Mauler and Fringy have decided that it is a problem for Terriers to depict cops in this manner.
So it works, it's like they say in Civil War.
You're saying the quiet part out loud, I think.
The whole point of like police and stuff is that they have people to answer to. You as a citizen can't randomly decide, I'm going to tamper with evidence because I think it's the right thing to do, even if it leads to the right outcome. This is why vigilantes are illegal. We've got other people involved who would know.
It's not a decision that he alone is allowed to make. It just isn't.
Yes, it is, Fringy. Cope harder.
Hey, Southpaw. Nuh-uh.
Got him! And in fact, like, he has an obligation to enforce the law.
For reasons I just outlined, no, he does not. I don't know how it is over in the land down under, but if that is indeed the case, it isn't in America.
You can't just say, well, you're my friend, so I'm not... I mean, because that makes him kind of like just a shitty person, if that's like what we accept.
It is beyond laughable for Fringy to act like the show has any obligation to portray Mark as a squeaky clean, by-the-book cop when the show is clearly aiming to be neo-noir in the sense that Breaking Bad is.
Remember, if you just use the word neo-noir over and over again, this shields the show from criticism.
Where the characters we're following aren't paragons of virtue, but rather flawed human beings who will have emotional biases, which the show has clearly communicated to the audience about Mark from his very first scene in the first episode. The idea that it is a writing problem in a story for a character to not fit within Fringy's perception of what makes a good person, just because they are a cop or we are meant to root for them, is so at odds with what he has said in plenty of other streams, and just plain stupid all around, that it is an utterly embarrassing demonstration of an EFAP fan's intelligence and media literacy, or lack thereof, when they watch through the watch party and somehow conclude that the arguments they were making, including this hopelessly childish moralistic fallacy, are even remotely reasonable, just because they sound more confident than the person they are putting on the spot with these bizarre complaints that they haven't seemed to lob at anything else.
Later that day, Hank is loitering outside of a middle school when he spots Lindus' wife and pulls her aside to explain why it's a good thing that he kidnapped and killed her husband.
Excuse me, Mrs. Lindus, just a moment. I think you have the wrong idea about us. I needed the loan, Miriam.
Convinced of his innocence and heroism, she drops all of the charges and gives him a blowjob right then and there. Right in front of everyone. In front of her kids, everyone. Because he's the main character.
My analogy for this would be something like Batman.
Talk about an exciting incident. Back home, Frank and Britt are burning a pile of Lindus' clothes for fun, when they notice a conspicuous manila envelope sticking out of a pocket. This could be the lead they're looking for. Hank puts his pants back on and hoists Britt up by the ankle, slowly lowering him into the flames so that he can fish out the envelope with his teeth. Katie strolls by casually, watching Lindus' sex tape on Mickey's daughter's phone, and gasps when she sees whatever she's looking at that Frank and Brett are doing. Shocked, the phone slips from her grasp and lands in the nearby other pile of burning clothes that belong to the guy from the bank. The Terriers screech in horror and lunge toward Katie with righteous fury. The ass-kicking of a lifetime, unrivaled across the cosmos, is about to be unleashed. The 7 layers of hell have all opened at once and are pouring out onto Katie for their sins. Hank kicks her through the wall and into the kitchen, where Britt shatters a toaster over her head before dragging her to the fridge to give her one of these. Hank kicks the door ferociously before Britt pushes the fridge over, trapping her inside so they can shove it down the staircase into the cellar. But not before Britt chomps down on her leg and whips her around like the dog that she is, teeing her up for Hank to swing the fridge like a bat and swat her through the window onto the lawn. They leap through the roof and are upon her yet again, gnawing on her limbs before Britt grabs the truck and wallops her with it. Ready for a piece of the action, Hank tears the truck in half so they can both get their licks in. With the toxicology report in hand, Hank and Brett return to the Airport Mafia corporate offices to drop them off, but inadvertently step into an elevator occupied by none other than Tan-Suit Burke, the man known as the Terror of Ontario before he ever set foot north of the 33rd parallel. He could ricochet a Canadian goose off a man's skull from the flatlands of Yucatan. He once scalped 1,000 Indians for breakfast. He's the man who single-handedly defeated Custer's army, a man with a chip on his shoulder and spinach dip on the other. When Tan-Suit Burke comes to town, the potatoes all mash themselves. Unimpressed, Hank smirks and stage whispers to Britt, "Good thing we're not potatoes, huh? You dare mock Tan-Suit Burke?" the narrator said indignantly. But Tan-Suit Burke cuts the tension with a butter knife and spreads it over his toast. "I'm sure glad you cowdogs brought that there file, you hear? I'd hate for anything to happen to that precious sex tape." Reminded of the tragic loss of his best friend Mickey's daughter's sex tape with Lindus, Hank flies into a rage and takes a cheap shot at Burke before the doors open. Howling like donkeys, our protagonists rampage through the office in a primal frenzy, screaming for vengeance as they rip apart and explode. As they're escorted out of the building, they decide to cut ties with the Airport Mafia. With the sex tape gone, they no longer have any leverage over them, and they're taking matters into their own hands.
You know what this reminds me of? The time we had to climb down the ravine to the car we crashed with a dead guy inside.
Rather than turn in the toxicology report to the Airport Mafia so that they can publish it and drive down property values, Hank and Brett are going to instead plant the toxicology report on Lindus' body and report it to the police so that they can publish it and drive down property values. Take that, Airport Mafia. Once the files are in place on Lindus' rotting sack of body parts, Hank calls in a fake bomb threat to get the police to come and investigate the car that they dumped the dead body in 3 days ago that nobody's noticed yet. The cops swoop in to investigate, while the actual bomb destroys the orphanage across town. Back home, the Terriers crew is unwinding in front of the television, now that Katie's back from the hospital. The news report comes on, disclosing the toxicology report from the Airport Mafia's fake Lindus hotel, and Hank's genius sister decodes the nuclear sequencing on the radioactive particles mentioned in the report, and deduces that the report must have been faked. It's not possible for those compounds to exist together in those ratios, and she's the only person on the planet capable of reaching this conclusion because she saw mold grow on bread once. There are literally 0 scientists or legitimate soil analysts who also saw the news report, so nobody else could figure this out.
These guys have very selectively read several scenes to support a conclusion they clearly want to believe, for whatever reason. Why don't we talk about just a couple more arguments that they made? Starting off, there's this point they make about an environmental report that the bad guy's doctor...
Oh, dude, the radiation thing. So...
Oh, yeah. Oh.
So, like, our characters find out that the bad guys might be trying to hide the fact that there's a high radiation levels to the point where no one would be around in this particular area. They find this out because they are... The ex-wife of the main character is an architect slash person familiar with like these particular things. She sees the paper by chance and she's like, bruh, this is like super bad. It's like radiation-y stuff. It's like, oh my god. And so...
Very lucky that she has that level of knowledge, but sure, and
absolutely.
As well, he knows about it too.
Yeah, and so you're like, okay, and so they get it out there. It's like a payoff for the episode that they get that to be public, and no one's allowed near the place anymore. It's like, huh. I mean, Fringy kind of just accepted that on good faith, which is like, I guess they did all they needed to do to prove it, and woohoo, we did it. Okay. But then they have this like twist where the main guy's sister notices that it's all bullshit. She reads it and she's like, nah, these levels are actually this, and this is all wrong. And we were like, what?
I wonder if you fellas in chat can notice, like, what's wrong here with this. Something doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so first thought was like, why would a random girl who's the sister of our protagonist know this better than the people who have had to have verified it for the fucking government? Why?
Yeah, people who
and
work
then
in this field.
Turns out there's no radiation there, and so we were like, wait a minute, you didn't check? You didn't send anybody with the proper equipment?
You didn't do another report.
What the? You just found this report and we're like, it's good enough. No one's allowed there anymore. It's like, what?
And then, of course, third, if this is something that she could deduce based on the publicly available information, how would she be the only person who noticed that? Like, she notices that the chemicals do not produce this result. That's just not how it works. You tell me she's the only person on Earth who knows this?
I don't understand how they wouldn't have specialists to check the fucking thing. And then why would she know more than them?
This is just their life, is to check these things and know.
And that's like major for pushing everything forward again. I mean, the show is full of these, like the big events that just don't make any sense.
It is the most important, like, it is the central arc of this season. This one, thankfully, season.
Yeah.
Hey, you're just mad because I'll be able to do something with my fucking guitar in hands that you'll never be able to achieve in your entire life, kid. So yeah, you're gay.
So, I don't know how these big-brained, objective critics missed this, but the site wasn't alleged to have radiation, it was alleged to have toxic levels of benzene, which the show explains.
Benzene is a carcinogen found in crude oil and gasoline. This test cites levels at 380 parts per billion.
This report is also not, as Mauler and Fringy suggest, claiming that a chemical or some type of radiation does something it doesn't actually do, which any person could have then been able to verify by just doing a Google search. The telltale clue that is spotted is...
all that benzene with the earth metals? Those compounds can't exist together in those ratios. Not in the natural world anyway. Someone made the numbers up. Put the chemicals there for the test. There's no cancer in the ground.
And the reason that Steph is able to spot this, unlike most of those who looked at the reports, is because she would have more knowledge of earth metals than the average person. Which is because...
Gretchen said that Steph had a scholarship to MIT way back when?
Yeah, she was a chemistry engineering double major. My folks used to say she got the brains in the family, I got the facial hair.
So, that's right. This huge plot hole that they banged on about how Steph is able to know something that other characters don't know, is directly accounted for in the show by the fact that she studied this in university.
And nobody else who went to the same university reaches the same conclusion. She is literally the only person in the world who does this.
Which any person could have then been able to verify by just doing a Google search. The punchlines write themselves.
Yeah. That's not how it works. Tell me she's the only person on Earth who knows this?
I don't understand how they wouldn't have specialists to check the fucking thing. And then why would she know more than them?
This is just their life, is to check.
Pay attention! While they're relaxing and reviewing one of the several copies they made of the sex tape, there comes a knock at the door. Britt grabs his pistol, and Hank grabs Katie's crutches and wields them defensively, as he tells her to open the door and see who it is. She hobbles over to the door and weakly turns the doorknob, opening it up to reveal a Secret Service agent, played by Robert Patrick. He escorts Frank and Britt out to a black limousine parked on the curb. They climb inside, where they're introduced to the inciting incident, Arnold Schwarzenegger, the governor of California. He informs them that he's been keeping his eye on them and needs them to complete a job for him. He's been looking for someone. He passes them a photograph of Sarah Connor, and we cut to black. Directed by Ryan Johnson. This episode teaches us the value of friendship, that some things are even more important than money or sex tapes. Hank and Britt are able to forgive Katie for the horrible things she did, and she was able to forgive them for their reaction. Or was she? Is she harboring doubts about her upcoming marriage to Britt? How badly does she want Hank to fuck her college professor? Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Before we proceed with that, it's important that we talk about Fringy's conversation with Southpaw, which I found to be filled with inaccurate reads of Southpaw's character. As you can see here, Southpaw starts by conceding Fringy is right. This is after Wolf's DM conversation with Southpaw that we've talked about on the same day, August 27th. And remember, Wolf's conversation was after Southpaw and Mauler agreed to disagree, and Wolf's conversation effectively gaslit Southpaw into believing he reacted worse than he really did. Keep those in mind when assessing what we're about to read.
You're right, honestly. I'm sorry for how I've reacted to your criticisms, man. This show was always really important to me due to the memories that I have tied to it, and there was just something in there about the characters and the show's overall tone that I really dug. I guess to the point that it flipped some switch in my brain that made it impossible to really think of these issues. All in all, I've just been feeling really crummy about it because I felt like a total idiot for missing these issues this whole time, and the realization that the show isn't well written left me in a seriously depressive state yesterday.
Dude, this is making me depressed.
Again.
What the fuck do you think he
But at
feels,
the same
dude? He's got other videos that says, I am depressed. My suicide story. Like, it must not be a good suicide story if he can tell it.
I never would have expected myself to love a show so much to feel like I was just dumped when finding more issues than I could have imagined.
Feel like I was just dumped.
That's just not even a sentence that you should be saying.
I think that's a sentence I should be saying.
I should admit that the basis of my ex-lover theory comes from personal experience. I loved this series. The Elder Scrolls was like the first serious long-term relationship of my gaming dating life. I thought it was the one, that it understood me, that of all the games that are made, it was the one that was designed just for me. I guess I was young and naive. I didn't understand that things would change for both of us. A lot has happened since those early days, but I'll always cherish those memories. I've never felt as connected to any virtual world as I did with you back then. And now I'm getting older, I wonder if I'll ever feel that way about a virtual world again. I know you've gotten older too. I guess you've moved on. But I still wonder sometimes if you miss it. And I know you've achieved a lot. It's incredible, really, looking at how far you've come. But you had a passion back then. There was a spark. You understood what it meant to dream. And I just hope you still understand that. I hear you're with a new guy now. One with more money than me. I hope it works out for you. I moved on too, you know. Actually, I ended up starting a YouTube channel. You'd never guess what it's about.
You're a cuck. You're a cuck in your own metaphor. You're a fucking cuck. Really? Why would you...
I never would have expected myself to love a show so much to feel like I was just dumped when finding more issues than I could have imagined. I'm open to going through the rest of it at some point, but I'm going to need some time if that's alright with you. The sentimental value that the show has for me is something that's causing me to go through a bit of a grieving process.
First off, thanks for all that. It's very much appreciated. I'm sure hearing all of our criticisms for those 2 episodes wasn't fun, but I figure you wanted my earnest thoughts. This is all basically the standard dichotomy, right? What you like versus what is good. What is it about a story that you find personally valuable versus how well constructed was it? There are plenty of films and shows I used to think were great that didn't hold up as well under a more discerning gaze, but I think the process is valuable because it highlights what really works about the great stories I love. Plus, nobody can truly take away the feelings one has for a story. That's a decision one makes for themselves, though it's naturally difficult to continue enjoying something which you thought was downright excellently crafted. So yeah, I get it. Not exactly how you thought the watch party would go, and understandably, you didn't react fantastically. Edited. That said, I still feel the need to tell you that I was unhappy with your reaction and the subsequent developments. From what I understand, yesterday, you more or less asked to stop watching the show with Mauler and I because you didn't like what we were saying. This blindsided me and frankly annoyed the hell out of me. To claim to subscribe to the notion that one should separate their feelings from the work itself only to ask us to stop criticising the show because it upsets you, is baffling and hypocritical. You have vociferously ridiculed other shows and films which people adore and tether much of their identity to under that pretense, yet you couldn't handle it when it happened to your favourite show. You've done the thing that you frequently criticise other people for. You have endlessly sung the praises of this show to the extent that it has become a part of your identity, so it's no wonder that you didn't respond well to our criticisms. By your own making, you've attached a lot of your credibility as a media analyst to this show, and you did so in a very aggressive and smug manner. To then have to admit that this show has serious issues is obviously going to be difficult. You've made it much harder for yourself to speak, for lack of a better word, objectively about this show. Now, you have admitted that you were unreceptive the other day, and like I said earlier, I do appreciate that. But you proclaim yourself to be a one-man sacred cow slaughterhouse, and the first time you were seriously challenged on your favourite show, you crumbled. I would say that some serious introspection is in order here. Nevertheless, I do hope that this whole episode hasn't been too upsetting, and that some positive growth will come from it.
Fringy, when Southpaw suggested to stop watching the show, he was appealing to the lack of enjoyment being had from both sides. This extends far beyond not liking what you said, as we've gone over numerous times prior. Given that Fringy was capable of referencing Southpaw's conversation with Mauler, I can only assume the DMs were relayed to Fringy. So Fringy should know the context that I gave earlier, yet somehow ended up making this point to justify his annoyance towards Southpaw, and Southpaw never subscribed to the notion that you're obligated to listen to people criticize a piece of media you hold dear to you. Again, these guys have watched and endorsed Southpaw's Spider-Man 2 video.
Fuck you, fucker. You know what you did. You co-signed that fucking stream. You co-signed that fucking stream. You know what you did, fucker.
Point me to it.
You co-signed basically what they're doing to me. You co-signed
Southpaw's Spider-Man 2 video.
And that's how anybody would take that.
And this is one of the very things he states at the beginning of the video, making his reaction consistent with his principles. Southpaw has ridiculed other shows and films for their issues in their writing, but that doesn't mean he believes that anybody who likes these shows are obligated to listen to him if they don't want what they like being ripped into in front of them. Southpaw did not tell you all to stop criticizing the show. That's a straw man.
Wow. You're really gonna mock me just because I was gonna kill myself? Southpaw never agreed not to threaten suicide in order to guilt trip Mauler and Fringy. That is a straw man.
As we've gone over the watch party and the messages with Mauler, Southpaw has said nothing about whether or not he believes they should continue to criticize the show. Southpaw has even stated that some good points were made and expressed no issues with the idea that those were highlighted.
2 minutes later.
I'm willing to go public with it now. Having had time to mull things over after an episode of Self-Doubt, I disagree with a staggering vast majority of their criticisms. A lot of it is based on ignorance of how the US police operate, a failure to infer the most basic good faith assumptions, e.g. immunity deals, an inability to recognize the noble qualities in the two protagonists along with the selfish/impulsive qualities they share, and a complete misinterpretation of how the show frames its morally gray characters. The standard used to judge Hank and Brett would effectively fuck over characters like Doc Brown, Jack Sparrow, Batman, every superhero, really, considering the legality of vigilantism, Han Solo, Sean Spencer, John Wick, etc. Worst of all, several aspects of the show that they've mentioned on their streams have been grossly taken out of context, and rewatching the first episode with Pendulum and Madvocate recently has made that abundantly clear. I've noticed that a fair amount of people have finally started watching it out of morbid curiosity after the EFAP take and seem to be just as confused about it as I am. I think it's one of those cases where it will really benefit you to watch it and come to your own conclusion. I don't mean to drag my friends here. I think this take in particular is a huge miss from them, and I know the feeling is mutual. They should be allowed to give their honest thoughts on their platform, and in turn, I'll give my own on my platform. Do not harass them. Do not pester them. They don't like the show and never will. That's fine. Just watch the show for yourself and come to your own conclusion about whether these characters are evil or are framed as heroes or are just motivated by money.
And it's kind of like, I guess my my analogy for this would be something like Batman.
So basically, first of all, and first of all, basically, I have to say is that
Batman?
Yeah, sorry, I'm with autism. I don't know how to use words that well, so...
Too long don't read. I have come back around to believing that Terriers is still fucking fantastically written, and I still plan to make a video going into exhaustive detail as to why one day. Ridicule me all you want for it. I can guarantee you that I do not give a fuck.
I tweeted out to people following me, do not harass them, do not pester them. I wanted to make it explicitly clear that I was not on board with anyone who was going to bother them about their take here. Now, feast your eyes on a fraction of the filth I've had to wade through for the last 2 years, as my reward for that.
So, you respond to what you perceive as bad faith against a TV show, and then turn right around and imply that Mauler and Fringy are rape apologists.
Southpaw agrees he screwed up here and has corrected himself since. Both of these screenshots are also things that they took major issue with. Let's read them out.
So here's your next homework assignment, Terriers friends. Go out and watch actually amazing content, like verifiably good content, and do what they did with Terriers. Do what you can to call everything a contrivance, or completely morally condemn the characters and claim that the story isn't aware that they're not heroes. Victim blame rape victims if possible.
Episode 6 of the cancelled television show Terriers is entitled Ring-a-Ding-Ding, and features themes of sexual assault and domestic abuse. The title Ring-a-Ding-Ding is a reference to the Japanese horror film The Ring, which features a magical piece of jewelry that the hobbits take to Isengard for no reason. There's also dinosaurs. The significance of the ring iconography is a reference to the main plot device of the episode, in which Frank and Brett are hired to find an expensive engagement ring, while a cancer patient is cheated on by her husband and dies, and Britt's girlfriend Katie roofies herself and allegedly is raped by her college professor on purpose, in an episode entitled Ring-a-Ding-Ding.
Hey, what's your name? I think you drank too much.
This episode is known far and wide as the Rape episode, because it's about rape. It's a fan favorite, and is rated by Southpaw as a 10 out of 10, would rape again.
I wouldn't even rape you, at Jess Phillips.
It opens with a bang, as all good rape episodes do, and we return to our heroes as they relax on a stolen couch and watch TV, which is their very favorite thing to do, right behind stomping on puppies. They're watching the news to see if there's any mention of their recent arson, but instead hear a harrowing headline about the missing Robert Lindus, whose wife was recently found dead after having been violently raped 12 times by a psychopathic rapist, who also butchered both of her kids. Forensic investigators were able to carbon date the corpses and determine that the kids were killed right in front of their own mother while she was still being raped. The cause of death was determined to be the stop sign that the rapist beat her with, before and after raping her. Unfortunately, there were no fingerprints left on the victim's clothes, so they were unable to find the perpetrator.
I just want to point out that that wasn't apparently a thing until 2011, which was after the show was aired.
Okay, you pop them fresh with the
What do you mean it wasn't a thing?
doubles over.
Like, fingerprints taken from fabric. I'm finding this from...
Back at campus, the soon-to-be Miss Katie Terrier sulks depressingly through the halls, ashamed of the engagement ring on her finger. Unbeknownst to her, There lurks a shadowy figure around every corner, stalking her every move, waiting for the chance to pounce on this sumptuous prey. She's not safe in these halls, nor the classroom, nor the locker room, or bathroom at home, or the backseat of Hank's truck. Nowhere. Speaking of Hank's truck and depression, the Terriers are on their way to the hospital to make fun of cancer patients.
For a sacred cow, for a self-proclaimed sacred cow slayer, he sure does love that sacred cow. It's like these guys are just saying this shit publicly, and they're doing this like minutes after I posted this thread. This is like, you guys are like the wettest paper tigers I've ever. Like, I don't know if it's paper tiger. It might be more like just it's throwing stones in a glass house. It would be one thing if EFAP conceded, and they were like, "We take the L. We lost." They haven't done that. Their fans are still like, "Oh yeah, it's just a shitty show." Is there a path to redemption for them? Absolutely.
Sure.
They're gonna have they would have to work for it though. First and foremost, a retraction of the criticisms is in order, and that's a start. Because here's the thing: a few years ago, I fucking hated Jack Saint's guts. You know what? You know what's going on now though is I'm mutuals with Jack Saint. Now we aren't close acquaintances. We don't message each other all the time, but like I spoke to him back and forth a little bit after the Last of Us show was done, and found myself in like having some pretty common ground with him. I got when I got ratioed to hell and back over that clip. Jack privately agreed with me. Maybe I shouldn't be saying that, but like, you know, Jack Saint's not
more private messages.
Yeah.
Classic Southpaw.
Well, the shit that Wolf said in the call, public apology. He needs to like show his face, not literally show his face, but he needs to actually. He needs to get into a public call and be like, "I am so fucking sorry. It's unreal." And it can't be, "I'm sorry this happened." It's, "I'm sorry I did this to you." Shortly after SK's video was released, was uploaded, I had a stroke. I'm not kidding.
Man, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, like maybe you haven't heard of it, but what happened was I had what seemed like a vertigo attack at work, and I went home, and then I slept it off, and I was okay the next day, and then the day after that, I was dealing with dizziness again, and I couldn't walk straight, I couldn't balance, I couldn't stay up. And then I went to the hospital. I was taken there thinking that maybe I had COVID. And then they did a CAT scan on me and found out that I had bleeding in my cerebellum because I had had a stroke. And then I was in the neuro ICU for a week. Now, a few days after this happens, I post about it on Twitter. Brown Table liked it or retweeted it, I think, because I've also spoken with him in private. As hard as all this shit is, I'm like, if I really fucked up and I feel really bad about it, and someone just went to the hospital, what is a better way to like make it clear that you're the good guy than to like, even though SK and I just made this video, right? To like go like, "Hey dude, I heard that you're in the hospital. I know that things have ended really badly with us. I'm really sorry about this. I feel kind of guilty." You know what I mean?
Well, you never said, "Oh, Ralph, I wonder how he's doing. Maybe he's doing good. I like
Why
this."
the fuck would I? You're not my friend, idiot. I told you on stream I'm not your friend.
You're not my motherfucking friend either, then, fucker.
To your face.
But that's not what happened. Well, we don't live in that world.
So keep in mind, dear audience.
100%. Now I'm gonna need
Yeah.
proof of ID. I think you have to do. It's like 4 things.
Southpaw is the sacred cow killer.
Proof of your current.
That's right. This man will kill your sacred cows and he will enjoy it.
And I think
I'm not just going to slaughter your sacred cow. I'm not just going to cut its throat.
You're gonna cook it?
I'm going to
make a cheeseburger out of it.
I'm going to chop it in half, and then I'm going to feed the top half while it's still alive and screaming, live into a meat grinder. And then I'm going to go through the bottom half. I'm going to rip it to shreds. I'm going to find where the steak is, though. All right? I'm going to get a nice fucking ribeye steak out of the sacred cow. And then I'm going to fuck it. I'm going to just hump it, okay? I'm going to do it right in front of you. That's what I'm going to do to your. And then I'm going to find the calf that it had.
Oh,
and
no.
I'm going to boil it alive in its mother's milk. That's what I'm doing. I am a person. I'm a human being. I don't have a soul.
As they're strolling through, they notice that Southpaw is in his hospital room recovering from his stroke, and they pop in for a visit and proceed to beat him nearly to death. They unplug his life support and wheel his hospital bed out into the parking lot so they can better stomp him into the concrete. But it's okay, because they're morally great characters in a neo-noir crime drama.
As I've always seen the show, it's a neo-noir show with anti-hero protagonists, and noir protagonists, as I understand them, have a history of being rather amoral/murky themselves. The show is clearly aiming to be neo-noir in the sense that Breaking Bad is. I'm not sure that they're bad. I will say I can sympathize with you in that you haven't seen much of the later episodes that quite firmly confirms that they have hearts of gold.
Once Southpaw has forgiven them, they head back inside to meet their next quest giver, who hires them to find a wedding ring. This particular cancer patient is extra funny, because she's bald and her husband is cheating on her with her hairdresser. She wants them to find her stolen wedding ring so that she can give it to her son, and she doesn't trust her husband. The husband offers to pay them more money if they bring the ring to him instead, and even gives them directions on where to find his hairdresser girlfriend. Impressed, they head on their way. Meanwhile, Katie is sitting in class moping, pitifully unaware that the serial rapist from the news is not just here on campus, but in this very room. It could be anybody. It could be the classmate sitting next to her. It could be the other classmate sitting next to her. It could be the classmate sitting behind her. It could be the model skeleton in the corner of the room. Or it could even be her college professor, Mr. Elliot Owen. He puts his bottle of chloroform back in the drawer and stands up in front of the class to begin his lecture. Today's lesson is the many ways to skin Winston the Bulldog. He directs everyone to open their textbooks to page 69, and the whole class laughs because this is a very funny number. Everyone, that is, except for Katie, who's staring longingly into her professor's cold, beady eyes. As he demonstrates how to use the pink fuzzy handcuffs, she swoons in her seat, so hot and bothered that she begins to feel physically ill. She raises her hand and asks if she can visit the restroom. He says, "Sure, just be careful. There's a lot of rape going around these days." She says, "I will." And he adds, "You wouldn't want to get raped by your college professor, would you?" He stares daggers into her, and she sits back down compliantly. He asks the class a question about the difference between mastiffs and bulldogs, and follows up by asking where the best place is to hide your house keys. Do you prefer to put them under the doormat, or in your mailbox? By a show of hands, who here owns a gun? For extra credit, who can tell me which windows they leave unlocked at night? Katie's all too happy to comply. She's put in the work, and she knows the answer to every question. What is the most common eye color for dogs? What's the average body temperature of an Australian Shepherd? What's the appropriate Adderall dosage for a dog weighing 130 kilograms? What is the average response time for a sexual assault call on Ocean Beach? How many heads does a Yorkshire Terrier have? Does your neighborhood get a lot of noise complaints? If somebody broke into your home and needed to tie you up, would they find rope in your basement, or would I need to bring my own? Are there any virgins in the room? Impressed by Katie's performance, he asks her to stay after class. "Katie," he asks, "do you live alone?" "Yes. ... Sometimes. My boyfriend Brett is almost never home. He's always running around town with his best friend Hank, solving mysteries. I swear, he spends even more time on Hank's dick than I do." "I see," he replies. "If you went missing, who would be the first person to notice this and report it to the police?" Probably Hank," she answers. "He's got a spare key." "Excellent," he says, jotting down a few notes next to her photograph. He stands back up and announces to the class, "Okay, everyone, before I dismiss us, I'd just like to remind you that tonight is the biannual Chlorofest Karaoke and Date Rape Extravaganza. So ladies, don't forget to bring your roommate." As agreed, Katie stays after class to see what her dreamy professor wants to talk with her about. Could it be rape?
Ryuji is a rapist. He's an unstoppable rape machine. He's capable of raping not just one, but up to 5 grown men at once if provoked. Not even time and space can contain him. The official story is that he was thrown off the track team for fighting with Kamoshida. But I know the truth. Ryuji raped Kamoshida and molested the other members of the track team sexually. He has been raping Kamoshida for years, his entire life, ever since he was just a child. We're talking about quantum rape here, people. My eyes have been opened. I am ascending. I have reached a new plane of existence.
Back in town, Hank and Brett head to the salon to follow their first lead in the case of the missing McMuffin. They choose the stealthy approach, and kick the door open before they rush in and begin to smash all of the glass countertops and mirrors with baseball bats, demanding that the hairdresser return the ring or else. She says she doesn't have it, because she sold it to buy crack for her pet zebra. Hank replies, "That's no big deal. We'll come back later tonight. Have it then. 7 o'clock. If you don't have it, Joey here trashes the place."
We'll come back later tonight. Have it then, 7 o'clock. And if you don't have it, Joey here trashes the place.
Before the two of them awkwardly step over the mound of shattered glass and leaking pool of hair tonic to head back out the door. As they climb into their truck, Britt says, "Hey wait, if she returns the ring to us, then we can't trash the place." What a dilemma. That just won't do. So off they go to find the ring before she does, to stop her from stopping them from destroying the place again. There's anywhere between 5 and 65 different jewelry stores or market stalls in the San Diego area where the ring could have been sold. And with no info to go on at all, they picked a single roadside jewelry merchant at random, and she just so happened to be the exact person that the hairdresser sold the ring to. If that seems highly improbable, just keep in mind that this is the inciting incident of the episode. Hank makes a paper crinkling sound and shows her a photograph of the ring off screen. Thanks enough, she recognizes it on sight, and knows exactly who she sold it to, and when. The editor adds in another paper crinkling sound effect, while Hank puts the photograph back in his pocket off screen without moving his arm.
Do you have anything that looks like this?
No. Did, not now. Sold it.
If it seems slightly improbable that this jewelry merchant remembers this exact ring, remembers when she sold it, remembers who she sold it to, knows the home address of the person she sold it to, and is willing to give the home address of this customer to them, just keep in mind that this is the inciting incident of the episode.
Do you remember who you sold it to?
Sure. Regular customer.
They thank the jewelry lady for her help, and warn her that they'll be back at 7 p.m. to trash the place. With their new info, they visit the jewelry lady's customer's shitty apartment, and ask if he has the ring they're looking for. He says that he might be wearing the ring around his dick, so he unzips his pants and Frank and Brett check to see if the ring is on his dick. It's not.
Huh? Not that one. Huh? You got anything else? Yeah. No, that's not it.
He then tells Hank and Britt that he sold the ring to buy weed to feed to his pet zebra. They ask for his dealer's address and threaten to come back at 7 p.m. to trash the place. Since he and his pet zebra are good, law-abiding citizens, they don't mind giving out their drug dealer's home address to complete strangers who might be cops, or be best friends with cops. Hopefully some good cops will show up. And if you think it's somewhat unlikely that this guy is just going to give up that info, you need to keep in mind that this is the inciting incident of the episode.
Hello, this is Garfield, your doorman.
Cat, you must sell me the diamond.
No.
They rampage across town to the drug dealer's house and ask him if they have the ring that the stoner guy sold to him. But unfortunately for our heroes, their ring is in another castle. He sold the ring to another customer, because of course he did. Frank threatens to call the cops on the drug dealer guy if he doesn't give out the home address of the person he sold the ring to. And the drug dealer tells him that he's got a license to sell marijuana, so he's not doing anything illegal. They then remind him of all the illegal things he's done, like sell weed to the random stoner guy in exchange for stolen jewelry. He suddenly remembers that he is in fact a criminal, and gives up the info to Frank and Britt. So they feed him to his pet zebra and warn him that they'll be back at 7 p.m. to trash the place. In a stupid plot twist, it turns out that the drug dealer's #1 client who bought the ring was actually the bald cancer lady from the beginning of the episode, who sneaks out of the hospital every night to buy weed and scour the city for her missing ring. When she's not busy with chemotherapy, she's a globe-trotting stoner detective, and she was able to track the ring from her drug dealer to the random stoner weed guy with the dick to the street merchant lady. She secretly only hired Hank and Britt to track down the ring so that she could gather some more intel to use against her cheating husband. She deduces that the only way they could have found the jewelry merchant is if her husband's mistress had given them that info, so they must know who the mistress is, despite the fact that the mistress hairdresser gave them no info about who she sold the ring to, and they just picked a street vendor at random. If this sounds like it makes no fucking sense, just keep in mind that this is the insipid incident of the episode.
I say forget about it, buddy. I'm not waiting no more.
I mean, this was after he gave you the ring?
Yeah, but it was sold. Not even a diamond.
You should sell that thing, make a few $100. I'm really good at that kind of stuff. If you want, I'll take a look at it and tell you how much it's worth. Do you have it here?
Dale sent you, didn't he? You know what? You can tell that hijo de puta that he can eat shit. And I sold this crappy ring already, okay?
Okay, but my...
Get out of here!
Well, at least you got a free deep condition.
Yeah, and the name of the person she sold it to.
No, you have not.
They give her the hairdresser's home address and warn her that they'll be back at 7 p.m. to trash the place. And she says that she has one last job for them, should they choose to accept it. In another shockingly stupid plot twist, it turns out that the ring has actually just been at her house the whole time, and she doesn't feel like it's safe there because her husband lives there, even though he doesn't know where the ring is hidden in the house, which is why he hired Hank and Brett at the start of the episode. So they break into the family home and steal the ring back, and then go back outside to knock on the door to talk to the husband to ask him for money and threaten to come back at 7 p.m. So he writes them a check, but then he gets a phone call from the hospital telling him that his wife snuck out. Which is weird, since we already know that she's been regularly leaving the hospital to run around town and hang out with drug dealers.
It's raping time!
Picking back up with Katie, we find out that she's hanging out at the bar with her classmates and college professor, drinking herself into a stupor because she has no self-control. But little does she know that mixed in amongst her drunk and disorderly classmates is none other than the serial rapist from campus. She's not safe in this building. Not at the bar, or at her table, or the women's restroom, or the men's room, or Hank's couch, or the dark corner of Hank's basement. Nowhere. The smell of Axe body spray is heavy in the air. Without warning, the rapist strikes.
Now, I tell you what, I like you, and I want you. Now, we can do this the easy way, or we can do it the hard way. The choice is yours.
But it turns out that the rapist was just Nozomi the whole time. And it's okay when females sexually assault one another. That's just quirky and cute, and is completely socially acceptable, so everyone just laughs it off.
Well, I'm out, guys. If this is what's cool now, I think I'm done. I no longer have any connection to this world. I'm gonna go home and kill myself. Goodbye, friends.
Hey, everyone. I heard today was Nozomi's birthday, and I had a few words to say about this. First of all, Nozomi is a stupid, ugly, fat cow. And if you like her, that you should die, because she is objectively a bad waifu. In fact, all of them are really bad, because anime is fucking gay. The only, decent one is Maki, and even then, anime is fucking gay. So if you like Love Live, or any anime for that matter, you should consider Bleach down your throat, as soon as possible, because anime is fucking gay. I hope you appreciated this public service announcement. And remember that Nozomi is stupid, ugly, fatty cow, and that nobody likes her, and that she's not getting any rips. Have a great day, unless you like anime, in which case, die.
Freshly molested and ready to head home, Katie saunters out into the parking lot, where a friendly classmate offers to have sex with her, which he can't consent to, because he's intoxicated. But Katie is a fucking freak and is only aroused when directing traffic or shooting a porno, so she turns him down. No sir, only burglars and college professors can get these pants off. Oh, and Hank. Did somebody say college professor? Katie's college professor says. Yes, that is what I said, she replies. Good, just making sure. Anyway, do you want to go to my house and have sex? He asks. Yes, I want to go to your house and have sex with you now. I know exactly what I'm doing.
Do you know what you're doing? I'm fully aware of what I'm doing. Can't you see?
I knew exactly what I was doing.
Now, if you've been paying attention, it's clear that Professor Owen just raped Katie. It's already done. It's over for you. You're ring-a-ding done, pal. Despite what Katie did or said, she was incapable of consenting to sex because she was intoxicated. But even though she was completely capable of turning down sex from one person, that doesn't mean that she wants sex with any other person that she agrees to have sex with. It's as simple as that.
This Liz once offered me to go fuck her.
But what is rape? How does it taste? Now that you understand, you may be asking, how do I avoid raping somebody? Well, I am glad that you have asked. Let's learn a little bit about consent in the modern world.
Here's your next homework assignment, Terriers friends. Go out and watch actually amazing content, like verifiably good content, and do what they did with Terriers. Do what you can to call everything a contrivance, or completely morally condemn the characters and claim that the story isn't aware that they're not heroes, victim blame rape victims if possible, do not allow for the slightest bit of inference, call totally realistic and plausible things unrealistic. If a character does anything while under the influence even slightly, criticize that too. Just focus on laws that the characters break. Doc Brown is a terrible character now because he committed treason. Every single superhero is a vigilante. Jack Sparrow is a goner. They called Katie a bad character for cheating on Britt apparently, not understanding that she was raped given how drunk she was and how lucid her professor was.
We'd like now to introduce Southpaw, our resident rape expert, to learn us about the do's and don'ts of consent. You see, your worth as a person is directly proportional to how many people you know that have been raped. That's why Southpaw is such a good guy.
As someone who knew someone who was taken advantage of in this manner at the time that I first heard EFAP make these comments while watching their stream live, and now knows a plurality of people who've told me about it after learning about this.
A plurality of people. The plurality of people that Southpaw knows are rape victims. Among everyone he knows, his friends, his family, his co-workers, more than half of them have been raped. And he's here to tell us how.
Katie got so drunk that she couldn't even identify which car in the parking lot was hers. When a fellow student tries to take advantage of her, we see her resisting his advances. We then see her professor, who clearly is not drunk in the slightest, step in and intervene. We cut away, and then we cut back to Katie, who is completely confused about where she is in and whose bed she is naked in. Under California law and what is understood to be the general criteria for what constitutes as rape, Katie was raped by her professor. Even ignoring the power dynamic, that she was that drunk while he wasn't makes it clearly fall under rape. In spite of that, she doesn't seem to realize that herself, and instead she feels horribly guilty about it afterwards and blames herself for it, a behavior that is incredibly consistent among rape victims to do. It's one of the most horrifyingly real situations that occurs in the show, one that hits especially close to home for me, and I heard my friends laughing at it while appearing to morally condemn the rape victim in question and take her words afterwards at face value, rather than analyze for any subtext within what she said. I am still trying to process that, and I've gone back to re-listen to that section several times to see if I can hear anything different, and I'm coming up with no luck. I outlined my reasoning for why I didn't think it was a good idea for me to proceed with watching the show with you guys, a decision that I made in no small part because I wanted to preserve my friendships with you, and I had it thrown back in my face, with one of my friends sending me a bombardment of messages claiming I was really angry in the watch party, when rewatching the recording appears to show me being rather polite, if a bit nervous, unconfident, and not offering the strongest defenses for the show when put on the spot, essentially shaming me for not having the will to continue on after that point, comparing me to Anomaly Inc., and pressuring me back into doing something that wouldn't have been healthy for me to get into, and then, while feeling mentally beat down and conditioned into thinking that I was wrong to opt out, reaching out to another friend and apologizing for how I reacted, having been convinced that it was much worse than it actually was, only to then have my character ripped into, and compared to the hordes of people who've sent unreal abuse my way whenever I criticize something like Spider-Man 2 or Batman the Animated Series, because my message of, I don't think there's any point in continuing to watch this and I don't wish to proceed, was somehow changed to, please stop criticizing the show somewhere along the way, when there's a huge difference between those two statements. I think it was during the Just Right debate where I recall you mentioning that you had a friend who didn't want to watch Westworld, or maybe it was some other show, I can't remember, with you because they knew you hated it and they didn't want it ruined for them, and that you respected that. And here you respected that too. I appreciate that. Regardless of what I think of your criticisms of the show, I can at least say that you have been a total class act regarding that boundary. And it's a boundary that I am a stickler for honoring whenever I'm discussing something I criticize with anyone. If they don't want to hear about it, if they don't want to discuss that particular thing, the respectful thing to do is to let it go. Thank you for having the grace to turn down my offer to pick it back up. I wasn't able to sleep or eat for an entire day because I was so distraught after the first watch party. Then I heard what you guys have said about the show on EFAP 151 and the recent Super Chat catch-up, and now I am stuck in an unfortunate position where I have friends who are absolutely trashing on a show that I think is really good and, to a certain degree, misrepresenting what happens in it, to the point that when people are coming to me and asking for further context on stuff like the guy committing suicide in episode 3, once I provide it, they tell me that it was recapped in a completely different line on EFAP. I didn't believe that to be the case, but then I checked it out for myself and lo and behold, it was. For you guys, there seems to be no difference between whether the mortgage loan documents were already being signed by the lender dude before he killed himself and he just missed one, or if he really had denied Hank his loan and Hank forged his signature. I think both are wrong, but they're different degrees of wrong, and given the editing, direction, and musical composition in the scene, it's very much apparent that the show understands just how shady this is. And that is nothing to say of certain claims that are apparently being made without double checking, such as, Border Patrol checks every car's trunk. In actuality, they are far more selective in that because they wouldn't have the time to open up the trunk of every car at the border. Articles online will state that every car crossing the border is subject to be searched, but when you read further, you'll find that that's going to be at the discretion of Border Patrol and based on probable cause, which will decrease when the driver is a police officer. The US has an extradition treaty with Mexico, and Britt will be automatically extradited to Mexico as soon as he shows up on the radar in the US. This presupposes several things, not least of which is that these countries are obligated to extradite their own citizens. Within the first few pages of reading through the treaty itself, it is clear that that is not actually the case. Under the circumstances in which Britt was brought to Mexico, in which there is video evidence of that, it is not the slightest bit unbelievable to me that this is one of those scenarios where the US would refuse to extradite one of their own citizens. The general claim that these two don't care about anything but money is also woefully inaccurate. There are several instances across the show where they are shown trying to help other people for no personal gain because they understand it's the right thing to do or care about the person they're trying to help, which is why they accept a missing persons from Hank's old drinking buddy without even asking for a cut of the money he passes on to them to give to his daughter, take action to keep Zeitlin's men from going after Lindus' family, work pro bono all day to help an amnesiac whom they don't know remember who he is, and then put their lives on the line when they believe he has taken a hostage with a loaded gun to talk him down, cross the border to rescue someone taken hostage by a cartel, take a bullet for each other, help a sex worker identify her murdered friend so they can find that person's family and give them closure, save a journalist's mother from being murdered, set up a sting to capture a serial rapist, and keep their town's populace from being forced out of their homes so that an airport can be built by someone powerful enough that most people wouldn't bother opposing, all of which are considerably noble things for them to do that can't be traced to a motivation for money. It's like you focus on all the laws that they broke and all the bad that they've done and discarded every positive trait of theirs that shows there's more to them than the bad things that they do, and then made the claim that the show has no in-text recognition of their flaws and misdeeds when in actuality they're called out frequently across the show for what they do. They're just given a mixture of positive and negative traits just like every other antihero. These things, in tandem with some other criticisms that I think relied on missing some key details from the first couple episodes, or maybe aren't being communicated clearly, for instance the idea of a soil report's exact details being off, going mostly unnoticed unless the person looking at the report specializes in chemical engineering, which makes plenty of sense to a layperson like me, but perhaps I'm just ignorant and literally everyone that looks at those things have that level of knowledge in real life, are amounting to some serious frustration on my end, especially as I'm now having to find myself consulting with criminal defense attorneys and former law enforcement officers to verify what I've always just figured was believable within the show's world, being within the realm of plausibility in real life. And even though thus far they've only been agreeing that it's well within the realm of plausibility, it's just being deemed insufficient from my friends, on top of feeling belittled by them constantly, especially as I hear them say things like, how can you call yourself a critic if you think Terriers is good? Considering how genuinely, insanely difficult it is for me to even see what you were pointing out about it as serious issues, like I'm racking my brain and I'm just not getting it, I'm starting to think that I'm just not cut out for this after all.
I ain't reading this unless it's in a call.
I've been up all night banging out this response and need to crash. The only thing I have left to say is I'm sorry for this whole thing and I'm starting to wish I just didn't send those tweets.
That's absolutely your decision to make, but believe me when I say that this is doing significant damage, and the faster it's dealt with, the better. I'm running low on reasons not to be more specific about any of it when I have people asking why I lied about the show. Also, victim blaming a rape victim is a really fun thing to have said about me, thanks to shit leaking out of your groups when that changes nothing about what I said. FYI, if I go to sleep as you wake up and then I got EFAP, I'm not going to be unclear about what's been said and what the truth is. If I'm prompted by a super chat asking once again why I think rape victims are horrible people and why I outright lied about everything in the show, it's one thing for people who hate me to shit on my character, but friends don't get away with it, especially when they could have spoken to me first. The good faith train has been firmly parked in your station. I have no clue why I haven't gotten it back. How can you call yourself a critic if you think Terriers is good? I didn't say this. Deal with the people who did if you consider it too rude or harsh. Essentially shaming me for not having the will to continue on after that point, comparing me to Anomaly Inc. and pressuring me back into doing something that wouldn't have been healthy for me to get into, and then, while feeling mentally beat down and conditioned into thinking I was wrong to opt out, reaching out to another friend and apologizing for how I reacted, having been convinced that it was much worse than it actually was, only to then have my character ripped into. Why am I getting so much shit for things random people have said? If I have issues with any of the things you've done in relation to this Terriers debacle, I would call you and lay it out to you. I do indeed have issues that now absolutely have to be discussed, specifically because I never would have thought it would have ended up here. It should come as no surprise to you that this list of counters is entirely unsatisfying to me, and that can be discussed, as episodes 1 and 2 were, but I'm no longer convinced this is what needs discussing. I've already spent several hours trying to correct the record in Discord with plenty of users that end up running the fuck off to other goalposts with every response. I've been showing clips in the show to have people tell me they had no idea the dialogue we recited was one-to-one. And for the record, I know plenty of people who have not only said they missed what me and Fringy saw and have dive-bombed the show's score afterward, but plenty of people have watched and seen what we saw without any knowledge from us. I have no fucking clue why it's worth appealing to anecdotal evidence as done in your tweet, but you should obviously know it goes both ways, it always does. And now I once again have to deal with people thinking I have a hate boner for the show that led to mountains of lies, when the reality is that I don't care about this show. I simply reacted to it when paying close attention and giving it the respect you introduced it with. Man, what a mistake I made reading what you've said in your server. I would thoroughly and intensely recommend speaking to me, as it seems you have harbored a partial hatred for me for some time now, and I'm honestly not sure what the fuck is happening anymore. I don't understand how I can make any of this better if you refuse to talk to me. So much has happened at this point that I had no awareness of that we need like a complete reset. Unless you're refusing to speak to me, in which case, what do you want me to say is happening?
I didn't want things to go like this. I don't hate you, man. It depresses me to think that you think I do. I'm a fucking idiot and you don't deserve to have an asshole like me for a friend.
Dude, can I please get you in a call because I am so beyond lost here?
The only reason I'm reluctant about it is just it's so much harder for me to talk in real time, especially under high pressure situations like this. It's not that I hate you. It's not that I don't want to fix this. It's not that I want to lose you. You're like a brother to me.
You are either lying or spectacularly ignorant.
This next section is the absolute nadir of this particular take, or anything I have ever seen said by Mauler, or anyone involving EFAP. If you are sensitive to discussions about rape or sexual assault, you may want to skip it. Your mental and emotional health comes first. Speaking of duplicitous things, remember that thing I mentioned earlier about Britt's girlfriend being taken advantage of while she was drunk? Well, here's that scene.
Hey, it's Britt. Give me a message.
Have problems?
Yeah, the key doesn't work.
Maybe it's because it's not your car. It's a sobriety test. I mean, if you can't find your car, then maybe you shouldn't drive it home.
That's actually very good advice.
Why don't you let me give you a ride?
I can't ride you. I have a boyfriend. Gavin.
It's not like you're married.
Just doing his fucking human rights. Just being like, hey, girl, I like you. Do you like me? Let's do stuff. Which is totally allowed. Even if they're entangled with someone else. You could say it's bad etiquette, but I mean, we're talking about love here. It gets complicated.
You okay?
I said no, okay?
Katie? Hey. Everything okay here? Yeah, everything's fine, Professor.
Here's what she said about it to Hank the next day.
I don't deserve him. I messed up.
No, you didn't.
I got drunk and I...
No, please, you don't have to finish that sentence. Need someone from school.
I'm a professor.
You were drunk. It wasn't you. And you didn't know what you were doing.
No, I was drunk, and it wasn't me. I knew exactly what I was doing.
Then why?
I don't know. I mean, I've been feeling the way he's looking at me lately. I pretty much know what's coming next.
That's what you want.
That's exactly what I want. What's wrong with me? Why, Hank, when everything's like so perfect? I'm gonna lose him. I know it.
It's okay.
Oh my God, he's never gonna forgive me.
You gotta forget it happened. Okay?
I can't do that.
Then pretend.
Now let's hear how it was described on EFAP.
So, oh my god, it's so bad. So, like, Britt is a guy just doing his thing, and his girlfriend, oh man, you know, what a great girlfriend. I can't wait to just settle down with you, maybe. Maybe, you know, I'll get a dog. Maybe we could have a kid. Maybe we get married. You know, and this girl, she seems A-okay. She seems fine. Pretty normal as a character. So, she's doing some uni stuff, some college stuff. And, you know, after a night of going out, doing some drinking, she wakes up the following morning and, oh no, she slept with the professor. Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
I know.
That stands in stark opposition to the concept you love somebody.
Oh, well, you know, she was drunk, right? That's probably the reason, Rags. She was drunk. She was drunk.
Oh,
You expect maybe that the show is going to be like, I made a huge fucking mistake, I got drunk, and I feel awful because we were just about to start our life. That might be the drama, but no. She says, you know, I just wasn't ready to get married. That's the reason.
Yeah. You know what? Since Mauler wants to take the mask off, let's take the mask off. Let's see how Mauler substantiated this totally accurate, utterly unbiased, and completely honest spin on the events of the show. With a clip from the scene I've just shown, when he was talking about these particular criticisms on his server. Rather than simply downloading that clip, I had this person screen record themselves playing this clip in order to confirm that this was in fact what Mauler had posted himself. Let's see if he kept in all those shots of Katie sobbing remorsefully.
You were drunk. It wasn't you. And you didn't know what you were doing.
No, I was drunk, and it wasn't me. But I knew exactly what I was doing.
Then why?
I don't know.
You have got to be shitting me.
So, that's right. Mauler would have had to open up that episode, go to that scene, clip out what he used, and then completely omit everything in the scene that makes it clear that Katie believes she's made an enormous mistake and is overwhelmed with guilt about it.
You know, like a liar.
You expect maybe that the show is going to be like, I made a huge fucking mistake, I got drunk, and I feel awful because we were just about to start our life. That might be the drama, but no. She says, you know, I just wasn't ready to get married. That's the reason.
Of course, that wasn't the only clip that Mauler provided for context here. Let's look at the other clip.
Why did you do it?
I don't know. I've been trying to figure it out.
You bored? What's wrong? What did I do? Do you love me? Then tell me. Tell me what?
Because you're not ready. You're not ready for any of this. I can tell. You're not ready for me.
So, this is from 4 episodes later after Katie admits that she's pregnant and doesn't know who the father might be. The two of them have an extremely heated exchange about this.
Britt, I wish so much that...
Can take it back, Katie. Who was it?
It's just...
Bullshit! Who was it?
Nobody. Not like I like him. It just happened.
The hell does that mean? It just happened. Did you pick him up? Why are you protecting him?
Protecting you.
I don't need your protection!
I'd do anything to take it back, and I can't, and I just... Oh, God. I'm so scared. I didn't want to hurt you.
Why did you do it? What's wrong? What did I do? If you love me, then tell me. Tell me what?
Because you're not ready. I can tell. You're not ready for me. You marry me, and you'd hate me. And you'd hate your life. You're not ready.
So, as you can see, Britt is acting incredibly emotionally, understandably so based on what information he's working off of, and is yelling during this entire exchange. Now, I'm not entirely sure if you've ever been in a heated argument with somebody, but usually when they are getting extremely loud, cutting you off, and yelling at you, it's quite natural for this to rile you up and get you to begin escalating your tone in return, unless you are going out of your way to avoid doing this.
I mean, why is he not being investigated for tax evasion? Either he's evading taxes or he lied under oath, perjury.
Well, I mean, all he's saying is, so it says on our taxes that we sell seashells by the seashore.
Yes, it is illegal. It is
That's
illegal
a lie.
to lie on your tax.
And all the people in that room know they're lying.
But that's not what they're actually putting on their tax forms, though.
No. So you lied under oath, then?
Is that actually going to fall under a? Is that actually going to fall as a lie under oath, where you just simply make a joke like that? Katie is literally saying here that she still doesn't understand why she cheated, an answer which Britt refuses to accept, and gives her an ultimatum after yelling at her for a solid minute.
What's wrong? What did I do? If you love me, then tell me. Tell me what?
When you are under pressure like this during a heated argument, you might be prompted into saying something you end up regretting, possibly even immediately, such as Katie does here. This sort of thing is why it's important to try your best to keep a lid on even during high-pressure arguments, but it is not unheard of at all for a heated argument to cause someone to let out their bottled-up emotions or lash out in frustration. These types of moments can be found across media, and when they show up, they aren't presented as truly indicative of a character's moral fiber, but as what they are in real life. Unfortunate episodes of our emotions getting the best of us. Like with the other clip, Mauler left all of that context out when showing small clips of these scenes to his server, and in doing so, prompted his fans to send these lovely messages about Katie. Pepe cringe grin. This is after her screeching he wasn't ready, before she ends up explaining the reason to Brit 4 episodes later. What a fucking piece of shit. Nah, we lied about the show apparently.
Correct!
Holy shit. Pepe hysterically laughing. Love the titles of these files, by the way. You're not ready for me. I've never agreed with the victim blaming part, just stating she wasn't entirely blameless on the matter. Is she somewhat of a cunt for— I said she was a shitty person. I said that because she said she wasn't sure why she cheated, but ultimately she landed on, you aren't ready for me. She can go fuck herself. You aren't ready for me, so I broke your heart and trust. She seems a bit cuntish, and that's only the beginning of the fucking laundry list for this show. That line just reeks of the writers trying to punish the dude for his shitty actions, while trying so hard to justify her in some way. Just grasping. These guys ain't beating the misogyny allegations, by the way. That second clip also left this part out, of course.
I can't even really barely remember anything about it, except I just woke up wanting to take it all back. I mean, Brit.
I feel like Mauler and Fringy would know if she was a rape victim or not. Well, Thunderess, as the old saying goes, facts do not care about your feelings. Hey, wait a minute. Let's look at how Mauler clipped this scene again.
Why did you do it?
I don't know. I didn't want to hurt you.
Why did you do it?
I can tell you're not ready for me. I can tell you're not ready for me. You marry me, and you'd hate me. And you'd hate your life.
Right. It just happened to leave out what Katie said both immediately before and immediately after what the clip plays. Probably because that went against his agenda of making her look as villainous as possible. Because that's what you have to do when the truth is on your side, right? Carefully leave out context.
The issue I take with is people who either lie about media to, push their own preferences necessarily, or that are just giving analysis that's absolutely fucking worthless, like absolutely shallow.
Look, fellas, I did not force Mauler to do this. Nor did I force him or his friends to say any of the vile things they said about Katie. Nor did I force them to egg on their fans to join in on this grotesque misogyny. They freely chose to do all of that, whilst fully aware that people were telling them that this character was raped, and that they had victim blamed. Maybe, instead of getting mad at me for calling a spade, you ought to be a little outraged at them for whatever you wish to call this. I should also probably highlight that if you are being accused of making a mistake as serious as this, it's probably not a good idea to jump to a counterattack before you've had a chance to hear out why someone believes you've made a serious mistake here. Maybe think before you speak. Whatever you do, I really wouldn't advise editing this deceptively to frame the alleged rape victim as a whore to your flying monkeys, whilst knowing that people who've actually seen the full show and all the context are understandably upset with what you've said here. That just makes it really hard to be as charitable towards you as you clearly feel entitled to, and this is also really going to undermine your argument if you later proceed to morally grandstand about how evil the main characters are. I don't know, that's just my personal advice. Now, when I first saw these arguments while watching their stream, I was willing to chalk this up to these guys just not understanding that this character was raped. Perhaps because the show doesn't have any character explicitly call this rape. However, it's worth mentioning that these guys did not need Wonder Woman 1984 to refer to this as rape in order to recognize that what it depicted, objectively, was rape.
Oh no! Oh no! What did you do?
Oh my god. Whoa.
No!
This is not okay.
That's not. No, it's not.
Guys, what are you?
Oh my god. No, it's not.
Sexual harassment. Sexual harassment. Sexual harassment. Sexual harassment. Where's Brown Table when we need him?
I wonder if that crowd is even going to take issue with this. Like, will they even fucking recognize how awful this is?
It's a guy that's being victimized here, so fuck him. If the genders were swapped here, right?
If this was a male superhero doing this with like a random woman's body, this would not be accepted.
I'm surprised that they did this.
Why
They didn't have to, but they did, yeah. And they're not even gonna...
Me too as well. For Mauler to then go, oh, well, I don't remember the show acknowledging from her point of view that it was rape, as if that at all fixes anything, is frankly disingenuous.
You can interpret any line of dialogue as not true.
These guys may be incredibly stupid, but even they should know better. They are not 13-year-olds, nor people who at least have a history of never appealing to death of the author when it comes to a fictional story's moral framing, which they even tried to do with this very show. They are adults, and they are supposed to be critics with an enhanced attention to detail, and they have spotted this sort of thing in stories in the past, without needing their hands held. They insisted that they gave this show their full attention as they would have with anything else, and even took notes. Maybe they just forgot how consent works. One of the more frustrating layers to this is that while the events that are depicted in the show do not break or even bend any character writing or cause and effect, or lead to some truly wonky moral message being conveyed through the text, it is a valid point of criticism that this one aspect of the show has aged poorly since our understanding of what consent means has progressed since the making of the show. I don't think the writers meant any harm when writing this in the manner they did. This show is just a product of a time in which society's understanding of consent has become obsolete, which makes mistakes like this far more understandable in older media than when they show up in the present day. Unfortunately, EFAP did not bother pointing this out. They seem to have missed what would have been a fair point of criticism, even if it wasn't at all detrimental to the story. It's probably also worth highlighting that this exact scenario is legally recognized as rape according to California Penal Code section 261 subsection A3. Not that what the law states is really an argument for why this is or isn't rape ontologically speaking. After all, marital rape was not legally recognized as rape anywhere in the US prior to the 1970s, and it wasn't until 1993 that every state's lawmakers had agreed it was probably not a good idea to offer citizens carte blanche to have sex with someone they were married to without first getting their consent. I guess they didn't teach that at the university where Fringy studied law either. Probably because, you know, it would have been concerned with Australian law, mate. Then again, their understanding of the law did also come from watching a lot of American procedurals, which is probably why they never raised any fuss over the trope of detectives picking up evidence with their personal pens rearing its head in this show. That makes how many actually valid criticisms of Terriers I've brought up that these guys missed now? Some sacred cow it is. Not to worry, there's at least one more that I'll bring up later. Anyways, maybe in their precious headcanon, the law in the real world conforms to their delusional understanding of it. Regardless of everything I've outlined thus far, I have firsthand seen people genuinely miss that Katie was raped, despite generally approaching the show in good faith, which makes me think that unlike many of the things that they would have had to have deliberately taken out of context, that Katie was raped is at least somewhat plausible to miss. Going by Hanlon's razor, I wouldn't say that these guys were deliberately being rape apologists, which I never said. However, that doesn't change the fact that they victim blamed, which, unlike rape apology, can be done out of ignorance. However, even if we set aside the entire argument over whether or not this was rape, it is undeniable that Mauler carefully edited context out of clips he posted to his server, and misled his trusting fans into engaging in truly skin-crawling rhetoric centered on this character.
Flashback. My position, that I don't think I've ever stated otherwise, is that if you're going to criticize a thing, be it a movie or a video, something that has an actual start, middle, finish, and then you're going to attack it for a position it takes and ignore any context within that thing that would make your points invalid, then that is dishonest. So, for example,
it's a lie through omission.
It's, yeah.
End of flashback. The justifications that I've been hearing for Terrier's many problems have been among some of the worst I've ever heard. It's indistinguishable from what we'd hear from videos we cover on EFAP. I cheated on you because you weren't ready for me or marriage.
But what did she mean, Mauler?
You're horrible. You're an irredeemable monster!
They called Katie a bad character for cheating on Britt, apparently, not understanding that she was raped given how drunk she was and how lucid her professor was.
Crossing a line here. I think we should have a chat.
These are not cited as much as the thread, but the first screenshot shows Southpaw asking people in the server to apply the standards they use to criticize Terriers to criticize good content, including stuff that EFAP believes to be good, hence my mention of Spider-Man Homecoming. Now, I don't really see how this damns Southpaw at all. He's attempting to highlight through a series of examples that if we apply their standards consistently, we end up with unwanted results towards media we think is good, including what EFAP thinks is good. EFAP does this too when addressing defenses of media they believe to be bad. If Southpaw had posted my spectacular Spider-Man video on a server, discussed what he finds to be wrong with it, and asked people to try applying what I said to other media, I would not be offended by this, because if I saw a mutual of mine state that I'm wrong about something, my go-to response is to ask why. and discussing this in a server to compile references and prepare for this is something I'd welcome. All I care about is the merits of what's being said. Now, if Southpaw said I lied about the show, I tell him to hold his horses, hence my earlier criticism, but otherwise, the merits of what's being said here is ultimately what matters. I'm not sure as to why EFAP is complaining about this. I should also mention this too, but Southpaw requested people in a server to look for clips where EFAP establishes their standards and examples of where they apply it in ways that are inconsistent with how they apply their standards to Terriers. I had difficulty hunting down the messages in a server where that was said, but I don't need to provide it anyway because Southpaw's not going to dispute that he did do that. And later DMs will show Mauler and I actually talking about that happening, so neither side is going to dispute that it happened. All I'm going to say is that there's nothing wrong with gathering references to support what you're saying.
This is the kind of thing that will of course happen to me down the line if I fall out of touch. But how you respond to criticism can often say more than the initial statement ever could. And I can't blame him because he is yet another person who uses opinion as a shield from criticism, but I don't. That judgment was objective, supported by references. If it is inaccurate and based on faulty information, then please scrutinize me. It will improve my work.
Now, before we discuss this next screenshot, I would like to give everyone here a warning that we are about to step into a territory of a more sensitive topic. The topic itself being rape. Mauler himself highlights Southpaw's criticism of them not understanding that Katie, a character in the show, was raped. This ties into an earlier point made in the first screenshot about them victim blaming a rape victim in the show. Let's take a look at the clip that made Southpaw say that.
Oh my god, it's so bad. So like, Britt is a guy just doing his thing, and his girlfriend, oh man, you know, what a great girlfriend. I can't wait to just settle down with you, maybe. Maybe, you know, I'll get a dog. Maybe we can have a kid. Maybe we get married. You know, and this girl, she seems A-okay. She seems fine. Pretty normal as a character. So, she's doing some uni stuff, some college stuff. And, you know, after a night of going out, doing some drinking, she wakes up the following morning and, oh no, she slept with the professor. Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
I know.
That stands in stark opposition to the concept you love somebody.
Oh, well, you know, she was drunk, right? That's probably the reason, Rags. She was drunk. She was drunk.
Now, Wolf took that message as Southpaw referring to them as rape apologists. And if Mauler also believes that, or believes Southpaw's message to be inaccurate in some way, why don't we actually look at the references in the show?
Hey, it's Brett. Give me a message.
Have problems?
Yeah, the key doesn't work.
Maybe it's because it's not your car.
Oh.
Everything okay here? Yeah, everything's fine, Professor.
So let's talk about what we just saw. Katie was so drunk she couldn't properly locate her car, she wasn't even moving in a stable manner as if she had full control of herself, and because of this drunken state Katie was in, her professor took advantage of this and brought her to have a sexual encounter. That is by definition, rape. Katie is not to blame for what happened. If you argue that Katie, who was drunk when it happened, is at fault for cheating on her boyfriend Britt, then you are placing blame on the victim, and the reason Katie is the victim here is because she was raped. And understandably so, this criticism they made has unsettled much of the people who saw what was said. Hence Mauler's message to Southpaw about it. Now, Mauler has tried to defend this take on his server, and why don't we take a look?
She was raped. She didn't even know what happened. We can't blame her. I was a little thrown by this because I don't remember the show ever referencing her POV as of being raped. It wouldn't have mattered to the further justification she provides, but maybe you guys would be interested in this scene where she first confesses what she did. Listen to what she says.
I was drunk, and it wasn't me, but I knew exactly what I was doing.
Then why?
I don't know.
Well, not a great start. Mauler, anyone can believe anything, and that can accurately be summed up as their point of view. It can be my point of view that when we talk in DMs, you made subtly racist remarks towards me. Obviously, that's not my point of view, but if it was, we'll just have to take it as valid by this nonsensical standard. Her point of view, whichever it may be, does not change the facts of what happened. Victims of rape have blamed themselves for it afterwards in the real world. That doesn't make it their fault it happened. The precedent you're setting is catastrophic to say the least.
Then why?
I don't know.
She doesn't even know why she did it, so why are you taking her word as if what she says is completely reliable?
My dude, please take a breath. We didn't comment on the circumstances of the human intercourse or her thoughts on it. We commented on her justification of the act.
Why did you do it?
I don't know. I've been trying to figure it out.
Do you love me? Then tell me. Tell me what?
Because you're not ready. You're not ready for any of this. I can tell. You're not ready for me.
No. You did comment on the circumstances of the human intercourse and her thoughts on it. You did it when you talked about it on EFAP, which prompted the discussion we see here.
Oh, well, you know, she was drunk, right? That's probably the reason, Rags. She was drunk.
And while this happens afterwards, he literally claims that it wasn't rape from Katie's point of view, and appealed to whether or not she believes she is at fault. You commented on both of these things, you're acting as if your criticism doesn't rely on them. But to go further, this clip is out of context. Maybe listen to what Katie has to say before she says what she says in the clips he showed.
I can't even really barely remember anything about it, except I just woke up wanting to take it all back.
This implies that she barely remembers the actual experience outside of the fact that she partook in it and wanted to take back what happened immediately once she was no longer under the influence. Meaning, had she been in full control, she never would have let this happen. Meaning she doesn't see it as a good thing to cheat on Britt. And to address the claim that Katie is justifying her cheating on Britt by saying Britt isn't ready to marry her, why don't we start by addressing how the clip he provided has her initially state that she doesn't know why she did it and that she's been trying to figure it out?
Why did you do it?
I don't know. I've been trying to figure it out.
Oh, so she still hasn't reached a satisfactory understanding as to why she did it. As the audience, we know it's because she was under the influence, and had she not been under the influence, she never would have allowed this to happen. What this alone implies is that Katie is putting herself in bad faith. And given that Katie is established to be a self-hating character who will blame herself for mistakes she didn't have full control of, it makes sense that she would instead assume something is deeply wrong with her solely because she made such a mistake. Hank outlines this to Britt after Britt gets himself imprisoned. For context, Britt encountered who he believed to have raped Katie and beat him to a pulp, which led to his arrest.
She was desperate. She hated herself. She made a mistake. She made a grievous goddamn mistake. She was lost and she didn't want to lose you.
Considering how much Katie blamed and hated herself for what happened, it makes sense that Katie would attempt to find reasons for why she did it that extend beyond her being drunk, even if they're not necessarily true from an outside perspective. Hank even suggests that Katie did it because she didn't think she deserves Britt deep down.
Why, Hank, when everything's like so perfect?
Yeah, I'd drive a big dynamite truck right into it. Probably because somewhere deep down inside you just don't feel like you deserve it.
Mauler's clip also doesn't include what is said after Katie says, "You're not ready," which is an out-of-context framing of her statement because the lack of context makes it seem like Katie is placing the blame onto Britt. But if we let her finish...
You marry me, and you'd hate me, and you'd hate your life.
Oh, so Katie isn't blaming Britt for his lack of readiness. She attributes Britt not being ready for her to Britt having valid reasons to hate Katie, which would lead to him hating his life. And like I said, if Katie is established to have such heavy self-hatred because of what she did while she was drunk, then it makes sense that she would try to find reasons to explain why it happened if she believes she is at fault, even if she doesn't remember most of it. And because this mistake leads her to believe all of those terrible things about herself, the reason she lands on for why she did it is that in her drunken state, she believed in that moment she needed to distance herself from Britt because she simply doesn't deserve him and would ruin his life. It's not the true reason, it's not a well thought out or rational reason, but it is the reason she came up with on the spot that lines up with her hatred towards herself for that mistake. Her saying this does not prove that she went into the sexual encounter attempting to cheat on Britt, nor does this prove that she believes this is justifiable. People can blame themselves for something they didn't do. It happens in the real world. Imagine someone who actually went through an experience like this, then listened to what was being said while being an EFAP fan. I can imagine why this kind of rhetoric would be so off-putting for someone to listen to. I think Southpaw would agree. I believe that is why he thought it was the right thing to do, to call this out for what it was, to criticize them for it, even if on his server, with the intent to talk about it in his own video. This wasn't something that they had said in private, that he was leaking to bash them over it. They said this publicly. He had no idea that this is something they would say until it was said publicly, therefore it is fair game to respond to it publicly.
I mean, I've been called a thorough liar by plenty of people who run the fuck away when it gets to reference time. I've been labelled as a person who thinks rape victims are cheaters. I have people saying I'm hyper-biased against this show without showing a single motivation for it. It's been a ride, and I'm not happy, but what can you do? It's a sacred cow. People get pissed quick.
Well, here are your references, Mauler. You did call a rape victim a cheater. That is what you said, and the references outline this perfectly. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to call this one a lie, because he knows what he said but made this statement anyway. Now to cap it all off, when Southpaw refers to this criticism as victim blaming, whether it is intentional or not, he is accurate in his description.
So, if you are genuinely disturbed by what you've seen, well, get ready for an experience. You see, I did try to give them the best benefit of the doubt that I could have given them, all things considered, and I did try to just chalk this up to ignorance on their part as opposed to malice, but I also couldn't help but be honest about what I had seen. And when I was suggesting people apply EFAP's criticisms of Terriers to other media, because these kinds of remarks were now on the table for being lampooned, I called it for what it is. Victim blaming. Now, before we begin, it is worth remembering that at the very beginning of this saga, I tweeted out to people following me,
now that we got the Discord messages out of the way, let's get back to the Twitter thread that Southpaw made. I'm willing to go public with it now. Having had time to mull things over after an episode of Self-Doubt, I disagree with a staggering vast majority of their criticisms. A lot of it is based on ignorance of how the US police operate, a failure to infer the most basic good faith assumptions, e.g. immunity deals, an inability to recognize the noble qualities in the two protagonists along with the selfish/impulsive qualities they share. It's a complete misinterpretation of how the show works. This then brings us to the call with Wolf and Southpaw. This call was even possible because of a message Wolf sent to Southpaw 3 months after the situation had taken place. Let's first break down this message.
So, 3 months. I was wondering how long it would be before you attempted to send any of us a message after what happened, and honestly didn't think it would take this long. Best part is, after 3 months I've heard nothing from you. We went from talking several times a week, at some points nearly every day, to nothing, not a word. Been kind of racking my brain around today, wondering what I'd say and how I'd say it, but honestly, I don't think that how I say it will make any difference, so I'm just going to be blunt about it. I'm disappointed. I'm not mad anymore, though I was when all the shit went down. I'm just disappointed now. Disappointed that our friendship apparently hinged upon us agreeing on the quality of a TV show. Disappointed that it took you so long to remove the shitty tweets you made about 2 of my closest friends after tearfully insisting you were sorry. Assuming I wasn't able to find them and you haven't taken them down at all. Disappointed that when we decided to talk about it, you had to fucking negotiate our way into allowing me and Rags into the call, where I had to shut up and sit in a corner and not be able to express any of the things I was feeling despite knowing full well what you said about us behind our backs. We gave you that opening a couple times in that call, by the way. You could have apologized for such glowing messages like, Wolf's gaslighting me, but you didn't. Because, to be honest, I don't think you were ever sorry. I know the others are stung by what you said about them, and I'm pretty stung about what you said about me. I bent over backwards to be as kind about what was going on with the Terriers situation as I possibly could. I went so far out of my way to try and smooth things over. I sent you so many messages because I didn't want to be misconstrued. I wanted to be as clear as possible in what I was saying. Maybe I wasn't. Maybe I was. I don't know. I barely care anymore. What I do care about, though, is the fact you framed it as me gaslighting you. I tried to relate it to my own experience realizing how bad Avatar The Last Airbender actually was, and how I dealt with that feeling. I just wanted to help you, since you were in a similar situation as me, and all I get is finding out that in private you tell everyone I'm gaslighting you, and then I have to scrape and beg to be allowed in the same fucking call as you. Not as though we hadn't been in plenty of calls before. I told you some pretty personal things about myself over the years. I really opened up to you because I trusted you. I watched movies, TV shows, and YouTube videos with you constantly. I joined your stream a year and a half after leaving YouTube, full well knowing what the chat would say about me. Lo and behold, they said what I knew they would. I defended you against people who talk shit about you, and I tried to help you wherever and whenever I could. I stuck my neck out for you time and time again. I'm just blown away by how easily you cast me off like I was never even your friend at all. I guess that's where it hurts a bit. I thought we were friends. I didn't realize that our friendship was so conditional, and at that, predicated on me feeling the same way about a goddamn TV show of all things. I guess it just hurts to know that I was friends with you and opened up to you as much trust as I can give, and get a nice knife in the back for it. Hurts to see that rather than talk to any of us, you'd prefer to just screenshot our messages and gossip about us with your other friends behind our backs. Feels good, man. There's not much else I can really say, or really care to say for that matter. You had months to come to us and try and fix things, and you chose to go right back to what you were doing and pretend it never happened. Maybe even frame it to other people differently than how it happened for all I know. You framed me as having gaslit you. So at this point, I've got no idea how you've decided to tell people how that call went, if you even told them in the first place. I'm going to try and give you the last piece of advice. Feel free to toss it out, doesn't matter to me anymore, but you're acting now the way I was when I was still on YouTube. You're falling right into the trap of hamming up your reactions and getting gratification from the response, which, in turn, leads you to hamming up your reactions some more, and eventually hamming it up just becomes the default, and then it makes you miserable, and then people start to hate you, and then your life goes to shit because of your poor choices. It doesn't lead anywhere good, just eats you up inside and makes you miserable. So maybe veer the other way while you're still ahead. Well, that's about it. I've got nothing more to say to you. Don't think I really care if you ever respond to this. For all I know, you're screen capping it to share with your friends to tell them all how bad I am. I'm just tired of wondering if you ever saw as friends in the first place. Wondering if you'd ever bother sending me a DM again.
So let's start with his complaint about not sending any messages over the past few months. Firstly, none of you bothered to do so either, so if you believed an action like that was so important and meeting a resolution, not sure why all of you stayed silent. especially since it has been proven that you guys have heavily misrepresented the situation when messaging him about it. I don't think it should fall on him to reach out, considering he's not the one who mischaracterized what they were saying. But since you want to establish such a standard against saying nothing for months and reaching a resolution, we'll keep this in mind for when later actions are discussed.
So you respond to what you perceive as bad faith against a TV show, and then turn right around and imply that Mauler and Fringy are rape apologists. And you're really going to sit here and talk about bad faith?
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that they were rape apologists.
His next complaint is that their friendship entirely hinged on their agreement of a TV show. I would write a long section going over all the references of prior events that disprove this statement, but it's a good thing I've already done that. I've shown Southpaw's willingness to agree to disagree. I've shown Southpaw's thread of tweets where he urges people not to attack them over the show because they are still his friends. So claiming that your friendship was contingent on the quality of a TV show is a complete misrepresentation of the situation, therefore should not be the crux of many of your arguments. And it's funny that I mention how the way these tweets were written disproved the claim that he was making, only for his next complaint to be that Southpaw's tweets about them were shitty and how he should have felt so sorry to the point he should have deleted them. And I don't care if Southpaw tearfully apologized for the tweets, because you also got him to apologize for getting angry in the watch party in the same manner Anomaly Inc. did, or for asking them to stop criticizing the show in whatever fictional reality he said this. And we all remember how well those accusations held up. And you claimed that it was such a hassle for you and Rags to be let into the cult to the point you weren't able to express the feelings you felt were worth expressing? If that's the case, why didn't you message Southpaw about this during the 3 months you spoke of? If there's stuff that hasn't been said on your end and has yet to have been expressed, doesn't this add reasons as to why you should have been the one to attempt to reach out rather than sitting on it? Also, if there's a high level of tension amongst you all, and Southpaw feels he's gonna have to go up against all of you during his stressed out state this drama has caused, then what would be so wrong about limiting his discussion with Mauler to a one-on-one? Don't you think it would ease any stress he would have having to deal with all of you at once, which can easily overwhelm him? He can talk to you about your grievances at a separate point in time. And you want to know how Mauler's side of the issue got resolved? Oh, right. It was me discussing with Mauler one-on-one. Can't imagine how disastrous that conversation could have been if it had you and Rags there. Wolf, I'm gonna be completely blunt. Southpaw does not owe you an apology, and my references outline this in full. I think it's you who owes an apology, considering the amount of information you've gotten wrong and made Southpaw feel bad for. Did we ever hear an apology for this at any point?
Nope.
You say you're pretty stung about what was said about you guys, but seem to have no issue with the misrepresentations amongst the messages you and Fringy sent. Well, maybe Wolf didn't see the messages Fringy sent. And to that I say, well, you've probably seen them now, so it doesn't matter. Some form of apology is in order, which I have yet to see from any of you besides Mauler. To say you bent over backwards trying to be as nice as possible is definitely a charitable way to put it. But then again, if you were actually trying to be as nice as possible and got this much information wrong, once again, an apology is in order. Wait a second, so you suggested the possibility that you were not as clear as possible in what you were saying, which means that there could be misinterpretations that Southpaw is having of what you were saying. And if he's not interpreting it correctly, a correction could resolve some major issues he's having with your statements. And if you had any interest in reaching a solution or even being respectful, you would care if you were being clear in what you're saying. But your message here indicates that you don't, which implies you're okay with Southpaw having misinterpretations of you guys that you could attempt to correct by clarifying what you are saying. And yes, he did frame it as you gaslighting him. Did you bother to ask about why he was saying that? Did you bother to look into the references he was using? Oh wait, you didn't do any of that, because if you actually looked into the references, your entire position crumbles, which is what the references I've been providing throughout this video managed to do. And Wolf, just because you do something nice to somebody in the past, does not give you a pass to misrepresent them or berate them unfairly. You do not get to evade criticism or consequences for doing this. Doing nice things does not mean you can get away with doing shitty things. Misrepresentation and unfair berating is not justified by being nice to someone in the past. That's not how this works, especially since your most recent behaviors are most indicative of character. In regards to the messages he was sending to his group chat, he did not send any of the personal and private stuff you opened up to him about. He just showcased the relevant information regarding the drama because getting more eyes on the situation can help him reach clarity on whether or not he's doing the right thing, or how best to approach or understand a situation. So in simpler terms, he's garnering more input to have a better informed understanding and approach. I would think that's reasonable, but I guess not. And I find it interesting that Wolf claims that Southpaw pretended the drama between you guys didn't happen and made no attempt to fix things. Yet when I sparked a revelation in Mauler's mind that you guys got plenty of things wrong during that whole situation, both you and Fringy have had nothing to say, even to the point of ignoring Southpaw's messages to both of you. No apologies for mischaracterizations were given, just a sweep under the rug acting like it didn't happen. And as for whether or not Southpaw did try to pretend it didn't happen, well, what do you think this video is for? Also, he's talked about this constantly in the group chat with us because of the strain this has had on his mental health. And again, if this is still being talked about to the point it's now public, then he's not hiding anything like you're suggesting he is. And not messaging you at all is a direct result of what happened, which in itself is an acknowledgement of it. Pretending like it didn't happen would be messaging you guys like you're still friends and nothing actually happened. That didn't happen though. After this message where he ends it off wondering if Southpaw is ever going to respond, he blocked Southpaw before anything could be sent to him. This led to Southpaw to reach out to Mauler for the first time in months, and hopefully relay messages over to him. Don't know if Mauler cared to relay it or not, but regardless, I'm mentioning this so we have the full story.
You can send this to Wolf if you want. I've waited on writing this up long enough. Of course, if you guys feel it's too late, then oh well. I want you to know that I've been thinking about your message really long and hard since receiving it, and I fully intend to give you a measured response. I've had a really unhealthy outlook on this whole shit show for the past few months and have had difficulty with opening up about it to you. Because the truth is, I was waiting to hear from you. Now that I have, seeing as you're willing to lay your feelings out on the table like this, and I'm noticing some things that we surprisingly seem to be sharing in common here, I'm a little more comfortable with opening up about my side here while also giving a far more charitable interpretation of you, Mauler, and Fringy. But right now as I type this message, I simply don't have the time to address everything as I should. All I can say until then is that I am really, really sorry that I hurt you, and my friendship with you meant more to me than you have any idea. And I'm willing to share a quite frankly embarrassing story about that from this past July that relates to that, knowing full well that you might think lesser of me for it. Something that I have only opened up about to one other person. I'll be in touch, just need some time writing out a long message and word it as carefully as possible, but don't want to leave you hanging for too long, hence why I'm writing this to you now.
Mauler did not respond to this, nor did Wolf, nor did Mauler respond to the message we see here. This message shows Mauler reducing Southpaw's frustrations to him being attached to a TV show when that's completely inaccurate to what really happened. Hence Southpaw's attempt to clear all of this up and meet a resolution.
I was made aware of this the other day by someone in my server, and I appreciate what you said here, even in the midst of my rather heated venting about the whole situation escalating recently. If you really wish for me to find a way to move on from it all, let's have a chat. One-on-one, tonight, ideally. There's a lot to go over, but if there's a way for us to ring in the new year with this hatchet buried, then I'm all for it. Been talking this through with a friend, and I think everyone involved in the situation has reason to feel aggrieved and isn't seeing the other side very clearly. It sucks. There is a ton of misunderstanding and miscommunication at the bedrock of this entire situation that's gone unresolved. It's been eating away at all of us for too long, and it needs to end. But right now, between you and me, you're the only person I trust to be reasoned with, and I think if we can have this chat, you will see why.
Instead, Mauler relayed this message over to Wolf and the others, because I guess sending private messages suddenly became okay now. Regardless, this led to Wolf unblocking Southpaw then sending a friend request. Southpaw saw this as an opportunity to lay down his thoughts towards him. Now, I unfortunately do not have a record of this since Wolf's account is deleted, and we have to rely solely on older screenshots that have been sent in the chat. The gist of what Southpaw said was about various movies or shows Southpaw has rewatched recently, with themes that he found resonant with the current situation. Southpaw mentioned this to make a broader point about how he wants to try fixing things with them, while expressing vulnerabilities alongside his sentiment of much of this being their fault. All I'm gonna say is that the specifics are not super important in understanding the story, but if Wolf was to reinstate his account to publicize this, go ahead. I don't care. But with that out of the way, let's finally break down the call. And before we do, in the first few minutes, Southpaw's mic wasn't properly being picked up on, so what he says at the beginning won't be heard.
Nope. Hold on. Oh no, I can hear you. For some reason it was coming out of my speakers, out of my headphones for a second there. I want to cut off your opening and say that I'm recording this. Okay. Yep, I figured. And you're still going on about Terriers 4 months later. You know, I think it's funny that you decided to open up your huge diatribe with, or you didn't open it up with this, but you did put it in there. Something to the effect of, "Oh, my life, I don't have a whole lot going for me." But apparently, you never thought about, you know, maybe not spending 4 months about complaining about us not liking a TV show. It kind of looks like that from our angle.
Okay, I think the intro's almost over. Yep, the intro's almost over. We're going to go right to audio. Now watch me click over to audio so you don't get confused. You might get really fucking confused about what's about to happen. Here we go. That audio bar is all the way to the right. Are my speakers broken? Hold on. I don't hear any sound. What? Can you speak up, Sargon? I'm not hearing anything. Clearly the master of technology, the young, hip, cool guy who's totally not a boomer himself, didn't start a fucking stream with his own audio muted like a fucking retard, and then disabled his chat so nobody could tell him, "Hey, retard, your audio is muted." That would be fucking embarrassing. Imagine how embarrassing that would be. If you talk a bunch of shit to somebody, tell them you're going to stream at a certain time, then run away from that time because you're a pussy, disable your chat, and then fuck up your audio. And let's make it a nightmare scenario, hypothetically speaking, and you left that audio muted for like 20 minutes, and you're just smugly chuckling to yourself. Just a big fat fucking soy smile on your face as you smugly chuckle. Look at, all the jokes I'm thinking of, they're all so funny. Oh, I bet the kids are gonna love this. They'll print them on Kekistan shirts. But I guess are my headphones broken? Chat, can you tell me, are my headphones broken? I think maybe there must be something wrong here. Something's gone awry. Well, he's talking about a tweet. It's from Wildsmiled. I'll read along until I can fix this clearly on my end audio issue. Let me get this straight. Warplan Purple, otherwise known as Sargon of Applebee's, is going to dox a guy for making fun of his suit? There's something compelling, or there's some... Oh, he jumped too fast. I just can't keep up with him. I don't have that youth and vigor that he does. I'm an old man. I can't keep up with this. Here's another one from Wildsmiled. I just don't approve of a big-time YouTube personality aspiring politicians intimidating people. That's kind of a deal breaker for me and many others. Intimidating people? What is he talking about? Well, Sargon did have a bunch of links in his description. They went to like Kiwi Farms. There were some screen...
Through that watch party.
There he is!
There was a certain... There's just like overall level of discomfort, this animus that I was feeling during it, and it's something that like others have picked up on as they've gone through the recording.
Just sharing recordings with everybody, right?
I mean, it's a publicly available watch party recording that they agreed to have recorded, right? Like, the idea was to have it edited and uploaded to YouTube if, you know, things went well. And
instead, you use it as a way to bludgeon them over and over, and me for some reason.
I'm presenting people like, this is what EFAP says about Terriers. You know, you guys can go through the show. Here's what they said about the first 2 episodes. Here's what they said about on their podcast. I let people look.
Does it not strike you as a little bit odd that you're willing to snipe at them for literal months on end for a third of a fucking year over a TV show, but you weren't willing to watch more than 2 episodes with them? Does that not strike you as just a little bit like, I don't know, pussyish?
I found it like difficult to even reason with them, especially given there are certain things that, you know.
Like what?
Okay.
Name one unreasonable thing they've said.
Okay. So when it comes to the real estate thing, I actually there's a guy that I was talking to who works in real estate in California, And he says that while what's in the show is not 100% accurate in terms of the check being not directly from Hank, it's like it's from Lindus, it's written to Hank. But in terms of it being put down as a bid, that's an earnest money deposit, which they can actually do without pre-approval for a loan. And I simply didn't have information on that being a thing as we're watching it. Or like when they're talking about how apparently Mickey didn't have Eleanor's phone number. I went over this with Mauler after the episode. It's made clear in the episode that she apparently was contacting her father through a payphone.
Well, roll it back a bit. What was unreasonable about their position with the real estate thing?
So Hank goes into the open house and he has a $20,000 check, right? He presents it to the realtor or real estate agent, whatever the fuck. And then he says, if I give you this, how fast can we get these yokels out of here? The scene cuts away. We don't see what happens between that exact line and then just cutting away to the next scene. That was presented as an issue because Hank doesn't have pre-approval for a mortgage loan. Now, there's a guy who is privy to what's been going on with the show, and he's going through the show. He's about halfway through. And he works in real estate in California. And he says, no, that's actually something that would happen, especially in 2010, when you have, I believe it was a buyer's market. Economy was in the toilet, and there were like people that he knew in the market who took a walk out of a window. It was that bad. So there would be instances of like, yeah, if you're putting down an earnest money deposit, which is a certain percentage of the amount that the house is up for, it could be accepted as a bid, even if the person that's giving it doesn't have pre-approval for a loan. And
you still haven't answered my question. What's the unreasonable part that they've said?
So they said that that was a completely unrealistic thing that wouldn't happen.
Okay.
I mean, according to a real estate agent, it's something that definitely could happen, though.
All right. I don't know. I don't remember enough of this fucking stupid show. Honestly, it's not even really about the show anymore. It's just about like what you're doing, what you've been doing for like 4 months.
Why did you message me after Mauler and I seemed to agree to disagree about the show?
So, do you think that Mauler put me up to messaging you?
No, I don't.
Because it really
No, I don't.
seems like you've been implying, at least a little bit, that I have like no autonomy over my own actions.
No, I don't.
That
Because when I
just
when
like
I offered Mauler,
convinced to hate you because I talked to him.
no, when I offered Mauler, like, hey, let's go through the rest of the show, he declined. At that point, I knew you kind of went to me on your own accord.
Okay.
So I'm asking why it was that you went to me after it was made clear, like Mauler and I were just going to agree to disagree. And that.
Well, why do you think? Give your wild stab in the dark. I mean, you've had 4 months to think about it.
My best guess.
I'm pretty sure I said it in like those messages.
My best guess is that there was a call that you and Mauler and Fringy were in where they were disappointed in that particular development. Right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Well, I don't remember if it was a call or if I was just DMing Mauler.
When
effectively
Mauler
the same thing.
When Mauler had told me it's totally okay. It was totally okay for that decision to be made.
Okay.
You know that, right?
Well, yeah, he showed me what you said to him.
Okay. So then he goes...
And then you... I'll scroll up here and just read exactly what you told me, because it was pretty dumb. So you say that, and then you message me saying, dude, let me show you this. You send me the recording, and then Mauler and Fringy have a very unbased take on Terriers, let's just say. And then you send me that.
Yeah, I was kind of freaking out over it at first.
So you're more than willing to bitch about it behind their backs, but not watch the rest of the show with them. I mean, when you ask me why I sent you the messages after that, it's like, well, you clearly wanted a response. You wanted me to back up your opinion.
But my question is, like, so I guess it was more about, like, I had said, like, I think it was after I had sent that to you that Mauler and I had the discussion. We were talking over the show some more, and it just became clear, like, I don't think that they're going to change their minds on this. I don't think that if they hate the first 2 episodes, they're going to care for any of the others, and I simply don't agree with their criticisms here, and it feels a little bad faith against the show, and I simply, like, because I had sent you the message shortly after
you think so you respond to what you perceive as bad faith against a TV show, and then turn right around and imply that Mauler and Fringy are rape apologists. And you're really going to sit here and talk about bad faith?
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that they were rape apologists. That was a horrible thing.
Yeah, it kind of just defeats everything, doesn't it?
Well, considering what happened in the build-up before that, I mean, Fringy literally strawmanned me in the DMs.
He strawmanned you. That's why it's okay to call him a rape apologist.
Well, I mean, there was a lot of escalations that led to me getting pretty upset and not thinking clearly when I said that. Yes, and I'm taking accountability for the fact that I said that, and I shouldn't have said that. But this didn't come out of a fucking vacuum, Wolf.
I don't know, man. I don't think I've ever, like, taken that extreme of a fucking leap. I don't think someone said your show sucks. That I said, well, you're okay with rape.
Well, the thing is, I should have understood that.
That's something you tweeted or no, you didn't tweet that publicly. But, that's something you said about them. You also said on Twitter that they are incapable of bad faith. I still don't know if you actually deleted those, because Twitter just doesn't allow me to scroll down far enough to find it. I know you left it up for quite a long time, so it wouldn't what's the word? It wouldn't surprise me if you hadn't deleted them.
Yeah, I haven't. I think that they...
You think they're incapable of good faith?
I think that they didn't make any good faith inferences for the show that they would make.
That's not what you tweeted.
Incapable of good faith? What? Okay, so hold on. Let me see what I tweeted.
Incapable of good faith and making a bad faith argument, which we're in disagreement on that.
I said, I mean, okay, so a failure to infer the most basic good faith assumptions, like immunity deals and an inability to recognize the noble qualities in the 2 protagonists, along with the selfish and impulsive qualities that they share, and a complete misinterpretation of how the show frames its morally gray characters. That's what I said. I didn't say that they're incapable of good faith.
Wait, read it again.
So I said that a vast majority of their criticisms are based on ignorance of how U.S. police operate. That's referring to the blue wall of silence. A failure to infer the most basic good faith assumptions, such as like immunity deals, like the reason why they don't get arrested after
An inability to make inferences of good, whatever the fuck, however you fucking phrase that, I don't know. Does that not read to you a lot like you're saying that they just can't argue in bad faith?
No, I didn't say inability. I said a failure. It's just it's not that they're incapable of doing it. It's just I think they failed to make that inference for the show, which they've made really, really charitable inferences for other things, Wolf. Like, they're especially recently, like, within 2 weeks of me watching the show,
I literally don't give a shit.
I know you don't give a shit. I'm just saying, like, so...
Because I think you're bringing it back to Terriers as though Terriers matters. That's not what matters anymore. You understand that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You understand that the reason I friended you wasn't to berate you. I really didn't even want to talk to you until I saw that, like, fucking laughable diatribe. The only reason I friended you is to get screenshots of the things that I said to you over the Terrier situation, because I had an inkling suspicion you were not going to represent them accurately. Mm-hmm. And that was it. I was gonna grab those and jump.
Wait, you weren't able to look at your own messages when we were...
No, because I unfriended you and then I deleted the conversation so I couldn't access them again. That was the only reason.
Oh, okay.
And you know that there's people on Twitter, and I believe you retweeted one of them maybe more than once yesterday, who was bringing up anti-trans things I said literally years ago that you know for a fact I don't stand by now.
Wait, when did I retweet the anti-trans
You didn't retweet.
thing?
You didn't retweet that. It was someone who you had retweeted about other things. At least I think you had retweeted them. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did because I was linked back to that page through one of your retweets.
Who is this person and what's this tweet?
Oh, let me pull it up because Mauler sent it to me last night. It was really great. Marcus. And I'm pulling the URL right now.
Mm-hmm.
This one.
For absolutely no reason. Okay. Yeah, let me... 1 second here. Sorry, I'm getting a phone call. Hello?
Hey, can you let me see my hair is wet? I can't go outside with wet hair.
Right now?
He's ringing the bell.
Okay, give me one. No, it's fine. I have to walk my dog real quick. I'll be right back, alright?
Uh-huh.
Alright. Let's see.
And instead, you use it as.
I am back. All right. So I hadn't seen this tweet. Do you want me to pull Marcus in here right now? Would you like to rip him a new one right here, right now?
What was that?
Would you like to rip Marcus a new one for this right now? Right here and right now.
Get him in the call, you mean?
If you want.
I don't really give a shit.
Okay. I don't agree with him saying this about you. I think it's like shitty to bring up something that you'd said in the past that you don't stand by anymore. I think it's shitty for people to do that in general. I hadn't seen this tweet. I had seen other tweets. I hadn't seen this one. But like,
I mean, I honestly can't say that I believe you.
Okay.
Because you've lied before. You've lied several times. And I know that you're like the most terminally online person that I've ever met. So I don't really think I believe you. I think you're actually just that spiteful. You still haven't apologized for the things that you've said behind my back. You haven't even. I find it hilarious. You said something. Let me find it. Something to the effect of, fuck. What was it?
Gaslighting?
That's what you like. No, not the gaslighting thing. You went on about how like you were baffled by the idea that I said that I wasn't sure if we were ever really friends. But you have never once owned up to the fact that in private on your Discord, you said something almost verbatim to the effect of, I'm not sure I want to be friends with these people anymore. Something that we alluded to in that call we had with you 4 months ago. And you just didn't even try to apologize for or deny. Or even just acknowledge happened. Like, what am I supposed to think when you got mad because we didn't like your show?
Wasn't about just not liking the show. I mean, there's more to it than that, but...
You say that, but that really is what it comes down to.
Okay, you can let yourself believe that as much as you like.
And again, I don't want to be friends with these guys anymore, seriously? I mean, not that any of us care now. We kind of just want to be left alone, which you are just, for some reason, adamant about not doing. Nothing?
I mean, I've got nothing.
Yeah, that's about what I figured. And also kind of part of the part of not being able to believe you anymore. Part of that comes down to you got all teary-eyed and sad voice in that call whenever we tried to say, or rather when Mauler tried to say, since me and Rags were for some reason supposed to take a vow of silence in that call. You got all teary-eyed and were like on the verge of tears, or at least it sounded like it. You were pretty good at acting, at least.
Wasn't acting, and I was.
Oh no, I can point out how you were acting in just a moment. About how sorry you were about the things you said about him, and then to this day, by your own admission, you've never deleted those tweets. which is the reason, or at least part of the reason, why he and Fringy were very upset with you. But also, the reason we know that you aren't, that you were not sorry in there, is because I brought up the pronunciation of Shang-Chi or Shang-Chi or whatever the hell it is, and then you immediately flipped. You just had this moment where you seemed to almost forget the subject of the call, and the three of us just had to sit there while you and your therapist talked about Shang-Chi, as though that was even relevant to the conversation. And then, once Mauler drew you back, you were careful to put on your sad voice again. Does it occur to you why we don't really believe you when you say you're sorry, when you don't take down the tweets that were pretty not kind to them? When you drag this out for 4 months after all the rest of us are doing everything to just not engage? We had a 2-hour almost conversation over whether or not Mauler should actually get into a call with you from those messages you sent him the other day. Just debating whether it was a good idea or not. Because we know what happened the last time, and you just seem to ignore all of it.
Cool.
This is some of the greatest cringe I've seen, possibly all year. I couldn't help but be a little bit wary about covering this because it is a private call that has been leaked by a third party. That's at least what I thought at first. And you don't know this, but would you believe that Southpaw and SK actually intended to leak this themselves?
Let's finally break down the call.
And you're still going on about Terriers 4 months later. You know, I think it's funny that you decided to open up your huge diatribe with, or you didn't open it up with this, but you did put it in there. Something to the effect of, oh, my life, I don't have a whole lot going for me. But apparently you never thought about, you know, maybe not spending 4 months about complaining about us not liking a TV show. It kind of looks like that from our angle.
I'm so glad I started with all the references provided earlier, because that just makes my job so much easier. Wolf, nobody complained about you guys not liking the TV show. Southpaw's issues were the inaccuracy of the criticisms, which he pushed back on in a civil manner, while asking his audience not to go after EFAP. And of course, the inaccurate ways in which you characterized and berated him.
Through that watch party, there was a certain... It was just like overall level of discomfort, this animus that I was feeling during it. And it's something that like others have picked up on as they've gone through the recording.
Just sharing recordings with everybody, right?
I mean, it's a publicly available watch party recording that they agreed to have recorded, right? Like, the idea was to have it edited and uploaded to YouTube if, you know, things went well. And
instead, you use it as a way to bludgeon them over and over, and me, for some reason?
Well, that is the source of EFAP's arguments against the first 2 episodes of the show, so of course we're going to use that recording to criticize their takes. And as for you, Wolf, like I proved earlier, you inaccurately recounted what actually happened in your unwarranted berating of Southpaw, so it seems fair to use the recording to prove you were wrong about him.
I'm presenting people like, this is what EFAP says about Terriers, you know, you guys can go through the show, here's what they said about the first 2 episodes, here's what they said about on their podcast. I let people look
Does it not strike you as a little bit odd that you're willing to snipe at them for literal months on end, for a third of a fucking year, over a TV show, but you weren't willing to watch more than 2 episodes with them? Does that not strike you as just a little bit, like, I don't know, pussyish?
He was, and Mauler declined. Sure, he wasn't open to doing it initially, but that had to do with the lack of enjoyment being had experiencing the show for pretty much all parties involved. He changed his mind very soon after, and then the few months you spoke of passed. While he was sniping on Twitter, as you claim, it was during a period after having tried to watch more episodes with them than being turned down.
I found it, like, difficult to even reason with them, especially given there are certain things that, you know...
like what?
Okay.
Name one unreasonable thing they've said.
Okay. So when it comes to the real estate thing, I actually there's a guy that that I was talking to who works in real estate in California, and he says that while what's in the show is not 100% accurate in terms of the check being not directly from Hank, it's like it's from Lindus. It's written to Hank. But in terms of it being put down as a bid, that's an earnest money deposit, which they can actually do without pre-approval for a loan. And I simply didn't have information on that being a thing as we're watching it. Or like when they're talking about how apparently Mickey didn't have Eleanor's phone number, I went over this with Mauler after the episode. It's made clear in the episode that she apparently was contacting her father through a payphone.
Well, roll it back a bit. What was unreasonable about their position with the real estate thing?
So Hank goes into the open house and he has a $20,000 check, right? He presents it to the realtor or real estate agent, whatever the fuck. And then he says, if I give you this, how fast can we get these yokels out of here? The scene cuts away. We don't see what happens between that exact line and then just cutting away to the next scene. That was presented as an issue because Hank doesn't have pre-approval for a mortgage loan. Now, there's a guy who is privy to what's been going on with the show, and he's going through the show. He's about halfway through. And he works in real estate in California. And he says, no, that's actually something that would happen, especially in 2010, when you have, I believe it was a buyer's market. Economy was in the toilet, and there were like people that he knew in the market who took a walk out of a window. It was that bad. So there would be instances of like, yeah, if you're putting down an earnest money deposit, which is a certain percentage of the amount that the house is up for, it could be accepted as a bid, even if the person that's giving it doesn't have pre-approval for a loan. And
you still haven't answered my question. What's the unreasonable part that they've said?
So they said that that was a completely unrealistic thing that wouldn't happen.
Okay.
I mean, according to a real estate agent, it's something that definitely could happen, though.
All right. I don't know. I don't remember enough of this fucking stupid show. Honestly, it's not even really about the show anymore. It's just about like what you're doing, what you've been doing for like 4 months.
Wolf, didn't you ask Southpaw to say one unreasonable thing Efap has said about the show? You demanded this like 3 times in this one segment, and then all of a sudden it's not about the show? Already moving the goalpost.
Why did you message me after Mauler and I seemed to agree to disagree about the show?
So, do you think that Mauler put me up to messaging you?
No, I don't.
Because it really
No, I don't.
seems like you've been implying, at least a little bit, that I have like no autonomy over my own actions.
No, I
and
don't,
that
because when I offered Mauler,
convinced to hate you because I talked to him.
No, when I offered Mauler, like, hey, let's go through the rest of the show, he declined. At that point, I knew you kind of went to me on your own accord.
As we've gone over earlier, what Southpaw said is true. Wolf's messages came after Southpaw and Mauler agreed to disagree. Wolf is once again putting words in Southpaw's mouth.
Okay.
So I'm asking why it was that you went to me after it was made clear, you know, like, Mauler and I were just going to agree to disagree. And that.
Well, why do you think? Give your wild stab in the dark. I mean, you've had 4 months to think about it.
My best guess.
I'm pretty sure I said it in like those messages.
My best guess is that there was a call that you and Mauler and Fringy were in where they were disappointed in that particular development. Right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Well, I don't remember if it was a call or if I was just DMing Mauler.
Wait a minute. Didn't you complain earlier about the idea of private recordings being shared? The Anomaly Inc. situation where DMs are already being shared is enough evidence of hypocrisy here, but here we have Wolf admitting that Mauler's DM exchanges with Southpaw were shared with Wolf. I thought private messages or recordings couldn't be shared. This is also something that Fringy complained about, so I'm curious if he would take issue here.
When
Mauler, the same thing.
When Mauler had told me it's totally okay, it was totally okay for that decision to be made. You know that, right?
Well, yeah, he showed me what you said to him.
Okay. So then he goes,
and then I'll scroll up here and just read exactly what you told me because it was pretty dumb. So you say that, and then you message me saying, dude, let me show you this. You send me the recording, and then Mauler and Fringy have a very unbased take on Terriers, let's just say. And then you send me that.
Yeah, I was kind of freaking out over it at first.
So you're more than willing to bitch about it behind their backs, but not watch the rest of the show with them.
Incorrect order of events. As I've shown earlier, Southpaw messaging Wolf came prior to their agreement to agree to disagree, and for Southpaw to not watch the rest of the show with them. He didn't intend to continue on with the subject any further upon his agreement with Mauler. That was until you messaged him asking him to do exactly that, though.
I mean, when you ask me why I sent you the messages after that, it's like, well, you clearly wanted a response. You wanted me to back up your opinion.
Mm-hmm. But my question is like, so I guess it was more about like, I had said, like, I think it was after I had sent that to you that Mauler and I had the discussion. We were talking over the show some more, and it just became clear, like, I don't think that they're going to change their minds on this. I don't think that if they hate the first 2 episodes, they're going to care for any of the others, and I simply don't agree with their criticisms here, and it feels a little bad faith against the show, and I simply, like, because I had sent you the message.
So you think so you respond to what you perceive as bad faith against a TV show, and then turn right around and imply that Mauler and Fringy are rape apologists. And you're really going to sit here and talk about bad faith?
Wolf, what you just said is, ironically, bad faith. Because Southpaw never called Mauler and Fringy rape apologists. He did say the victim blamed a rape victim out of ignorance, which I proved that they did, but not that they genuinely condone rape. This is where I'm going to criticize Southpaw. Once Wolf said that, you should have demanded a reference immediately. While it is understandable that Southpaw just went along with it due to the berating and wanting to meet a resolution, and not trying to lose his cool with Wolf, the more optimal thing to do would have been to demand evidence, because once you start doing that, Wolf's position starts to fall apart.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that they were rape apologists. That was a horrible thing.
Yeah, it kind of just defeats everything, doesn't it?
Well, considering what happened in the build-up before that, I mean, Fringy literally strawmanned me in the DMs. That
he strawmanned you. That's why it's okay to call him a rape apologist.
Again, that is not what happened, but if you actually listen to Southpaw, he said it wasn't okay to do, and was simply providing the context so you understood the full story. It helps to listen sometimes.
Well, I mean, there was a lot of escalations that led to me getting pretty upset and not thinking clearly when I said that, yes. And I'm taking accountability for the fact that I said that, and I shouldn't have said that. But this
Really?
didn't come out of a fucking vacuum, Wolf.
I don't know, man. I don't think I've ever, like, taken that extreme of a fucking leap.
Well, there was that time you compared Southpaw to the guy who told you to kill yourself because he didn't want to continue watching a TV show. There's also that time you called him really angry in a recording where he remained civil and calm start to finish. There was also that time you summed up Southpaw's grievances with being upset that they didn't like a TV show, despite my mountain of references proving otherwise. And there was that time you claimed Southpaw called Mauler and Fringy rape apologists, and we all remember how well that accusation held up. Those all seem to be bigger leaps than the conclusion that vilifying a woman who was taken advantage of while she was blackout drunk is victim blaming.
I don't think someone said your show sucks, that I said, well, you're okay with rape.
Well, the thing is, I should have understood that.
That's
what
something you
happens in the
tweeted,
show-
or no, you didn't tweet that publicly. But, you know, that's something you said about them. You also said on Twitter that they are incapable of bad faith. I still don't know if you actually deleted those, because Twitter just doesn't allow me to scroll down far enough to find it. I know you left it up for quite a long time, so it wouldn't, fuck, what's the word? It wouldn't surprise me if you hadn't deleted them.
Yeah, I haven't.
Uh-huh.
I think that they.
You think they're incapable of good faith?
This is another leap that Wolf claims he doesn't think he would make. Southpaw didn't say that EFAP was incapable of good faith. He said that they made a failure to make basic good faith inferences about this show. Those are two different statements. Let's say someone successfully performs a front flip on a Monday. They also succeed on that Tuesday. Then, all of a sudden, they failed on Wednesday. If I were to state that they made a failure to perform a front flip on Wednesday, that's not me saying that they're incapable of doing a front flip in general. That just means I'm saying they failed in this specific instance. And in this case, Wolf has essentially claimed that I accuse the individual of being incapable of doing a front flip, which would be silly.
I think that they didn't make any good faith inferences for the show that they would make.
That's
for
not
other
what
things.
you tweeted.
Incapable of good faith? What? Okay, so hold on. Let me see what I tweeted. here
Incapable
exactly.
of good faith and making a bad faith argument, which we're in disagreement on that.
I said, I mean, okay, so a failure to infer the most basic good faith assumptions like immunity deals and an inability to recognize the noble qualities in the two protagonists along with the selfish and impulsive qualities that they share, and a complete misinterpretation of how the show frames its morally gray characters. That's what I said. I didn't say that they're incapable of good faith.
Wait, read it again.
So I said that a vast majority of their criticisms are based on ignorance of how U.S. police operate. That's referring to the blue wall of silence. A failure to infer the most basic good faith assumptions, such as like immunity deals, like the reason why they don't get arrested after
an inability to make inferences of good, whatever the fuck, however you fucking phrase that, I don't know. Does that not read to you a lot like you're saying that they just can't argue in bad faith?
No, I didn't say inability. I said a failure. It's just it's not that they're incapable of doing it. It's just I think they failed to make that inference for the show, which they've made really, really charitable inferences for other things, Wolf.
Southpaw literally read out the tweet to Wolf, and he still went ahead and claimed the tweet said they are incapable of good faith. And Southpaw literally explained how that wasn't what he was saying, yet he's still not conceding to anything. If we haven't already, I believe this is reaching dishonest territory.
They've made really, really charitable inferences for other things, Wolf. Like, they're especially recently. Like, within 2 weeks of me watching the show, I
literally don't give a shit.
I know you don't give a shit. I'm just saying, like, so...
Because I think you're bringing it back to Terriers as though Terriers matters.
You demanded Southpaw to explain one unreasonable thing they've said about the show on 3 occasions.
Okay.
Name one unreasonable thing they've said. Roll it back a bit. What was unreasonable about their position with the real estate thing?
And
you still haven't answered my question. What's the unreasonable part that they've said?
You literally treated it like Terriers did matter, and as for the tweet you're complaining about, the tweet is about their take on Terriers. Southpaw is saying that they made a failure to make basic good faith inferences for this particular take that they have, and whether or not he is justified in saying this is contingent on what's present in the show, because that determines whether or not Mauler and Fringy's assessments are accurate. Southpaw's point that you're complaining about is entirely based on if their take on the show is accurate or not, and now you're saying that Terriers never mattered? Without realizing how big of a hole this blows into your argument? In order to prove that Mauler and Fringy failed to make basic, good faith interpretations towards the show, Southpaw would need to provide references from said show. And when he tried to do that, your response was to say, well, I don't remember enough about this stupid show and that Terriers never mattered anyway. And when Southpaw brings up their willingness to be charitable towards other media in comparison to Terriers, doesn't that just further prove that his position isn't that they are incapable of good faith?
They've made really, really charitable inferences for other things, Wolf. Like, they're especially recently. Like, within 2 weeks of me watching the show,
I literally don't give a shit.
I know you don't give a shit.
Right here, Southpaw just said that recently they were willing to make charitable assumptions for other media within 2 weeks of watching the show, and Wolf cut him off to say that he doesn't care, even though that is an explicit admission of Southpaw not actually believing that they are incapable of good faith. It shuts down his whole position, and he just doesn't care.
That's not what matters anymore. You understand that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You understand that the reason I friended you wasn't to berate you. I really didn't even want to talk to you until I saw that, like, fucking laughable diatribe. The only reason I friended you is to get screenshots of the things that I said to you over the Terrier situation, because I had an inkling suspicion you were not going to represent them accurately.
How ironic.
And that was it. I was gonna grab those and jump.
Wait, you weren't able to look at your own messages when we were...
No, because I unfriended you and then I deleted the conversation so I couldn't access them again. That was the only reason.
Oh, okay.
And you know that there's people on Twitter, I believe you retweeted one of them maybe more than once yesterday, who was bringing up anti-trans things I said literal years ago that you know for a fact I don't stand by now.
Wait, when did I retweet the anti-trans
You didn't
thing?
You didn't retweet that. It was someone who you had retweeted about other things. At least I think you had retweeted them. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did because I was linked back to that page through one of your retweets.
Who is this person and what's this tweet?
Oh, let me pull it up because Mauler sent it to me last night. It was really great. Marcus. And I'm pulling the URL right now.
Mm-hmm.
This one.
Maybe check the likes and retweets and see if Southpaw is supporting this tweet like you're claiming. Earlier you said he retweeted other things that person said, who now goes by Sky Spixru. But you don't see that, and you even acknowledge that Southpaw didn't retweet that, so why is this being held against him?
So I hadn't seen this tweet. Do you want me to pull Marcus in here right now? Would you like to rip him a new one right here, right now?
What was that?
Would you like to rip Marcus a new one for this right now? Right here and right now.
Get him in the call, you mean?
If you want.
I don't really give a shit.
Okay. I don't agree with him saying this about you. I think it's, like, shitty to bring up something that you'd said in the past that you don't stand by anymore. I think it's shitty for people to do that in general. I hadn't seen this tweet. I had seen other tweets. I hadn't seen this one. But, like...
I mean, I honestly can't say that I believe you.
Okay.
Because you've lied before. You've lied several times.
Prove it. Because I've dropped a mountain of references where you misrepresented Southpaw.
And I know that you're, like, the most terminally online person that I've ever met. So, I don't really think I believe you.
You don't believe Southpaw may not have seen a tweet? Are you serious? Dude, You don't see literally every single tweet put out by someone you follow. That's not how this works.
I think you're actually just that spiteful.
But you just acknowledged that he never tried to retweet the tweet you're claiming he's lying about seeing. If Southpaw is just that spiteful, don't you think he'd retweet Sky Spixru's tweet in front of his larger following? He didn't do that, and you even acknowledged this when Southpaw said that. So what the hell is he proving? I even have receipts of Southpaw never having retweeted this, as I've gone ahead and checked after first hearing that recording. This is a whole new level of guilt by association. You see the tweet right here? Retweeted by Takoburu. The one person who retweeted it is not Southpaw. Sky herself even said at the time that Southpaw didn't even like the tweet when told of the recording. I'd also like to clarify that Sky Spixru posting that clip wasn't to argue that Wolf still stands by those anti-trans comments. The point was that Wolf wasn't very good in the early days of EFAP either when it came to how they treat people.
You still haven't apologized for the things that you've said behind my back. You haven't even. I find it hilarious. You said something. Let me find it. Something to the effect of, fuck. What was it?
Gaslighting?
Like, no, not the gaslighting thing. You went on about how like you were baffled by the idea that I said that I wasn't sure if we were ever really friends. But you have never once owned up to the fact that in private on your Discord, you said something almost verbatim to the effect of, I'm not sure I want to be friends with these people anymore.
So let's pull out the screenshots that Wolf is referring to. Wolf got these screenshots because of Nightbreed, a previous member of the group chat, sent it to somebody, who then sent it to Chaseface, who then sent it to Wolf. So let's read out the section Wolf is referring to.
I'm just baffled at this point. I feel like I don't know these people anymore. Wolf and Fringy gaslighting me, Mauler and Fringy disingenuously criticizing Terriers with the shittiest, most misinformed arguments ever. Do I even want to stay friends with these people anymore?
Southpaw explicitly outlines that his reasoning for questioning if he wants to stay friends with these people is based on Wolf and Fringy gaslighting Southpaw into feeling bad for something he wasn't actually guilty of, which is quite clearly what happened, regardless of whether or not it was intended, combined with Mauler and Fringy's dishonest approaches towards criticizing Terriers. Keep in mind, at this point, Southpaw had heard their incredibly off-putting take regarding a character being taken advantage of, among a few other references in which they blatantly misrepresented events in the show. The point he is making is that they are acting in ways that are unrecognizable in comparison to when they were friends. In the 2.5 years that he's known these guys, not once did he find himself this blatantly mischaracterized by them, forced to question his own grip on reality despite all the evidence that was right in front of him that made it abundantly clear he didn't do anything wrong. Made some weak defenses when put on the spot? Sure, poor arguments can still be made in good faith, and that's what Southpaw did. His own friends treated him as though he acted no differently from Anomaly Inc. That is some serious horseshit. And considering that Mauler's content appealed to Southpaw based on these supposed principles of recounting the media that's been discussed with accurate references, it's no surprise that he'd question them as critics, after seeing the ways they've misrepresented the show, or the ways they've misrepresented Southpaw for the way he pushed back on it.
Something that we alluded to in that call we had with you 4 months ago, and you just didn't even try to apologize for or deny, or even just acknowledge happened.
I wasn't there for the call you guys had, but I can safely say that upon assessing how you guys treated him, I don't think it was unfair for him to say that, and quite frankly, he had nothing to apologize for.
Like, what am I supposed to think when you got mad because we didn't like your show?
Man, how I wish I was there in that call to explain all of this to Wolf. I understand that Southpaw is under stress because of the on-the-spot berating, but good God, Wolf's blatantly unfair and broken reasoning needs to be picked apart, because Southpaw's silent acceptance of what Wolf had said only communicates to me that Wolf's gaslighting attempts were successful for a moment.
Wasn't about just not liking the show. I mean, there's more to it than that, but...
You say that, but that really is what it comes down to.
I'm once again so glad I started with the references of everything that happened behind the scenes, because every time Wolf says something like this is just wrong in a way that's so blatant and self-explanatory.
Okay, you can let yourself believe that as much as you like.
And again, I don't want to be friends with these guys anymore, seriously?
I definitely wouldn't after being treated that way, or if I'm being treated the way you're treating Southpaw in this call.
I mean, not that any of us care now. We kind of just want to be left alone, which you are just, for some reason, adamant about not doing.
Because Southpaw wanted to fix things upon Mauler publicly stating something about Southpaw in his server, while also being a misrepresentation of what his gripes were.
Nothing?
I mean, I've got nothing.
Yeah, that's about what I figured. And also kind of part of the part of not being able to believe you anymore. Part of that comes down to you got all teary-eyed and sad voice in that call whenever we tried to say, or rather when Mauler tried to say, since me and Rags were for some reason supposed to take a vow of silence in that call. You got all teary-eyed and were like on the verge of tears, or at least it sounded like it. You were pretty good at acting, at least.
Wasn't acting, and I was.
Oh no, I can point out how you were acting in just a moment. About how sorry you were about the things you said about him, and then to this day, by your own admission, you've never deleted those tweets, which is the reason, or at least part of the reason, why he and Fringy were very upset with you. But also, the reason we know that you aren't, that you were not sorry in there, is because I brought up the pronunciation of Shang-Chi or Shang-Chi or whatever the hell it is, and then you immediately flipped. You just had this moment where you seemed to almost forget the subject of the call, and the three of us just had to sit there while you and your therapist talked about Shang-Chi, as though that was even relevant to the conversation.
I'm confused by this line of reasoning. Southpaw acted more saddened when on the subject of a more serious matter regarding the drama with his friends, and because he lightened up a bit when a lighter subject with levity was brought up, he was therefore never actually sad during that interaction? I'm sorry, what? This is how human beings behave. If something can distract from the serious matter for a brief moment in time due to providing more levity, then a sad person can briefly lighten up. Brief moments of humor might even serve as a coping mechanism to mitigate the negative feelings being felt. It's not like this is unheard of for Southpaw either. When Southpaw lost his puppy back in April of 2021, before all of this happened, he briefly tweeted out a joke regarding the DCEU haunting him because Suicide Squad was on during his first meal after having to put his puppy down. Southpaw has engaged in humor like this beforehand. This is not unheard of. Are you gonna tell Southpaw that he lied about being sad about his puppy being put down because he lightened up for a brief moment because of a joke that came up? I certainly hope that's not a position you're going to adopt.
And then, once Mauler drew you back, you were careful to put on your sad voice again.
Because the focus has shifted to the more serious matter that is upsetting to Southpaw.
Does it occur to you why we don't really believe you when you say you're sorry, when you don't take down the tweets that were pretty not kind to them?
Ignoring how I've already refuted all of their gripes with the tweets, should I remind everyone that the whole reason I've decided to make this video is because the EFAP hosts made no public corrections after having contributed to a false narrative spread about Southpaw regarding a situation that heavily affected his mental health. If the EFAP hosts felt that Southpaw was obligated to delete and clarify all of the stuff that he had up, then what the hell have they been doing this whole time? We'll get more into that later.
When you drag this out for 4 months after all the rest of us are doing everything to just not engage. We had a 2-hour almost conversation over whether or not Mauler should actually get into a call with you from those messages you sent him the other day.
But I thought sharing private messages was what do I even bother?
Just debating whether it was a good idea or not. Because we know what happened the last time and you just seem to ignore all of it.
Cool.
That was an utter disaster.
You see, I did try to give them the best benefit of the doubt that I could have given them, all things considered, and I did try to just chalk this up to ignorance on their part as opposed to malice, but I also couldn't help but be honest about what I had seen. And when I was suggesting people apply EFAP's criticisms of Terriers to other media, because these kinds of remarks were now on the table for being lampooned, I called it for what it is. Victim blaming. Now, before we begin, it is worth remembering that at the very beginning of this saga, I tweeted out to people following me, do not harass them, do not pester them. I wanted to make it explicitly clear that I was not on board with anyone who was going to bother them about their take here. Now, feast your eyes on a fraction of the filth I've had to wade through for the last 2 years, as my reward for that.
So you respond to what you perceive as bad faith against a TV show, and then turn right around and imply that Mauler and Fringy are rape apologists. And you're really going to sit here and talk about bad faith?
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that they were rape apologists. That was a horrible thing.
Yeah,
for me to say.
it kind of just defeats everything, doesn't it? I mean, I honestly can't say that I believe you.
Okay.
Because you've lied before. You've lied several times. And I know that you're like the most terminally online person that I've ever met. So I don't really think I believe you. I think you're actually just that spiteful. You know, I think it's funny that you decided to open up your huge diatribe with, or you didn't open it up with this, but you did put it in there. Something to the effect of, oh, my life, I don't have a whole lot going for me. But apparently you never thought about, you know, maybe not spending 4 months about complaining about us not liking a TV show.
Grown-ass man whose whole thing was all about criticism, baby raging over his friends being rightfully criticized for victim blaming a rape victim, refusing to hear me out, and taunting me for trying to open up emotionally.
What a great guy, man. What a good guy you are.
So the next video coming up is Southpaw's video.
Oh.
The law and border analysis.
Law and
EFAP's
Borderlands.
media illiteracy. The video that's 6.5 hours. How many hours of that do you think is dedicated to Terriers?
I don't know.
Half. So
Half.
Yeah, so only 3 of those hours dedicated to Terriers. The rest is just Southpaw criticizing whatever he can come up with.
That's funny.
That's sort of the problem with the Law and Border video. It's not just the length. It is. I know it's kind of stupid to complain about, but it's just too long for what it is. But it's also just so unfocused because so little of it is actually focused on their criticisms of Terriers. There is a lot of sidetrack in regards to the drama.
But if EFAP,
lots.
If EFAP had media literacy, they would love Terriers.
So next up, a segment from the Law and Border video. Here we go.
Do it.
Because these kinds of remarks were now on the table for being lampooned, I called it for what it is. Victim blaming. Now, before we begin, it is worth remembering that at the very beginning of this saga, I tweeted out to people following me, do not harass them, do not pester them.
How fucking ironic is that threat now?
Hey, look, he said, don't harass and pester them. You know, we can't blame him.
Yeah, don't harass them and pester them, but that doesn't count me.
Listen, guys, don't harass or pester EFAP or Fringy and Mauler. But I'm going to dedicate the next 2 years of my life telling you why you should.
Don't harass them or pester them, just make a 6.5 hour video.
Hey, people who only know me because of EFAP's existence, don't go pester EFAP, please.
Yeah, don't go pester EFAP. They are morally evil and they victim blame rape victims. But don't pester them.
Yeah,
It's
the
like
last
it's
thing
like
we want to do.
It's like dropping like a sack full of meat in front of a lion and say, "Hey, don't eat that."
Don't harass EFAP. Just mass flag their videos and get them taken off the internet because I'm mad at them.
He commented on that one, like on one video of theirs or something, claiming that like I was like part of some mass flagging campaign against them or something, right? I guess this is just the new lie that EFAP fans are making up. So a long time ago, EFAP-Els was rallying people to report EFAP's content for breaking terms of service.
Which they did, by the way, and there's proof of that.
And someone said that was harassment. And all I did was I said it's not harassment to call for people to flag content that's breaking the terms of service.
Yeah, I supported it.
So,
I said, yeah, based. Go do it. But Southpaw didn't care enough. All he cared about was like the harassment claims.
Like, yeah, this is the thing is like I see myself as a critic. I criticize things. And I'm personally fine with criticizing EFAP for what they do. I don't think that flagging them is going to do anything. I think it's a waste of time. I don't think it's harassment, however. If people want to flag them, I think it's stupid on a personal level. I think it's a waste of time. I would much rather, I guess, like, what would be a good way for me to, like, a good analogy for this? Because, like, I'm much more fine with, like, just criticizing what EFAP does rather than try to run them off of the internet. If you're a fan of EFAP as they are, I don't think you have a leg to stand on to complain about harassment.
Yeah.
This whole getting flagged for breaking terms of service. EFAP getting flagged for breaking terms of service. From where I'm from, we call that fucking around and finding out.
I wanted to make it explicitly clear that I was not on board with anyone who was going to bother them about their take here. Now,
okay, what is this shot?
What do you
why what's going on? Why is it Guardians of the Galaxy?
He's trying to show that he's held people back from being like Drax here.
So Drax is his based masculine audience. And he is the Peter Quill.
Starkiller. Fungus, he's trying to emulate Mauler's
Star-Lord.
editing, which is kind of weird to do for an anti-ether video.
It's also kind of weird just to include like random clips from. I presume almost all of the clips from this show from his video from his film. They're all either going to be Marvel or Star Wars or just superhero movies in general.
I wanted to make it explicitly clear that I was not on board with anyone who was going to bother them about their take here. Now, feast your eyes on a fraction of the filth I've had to wade through for the last 2 years as my reward for that.
So you respond to what you perceive as bad.
Do you see what he's doing here? Feast your eyes on a fraction of the filth, and then he brings up the wolf call.
Yeah, wolf is
why is he even bringing this up in the first place? What does this have to do with anything?
I'm going to use it again here. Anyone who gives a singular peanut butter fuck about Southpaw and all this stupid shit he's going through already knows about this call because it's funny, and that's the only thing of note that he's done lately. It's a call with Wolf.
It's the one singular call with Wolf.
So I just love that he's using this as his example. It's like, yeah.
Even though Wolf makes it explicitly clear in this call that it's not about Terriers, and Southpaw just ignores that.
And then Southpaw
a TV show
pooped himself,
and then turn right around and imply that Mauler and Fringy are rape apologists. And you're really gonna say?
Feel free to fact check me on this, but there is no such record of me saying anything harsher than factually referring to their remarks as victim blaming. Oh my! This is so poorly.
So Wolf is saying, Wolf said you are calling them rape apologists.
You imply
and
that
victim
they're rape apologists.
You're implying that they're rape apologists and they're victim blaming. And then Southpaw's like, feel free to fact check me on this, but I only said that they were victim.
How can we fact check private DMs?
Yeah, exactly. How can we fact check anything that's happened that hasn't been uploaded, bro? Like, that's stupid. Also, to refer to it as whataboutism is so stupid when it's like that's a decently big claim. I don't want to say it's a big claim to call them rape apologists. It is, but it's like coming from Southpaw, whatever. But to write that off as whataboutism is kind of like ridiculous. It's like, you called me a rapist. What does that have to do with anything? Idiot.
Well,
Stupid.
It's like, hey, listen, it's whataboutism to address the fact that I'm
stupid.
That I'm misrepresenting you.
Oh man.
It's honestly like those memes that you see on Twitter where it's like you see like the Giga Chad and the Soy Jack, and the Giga Chad's like, give me all your money. You can't just mug people. Whataboutism? Yeah, but that's against the law. Appeal to authority. it's honestly like that. It's like you understand that you call Fringy and Mauler rape apologists. That's whataboutism. It's like, no, that's we're arguing because you did that. Those are the actions that you took that are causing this argument.
Should we set the public record straight on this rape apologist stuff? Like,
we'll do that at the end, because that's gonna be the giant revelation. It's gonna be a big twist. All I'll say right now is that this aged so fucking poorly.
Yeah,
that's all I'll say. We already knew that Southpaw was being dishonest about this. We predicted this a year ago, me and Fungus.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that they were rape apologists. That was a horrible thing.
Yeah, it kind of just defeats everything, doesn't it? I mean, I honestly can't say that I believe you. Because you've lied before. You've lied several times. And I know that you're like the most terminally online person that I've ever met.
Roll credits.
Hell no, son, ain't gonna get the gun. Seen a lot of things and they've only just begun. Cause the minute they speak is
that fits so well. Also, it's a dishonest cut because Wolf is not talking about Terriers. Southpaw, right before this, said, I hadn't seen this tweet. I'd seen other tweets. I hadn't seen this one. And that's why Wolf says, I mean, I honestly can't say that I believe you. He's not talking about Terriers criticisms.
Yeah.
Southpaw is making it seem like he is because he's dishonest. He knows this isn't the case.
I don't agree with him saying this about you. I think it's like shitty to bring up something that you'd said in the past that you don't stand by anymore. I think it's shitty for people to do that in general. I hadn't seen this tweet. I had seen other tweets. I hadn't seen this one. But like,
I mean, I honestly can't say that I believe you. Because you've lied before. You've lied several times.
He's not talking about Terriers criticisms.
Yeah.
Southpaw is making it seem like he is because he's dishonest. He knows this isn't the case. I thought he had linked the call in the description. He hasn't. So
of course he has.
Yeah, so this right here, these segments that he's playing right now, those are the only instances of the wolf call in this video. He's not playing the entire thing.
And they still make him look bad. Like, I still don't know why you would put this in your video. Like, it just makes you look bad.
No matter what, this makes you look bad.
There isn't a single second in that call that makes him look good at all.
It's so funny because he's in his mind it makes him look like the victim, but to everybody else it makes him look weak because here he is just sitting there like, okay, maybe I should have said this. Okay, as Wolf just eviscerates him.
Sacred Cow Slaughterer can't defend himself with one single point. Yeah, I shouldn't have said that about the rape apologist. If it was never said, then fucking speak up, kid. Speak up!
I don't really think I believe you.
Also, I love this Lord of the Rings music.
I think you're actually just that spiteful.
It's not really.
You know, I think it's funny that you decided to open up your huge diatribe with, or you didn't open it up with this, but you did put it in there. Something to the effect of, oh, my life, I don't have a whole lot going for me. But apparently you never thought about, you know, maybe not spending 4 months about complaining about us not liking a TV show.
Grown-ass man whose whole thing was all about criticism, baby raging over his friends being rightfully criticized for victim blaming a rape victim, refusing to hear me out, and
refusing to hear me out.
Is he talking about himself? I genuinely don't know.
He's referring to what he's saying that Wolf in those clips were baby raging.
Baby raging. Right.
But he's talking so
baby raging
calmly.
Yeah.
This is what I mean.
Wow.
Southpaw doesn't live in the same reality as
grown-ass
other
man
people.
whose whole thing was all about criticism, baby raging over his friends being rightfully criticized for victim blaming a rape victim.
Rightfully criticized, but he's victim blaming a rape victim. But then Southpaw previously said that that's not what there isn't a record of him doing that.
There's no record of him calling them rape.
Also,
apologists.
here so he's saying that rightfully these people were criticized. So Mauler and Fringy were rightfully criticized for victim blaming, but 30 seconds before that, he said I shouldn't have said it.
He changed his mind.
I shouldn't have said that they were rape apologists. That was a horrible thing.
Yeah,
for me to say.
it kind of just defeats.
It was a horrible thing to say.
Does this make him seem disingenuous, perchance?
It was a horrible thing to say, but I was right. So,
if he never said it, why did he not immediately say, I didn't say that?
His response was acknowledging it. I know that's what I was attempting to do.
Yeah.
Well, because he was gaslit, of course.
Wolf planted a bug in his brain.
Because as you know, Wolf is using textbook gaslighting tactics here.
It's those
by
pesky bugs that tells you.
He's just reciting history, and apparently he's gaslighting.
Yeah, it's really funny because Wolf knows Southpaw pretty much better than anybody else.
They were the closest out of the EFAP people, right? Weren't they like buddies?
And well, Wolf is the reason why Southpaw got anywhere near EFAP.
True. Didn't Wolf find his Mission Impossible video or whatever?
Yeah, something like that.
Or he invited them on EFAP or something like that.
Yeah, and then this is Wolf has just perfectly criticized Southpaw. And he's like, wow, Wolf's baby raging.
Wolf sounds like somebody who's just at his wit's end with somebody in this call. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing left for him to like say other than just, you're ridiculous. And like, there's really nothing else for me to say about it. Like, I don't want to talk to you anymore.
And
he doesn't sound mad. He just sounds sick of it, you know?
Yeah.
Grown-ass man whose whole thing was all about criticism, baby raging over his friends being rightfully criticized for victim blaming a rape victim, refusing to hear me out, and taunting me for trying to open up emotionally.
What a great
Taunting
guy.
me about trying to open up emotionally. This is how you know that Southpaw was raised by a woman. Because it's just like, they just didn't let me open up emotionally. Why the fuck would they? You fucking idiot.
Okay.
Open up emotionally.
So it's not included in this compilation that we're watching right now, but following this funny clip of him saying, what a great guy, what a good guy you are, it cuts to Southpaw for 2 minutes straight, reading comments.
I'm sure EFAP's ever emotionally intelligent, rational, unbiased, good faith fans will be able to see through his blatantly cruel attitude on full display here. TLDR, Mauler and company were unreasonably harsh towards the show, so Southpaw got really upset and said some very unreasonable things about them on Twitter and Discord, including calling them rape apologists. This video is Wolf calling him out for being a liar and a backstabbing baby throwing a tantrum. Show me where exactly Southpaw called them rape apologists. He didn't. You can call somebody a rape apologist without saying those exact words. That's called an inference. That being said, I don't know whether Southpaw did or didn't do that. However, Hanlon's Razor demands that I assume that if he never at any point did infer it, Wolf accidentally read it into something. Just stop. I have had enough. We have had enough. Your actions and accounts have been more than enough justification to prove you are untrustworthy. I don't hate you, nor am I angry. I'm disappointed. From that call between you and Wolf, what I noticed was frustration mixed with disappointment in his voice as he talked with you. That's telling. You had a chance to represent the fans of EFAP. You were pulled from the chat to defend a movie on the show. Mauler brought you into multiple podcasts and videos which garnered you attention and fame. You fawned over Mauler, attempted to emulate the podcast with, edit, South Podcast, and worked hard to be like them. Then they were uncharitable with your sacred cow. Your idol disliked something you care about deeply and made fun of it. Was it time to reflect on the criticisms and return with strong arguments with evidence for your case of it being good? Nope. You are right, they are wrong, and if they are wrong, you can't respect them. So, you got cheesed with Mauler and crew over a stupid show. You then went on a long, two-faced, attention-seeking rant through Twitter, Reddit, and YouTube, claiming you are both the victim of backstabbing, all the while backstabbing them at the same time. You give the toxic brood a bad name. You deal in bad faith and pedantic arguments. You side with those who dislike Mauler and retweet their slanders, all the while shielding yourself with the moral high ground of, hey, they did it to me first. You emulate all the traits of those you argued against not long ago. Your character arc is done. You have existed long enough to become the villain in this story. Go away now. Southpaw is completely justified and remains unrefuted. In acting like Angry X, you know, instead of responding to tone, you should consider if anything he actually said was correct or not. Who gives a fuck about the stupid TV show aside from SK fanbase? Southpaw being a drama queen is the issue. EFAP crew moved on in less than a month, and this schizo is still going like if they punched his mom and kidnapped his dog. Ah yes, the you're just angry over a TV show argument. That's all the evidence needed to know that you have no idea what you're talking about over the matter. Keep seething. What have I got to seethe over? You're the one who has to deal with holding a bunch of gaslighting, victim-blaming pieces of shit as idols. Victim paw ain't gonna fuck you. Typical brain-dead response from another vacuous Maulerite. So you are just a tourist butthurt over that fucker LMAO. Uh-oh. Is somebody mad that I'm making a video going over why they lied about a piece of art? Don't get too excited. We wouldn't want you to have another stroke. I'm just saying that a lot of people sees your behavior as unhealthy, let's say. Typical low IQ response from the attention whore contrarian who threatened to off himself because people didn't like his crappy detective show. You literally believe that there aren't any good cops. Sit down and take your antidepressant pills. What gaslighting? Wolf accusing you of calling them rape apologists and then acquiescing to it like a sniveling little child who knows he's done something wrong. I never did call them rape apologists.
You said that I said that, and I never did. I never did. I never did. I never did.
Yeah, you did.
I never did.
I got a
I
question.
never did. I never did. I never did. But you said I did. That's you being wrong about me. That's you being wrong about me. That's you being wrong about me.
I said that they victim blamed out of ignorance because they did in fact victim blame a character who was raped while laughing about it. So you admit to calling them rape apologists?
You see this look on my face? This will always mean it's time to shut up.
And by the way, if a woman wears a provocative dress down a dark street, she owes some of the blame at least because she put herself in that situation. But the rapist should at least be chemically castrated and thrown in prison. Oh, well, thank God for that last third of that tweet. I was about to say that was full-blown victim blaming, but you really recovered there. Dude has been going on for about 2 years calling them rape apologists because they didn't like the show his narcissistic mentor likes. This is just his normal behavior. Obsessing over EFAP and telling people how they are this and that. Again, therapy is made for the likes of him. They called them victim blamers, which they are, not rape apologists, and there is a difference. I know what they said in 2 years. They are both dodgy about it, but both have EDS and need therapy. Also, tell your friend that if I want to talk to Narcissist, I would have contacted my ex, not talked to him. How are they dodgy? They have references. Oh, we didn't say they were rape apologists, we only said victim blamers. First of all, potato potato. Second of all, they both did said and imply a rape apology. Narcissist is just malding for 2 years because he was booted from the group. Again, therapy is made for both of them. Alright, if you believe victim blaming and rape apologism are the same thing, then they are undeniably rape apologists. You should feel good about yourself. You managed to make them sound so much worse.
Don't tell me I can't say what I'm saying. Tell me why what I'm saying is wrong.
Southpaw slandered EFAP as rape apologists for not liking some shitty cop show, then tried to pretend as if them refusing to associate with him further was over this dumb show, and not him throwing false accusations at them because they didn't care for his sacred cow. Don't poo-poo me. If I'm wrong and you can't actually argue why, perhaps that's a skill issue on your part. Unless you really don't think there's anything wrong with this. I'm sorry, what? She's drunk, she's trying to get into the wrong car, and someone comes by and next thing we know, she's waking up next to him after sleeping with him. How is this rape? We're missing extremely important context, and you immediately jump to a conclusion. It's clear that she immediately regrets the decision when she wakes up, but you don't know what happened between cuts, and unless another scene gives added context, then this is a huge leap to take. This may be your interpretation, but it's also fair to assume there is an hour or more of him offering her a ride, her accepting, them flirting, then both having consensual sex because her inhibitions are lowered. That wouldn't be rape, dude. Here's an idea. If you're going to write an entire scene in your head in order to defend EFAP here, maybe actually watch the show first. That way you'll at least know for sure that no such scene is even vaguely hinted at any point in the show. If you gave me an afternoon and allowed me to make up this much headcanon for my arguments, I could mount a rock-solid case that The Dark Knight Rises has absolutely no plot holes, or any movie this crowd would chide over such things, for that matter. Yes, because the good faith of Mauler thinking what's-her-name is a bad girlfriend is of course rape apology, instead of, maybe he got his references wrong. Because I honestly think he has a set of references that point to his conclusion. Sure, if you omit all the context which doesn't at all support his interpretation, I guess. Yet y'all go for a character assessment. Bad faith. Instead of missing references. Good faith. In order to argue that they weren't lying, you're going to have to sincerely argue that they are just comically inept at their jobs and are thus not trustworthy regardless, to which I'd have to ask why you are even listening to them in the first place.
All you care about is intelligence and competence.
Not sure I appreciate this defense.
Or the idea Wolf gaslit Southpaw that he was angry in the watch-through of the first episode, which implies intent, which implies knowing. You can gaslight unintentionally, genius. It's actually a common subconscious defense mechanism for narcissists like these guys. But whatever. When that could be his read on the situation. Or he could have remembered incorrectly. If he just remembered incorrectly, he could have come to me and apologized and been like, hey man, I didn't mean to do that, but he didn't, so there we are. But yet again, you go for character assessment instead of thinking of another possibility, like what EFAP does all the time.
In a world where superpowers are real, physical injuries as a result of superpowers are not real.
Here's the next shot of the movie that CinemaSins decided not to include in their video. Oh, do we just like to do a little bit of lying on purpose? Is that what we do? Do we like to do a little bit of lying?
Fringy and Mauler didn't like his sacred cow, Terriers, and it broke his mind. He's basically been on a 2-year descent into insanity, trying to explain away all of Mauler and Fringy's critique, going as far as calling them rape apologists because a character's fiance drunkenly slept with her professor, and Southpaw has rationalized it as her being raped, despite no indication it was from the show, to try and invalidate the critique. I remember watching Southpaw and SK's The Real Story hit piece with some pretty neutral friends, and everyone came out of a significantly increased respect for Mauler and company. TLDR, Southpaw, the sacred cow slaughterhouse, is a giant cry-bully pussy who can't take a minuscule fraction of what he dishes out and has decided to make it everyone else's problem because he's an enormous cunt. If the gloves weren't off already, they are now. And next time you want to cry and seethe about me or anyone who criticizes you arguing in bad faith, I suggest first looking in a fucking mirror. I've had quite the lovely experience of being accused by EFAP fans of claiming that EFAP are okay with rape for having referred to what they did here as victim blaming out of ignorance that this character was raped, which EFAP refuses to either take the L on or correct their fans for claiming that I had called them rape apologists, even though SK personally corrected them on this. It's as if they think that I am honestly the kind of person who would make such a heavy claim about someone I once considered a friend out of a vacuum, purely because they simply didn't like a TV show, as opposed to someone who could be genuinely appalled by this and willing to call it for what it is, no matter the backlash one may face for it.
Well, you think I enjoy this?
There's no getting around this. Their commentary on this is genuinely hard to listen to for people who've actually watched the show.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
I know.
That stands in stark opposition to the concept you love somebody.
So, that is blaming.
All right,
That's
Jolly.
blaming.
Yeah. Jolly, you wanna...
Well, if I don't do this, I need to rattle through as well. So let's just do it this way. First of all, to say they just left out of context there is a supreme understatement. I don't know how else to put that. Like at this point, that's a mission to the point of you are lying. I don't know how else to frame this because let's actually run through what actually happened. So it's like, okay, we have Katie, and Katie is a early 20s woman. She's at college. She wants to make a life for herself. She's got ambitions. She wants to settle down with Brett. But Brett, oh man, he's got a history as a guy with a rocky past. He's an ex-con. He's in an illegal business, and not only that, the nature of that business regularly exposes him to risk and threats. In fact, she gets held at fucking gunpoint. So like earlier in the series, before this whole shit goes down, Katie is basically like, I think Brett isn't taking the relationship seriously. I think he's not growing up. Basically, she's expressing very legitimate doubts about how viable a long-term future with Brett is going to be if he doesn't fucking get his act together. Which, given that his work is not just like immature but dangerous to her, is a very legitimate concern to have about a relationship. Now, later on in the series, she goes out to a bar, as they say, and she gets very, very drunk. So drunk, in fact, that when she leaves the bar, she doesn't realise she's trying to get into the wrong car for about 10 minutes until one of her classmates points it out, at which point she admits that she is too drunk to drive. Now, this man then tries to proposition her, and because she loves Brit, and because she's trying to let alone, she's like, no, I don't want to do that. Then, her college professor, a man who has significant power over her in many, many ways, who is also stone cold sober, turns up and offers to take her home, basically. And then the scene cuts there. And then the next time we find her, she is waking up in the professor's bed in his house. Now, to anyone with more brains than a dead woodlouse, what has clearly happened here is that she has been raped. That the professor has abused his position of authority over her, the position of trust he had in him as an authority figure, and has taken advantage of the fact that she was drunk to sleep with her. In her vulnerable state of being an extremely drunk person, with severe doubts about a relationship, she was seduced into sex with someone in a manner which, had she been sober, we know for a fact he would not have done. So sex has been done on her, or sex has been done to her, in a manner that she would never have consented to when sober. So she has been raped, because she could not consent to the sex that she had. Now, putting aside the fact that we've had so many fucking people tell us that they don't think that's rape, at which point I'm despair for humanity. But let's put that to one side for a second. The fact that these people are like, oh yeah, she's morally to blame for having slept with this guy, is so fucking repugnant, I don't really know where to begin with this. Morals, it is victim blaming. That's the toughest way of putting it. It's also the most honest way of putting it.
When people get mad at me for calling this victim blaming, is like, prove me wrong though.
No, but it is in every technical sense. Right? She is a victim. She is a victim of a man who has taken advantage of her in a situation where she could not give reasonable consent. So she has been raped. That is inarguable. That is just a fact of the matter. It baffles me that anyone even attempts to make an argument against this. So that's point A. And then point B is if you are the kind of person who sees a girl who is so drunk that she cannot meaningfully consent to sex, and then someone who is sober takes advantage of her, and you then blame her for having sex with that guy, you don't hold him responsible, you hold it as oh no, she did something morally bad, you're a fucking cunt. It's really that simple. You are just a complete bastard and a misogynist, or at least harboring some very severe misogynistic subconscious perspectives, even if you don't think you're consciously a misogynist. It's despicable. I'm so tired of hearing people defend this point. I'm so tired of hearing EFAP accusing Katie of being some kind of conniving, sinister manipulator who's just a bad person because she didn't stay with a person that she professes to love, despite the fact that they've got every reason to have serious doubts about that relationship, and she was in a vulnerable state, and she would never have done it when sober. It's insane.
Doesn't it suck that people are only interested in her for She-Hulk and not for Jen? Which to me is holy fuck, that you've just completely missed the way more important bad thing that happened here, show. Yes, she should disclose who they're doing things with. Yes, absolutely.
Yep. Call my lawyer.
Right in the middle of the lobby, in front of everyone, I had to transform. It was so embarrassing.
I can totally see how your boss springing that on you on the first day would make you spiral. Tell me more about how you felt.
Turns out that you might want to... It's kind of dishonest, sort of, to tell people that to present yourself as a thing when you have an entirely different form, and
I think
when
it's
people
fair to
discover
call
you
this
have
a catfish.
I am so tired.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He certainly feels that way, and if you remember, we flagged this for a reason. He felt the need to say that she was She-Hulk as a shock to the guy she was on a date with before. So she knows this is a surprise to people, and yet she decided to not tell this guy when she knows that Jen is less appealing to people.
Yep.
Do not try and make me feel bad for her, that he is like,
nope.
Whoa, I didn't know this was the case, you didn't tell me this, and that she's like, yeah, but who cares, right? Not a good look. So if you I was already having trouble liking this lady, Was not fucking impressed with this move.
Kind of, yeah.
Hopefully she's happy. Hey.
Yeah.
And you know, to be fair, what would she know about the ethics of the situations like this? It's not like she's familiar with any of these kinds of situations. It's not like she had to learn about how these can have repercussions in law even or anything. Really bothers me when characters like who work about this shit for a living have no idea how this works.
Yep.
Very bad, not good. Wonder Woman 84 vibes.
Right. So, because Jen doesn't revert to her human form before sleeping with this guy, even though she disclosed that she looks different in her human form, and he made it clear that he doesn't care to see her in that form before hooking up with her. Because he seems to express regret with hooking up with her after he does see her human form the next day and doesn't find her as attractive, well, that's Wonder Woman 1984 vibes. But a sober college professor hooking up with a drunk student? Well, that's not rape. She just regrets having sex while she was drunk, and she shouldn't have gotten drunk if she didn't want to accidentally have sex. But don't you dare accuse them of victim blaming. Look, if you're going to feign outrage on EFAP's part about this, I'm just going to tell you.
I don't care.
In the last 2 years, I've watched enough people just go mask off when getting pushed on this, namely people who haven't watched the show first or seen all the context that I know about, mind you, just people who have clearly substituted that with listening to these clowns, that I've deduced that the odds of someone mounting a good faith argument that is both informed on what the show presents and what consent entails both at a legal and ontological level are so impossibly low that I really am not going to take your opinion any more seriously than I would a flat earther or a Holocaust denier. I really don't like to do this. I don't like to just write off an entire perspective as crazy, because I'm one of those idiots who likes to entertain the idea that I might be wrong when I enter a discussion with people. But there comes a point where I've talked about this enough. I've made my points about this abundantly clear in the last couple of years of talking about this, and the people I've had to argue with about this are just so consistently refusing to argue based on any kind of sensible logic. And I've shown this particular section of this video to a number of women I know who have never heard of EFAP or Terriers, and just simply watched the last half hour of this video and earlier versions that I've drafted up, and I've seen how utterly horrified they've gotten upon hearing these initial remarks from EFAP, plus the insane doubling down that their fans have done after the fact, that in this particular case, the people who've wanted to honestly argue that this isn't rape have had their chance, and they've blown it. They are, at best, dangerously misguided as to what entails consent. They seem to be under the impression that if you, while sober, take advantage of someone who is throwing themselves on you because they're drunk, that isn't meaningfully any different from if you were drunk yourself, which is something that I don't think any person with a functioning moral compass would dare actually do, and that's just totally delusional. And at worst, they proceed to indulge in actual rape apology, as opposed to EFAP's initial remarks, which were just deeply and callously ignorant. As someone who knew someone who was taken advantage of in this manner at the time that I first heard EFAP make these comments while watching their stream live, and now knows a plurality of people who've told me about it after learning about this aspect of the show hits particularly close to home for me. And this is approximately where it stops being about EFAP just having no knowledge of the law, or incredibly basic concepts like how inciting incidents or character arcs work, or how framing works, and it becomes so much more significant, because this is a way of thinking that leads to people actually getting seriously hurt. And it's abundantly clear that almost everyone who's fought me on this has refused to seriously appreciate the gravity of this part of the discourse before then engaging in an argument about it, because to them, the egos of a few e-celebs matter more, and I'm sick of it.
Just a sick world we're living in.
A massive plurality of EFAP's fans, the most vocal ones anyways, aren't any good at actually thinking critically for themselves. I can't give a precise percentage or even go as far as to say it's half or a majority of this fan base. I can only say that it's enough for this mentality to be incredibly pervasive. I personally would much rather have a tiny little channel where I can talk about whatever I'm passionate about, uninhibited by some need to toe a party line, lest I subject myself to the irrational rage of some lonely, hateful, and just plain cruel internet trolls who lack even a shred of integrity or compassion for anyone besides themselves, who make their own intellectual shortcomings everyone else's problem by throwing truly delusional tantrums about things you've never said. Now, I'd like to clarify that if you are a fan of EFAP who actually argues in good faith and will at least hold off on making vicious attacks like this until the other person has basically drawn first blood, what I'm about to say is not about you. It's about the second camp of EFAP fans I've just described. but this is largely for people who have been subjected to their animosity and cruelty. Because there's no way I could be the only person on Earth who has ever been targeted by them. And if you have been, I know how easy it is for all this animosity and cruelty to get to you. So I'm going to try to summarize it in a way that I really needed to hear a long time ago. EFAP's fans will often insist that what they are about is discussing media with each other. It seems to be the thing that's brought them all together because they all have a genuine passion for certain kinds of media, and for whatever reason, EFAP is what really resonated with them. However, there's a problem which becomes immediately apparent once they stop engaging with other viewpoints in good faith. This is not discourse. This is rage. This is the behavior of someone who has no real interest in putting in the effort that it takes to deserve being taken seriously.
That's a skill issue, okay?
Putting in the effort that it takes to deserve being taken seriously. Who's just resentful over their lack of whatever it is they desire in life. Who has some perhaps deserved insecurities about their own intelligence.
Oh man.
Oh. So
see, this is the part,
Southpaw.
this is the part of the video where it gets actually uncomfortable.
Southpaw, Mr. I nearly killed myself because Mauler and Fringy disagreed with me over Terriers, is now saying that these people don't have anything going on in their life.
And they lack intelligence.
He's the person who's like, I'm gonna be okay. I'm getting a new dog, and I might be a deputy team leader at my retail job.
I might become your favorite deputy.
I'm gonna live. This is the fucking guy who's telling you, the people who commented, that you have nothing going on in your life. What a fucking joke.
Yeah. It gets worse.
It's worse. Who need an outlet for their addiction to rage. Who need a sense of belonging, and who feel the need to tear other people down in order to make them feel better about themselves.
That's you.
Sounds like you to me.
Come on, that's so much.
Also,
literally describing himself.
Yeah.
Just my favorite part is like they need to feel an outlet. They need to feel somewhere where they can feel like they need to be part of like an in-group. When he's the one who's talking about like
they took away my voice.
Mauler is like a brother to him because they both don't like Star Wars.
They both really hated Abby from The Last of Us.
I really need some more vodka.
You know what? I disagree. I disagree with the Last Jedi. Oh, my brother, mein Bruder.
You two
Are we brothers?
Brutus. It's true.
You too, Brutus.
I think the
isn't that what he says?
Yeah, or A2?
A2
Well,
Brutus.
It's certainly a
Brute.
bastardization of the original.
You as well, Brutus?
I can't believe you've done this to me, Brutus.
Nah, Brutus, you capping.
Nah,
Brutus, you can't be shit.
Shit,
man.
Motherfucker, motherfuckers, motherfucking motherfucker, motherfucking 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 motherfuckers, motherfucking motherfuckers, motherfucking motherfucker, motherfucking motherfuckers, motherfuckers, motherfucker, 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 motherfucking motherfucker, 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 motherfucking motherfucker, motherfucker, motherfucking 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 motherfuckers, motherfucker, motherfucking motherfucker, 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 motherfucking motherfucking motherfucker, motherfucking motherfuckers, motherfucking motherfuckers, motherfuckers, motherfucking.
That motherfucker is annoying.
Who's just resentful over their lack of whatever it is they desire in life. Who has some perhaps deserved insecurities about their own intelligence. Who need an outlet for their addiction to rage. Who need a sense of belonging, and who feel the need to tear other people down in order to make them feel better about themselves. And they happen to have found all of those things in EFAP, which then makes any serious criticism of EFAP come across as a personal attack. Which is probably why I'm seeing so many people who are willing to, free of charge, make these insane defenses for EFAP that you couldn't pay me enough money in the world to make, even for someone who actually knows me, let alone some incompetent e-celeb I only have a parasocial relationship with. No one who is a slightly well-adjusted person, who is actually happy with their lives, acts in this manner. Some of them may be able to see the light one day, but as mentioned before, I've been at this for around 2 years now, and my energy in dealing with these people has been beyond expended. This video is really my last effort in trying to help people out of this cult that is just poisonous to not just their brains, but to their souls. And some people are going to just be too far gone to heed whatever advice I have to say and are beyond saving. And they really are going to waste away their existence making their own lack of emotional intelligence, or regular intelligence, everyone else's problem, and sending their money to grifters who don't really have anything worthwhile to say about art, but rather just take advantage of these suckers' addiction to rage. The next time that you start feeling like they're really getting to you, try to remember that their efforts to tear you down are really just a method of distracting themselves and others, that deep down, they are just some of the most pitiful people in existence, and you're not really obligated to help them out of that. My own personal experiences with these people have taught me that you can't force them to stop being miserable and wanting to drag other people down with them. They need to actually want for themselves to know that they don't have to be this way.
Yeah, and it goes without saying that he's misrepresented the comments anyway, so.
You mean to tell me that Southpaw would lie on the internet?
It's just reading the comments like this.
Yeah, he likes to write people off too. I mean, didn't he like respond to a tweet of your last video saying like EFAP fans or something like that?
That's the closest thing to a direct response I've gotten. It was a screenshot of the compilation. It's the picture of him in the hospital after a stroke. And then he said, EFAP fans. Even though it would take 2 seconds to confirm whether or not I'm an EFAP fan, because I say so in the comments section.
Publicly posting a picture of yourself in a hospital bed is top cringe.
Okay, first of all, it was publicly posted. Secondly, he pinned it to his Twitter, and it's been pinned to his Twitter since June, and it's still pinned today. So
that's on him. That's on him.
You can't just include things in your videos, which I have included as public knowledge.
Yeah.
But then he will also include like a private conversation.
So my stance is, our stance is, it's public, so it's fair game.
Great guy, man. What a good guy you are.
Now, I'd like to clarify that if you are a fan of EFAP who actually argues in good faith and will at least hold off.
Holy shit! So I was right when I said that every single reaction clip is going to be Marvel.
Oh yeah, this is.
It's going to be Cape Shit and Star Wars.
What a great guy, man. What a good guy, man. What a good guy you are.
Now, I'd like to clarify that if you are a fan of EFAP who actually argues in good faith and will at least hold off on making vicious attacks like this until the other person has basically drawn
vicious
blood,
attacks.
What I'm about to say is not about you.
Right,
it's about the second camp of EFAP fans I've just described. But this is largely for.
What the fuck is this editing? He's got a clip of like Top Gun Maverick. Now it's like the new Spider-Man movie. What is he trying to tell me with this editing?
This is not discourse. This is rage. This is the behavior of someone who has no real interest in.
Alright, well, to be fair, that one comment.
This was
maybe that describes that one comment, but none of the other comments are anything close to what Southpaw.
So wait, is he saying that EFAP is at fault because of these random comments?
He's talking about a part of EFAP's audience right here.
All right.
And then he includes these comments as that part of the audience. So
how many subscribers does EFAP have?
I don't know, like 125,000.
Yeah. So what, like a dozen comments? It's supposed to be representative of every single member of the audience.
A dozen comments and maybe one that's slightly bad.
Well, to be fair, Fishboy8082 makes he's pretty angry here. You can tell. I mean,
he's so seething. We should invite him on the next time that we do a video because I think we get along. I think we get good content out of
Fishboy.
His rage.
I mean, geez, somebody online saying that you were a mistake. Wow, that's unheard of, actually. I don't think I've ever seen that.
I can't believe that somebody would say something like that to another person.
It's almost as bad as being told that somebody has had sexual relations with your mother.
They haven't.
It's terrible.
They haven't. Okay. My mother would never do that. Okay.
Just because somebody on the internet said so, it doesn't mean it's true.
They are, at best, dangerously misguided as to what entails consent. They seem to be under the impression that if you, while sober, take advantage of someone who is throwing themselves on you because they're drunk, that isn't meaningfully any different from if you were drunk yourself, which is something that I don't think any person with a functioning moral compass would dare actually do, and that's just totally delusional. And at worst, they proceed to indulge in actual rape apology, as opposed to EFAP's initial remarks, which were just deeply and callously ignorant.
Just keep that in mind. If you have political disagreements with Southpaw or SK, if you have a differing stance on California's consent laws or abortion, you are a rape apologist. You are engaging in rape apology. Especially you, pro-lifers.
Actual rape apology?
Abortion is great! You can now live life free of responsibility. You have a reset button that you can press at any time and undo the choices you've made. I mean, just look at this fucking thing. Breathing your air. It just lays around pissing and shitting all over your life. What a fucking pile of trash. This useless piece of shit can't even feed itself. It's better off dead. We're better off killing it. Here at the Candy Cane Lane Foster Care and Secret Abortion Agency, we have a wide range of child disposal options. If you give us the word, we won't even wait until this bastard has taken its first breath before we bash its head against the wall. You may have forgotten to get an abortion earlier in life, but you don't need to miss out. We'll abort your fetus up until 17 years after conception. It's not a person, it's just a piece of annoying shit. It's time to get revenge on the intruder that invaded your uterus. And why not? It already ruined sex for you. Let this serve as an example to all the other uppity-ass babies who think they have a right to exist. Thinking it has a right to claw its way into your life and demand that you become a mother and stop you from attending your gay dead Muppet gangbangs. Just what services do we provide? For only $10. We will smash your baby with a hammer. $15 gets you your choice of either tossing the runt into a fire ant mound or an aquarium full of piranha. For $25, we'll stuff it into an air cannon and fire it off the roof and up into the sky. For $45, we'll hobble the fucker before feeding it to a hyena. Baby crucifixions are free, just to stick it to the Christians. For $100, you can mix and match to customize your dream abortion. And you'll also receive a full year membership to the Abortion Theater, where we perform each of these abortions live. Abortion isn't just a fundamental human right, it's an art form that we love to display both on stage and in our new Candy Cane Lane Abortion Taxidermy Museum. Become a contributor today, and your first abortion is free. Come to the museum today to see babies of every shape and size pinned to the walls and ceilings, impaled on spikes, and hanging from the chandeliers. Come take a free sample from the great placenta jar to snack on while you tour. We've hollowed out baby corpses and made fountain ornaments out of them. Fresh fetal blood seeps endlessly from their empty eye sockets and toothless mouths. Pumped by the minute from the abortion factory, located conveniently next to the internment camps. get an up-close look at our giant-scale model of a fetus, a great wire statue covered in the patchwork skin of aborted babies of every ethnicity, representing the worldwide unity of the global abortion community. We have private party rooms available for activities ranging from dissection to necrophilia. No questions asked, for just $1 a minute. We keep live babies stocked for your leisure and build an abortion workshop so you can take home a souvenir to warn your remaining kids with. Now you may be wondering, just where do we get all of these dead children? If you've been paying any kind of attention, you already know, but I'll spell it out for you anyway. The poor and hungry are easy to bribe with the promise of a weekly check and give up their kids willingly by the hundreds. The working class, full of stress, paranoia, and hatred for their own monotonous lives, will give anything for a way out and send their families off to us live. For just a small fee, we'll even swing by and scoop up little Tommy from home for repurposing. The orgy camps are all filled to the brim with human cattle fucking wildly at publicly funded drug-fueled raves, which are competing with the incest farms to see who can churn out the most effective babies for the Ripley's aborted or not museum wing and freak show. So, in conclusion, abortion is great. This is art. This is freedom. This is population control.
As someone who knew someone who was taken advantage of in this manner at the time that I first heard EFAP make these comments while watching their stream live, and now knows a plurality of people who've told me about it after learning about this aspect of the show hits particularly close to home for me.
It just so happens that the majority of people that he comes into contact with are raped. I'm sure that's just a coincidence. After watching a show that's all about kidnapping and rape, Southpaw has become an expert on the topic, and the number of rape victims in his orbit has skyrocketed. That's just a coincidence. There is no singular factor linking all of these people together that could explain why so many of them are sexual assault victims.
Considering a friend of mine, well, multiple of them now, but at the time I just knew the one, who had also been taken advantage of in such a manner.
And if you take exception to being called a rape apologist, it's because you're a racist rapist who's leading a hate mob against innocent little Southpaw.
Next to nothing Wolf said was accurate, next to nothing addressed the wrongdoings on their end, and the utter mistreatment of Southpaw was hard to listen to. As a response, Southpaw didn't take this too well. I feel it is better if I hand it over to Southpaw to explain the ways in which this call affected his mental health, and his ability to move forward from the situation.
So, there's been the 3.5-hour drama video made by SK with some assistance by Southpaw. There was the Q&A stream. There was the Organized Chaos appearance, and also an appearance by SK, but we don't count that. There was 2 streams made by SK, purely focused on the Terriers drama. Then there were 3 streams focused on, it was supposed to be focused on Terriers criticism, but it just devolved into talking about the drama again. Every single, because I've seen everything that Southpaw has done this past year. Everything that
because you're obsessed with it.
Yeah, I am. Every single time that Southpaw has been live in 2023, I've seen it. So I can assure you, with authority, that Southpaw has talked about Terriers drama in every single stream he's been a part of, even when it has nothing to do with the topic. He desperately wants this drama to be a thing that people actually care about, even though nobody actually does.
The way he pathetically brings it up, in his newer streams, it's just, I don't know how he's even still talking about it.
It's the only way he gets attention these days.
True.
So most of this drama video by SK, it's just him talking, and then there's this one section that's only Southpaw. It's and this is so fucking stupid. It was mentioned in the description of SK's drama video. This is Southpaw's victim impact statement.
What?
That's what he calls it. Have you ever... Okay, I'm not very well versed in drama videos on YouTube. Have you ever actually seen that before? Somebody calling it an impact statement? It's so
statement.
It's so fucking what do you call it? Court-like. That's what a court would call it.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
If somebody got raped.
It's like, it's like Southpaw's making like a. He's acting as if he's a country that's been bombed or something.
Yeah.
I feel it is better if I hand it over to Southpaw to explain the ways in which this call affected his mental health and his ability to move forward from the situation.
It's hard to adequately put into words how exactly everything that SK has outlined here affected me. In one sense, it seems just too absurd because it's entirely happening online. Nobody is talking face to face, and save for one or two individuals, everyone involved really only knows or refers to each other through their internet alias. Everything about this is confined to whenever I'm looking through my phone or at my computer. As long as I'm not on either of those things, there is absolutely no tangible effect that this has on me. Everyone in the real world knows me by my real name, and most people in my life don't even know about this persona I've built up on YouTube and social media. For all intents and purposes, none of this is real. And for those who only know me as someone who just made guest appearances on this podcast semi-regularly, it may seem bizarre that it's affected me this severely. The thing is that, as it's been alluded to in much of what SK has thrown up on screen and addressed directly, my connection with these guys ran deeper than just a podcast host and a guest, or a YouTuber and a fan. We were friends, and we were quite close by the time that this all happened. I was sure to hear from each of them several times a week, oftentimes daily. Every interaction I had with them prior to all this was cordial and pleasant. These were people who I had followed as a member of their audience for a solid year before stumbling into their inner circle, and a lot of the stuff that they were saying about movies and writing and storytelling and criticism did resonate with me. And I was constantly watching and rewatching their content as I was going through a pretty rough period of my life, one that, by the time I felt more ready to socialize and try to get a move on with my life, we hit a pandemic, and it became much harder to meet people, especially considering I live with two immunocompromised family members who were at greater risk than the average person with COVID. All of that stuff was happening in the background as I got closer and closer with these guys. Their takes on media resonated with me. We looked at movies and TV shows in a very similar way, and we got along really well overall. We just clicked, and in some ways I started seeing Mauler as like a surrogate older brother of sorts. Both of my brothers are significantly older than me, and married with kids, and they're about a 5-hour drive away from where I live, so I don't get to keep up with them as often as I wish I could. But I was starting to hear from these guys every day, and every discussion that we had was pleasant and engaging and fruitful. All of this is just to say that my friendships with Mauler and Wolf and the rest of the people in their circle meant quite a lot to me. I didn't really want to rock the boat with them, and perhaps sometimes that translated to not challenging them enough on certain subjects or areas of disagreement, avoiding conflict if at all possible, and ultimately there was just no bad blood to be had between us, which was why I was hoping that when the terms of discourse around this one show were proving to be lopsided, and that it was clear that discussions about it were not going to be fruitful for whatever reason, the best way to avoid things from blowing up would be if we were to just end the watch parties and leave things be, agree to disagree. Maybe they were even going to be totally right about Terriers, and prove it's objectively a 1 out of 10, and that I was a big idiot for not seeing all these issues while praising it for the better part of a year to my audience. But even if that was the case, I still thought that the best move would be to avoid putting myself in such a situation that might invite conflict. Not the kind that would necessarily result in friendships being destroyed, but just any conflict at all. I generally prefer to avoid that sort of thing with them. There were definitely parts of the watch party where I felt like they were being a bit relentless and kind of patronizing and hostile, while I was trying to maintain a friendly atmosphere. Their attitude had made it such an unpleasant experience regardless of whether their arguments were sound or not. Pretty much everyone who's seen the initial watch party in full would agree that dealing with this sort of hostility long enough, especially if there's reason to believe that criticisms are being made in poor faith, would provoke just about anyone eventually. I foresaw a lot of similarly intense, unpleasant, and increasingly aggravating discussions with these guys over the show, and I thought that the best move in the interest of preventing that entirely and preserving the friendship was to just pull the plug. In a similar manner, I had recently decided not to pressure them into any further discussions about civil war, even though I personally found their defenses lacking in the brief discussions which we did have. I believe that I was rather sensitive to them about that at the time, and I thought that this would be no different. The truth is, I didn't want things to get to a point where conflict would erupt. That may sound incredibly unbelievable, considering everything that's happened since, but there's a very clear through line that made me go from initially trying to avoid this sort of conflict to essentially having to put in as much work as I have into researching a lot of their claims about the show and understanding why their take is fundamentally built upon numerous inaccuracies and misinterpretations, and an apparent lack of credence for mistakes or decisions rooted in an emotion that humans can make. No one's ever really going to know what would have happened had I just been left alone regarding the decision to not continue watching the show with them, had Mauler's friends been on the same page as him, that this was nothing to fret over at all and that everything was going to be fine. Well, we don't live in that world. We live in the world where after I was made to believe that everything was going to be fine, I was scolded repeatedly for civilly disagreeing with them. I was told that I lost my temper with them when I demonstrably did more to de-escalate conflict than anyone else in that watch party. I was told that I was a hypocrite for setting a basic boundary that I thought was the right move to prevent things from erupting, and that I should hear out what they have to say about the show, and then when I heeded that suggestion, I saw them distorting what actually happens in the show to their audience, when supposedly I thought their entire shtick was to use accurate references. And then after that, I had been informed that Wolf had basically mischaracterized how I had behaved in the watch party. My mind raced back to that self-righteous message I received from Fringy, which was prompted by me having accepted what Wolf said about how I acted in that watch party, and how needlessly cruel it was worded. And it wasn't something that could be easily attributed to saying something angrily in the heat of the moment in a voice call, either. This was a lengthy diatribe that took him over 10 minutes to write down, in response to my attempt to make amends for something I didn't even owe him an apology for, in which I pretty blatantly showed a sort of emotional vulnerability to him and a willingness to open up about my emotional attachments to things and the biases that that can create. And he ends his response to that with, "You crumbled." And at the time, I simply didn't push back. I had been convinced that their points were sound, and I had just overreacted to them in the watch party, and therefore my reasoning for aborting the watch parties with them was because I didn't like that they were pointing out valid issues with the show, and therefore I deserved whatever Fringy had to say to me. Looking back on that exchange with the understanding that he then proceeded to demonstrably misrepresent the show to condemn it to his audience that will just take him at his word, especially if it gives them an opportunity to dunk on me over it, well, of course that bothered me. The reason that EFAP had appealed to me in the first place was because of their pretense of caring about people being thorough and accurate when they criticize things. And here they were, very clearly misrepresenting a show for the purpose of reinforcing their bias against it. I thought it was quite unbecoming of them as critics, and it prompted me to reevaluate the arguments that they had made and the manner in which they went about discussing the show. And that's when certain problematic things that were staring me right in the face the whole time began getting noticed. Like framing the characters for not being given the phone number of the person they're looking for from her dad as a serious plot issue. But then when that criticism is later actually rebutted with evidence from the show itself, it's suddenly inconsequential. Or the insistence that they must know what they are talking about because one of them went to university for law, as if that gives me any idea as to how well they performed in that class, or whether they graduated with a major in it. And both of them watched a lot of police procedurals in the past. The blatant disregard for what were essentially character-driven decisions that were in line with the character's explicitly outlined core traits. The dismissal of an actual criminal defense attorney's perspective on one of their most bizarre criticisms, followed by a blatant moving of goalposts to claim that they were making a different argument than they actually made in the watch party, while making several other bad faith presumptions against the show. Don't worry, I won't go too deeply into the details on that last part here, but those will be elaborated on more in a separate stream that just talks about their criticisms against Terriers. Then I spoke to another fellow I knew from the community. He goes by Snapslav, and he happens to work in real estate in California. Now, a bit of a clarification is in order, as at the time of my call with Wolf, I was under the impression that he was in the industry back in 2010, but this was a misunderstanding of what he had told me. He wasn't officially in the industry until 2016, but his mentors personally knew people who lost everything and then ended their own lives, and during his education for the job, he was taught about what happened during the Great Recession. Mixed in with the anecdotes that he was given by his mentors, that informed what he would later go on to tell me, which was that while what's depicted in the show isn't conventional or kosher by real estate standards, it was an unusual time where many agents would have been desperate, which in turn led to him telling me that very much of what Mauler and Fringy had said about that particular plot point in the watch party, which I was initially very willing to accept that they were correct on, simply because I didn't have any expertise on the subject myself and was inclined to believe that they did, was based in ignorance. Naturally, that caused me to cast a lot more doubt on virtually everything else that they had said, even things that were said under a pretense of being more knowledgeable on the subject. At that point, I couldn't just take them at their word anymore. I had to actually think critically about what they were saying, and the further and further I looked into the merits of their arguments, the more holes were coming up to the surface. Myself and my friends were all noticing these same issues. Things really came to a head a couple of days after that during their Super Chat catch-up, in which they talked about the show after having finished it, which continued the pattern of lackluster criticisms, not least of which was what they had to say about a character who was taken advantage of. That in particular made my skin crawl to listen to in real time, considering a friend of mine, well, multiple of them now, but at the time I just knew the one, who had also been taken advantage of in such a manner. There were times in the past where they had made weak arguments and criticisms, and I simply didn't challenge them on it. I've received criticism for that. There's plenty of it you can find in the comment section of EFAP 139. Well, this time I decided to finally take a stand, plant my foot on the ground, and tell them no. This one was going to be a miss from them. One that had no effect on my willingness to stay friends with them, but a miss nonetheless. The end result of my decision to take that stand: they completely misread what I had very clearly typed out, probably in the throes of frustration from dealing with third parties who were pestering them over this, against what I had explicitly wished for, attributing malice in what was meant to be nothing more than a civil thread outlining why I disagreed with them on this show without even going into all the gory details about it, where I tried to be as vague as possible for their own sake instead of clobbering them over their most outlandish claims. They guilt-tripped me over how I had criticized them in that thread in particular, along with various other things I had said on my server that they took offense to, things which I apologized for at the time, but looking back on them, I don't think I said anything that goes above what they typically say about the folks that they cover. They got upset over me pitching a meme edit for a video I was going to do constructively breaking down their criticisms of the show, as though they haven't celebrated similar memes that feature much more extreme violence against creators that they're pretty much enemies with on their own streams. They doubled down on the take involving a character being taken advantage of, despite being told by the friend that I brought into the call that it's absolutely believable for people in their circumstances to convince themselves that they weren't raped and therefore must have cheated on their partner, which they then just casually tossed aside so they could move on to harping on me further. And then after that, we just didn't speak to each other for months. My friendship with them was dissolved, and then their community built up this narrative that I was the one who broke off my friendships with them. I was the aggressor, and that my reasons for doing so went no deeper than them not liking this show, as if absolutely no gaslighting, bad faith arguments, or confusing mixed signals over whether a harmless boundary was okay to draw, or an overreaction to a civil Twitter thread had occurred. But if that were the case, then why did I continue being friends with them after that watch party? Why did I continue wanting to be friends with them even after they had made it clear that they absolutely hated the show? Why did I tell people to leave them alone about the show at the start of the saga, and tell everyone that these were my friends and I just thought this was a swing and a miss from them? It's because that narrative that's been built up about why I'm no longer showing up on EFAP or friends with them isn't true at all. By this point in the video, you've all seen the path laid out in front of you, and it should be obvious at this point that my breaking point was hit much later, and for much more serious reasons. I've had to go over this with several individuals in private, showing them the same things over and over again. Everything that you've seen here, we've had to explain to others, to people who used to be fans of EFAP, and some who continue to be to this day, but have still accepted that these are valid points of criticism against them. I fully respect that this is a lot of shocking information to take in all at once, as fans of their content. In return, I only ask that you consider how much more intense and agonizing of a shock it was to be on the receiving end of it, as one of their once very close friends. I spent much of the first week after that call with Mauler and his friends in early September going over everything that happened, piecing it together, talking to my friends about it, showing off everything which occurred, just to try to form a complete picture, because none of it was making any sense. But once it dawned on me just how much of an overreaction I had been subjected to over what I had said, how each time I tried to open up to them and try to fix things, it just blew up in my face, how it seemed like the very act of expressing disagreement with them, no matter how carefully I tried to word it, was such an affront to their sensibilities that it warranted a session of guilt-tripping me over it. I felt like I was in a no-win situation. I had come to accept that their response to what I had said was blown out of proportion, but all the recent conversations I had had with them made the idea of explaining that to them seem futile. I wasn't going to start groveling to them, but I didn't have it in me to stir up a confrontation over it. So, I went no contact, and considering I didn't receive anything from them for the first few months, that seemed like a mutual decision. Looks like we were going to leave each other alone, until I got that message from Wolf in December, anyways. I spent that month juggling holiday errands, working overtime at my retail job, and thinking about what I wanted to say, and whether it was a good idea to say it to Wolf. Later on, I decided that maybe it was for the better if I just tried to handle it with Mauler first. I sent him a message the day before New Year's Eve, he didn't respond, and then when SK and Sky chose on their own accord to tweet out some criticisms that they had of the EFAP guys, motivated in no small part by what they had witnessed happen to me, I chimed in. That prompted Wolf to send the friend request, which prompted me to finally try to get a lot of what I was feeling off my chest, and, well, you've seen the end result. There was something that Wolf said in the call that you just listened to, in which he claimed I said something on my server about me questioning whether I wanted to be friends with them anymore. In actuality, that wasn't said on my server, but in the same private group chat that Nightbreed had leaked other messages from to a third party, who would then share them with Chaseface, who then shared them to Wolf. When Wolf brought it up to me, I had a foggy memory of when it was I said that or what the exact context was, but later on I did some digging and I noticed something interesting. Notice the date from when that message had been sent, and now notice the date stamped on this tweet where I had said, "I don't mean to drag my friends here." The message in the group chat is clearly from August 31st, and the tweet was posted on September 3rd. Now, maybe my calendar is incorrect, but I'm pretty sure that September 3 comes a few days after August 31. It's almost as if I was initially distraught over what I was seeing, and in a private setting among people who I believed were my friends, expressed doubts over staying friends with them because they had started acting unrecognizable to me. But then I ultimately concluded that this could be worked out, and I made a very public declaration that yes, these were still my friends. It's almost as if people can be conflicted for a short time before they ultimately decide to stay resolute. And yet, what I ended up saying after this didn't matter to Wolf. The mere idea of considering what I was seeing to be major red flags was just so abhorrent that it didn't matter that I was willing to look past them and give them another chance. It's not as if within a half hour of sending that message in that group chat, there was a message exchange that could lead to such a decision. Oh wait. But okay, maybe Nightbreed, the guy who leaked these messages that made their way over to Wolf, he just didn't see them, so he didn't take them. He would have absolutely no indication that I had been coaxed down from considering that. Oh wait. So he was present, he did see this exchange, and even added to it just minutes after I was fondly recalling a memory of a call I had with Mauler from the previous year, and he was aware of the actual crux of the issue. He just conveniently left all of it out. And what would this individual end up saying in his document of notes about this call with Wolf that he had uploaded to YouTube after he and his own little circle of friends had a falling out with me and my circle. This document that is just being taken at its word by the community at this point. A couple months after posting it, he ended up deleting that video, the channel that posted the video, and the doc accompanying it, by the way. Not that that even really changes anything about how people have responded to it, because once that's out there, the damage is already done. Doesn't matter that there's a whole Twitter thread that's quite inarguably civil about expressing disagreements over the show, and that's the main thing that they took issue with. There's literally all the evidence in the world that just obliterates this malignant narrative about me lying right out in the open, but a community full of so-called objective reviewers all missed it in favor of pushing that narrative. And now that I'm explaining, with this mountain of evidence that provides all the necessary context, everything that really went down, after seeing months of the slander about me going totally uncontested, I'm being made out to be someone who just keeps dredging up old drama, reopening old wounds. I should just move on, let everyone spread lies about my character and vilify me over the utterly senseless dissolution of multiple friendships that mattered to me. The documents that aided in this character assassination campaign should just be allowed to be taken at their word with absolutely no rebuttal. And if I do decide to finally rebut this character assassination campaign against me, regardless of what I say or do, well, I'm the one causing drama. I can't even begin to tell you how sick I am of dealing with this, knowing what really happened, feeling its effects every single day. What I can tell you is just how bad it got after this call with Wolf had, for all I knew, forever slammed the door on any chances of me being heard or understood. I had been confused and hurt for months, but things really began to unravel for me after this call. Any hope of resolving this and communicating my actual reasons for going no contact for those 3 to 4 months had seemingly been dashed to the ground. Nothing was making any sense. I was working crazy amounts of overtime at work during the holidays, and I lost God knows how many hours of sleep as I tried to process why this once sweet escape from the mundanities and hardships of life had turned into what it became. Mentally, physically, and emotionally, I was pushed to my breaking point, and I fell into a very ugly depressive state after this call took place. Now I'm seeing people cheering Wolf on for his blatantly disingenuous and abusive attitude during this call, in which he spent the entire duration of it just going for my jugular, twisting any knife that he could, and in turn, vindicating my initial decision to just go no contact with them. I wish I could have stood up for myself more, but speaking from past experience, I tend to freeze when I'm put into these sorts of situations. I prioritize remaining as calm as I can, not sinking to the level of the person hurling abuse at me, and just take it. It's quite possible, and I'd even say likely, that the subjects of this video feel remorse over what happened. If I'm being honest, I don't think they've done a good job with delivering the type of restitution that they were certainly expecting from me when they believed that I was the aggressor. And I would have much preferred it if they had been more willing to quash what they knew was being spread about me, that they even participated in at points, perhaps unwittingly. Everyone who's already seen this seems to think that it would have been a good idea to get into some sort of call with me to publicly clear the air, explain what happened, maybe just put the rumors to rest for good, not unlike the conversation between Mauler and I Hate Everything that you can find on his secondary channel. Just any sort of admission that this wasn't at all what they had initially assumed, that the narrative that had been built up around me was actually false. But that just doesn't seem to have happened. I went over this whole thing with James Moore very recently. He's a guy who's very well known for sending them super chats and watching their content regularly, and he's seen absolutely nothing to clarify what happened. Nightbreed uploaded that call to YouTube. He made a whole doc to annotate it in the most spiteful manner possible, and nobody wanted to intervene. So many of the problems that SK and I have at this point have less to do with what had initially happened, and more to do with the lack of action that's been taken to correct it since. So much could have been avoided had there just been anything done on their end to quash these character assassination campaigns, retract what they had initially said, but that's self-evidently not the case if this many people are still claiming that I ended my friendship with them merely over them not liking Terriers, or ripping it to shreds with airtight criticisms. You can clearly see in upcoming receipts that I wanted to repair these friendships, even after everything that had happened, that I believed that they could be salvaged, and that I didn't want a video like this to be made. But at some point, there's only so much of the lies and the rumors that you see being spread about you with nothing being done to quash it before you have to ask yourself, how much more flack are you willing to take for absolutely no benefit whatsoever? What's made this video an unfortunate necessity is that despite our efforts to come to an understanding and just leave this alone, SK and I continued seeing Shandy's doc that seriously mischaracterized what happened being spread and taken at its word. Once something like that gets published, it doesn't really matter what's resolved behind closed doors. Pandora's box has been opened and people are going to continue spreading whatever lies or rumors they want to. And there was just nothing out there that could publicly refute it save for a few individuals who we did show everything off to, who were privy as to what happened. But the burden of pushing back against falsehoods shouldn't be falling on them, and I shouldn't have to just take all this stuff lying down anymore. I've really tried to. I tried for over a year, and I just can't do it anymore. No one should be forced to just allow this sort of stuff to go uncontested forever, especially if it's being spread by people who declare themselves to be objective. If you are going to make such claims about a person's character and what you are spreading is false, you deserve to be held accountable for it. I'd like to end this off on a more positive note. As difficult as all this was to go through, I did not go through it alone. I had friends who provided a much-needed support system, who witnessed everything as it played out, or learned of it sometime after the fact, who were able to listen to me and reassure me that I wasn't crazy, as much as I was being led to believe by some. I don't believe that I would have made it to today without them. There were times where I definitely felt tempted to just throw in the towel, but nowadays, I'm going to be okay. I have a group of friends I enjoy socializing with and talking about the usual stuff involving movies and TV shows. I'm gaining recognition at my job and will likely be going into management by the end of this year. And in a few months, I'll be getting a new dog, a corgi to be specific, and I'm preparing to shift my focus onto writing a series of books that I've been developing for many years. For all intents and purposes, I've landed on my feet. I don't know what all the future has in store for me, except that every day will have a new sunrise to gaze upon. Sometimes, that's all I really need.
So Southpaw and SK have asked me to record this testimonial with regards to how I got involved in this whole debacle, what I feel about the whole situation, the whole nine yards. So, to keep it brief, I was and am, and will remain, I think, for the foreseeable future, a fan of EFAP and Mauler. A quite casual fan. I don't really go through the Reddit threads, I don't really get involved on the Discord server. I more just pop in and out of those videos that I see come up on my timeline that I think might be interesting. Now, like many of the fans of EFAP, I was vaguely aware of Southpaw being involved in some kind of fracas with the hosts of EFAP, but I didn't really know much beyond that. And I actually got involved with Southpaw and SK for completely unrelated reasons. I think it was actually around Spider-Man and debating SK about Spider-Man, and then later on defending Civil War. But in the course of all that, Southpaw invited me to take a look at Terriers, the show that I knew had precipitated all of this. And he also invited me to look at the behind-the-scenes goings-on, the messages that were sent, some of his own perspectives, etc. And so I promised him that I'd go in with good faith, that I would look at it all as objectively as I could, that I wouldn't insert my own personal feelings into the situation, that I would come to a conclusion based on what I saw. And what I saw, essentially, was this. I think EFAP messed up on Terriers, from a critical perspective. I think the show is fine. I don't think it's particularly exceptional, but it's fine. And I think a lot of their criticisms were off the mark, to say the least. Definitely not done in the best of faith for a couple of others, and some of their criticisms just came from a place of kind of sheer ignorance about certain topics, and that's not intended as a damning indictment of EFAP, right? That's just an inevitability of being a critic who engages with so much media, is that you are occasionally going to post takes that are wrong for varying amounts of reasons, right? Either because you're tired, you couldn't devote the time, you don't know enough about a particular area of expertise, you weren't the show's intended audience, etc, etc, etc. The issue, I think, for me, on a personal level, is more with the behind the scenes, the arguments, the things that went on with Southpaw and EFAP around the show, where I've been through the messages, and I've heard comments from both sides, and my conclusion essentially is that this all seems like a grotesque series of misunderstandings that have just escalated to a point where very hurtful things were exchanged, things were wildly misinterpreted, and the end result is this extremely unfortunate and quite sad departure of Southpaw from EFAB in acrimonious circumstances that I think were entirely avoidable. If anything, I just view this as a huge, sad situation, a huge series of missed opportunities to make things right when they could have been made right, and I hope they still can be, but honestly, I'm not entirely sure what the way forward on that would be. And maybe it's inevitable that there is no real reconciliation, but that's a shame, I guess. I certainly think that Southpaw was not given a fair shake. I think a lot of the things that were said about him from the EFAP community were not just wrong, but like kind of disgusting. I think a lot of the EFAP community didn't do a good job of holding to the standards which EFAP themselves laud, of taking a step back as a critic and looking at the evidence with an objective eye, rather than leaping to a conclusion to defend a sacred cow, ironically. And so, I hope this video rather, goes some way to at least giving the EFAP community, who have been a bit more vitriolic, and it's a minority, but they're still very vocal, so it's worth addressing. But this vitriolic minority who, up till now, have refused to consider anything other than the take which they've already assumed out of hand. I hope this video and all the evidence it provides gives them a foothold to try and think a little bit more critically about the situation, maybe come to a slightly fairer, more even-handed conclusion. Because ultimately, you can't be a critic unless you're willing to concede that you can be wrong about things. And I concede that Southpaw was mistreated. I concede that Terriers wasn't given a fair shake. I concede that this is one of the EFAB L's, essentially. And what could have been a very minor, laughable situation has instead become a very unfortunate series of events. That's my take.
I was asked to give my thoughts on the show. Alright, so this big fat-ass Gorgon Freeman comes into work at this blatantly evil-looking government black site called Black Mesa, where everyone loves him. And his first and only directive is to slam this crystal into this big beam of death. An unforeseen consequence of this action was a massive explosion that opened a rift to Japan, and that's where all these monsters started coming through and killing everyone. In an act of strength that is surely granted to him by the all-great Quetzalcoatl, he crowbars and shotguns like at least 50 living, breathing people, some of which were maybe a few guards who wouldn't have moved, and a few slaves, of course. He keeps activating the facility's systems again, like the rocket silo with the big tentacle creature. See, I told you about Japan. And a satellite. But that's when Shadow Jesus gets tired of all of his shenanigans and he goes to kidnap the Friedman. Instead of shooting, interrogating, or just like leaving, they do the obvious thing and just throw him in a garbage compactor that moves slow as shit. Like this is some Dr. Evil trap. After failing to kill him the first time, they say fucking nuke the site from orbit, because yeah, that's the sort of thinking I would expect from the guys who thought to throw him in the garbage compactor the first time. Gordon doesn't really like thermonuclear weapons destroying him at the atomic level, so he decides to bounce into the portal that had all those spooky ghouls that were coming through and finds a big baby who's commanding them with words like, go skibbity there, gyat, Mr. Rizzler. So yeah, at this point Gordon has easily killed 500 people. He has his own government trying to assassinate him, so he just shoots the big baby. G-Man comes out and he's all like, yeah, party time, you did it, woo. Hey, by the way, become my time mercenary or I'm gonna kill ya big style. Gordon, being the badass that he is, just, you know, he's like, whatever, I don't care, kill me. And he dies. Then Half-Life 2 starts. Yeah, just kidding, now it's 20 years in the future. Gordon actually took the time stasis deal, even though my playthrough died. And it turns out that that big baby was a big baby because he was being scared and he was running from some interdimensional boogeymen called the Combine. Now the Combine are here on Earth, looking for that big baby, and they just found a pretty awesome place. Well, they showed up right after Gordon got a stasised? And those alien monsters who were also being portaled into the Black Mesa site weren't just being portaled into the Black Mesa site. They were being portaled everywhere to Earth. Great job, Gordon. So, after the entire global populace and armed forces are being destroyed by nightmare creatures that can instantly teleport into your bedroom, a massive space army shows up and also starts to shoot everyone. Mr. Breen, because I refuse to believe that this man has a doctorate, is the former head of Black Mesa and somehow finds a way to directly communicate with the Combine. Basically saying something to the effect of, please, pretty please don't kill all of us, wouldn't we make really cool looking slaves? The Combine, that's kind of their whole thing. They just go in and enslave planets, so yeah, they do that and turn most of the planet into a police state. Gordon just kind of spawns in on a train after G-Man gives him a big pep talk. He's like, wake up and smell some ash or something. Surprisingly, despite the entire world falling into absolute chaos, billions dead, Dr. Kleiner, Dr. Vance, and fucking Barney have survived the 7-hour war and the 20 years of constant alien police raids. They're working on perfecting the portal tech from before, because, yeah, that definitely wasn't the thing that started this entire situation. Gorgnon meets up with his old scientist buddies, and they, set him up to join the resistance. He eventually, kills another 10,000 fucking people. And then at the end of everything, Vance dies, and we don't know what happens next because Valve never did anything. So, that's my opinions on the show.
Now I heard a lot about this Southpaw feller, and I only got one thing to say. Southpaw's like a toothpick that's dull on both ends. He's like a box of turds, like a bullet without a stop sign. You never know what you'll get. Southpaw's like watching grass grow on a horse's ass. He's like a left shoe on a Thursday afternoon. He's like a jackrabbit without a toaster. Like ketchup without the mustard. He's a donkey farmer without a roof over his head. Southpaw wouldn't know a bullfrog. He's whinier than a sock full of nickels. Watching Southpaw is like drinking straight from the bottle. Southpaw is like a boot made of leather. Southpaw is gayer than a $5 bill. He's like a paperweight in a washing machine. He's a long snail that casts a big shadow. Southpaw is like a Pop-Tart. If a Pop-Tart was round, he's like a square peg on a ham sandwich. He's like a horse stuck in a wagon wheel. He's a bathtub without a leg to stand on. He's one rope short of a square dance. He's one square short of a rope dance. He's a s'more roasting on a fork. Southpaw is like a fish in the driver's seat. He's a hog without the apple, like a dog without a bone. Southpaw is like a cowboy with AIDS. He's like an underwater cigar. Southpaw is like a virgin with AIDS. Watching Southpaw is like pissing in a stranger's toilet. A priest, a rabbi, and a cupcake walk into a bar. They say, who the fuck is Southpaw? He's like a hooker with a machete. He's like a double-bladed butter knife. Southpaw always lands butter side down. Southpaw is like a brother without a wife. Southpaw is like a dog in a hot car. Like a Ferris wheel on a string. Southpaw is like a homeless piñata. Southpaw is like pineapple on pizza. He's got more holes in him than a 10-gallon hat. He's pricklier than a burn victim at a barbecue. He's hotter than a roof on a tin house. Southpaw's fucking stupid. Southpaw's like a wagon with legs. Southpaw puts the two in toothpick. Southpaw's like the Catholic Church. He's busted like a bottle tree. Southpaw is like spinning the wheel and getting clothes. Southpaw is like a donkey in a sweater. Like an armadillo with hearing aids. If Southpaw was a hoop, I'd shoot him. Southpaw is like a dead fish on the 4th of July. Like a rock with wheels. He's like a hot dog on a leash. Watching Southpaw is like ordering the soup. He's like a bow-legged tambourine. Watching Southpaw is like shooting rocks in a barrel. Southpaw puts the 2 and 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 7, 1, 7. Watching Southpaw is like listening to a circumcision. Watching Terriers is like chopping your own dick in half with an axe. Southpaw is like a birthday on a leap year. Southpaw is an abortion that never happened. Southpaw killed his dog. Southpaw is like gargling without the mouthwash. Southpaw killed his own dog. Southpaw is like a piano falling up the stairs. If Southpaw had a nickel for every good episode of Terriers, he'd die alone in his basement. Southpaw is like wiping your ass with a cactus. And always use protection. Southpaw's more slippery than an Arkansas water slide. Southpaw doesn't have any nickels. Watching Southpaw is like fighting the automatons in Helldivers. There ain't a man alive in the West who's killed more dogs than Southpaw. So when I say that...
Thanks, McCree. Anyway, here's Tim Pool to tell us how he feels about Overwatch.
And it'll cause a lot of
Sociopaths
animosity.
Don't care. When people like Kaplan, I'm not saying him personally, but people like him go and say, like, kill a dog for fun, and then smile about it and want people to watch. They're psychotic individuals. I mean it in the literal sense. This man is a sociopath who wants everyone to know that he revels in causing human misery.
Yeah. There's also no consequences to any of this, right? Like, he could do whatever he wants. There's really no penalties for him.
Exactly.
Are both of you ready for Southpaw's victim impact statement?
I'm strapped in for this. I'm ready.
I'm strapped on.
It's dumb.
It's hard
yeah, I
to
know.
adequately put into words how exactly everything that SK has outlined here affected me. In one sense, it seems just too absurd because it's entirely happening online.
Okay, just to give you some context, guys. SK just
Please.
covered the call between Southpaw and Wolf.
Oh
So
my
this
God,
impact
that-
statement is following right after. So
That
SK's
horror show.
SK's intro was Southpaw didn't take it too well. Now Southpaw is going to talk a bit about how he didn't take it too well.
Southpaw's now going to talk about how fucking insane he is.
Yeah. All right, let's start from the top.
So
It's hard
Oh.
to
there's like just in that first part, there's music in this. Did you add that?
No, okay. Meme thought I added that. I didn't add that.
It's so ridiculous that I just did not think that this guy had the balls to add some dramatic music to his
It
fucking
sounds
YouTube video.
it sounds like the mood music in a horror video game, in like Amnesia Doctor Zen or something.
It is so ridiculous that I thought it was like supposed to be a comical like add-on.
It
Like,
would have
I
worked
genuinely
as a comedic
thought
element. But it's
it
not.
is kind of funny. That's why I was
Well,
like,
it's
"Yo,
funny
Fries, it's
because-
pretty funny."
It's funny because nothing sad has been said.
It's just
the
dramatic
start
right
of
off the bat.
Impact statement.
Also, this is Southpaw playing Sonic.
No, it's
Or-
probably this video was made by SK, so I assume it's SK playing Sonic Unleashed. I
Why's he
think
got
it was.
99 lives, huh? What's up with that?
Wow, what a nerd!
What a cheater!
I just find it funny that
Speaks
Southpaw,
volumes.
that Southpaw's like, this really affected me, and I was in a really bad place mentally. And then in the foreground, it's just Sonic.
Oh yeah,
Gotta go fast,
running
faster,
around.
faster.
I miss Shadow.
Bring back Shadow.
Just
Bring
Sonic
back
just eating like those like big
His
like,
chili dog.
Sonic chili dog, yeah.
Well, so it's the opening to Black Knight. Sonic
That
eating chili
and-
dog.
It's hard to adequately put into words how exactly everything that SK has outlined here affected me.
In the beginning of Sonic Unleashed, like he falls from the sky and like catches a chili dog or something. I think.
Wait,
Not based.
I swear to
Wait, so-
God that I
Oh,
don't know. It's a fever dream. We're off topic. We're off topic.
We're off topic already.
Whatever.
Adequately put into words how exactly everything that SK has outlined here affected me. In one
Oh, look
sense,
at
it
Sonic
seems
go.
just too absurd because it's
This is
entirely happening online. Nobody is talking
blue
face
blur.
to face, and save for one or two individuals, everyone involved
God,
really
stop
only
losing
knows or refers to each other through their internet alias. Everything about this is confined to about.
I pause it there. Does Southpaw, is he trying to make himself seem more or less like a histrionic woman by explaining how this is all just occurring online and how none of it is in real life.
This is not real. Also, this is an interesting strategy to start off your impact statement by saying, by the way, none of this is really real. Doesn't really
None
matter.
of this is important. This is none of this is important. None of this is real. I am willingly, voluntarily engaging with all of this because Southpaw could just turn off his computer and go outside.
Yeah, that's a bold strategy considering anyone who even gives half of a peanut butter fuck about what he has to say is listening, thinking this is like important shit, and then he starts off by being like, "This is just some internet shit, like whatever."
Doesn't matter. Anyways, here's what matters.
Here's why it all matters. By the way,
Here's
here's my half an hour impact statement.
Here's why it's affected me personally.
Here I am. I'm going to detail my brush with suicidal thoughts.
For all intents and purposes, none of this is real. My connection with these guys ran deeper than just a podcast host and a guest or a YouTuber and a fan. We were friends. And we were quite close by the time that this all happened.
Oh.
I was sure to hear
music.
from each of them several times a week,
Oftentimes daily.
Every interaction I had with them prior to all this was cordial and pleasant. And
Okay. Okay. Every interaction I had with them prior to this was cordial and pleasant. And then this one unpleasant experience was enough to completely fuck over our relationship forever.
Friendship over.
Yeah.
Also, is Southpaw suing them? Because that's what it sounds like. It sounds like he's got a lawsuit in the works. Like, also just the way like all of our dealings were cordial and pleasant. You know, you guys are my friends. We haven't had not all of our dealings have been cordial and pleasant. We scream at each other all the time.
That's what
this
guys
is
do.
this is fucking weird.
You know I don't listen to this stuff that much unless it's something that you're like, dude, you gotta see how ridiculous this is. But listening to him go on about this stuff is just, I don't know, man.
Bizarre.
It's silly. It's real, yeah, bizarre. It's strange.
all of that stuff was happening in the background as I got closer and closer with these guys. Their takes on media resonated with me. We looked at movies and TV shows in a very similar way, and we got along really well overall. We just clicked, and in some ways I started seeing Mauler as like a surrogate older brother of sorts.
Okay.
Oh my god.
And all of that changed when they didn't like my shitty TV show.
Okay, so it's bad enough that he says you're like an older brother, but an older surrogate brother?
Yeah, that's so autistic to say it that way.
You
Isn't
take
it?
care of... Aren't you like 28? And also, here's the funny part. He says this in a few seconds, but I'm going to spoil it anyways. He already has brothers.
Yeah.
Older brothers, so this is even weirder for him to say. It doesn't make sense for him to have this kind of connection to Mauler. Okay, I'm
Well,
going to have
we
the
seen-
best faith interpretation of this line. It's probably just that Southpaw is trying to compliment Mauler in some way. He thinks that this is a nice compliment to give someone. When in
Have-
reality, that most other people think it's creepy to say these things about other people.
That's a surrogate brother, a man he never met in real life, a man that he immediately broke his friendship off with when he criticized the most easily criticizable thing. Criticizable, that's a word, right?
It is now.
Yeah, that's right with that.
All of this is just to say that my friendships with Mauler and Wolf and the rest of the people in their circle meant quite a lot to me. I didn't really want to rock the boat with them, and perhaps sometimes that translated to not challenging them enough on certain subjects or areas of disagreement, avoiding conflict if at all possible, and ultimately there was just no bad blood to be had between us, which was why I was hoping that when the terms of discourse around this one show were proving to be lopsided, and that it was clear that discussions about it were not going to be fruitful for whatever reason, the best way to avoid things from blowing up would be if we were to just end the watch parties and leave things be, agree to disagree.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Southpaw basically just admits that he's so desperate to remain friends with these people. He will not challenge them and he won't stand up for himself.
He will avoid conflict if at all
He will
possible.
Yeah, he will avoid confrontation with these people who are supposedly like family, like brothers to him. And he says there's no bad blood when clearly there has been resentment festering underneath the surface.
Yeah, on Southpaw's side.
Yeah, and also just what type of person are you when you supposedly respect, admire, love these people, and you just don't, and you just sit there as like this passive, weak person in this relationship. You're not so much a respected member of a friendship group. You're more like a pet.
More like a parasite.
Yeah, that's like, it's insane. I couldn't imagine not like keeping my mouth shut about something I disagree with you guys on for the sake of maintaining like a friendship, because I'm pretty sure that our friendship is stronger than the fact that
What, than our opinions on a TV show?
Yeah, it's I think that's purely insane.
It's not what our friendships aren't built upon the right opinions on media.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's what clearly that is what their friendship was based on.
That's what Southpaw saw it as.
They seemed, at least Southpaw, he seems to have gone into this friendship like, oh, we're all media analysts.
We're all
these guys are my
correct all the time.
Yeah, these guys are my heroes. These guys are my media, like YouTube media analyst hero.
Don't meet your heroes, kid.
Yeah, and
Meet us instead.
not like coming with low expectations of this. Actually, yeah, actually, if you are going to meet us, carry a lot of cash on you.
Yeah,
and meet in the dark alley.
Please, I need it.
How does he not expect people to think this is all about terriers when he's literally going on and on about his brothers in arms, his family, his best of friends, and we disagreed over a show and we're gonna part ways now. It's like, how does he not expect people to think that it's about the show specifically?
Because
that's what he claims, is that it's not about that.
In his mind, it's not about the show. It's the fact that they aren't consistent to their standards. Because if they were consistent to their standards, they would like the TV show Terriers.
And also that their opinions are morally abhorrent. But we'll get to that later.
But even with that, it's still all about terriers.
Yeah.
That's what I'm confused about.
But Meme, he keeps saying it's not about terriers. He said this for 2
And it
years.
mustn't be about terriers. I don't know what else to say. I mean, geez.
We've covered this. We watched it, and it's very clear that Southpaw in the watch through, when Mauler and Fringy start criticizing it, and Southpaw can't adequately defend it, he gets very frustrated. And
he's just a deer in headlights, and he doesn't really have.
Yeah, he gets very defensive. He gets really defensive.
It's because he
very
didn't
angry.
expect Mauler and Fringy to not like the show, and he didn't expect to get these questions. He didn't even expect them to find any flaws because he said.
I mean, it was a 10. It was a
9
out of 10 with one 8 out of 10 episode.
He said it was one of the best TV shows he's ever seen. That it was a masterpiece. So.
And it's so weird that he's saying like there were. The conversation started to degrade. He's only saying that because they start to disagree with him. And he's like, and he's making it seem like him being a bitch and leaving. It's like, I was distancing myself from a bad situation. Nah, you were a bitch.
But from a completely cordial call? Why are you calling
totally
it a
cordial
bad experience? I don't know.
A totally cordial call where Southpaw clearly gets frustrated and angry with Mauler and Fringy for disagreeing with his favorite TV show.
Even though he says he doesn't get angry, guys. So
I just love how these people, these type of people, they can't come up with any defenses on the spot. But if you just give them, enough time to talk to their, weird little minions, then they'll just they'll like, oh, I have enough. I can defend it now. I'm going to defend it now that I've amassed like an army to help me.
Yeah, and it's taken me 2 years. Give or take.
Yeah, and they can't defend or they can't argue on their own. They have to delegate out to their little child army.
There were definitely parts of the watch party where I felt like they were being a bit relentless and kind of patronizing and hostile.
Sorry to pause it so soon. What did you expect you just thought like, oh, I'm just going to present this this show, which I will claim is
one of the best ever.
One of the best shows of all time ever. And say, whoa, they're criticizing the best show of all time.
He was like, he didn't compare it to Breaking Bad, but he's like, people remember Breaking Bad for being like really good, but this came out around the same time and it's overlooked. And it's like, how are you possibly comparing Breaking Bad to Terriers? I don't understand.
It's not even in the same.
It's
one is good.
It's not even in the same universe.
How does he claim that their attitude was bad, but he didn't have an attitude when we all saw how he acted to the criticism?
Because he's right in his mind. Because in his mind he's right. He's got like he's got a good reason to be upset because these guys are victim blamers as well. They're blaming the victims of like of a TV show being raped.
Of a fictional character.
No one's ever really going to know what would have happened had I just been left alone regarding the decision to not continue watching the show with them. Had Mauler's friends been on the same page as him, that this was nothing to fret over at all and that everything was going to be fine.
Well,
we don't live in that world.
I love the way he says that. It's the funniest, most overdramatic shit in the world. It'll take a while.
Pretty much everyone who's seen the initial watch party in full would agree that dealing with this sort of hostility long enough, especially if there's reason to believe that criticisms are being made in poor faith, would provoke just about anyone eventually.
Okay, so I love this. I love that part in particular. It's one of my favorites because it really gets across how insane and frankly, just insane Southpaw is, because he's like, look, you don't know what anybody would have broken like I did. I had to sit there and listen to these people bad faith argue against terriers. Anybody would have broken. How can a man withstand such torment? Who among you is without sin?
Well, we don't live in that world. After seeing months of the slander about me going totally uncontested, I'm being made out to be someone who just keeps dredging up old drama.
Because you are.
I honestly don't understand why people would levy this argument against Southpaw, because he only released a video 2 years after the event.
It's not like this drama was resolved according to him.
He doesn't realize that he's the reason why this is still going on.
Yeah, the only reason why we're talking about this is because he won't stop talking about it.
And we're obsessed with him.
Yeah, both.
He also has a real issue with handling things in private.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
he doesn't want to handle things in private. He wants to make everything public.
He loves that X.com.
It's going to be a public display for everyone to see.
I think that comes down to the fact that Southpaw just is deeply insecure.
Yeah.
And he just has no confidence in his own ability to resolve problems.
Oh, yeah.
Or just even confidence in himself in any way.
I should just move on. Let everyone spread lies about my character and vilify me over the utterly senseless dissolution of...
Bro, I can't believe that somebody would just go on the internet and tell lies. I'm sure Southpaw has never, ever misrepresented anybody.
And if I do decide to finally rebut this character assassination campaign against me, regardless of what I say or do, well, I'm the one causing drama.
You are.
I'm the one causing
Bro!
drama. What?
You're so dramatic. Oh my god.
The absolute lack of irony when he says a misrepresentation campaign against me, but I'm the one causing drama.
By who? A misrepresentation campaign by who?
The Russians.
By me?
It's the Russians.
Mauler?
Well, Mauler hasn't talked about this at all. So.
Well, it's a campaign.
It's us.
So it's all the EFAP fans that they poisoned the well, Fries. You don't understand. They turned them against him.
Campaign would imply that it's a certain person or a certain group of people
continuously
doing this.
Yeah, it's organized and it's planned.
Yeah. As we know, it's just a bunch of people online laughing at this kid for getting real butthurt about his favorite show.
Well, you're calling him a kid, even though he's older than all of us.
Well, he acts like a kid,
Oh, yeah.
so it's hard for me to remember that sometimes.
It really is.
The fact that he is the one accusing, I don't know, like us, for example, of an organized campaign, to discredit him, when he's friends with SK, or at least at the time, he's friends with SK, and that's basically all SK and his bunch of like retarded Zoomers do.
SK, who started a mass flagging campaign.
Yeah.
And he's talking about like misinformation and a campaign to destroy his character. Meanwhile, the first video you guys made, like with Pafe about Southpaw, like his coverage of that video was so like, I mean, none of us have even seen anywhere near to the entire thing because of how utterly like, I don't even want to say bad faith because like it doesn't even matter. But it's just like when you watch it, there's just zero intention of them ever like actually going into it with a good faith argument at all.
Actually,
I think didn't he even say a few times like we're getting them like off the internet and stuff like that.
Guys, go dislike bomb this video.
It's so silly. He is the person that he's like claiming that the people were attacking. Like I don't know.
He's always been like this.
He's always
Southpaw cries out as he strikes you.
Pretty much.
Nice reference.
No, I just invented that. It's not a reference to anything or anyone.
Right.
I can't even begin to tell you how sick I am of dealing with this. Knowing what really happened, feeling its effects every single day.
Every single
What
day!
I can tell you is just how bad it got after this call.
He makes it sound like he got sexually assaulted.
I mean, we have the recording of you screaming every single day. Remember?
Wait.
We could use that.
But things really began to unravel for me after this call.
The wolf call.
Any hope of resolving this and communicating my actual reasons for going no contact for those 3 to 4 months had seemingly been dashed to the ground.
Jesus, SK is shit at this game.
Nothing was making any sense. I was working crazy amounts of overtime at work during the holidays.
Oh no!
And I lost God knows how
Not
many hours of
overtime.
sleep as I tried to process why this once sweet escape from the mundanities and hardships of life had turned into what it became.
Whoa.
Oh my God.
Physically and emotionally, I was pushed to my breaking point, and I fell into a very ugly, depressive state after this call.
He sounds like he sounds like
Mother of God.
He sounds
Get
like
off
he
the internet.
left. He comes across like he left Scientology or something.
Yeah.
I mean, God
I mean,
damn,
if it gets
dude.
at this point, what else can you do other than leave the internet?
You should leave permanently, but don't even leave permanently. Just be gone for like a year or two. It'll do your mind wonders.
Just
I'm
don't
sure.
make YouTube videos.
And he's also acting as if he had no part. He played no part in this.
Yeah, he had all of his rights stripped away by that wolf call.
Well, they unfairly criticized Terriers, and when I innocently tried to point out that they were wrong, they viciously tore me to shreds. Yeah, that's exactly what happened, Southpaw.
Definitely.
Fucking dweeb.
Viciously.
Oh my God, Wolf psionically attacked him.
He implanted false memories. It doesn't really get much worse than that.
Oh my
as
God.
a human being, that's like
Wolf,
the cardinal sin.
Wolf put Southpaw in a stasis pod and put a bug in his brain.
He got bugs in his brain.
Southpaw's got a couple of bugs in his brain.
Definitely.
He's already half a lizard.
He won't get that reference, but he's gonna think we're actually diagnosing his brain issues.
Yeah, he's gonna think like, whoa, well, attacking my character, they think I actually have a bug. It's like,
What, you think I have autism?
Yes.
Southpaw, take a break from the internet and go play some like Baldur's Gate for like 6 months.
Go
Maybe
play,
you'll feel better.
Go play Bubble Trouble.
Go play Bloons Tower Defense 12.
Hey now.
Hey now.
I take that as a personal attack.
This man loves his balloons.
I haven't played that in 9 months. Come on.
9 months.
He remembers to the exact day.
Now I'm seeing people cheering Wolf on for his blatantly disingenuous and abusive attitude during this call.
Yeah,
in
that
which
was
he spent
us.
the entire duration of just going for my jugular, twisting any knife that he could, and in turn, vindicating my initial decision to just go no contact with them. I wish I
Go
could
no
have stood up for
contact.
myself more,
He's such a
but speaking from
redditor.
past experience,
listen.
I tend to freeze when I'm put into these sorts of situations.
Oh.
I
Wait,
prioritize
wait.
remaining as calm as
The sacred cow slaughterer.
Tends to
That's
freeze.
who's speaking right now, right?
Yep.
I'm just making sure. Because that's really funny to hear from him. Yikes.
I tend to freeze when I'm in this situation. I tend to freeze when people on the internet disagree with me.
When people on the internet talk to me in a one-on-one conversation,
I tend to freeze when people just
talk to
out.
me.
Yeah.
Talk to me in the most calm, collected manner. I tend to freeze.
Oh god, it's so funny that this guy was just like so aggressive and like just aggressive and mean to his critics, and he's like, Wolf said mean things to me and it made me cry.
The self-masturbatory nature of calling yourself something like the sacred cow slaughterer. And then I usually freeze up in these situations. Like I have a critical eye for analysis with film, but the second you push back against me, oh boy, you better not do that because I will curl up in a ball.
Oh man, I'm really scared now.
Listen up, listen up, liberal. If you disagree with me, I'm gonna cry.
And you won't like me when I cry.
Oh, you're gonna feel so bad.
You won't
Fries,
like me when I save.
cut to Hassan crocodile tears.
I had friends who provided a much-needed support system, who witnessed everything as it played out,
God.
or learned of it sometime after the fact, who were able to listen to me and reassure me that I wasn't crazy, as much as I was being led to believe by some. I don't believe that I would have made it to today without them. There were times where I definitely felt tempted to just throw in the towel, but nowadays...
Hold on, I want to go back to... I had an episode this evening.
Yeah.
I had an episode this evening. I've been in a battle against depression and anxiety. I've been in a battle against anxiety. The fuck does that
Sounds like
mean?
a Jordan Peterson tweet from like 2020 or something.
I've been feeling a mixture of isolation, exhaustion, loneliness, and grief that I've bottled up for so goddamn long because of some stupid notion that it's a show of strength. But today I'm tired of being strong.
Oh my god.
I'm not well.
And I desperately need help.
I need help. I'm seeking a therapist to see this coming Friday.
Okay.
Now, so viewers at home watching, who are for some reason watching, do you think that Southpaw has demonstrated prior to this post on the was that the 18th of January? I was like, I was looking at that for ages. I was like, that's not 18 months. On the 18th of January, would you say that he's demonstrated strength?
Imagine if one of you guys said to me these kinds of things, or if you made a video similar to this, and you made a statement like this publicly.
Yeah.
It's hard to imagine.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine, but let's just, for the sake of the hypothetical, let's imagine it.
Let's say this was me.
Yeah, the absolute best faith response I can have to that kind of action is, okay, that has to be the final, what's it called? The final word on this matter, the final word on this drama, and then that's it. Then you get off the internet. No more talking about this drama ever, because if it affects you, if we're at the point where we're talking about you nearly committing suicide, at this point it's so far beyond Terriers or EFAP or anything. It really is about your mental psyche.
No, listen, no, Fries, anybody would break. This is a warning. Southpaw's story is a warning to all of us that if you criticize somebody's favorite TV show, then you need to deal with the fact that they'll just kill them.
Okay, but Fungus, think about this. This victim impact statement started out with, none of this affects me in real life. It doesn't really matter. And it ends with him saying, oh, by the way, I nearly committed suicide over this drama. I had to hand over my guns to my neighbor because I was that close to committing suicide. That's how serious this is to Southpaw? According to him. If we take everything he says in good faith.
Thank God this was all on the internet and it didn't matter in real life. Could you imagine if it was real?
I mean, it is the most ridiculous escalation I've ever seen.
That's accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I can't believe that it's gotten this... In this head, it's that important to Southpaw, even though he's barely a YouTuber. You made one video in the last 2 years.
Like, thank God Southpaw didn't become more popular. The dude would have been in a very bad mental state. Yeah, exactly. Like, and I'm not even like trying to make jokes. Like, we've seen a lot of YouTubers or streamers or whatever with these, like, you know, they're just mentally unwell, and we've seen it end very poorly.
Yeah.
I'm not even like trying to make jokes. Like, if this dude was more popular, imagine the amount of hatred he would be getting compared to, like, oh, Mauler and Fringy and some of the EFAP people are mean to me, so I'm very mentally unwell now. It's like, count your lucky stars that you weren't more popular and you're able to just walk away from your YouTube channel and shit, even though you won't do it.
If this was truly Southpaw's final statement on this matter, then we wouldn't be talking about this today. I wouldn't really be covering Southpaw anymore because clearly he can't actually handle any kind of pushback like that. But as we'll see, this wasn't Southpaw's final statement, not even close to it. It's a year later and he's still talking about the same drama that he's talking about now, so clearly he's not as affected by it now. One of you click play.
You
I
click
definitely
it.
felt tempted to just throw in the towel, but nowadays
I'm gonna be okay.
I'm going to be okay. I have a group of friends.
Sorry, I hate to pause it so quick, but I don't want to talk over the video. The way the choice of words is so funny. He's just like, I was just tempted to throw in the towel. It's just like some days, because people disagreed with me on Terriers, I was tempted to kill myself.
I mean,
that's hilarious. That's frankly hilarious.
Fungus, even if you want to say there's tons of other stuff going on in Southpaw's life, and that was the final straw that broke the camel's back, you can't blame all your problems on the straw. It's not really fair to say that, oh, Mauler and Fringy nearly made me commit suicide, because that's the narrative that his friends ran with back when this video came out. Which is fucking ludicrous, by the way. Obviously, that's not true. Obviously, Mauler and Fringy doesn't want Southpaw to kill himself. That's ridiculous.
I think they do.
We're not EFAP fans anymore, or
haven't been for a while at least.
It's not even. It's like, oh, EFAP. It's just like we've just kind of like outgrown that kind of stuff, and it's not our thing anymore, really.
Yeah.
But so he can make the cope that we're like EFAP fans and we're trying to defend them, but at the end of the day, Mauler and Fringy were pretty cordial with Southpaw, despite the fact that they didn't need to be, considering this guy is like so incendiary whenever you go against any of his ideology. So I don't know, man. I think they were almost too nice, I would say, but that's just my opinion.
They were a lot nicer than I would have been.
Same.
You would have made him kill himself, Fungus.
He would have faced the full might of my psionic powers.
And my psionic punch.
Friends I enjoy socializing with and talking about the usual stuff involving movies and TV shows.
Is this? I wonder if one of these friends is SK.
Oh man.
Gaining recognition at my job and will likely be going into management by the end of this year.
Oh.
And in a few months, I'll be
okay. That's good. That's good,
South.
But who the fuck cares?
I'm preparing to shift my focus onto writing a series of books that I've been developing for many years.
Okay, so just to quickly mention, he says this in this section. I've only ever heard him talk about this series of books once another time. He never talks about it. It's a series of crime books. But I don't even know what these crime books are about. So.
Terriers.
Well, obviously they're going
successor.
obviously they're going to be inspired by Terriers, but I just simply don't think Southpaw understands enough about like how crime drama works.
I don't know if he actually released any of these books, or if they're all just in the pipeline indefinitely.
I think they're all in the pipeline currently at least.
It's just why it's just weird to mention this in this section.
I don't know what all the future has in store for me, except that every day will have a new sunrise to gaze upon.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Sometimes
Fucking queer.
That's all I really need.
Okay, so I added that screenshot because it's just so it's so fucking funny how Southpaw is so like he acts like he's fucking ascended to another plane, and then the very next day he's so aggressively calling out Wolf on his Twitter, even though he knows that Wolf won't respond because Wolf is not a public figure. So it doesn't really make sense to call him out.
God.
He tweeted this with fucking a red face and tears flowing out of his eyes.
Go fuck yourself.
Bulging fiends. His eyes were coming out of his head. Any attempt to reach out to him better be preceded by a public apology for what a fucking bullying bastard.
Why is there a comma?
I don't know. 'Cause a fucking bullying
For what a fucking
bastard.
bullying bastard.
You acted like in our last call.
Hey, meme, it's for emphasis. Fucking bullying bastard.
Well, you wouldn't use commas, you'd use periods.
Yeah.
Unless Southpaw is like transitioning into an Indian.
He makes it sound so dramatic too with what he said like right before this tweet popped up. Like he makes it sound like he was like, I landed on my feet and I'm gonna be okay. It's like, bro, chill. Jesus.
Yeah, it's clear that he's trying to make himself out to the victim when all he is just a vindictive child.
I don't know what all the future has in store for me, except that every day will have a new sunrise to gaze upon. Sometimes, that's all I really need.
Did you see the sunrise this morning? Yes. Why?
Huh. Wonder who that could be. Oh, it's my weird neighbor. I wonder what he wants. Hey, how's it going? I need you to hold on to this. What the fuck? Look, man, I'm in danger. A wolf laid an egg in my brain, and I don't know what I'm gonna do. My brother agreed. I need you to have this. Okay, slow down. This is important. I don't have much time. Look, just tell me what happened. Okay. It's a little hard to explain how all of this has affected me. Have you ever heard of Terriers?
There's this show that I really like, and I thought was I think is pretty good. I've rewatched it multiple times over the past 7 years or so. My sister and I love this show, and we rewatch it all the time, and we love the characters and we love the dialogue, and think it's very quotable and enjoyable. But I never really looked at it like a serious critical eye, looking for any possible plot holes, contrivances, conveniences, etc. And the worst that I can say for this show is there is a contrivance at the very beginning of episode 10. And there's maybe a couple of very little things that you can find here and there. But it was funny because when we were watching it with Meme Repository and Thought Theater and the rest of those guys, Thought Theater was really trying to find anything to criticize in episode 1, and every single time, if he thought that he had found some sort of a plot gap or an error in characters' judgment, the show would find a way to account for it. And the same sort of experience was found with Wolf as well. There were times where, as I was watching through the show with Wolf, he kind of questioned a certain decision in episode 6, I think, and then towards the end of the episode, the character actually explains why they did something that you might find questionable. And And so just seeing how well this show holds up is like, this is why I'm constantly telling people to watch this show, because this isn't something like Breaking Bad where it's super popular and everyone tells you how good it is. It's like, I'm one of the only guys with a platform that's like telling people you need to watch Terriers. You need to actually watch the show and check it out.
Hank suddenly snaps back to reality after having zoned out for the past 2 hours, daydreaming about his #1 fan Southpaw and all of the dumb shit he says. He'd forgotten that he was driving to the hair salon, and in his daze, he realizes that he accidentally went a little off course and demolished the nearby Saquon Indian Reserve, leveling the buildings and removing the locals from the gene pool.
Destroys people, down to the last child.
He backs the truck out of the rubble of what used to be the Saquon Medical Dental Pharmacy and gets back on track, pulling up in front of the salon just as the clock tolls 7 p.m. They bust through the newly repaired door, guns drawn, and proceed to smash the place up for a second time today. Just then, bald cancer lady in a wig slithers out of a nearby mirror and casts a stoner witch hex on the hairdresser as she cries in the corner. It's only then that the child daughter of the hairdresser wanders out into the lobby of the salon amidst a hail of bullets. Our hero Frank notices this little girl and calls for a ceasefire. The room falls silent as they behold the scared and confused child. "Hey kid," Frank says. "Are you 10 years old?" "No, I'm only 8, she says. "Oh, okay then. Do you know what time it is?" "About 7:30. "Oh shit, I gotta run. I'm gonna jack off in a tuba," he says, and hands Britt his gun as he heads for the door, passing the cheating husband character as he enters. "Beth," he says, before immediately turning and leaving as well.
Beth.
Brett now stands in the middle of the silent room as the truck's engine fades into the distance. Without direction, he crumbles, retreating to the nearest counter and huddling beneath it for safety, cradling the pair of rifles against his chest. Everyone else in the room exchanges awkward glances and slowly begin to leave the salon, no longer comfortable with the situation. We return now to Katie as she wakes up in the middle of the night, miraculously sober, and turns over in bed to give a kiss to her classmate. Oh wait, she remembers, I didn't go home with my classmate. I turned down his sexual advances and came home with my college professor instead, since his wife was out of town. A gust of cold wind blows through the open window, reminding her of the last time she had steamy burglar sex with Hank. Oh shit, she realizes. I have a boyfriend! I remember now! While the details of the evening are somewhat ambiguous, because the potential rape of a character is not significant enough to the showrunners, astute viewers such as Southpaw can easily recognize that this character has just been viciously raped, in an episode entitled Ring-a-Ding-Ding. If you think that this major plot point is poorly set up and not treated with the seriousness that it deserves given the subject matter, I would just like to remind you that this is in fact the inciting incident of the episode and is therefore above criticism. If you think it's exploitative that the writers will write in a vague, implied, alleged rape scene, take solace in knowing that Southpaw shows what he considers to be a brutal rape scene to traumatize rape victims he knows in order to score internet points.
As someone who knew someone who was taken advantage of in this manner at the time that I first heard EFAP make these comments while watching their stream live, and now knows a plurality of people who've told me about it after learning about this aspect of the show hits particularly close to home for me. And I've shown this particular section of this video to a number of women I know who have never heard of EFAP or Terriers, and just simply watched the last half hour of this video and earlier versions that I've drafted up.
Everything okay here?
Yeah, everything's fine, Professor.
And I've seen how utterly horrified they've gotten upon hearing these initial remarks from EFAP, plus the insane doubling down that their fans have done after the fact.
And when he's not showing Terrier's rape clips to his coworkers in the break room, or his parents, or his brother, or his brother's kids, he's dragging his rape victim friends into calls to argue with Mauler and tell him why he's a victim-blaming asshole and probably a rape apologist.
Big shock, Thor showing up in Wakanda. Hi, Kira. How you doing?
Hi, Kira.
Hi. I'm good. How are y'all?
Doing great.
I'm doing.
You're doing?
Obviously, Southpaw had his Wakanda moment, but this is basically just you here to clarify whatever about anything because you're the one that revolved around all of this. You're the one who can say what did and did not happen, basically. So
For sure.
The point of this message was to literally the last part of the message is saying maybe that will give you the drive you need to use your platform to actually take action and stand up for Chase's latest victim, because after all, we both know how you care so much about victims of sexual abuse, right? Now, Kira, do you have any problems with this message?
I'm so sorry. Repeat that last message for me.
Right. So in this message that
we didn't read it, but yeah.
Yeah. So in the screen cap, in the latest screen cap at the very end.
Oh, you're talking about this
the big long message, the one that TMR said I sound like a Batman villain in this message.
Mm-hmm.
So I said maybe that will give you the drive you need to use your platform to actually take action and stand up for Chase's latest victim, referring to you, Kira. Because after all, we both know you care so much about victims of sexual abuse, right? This was a month after Wolf complained that I called them, quote, rape apologists, because I publicly called them out on victim blaming. That was cool. Kira, do you have any problems with this message?
Victim blaming.
Oh, I'm talking about EFAP's victim blaming from like 5
months
before
okay.
this. No, or like 4 months before this. I'm saying, are there any problems with this message here?
No.
Do you feel like I was making this about EFAP or Terriers?
No. You can have.
After making his rounds, Hank returns home, having forgotten about Britt just like Katie did. As he's about to pour a bucket of hot oil onto his sleeping sister for no reason, he pauses and considers whether he should use molten aluminum instead. Before he can make up his mind, there comes a knock at the door, and he opens it to reveal Jason, his ex-wife's new future husband, whose identity and credit card he stole. Jason says, "Hey man, is there any chance that you're the guy who stole my identity and credit card and used it to buy high-class hookers and ruin my credit and somehow get my driver's license revoked?" Hank laughs and says, "Yeah, that was me." "Okay, you're laughing, but this is very serious. I even called the police today to report what you've done." "Oh yeah? What did they say?" "They weren't very helpful."
Liberal police force, what is the address of your emergency?
I'm at. Sorry, I'm just a bit shaken up. I'm at the corner of Candy Cane Lane and Skittleman.
Thank you, sir or ma'am. Can you explain to me what happened?
I just had my purse stolen by a man with a knife. He took off running.
Okay. Can you describe the thief?
Yes, he was maybe 6 feet tall, African American.
Liberal police force, how can we help you?
Hey, I'm at the corner of Candy Cane Lane and Skittleman, and I just stole this white bitch's purse. Am I finna go to jail?
No, sir or ma'am. We have reached our black quota for the month.
Aight. Cool.
Liberal police force. Yes?
Help my husband is beating me with a rake.
Tactical nuke incoming. Liberal police force, can I take your order?
Yeah, hi. A large family of illegal immigrants just scaled the fence around my backyard and have broken into my house.
Stay calm, sir or ma'am. We are dispatching an officer to remove you from the premises.
What?
You have reached the Liberal Police Force, sponsored in part by Good Burger. Remember to run out to Good Burger tonight to take advantage of this week's $5.99 combo special. Supersize your meal for just another 50 cents. What do you want from me?
Yes, hello. I was mowing my lawn when I noticed that my neighbor's immense child porn collection has begun to leak out of the windows, and is now forming a pile in his yard. Can you come take this sick fuck away?
Can I get your address, please?
Yes, it's 68 Skittleman Street.
Thanks, sir or ma'am. Just give me a sec to check our records. Please hold. Okay, we were also called out to this location earlier this week, and one of our officers confirmed that your neighbor identifies as a Japanese citizen, and the age of consent there is 14.
So,
Liberal Police. How it's going?
Hello, I'm filling up my car at Diamond Shamrock, and I heard a bunch of gunshots coming from the grocery store across the street. Then I saw this bizarre genderless thing cross-dressing as Ember McLean running away from the store with a shotgun, covered in peanut butter and vegetable oil, with his pants down around his ankles, and a cucumber shoved up his ass.
I'm sorry, what? Did you say cross-dresser?
Yeah.
Please hold.
Liberal Police.
Hello, this is Southpaw colleague. I need to report a sexual assault.
Take deep breaths, sir or ma'am. Can you show me on the doll where the bad man touched you?
Well, no, it wasn't me.
Was it someone you know?
No, it was Katie Nicholson. She's from Terriers.
She's from what?
You've never heard of Terriers?
No, sir or ma'am. Nobody has.
It's one of the best one-season wonders ever made.
Okay, sir or ma'am. Can we stay on topic? You said somebody was raped. Can you give me more information?
What ended up happening was it all started with Spectacular Spider-Man. I watched through the first season of that with Evan and liked it quite a bit. Let's say it's like a solid 7 overall for the season. Has some tisms here and there, as can be expected for cape shit, but then we got to season 2 after a hiatus. It like took us what, a month, 2 months?
Hello?
Hi.
Hey. Liberal Police Force.
Hey guys, I'm a child predator, and I was just shopping at Duncan Hills Elementary School, and I was walking out with my purchase when the school security guy stopped me.
Oh George, it's you. Up to your old antics again, eh?
Huh? You know me.
Haha. Same old George.
What can I say? I am a child predator. Oof. This kid's a fighter. I like that.
Here we know. Anyway, don't worry, George. We have a sniper fixed on the security guard.
Oh, shucks. I can always depend on you guys.
Just try to keep a lower profile next time. Have a good day, sir or ma'am.
Liberal police force, how I can help you?
Hello, I'm calling to report that my credit card has been stolen.
Excuse me? Did you say stolen?
Yeah, a guy took my wallet and used my credit card to pay for high-priced European hookers.
Thank you, sir or ma'am. Do you happen to know the race of the gender-neutral individual who stole your credit card?
Well, he wasn't really gender-neutral. This was Hank Dolwar. He used to fuck my wife.
Please, sir or ma'am, I am being paid to help you, but I need you to refrain from using ableist language.
Okay.
Remain calm, sir or ma'am. Do not raise your voice to me again or I will be pleased to disconnect this call. I am now going to connect you to our detective at large, Mr. and Mrs. Mark Gustafson. Please hold.
This is Ace Detective Gustafson speaking.
Hello, Mr. Mustardson. I'm calling in today to report that my credit card has been stolen.
Excuse me. Did you say stolen?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir and ma'am. Do you happen to know the race of the gender-neutral individual who stole your credit card?
Well, he wasn't really gender-neutral. This was Hank Dolwar. He used to fuck my wife.
I'm sorry. Did you say Hank Dolwar?
Yeah. They refused to help me because you apparently used to be a cop, so all I can really do is ask you politely to stop ruining my life for no reason. And how do you think that's gonna pan out?
I'm pretty tired. Think I'll go home now.
The next day, Katie asks Frank to meet her for breakfast at Britt's favorite restaurant without inviting him. As the hash browns are being served, Katie breaks into hysterics, sobbing as she has a mental breakdown over the collapse of her entire world. Her life and her marriage are in shambles now after one night of drunken debauchery in an episode entitled Ring-a-Ding-Ding. It's okay. Frank looks on with disgust on his face and contempt in his heart as he slips the poison into Katie's coffee while she's distracted by the tears rolling down her miserable face. Hank, something terrible happened last night. Yeah, I know. Jason found out that I stole his credit card and ruined his life. No, not that. Looks like I won't be hiring any transsexual prostitutes to fuck me in the ass anytime soon. Frank, please, this is serious. Oh, what? Did somebody have sex with your college professor or something? Yeah, I did. What? You did? Yeah, I was drunk, and we hooked up after the karaoke party. You did. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure I did. I knew exactly what I was doing. Well, why would you do that? Maybe it's because Britt's a terrible boyfriend, because he's a deadbeat and a loser, and because he spends more time sucking your dick than I do. That's true, but are you sure nobody else was there? At the bar, you mean? There was a classmate of mine, but I told him to fuck off. No, in the room. No, it was just us, me and my college professor, having sex. Katie reaches for a coffee cup before Hank nonchalantly grabs it and hands it off to a passing child. Oh, Katie, that's awful. I can't believe that happened to you. I know. It's terrible. What are you gonna do? I don't know. This kind of ruins the wedding. That's so awful. I can't believe that guy raped you. Wait, what? What do you mean, what? A couple of tables over, a child begins foaming at the mouth and lays face down in a pool of coffee as he spasms violently. Katie, you really fucked up here. You really ruined everything. The wedding is ruined, Brett is going to blame you for this, and he'll hate you forever.
He's never gonna forgive me.
No, he's not. Because you're not gonna tell him.
You're saying we should kill him? No, not this time. You're gonna go through with the wedding, even if you have AIDS or something. I don't care how guilty you feel, you're going to marry him, because I told you to. Women don't have agency.
You've made your bed, now lay in it.
You're right, I am a woman, and I don't have agency. I can't take responsibility for my actions. That's right, you are a woman, and you're not to blame for what you did, because women don't have free will. Thanks for understanding, Hank. Thanks for understanding that I'm a woman, and because I'm a woman, I should never succeed and be Captain America. I'll do whatever you say because I don't have free will.
Women are like dogs. Now, what do I mean? You have to treat them like you would treat a dog. You ever go up to a dog and you're afraid of the dog, and the dog senses it, and the dog gets up and smells the fear coming off of you and starts barking at you and snarling at you and showing its teeth, and it's pissed off at you and doesn't like you. And you're like all insecure and tentative, like, I'm sorry, hi, can I get you a drink? I just want to be friends, please don't bite me. And what's that woman gonna do? She's gonna snarl at you. She's gonna look at you like, ew, creepy, ew, rough. If you're firm and self-confident, they respond. They get relaxed, see? Just like dogs. You go up to a dog, you know, a big, mean Doberman Pinscher, right? Or whatever, some Germanic, what's a Rottweiler, right? Or a Pit Bull, you know? You go up to that dog, you know, and you say, hey, don't fuck with me, dog. So that's what you have to do. You have to treat women like dogs.
You're gonna lie to him. You're gonna go back to school. This never happened. Listen, he can never know about this. And I know this might kill you a little bit, but it will kill him more if he knew.
And the episode ends there, with Hank Frank trying to trick Katie into believing that he cares, and then the credits roll. And instead of playing the normal outro music that would match the tone of the episode, they play this weird outro song that doesn't fit at all.
Rape, rape! Rape, rape! Rape, rape! Rape, rape! Make her suck your dick the first date. You scared to rape a bitch? I can't relate. She let me in the house, nobody's safe. Now pass the plate. Rape, rape. She let me text her, won't let me touch her. She says she can't fuck, I'm like her brother. Kick down the door unannounced, while she lay on the couch. I gives a fuck, this your house. Place that crotch on my mouth. Rape, rape. Rape, rape. Rape, rape. On the first fucking date. Rape, rape. Rape, rape.
Fans of Rape love this episode because it helps them apologize. They're glad to see themselves represented on the small screen in a canceled television show. So to recap, this episode is known as the Rape episode because the subject matter was handled so poorly that some viewers came away from the scene thinking that Katie had somehow been raped. Even though we never see what happens to her or what motivates any character involved, we're allegedly meant to believe that this is a rape scene. And we shouldn't believe Katie when she says that it wasn't, because she has some self-hating trait that's never been present in the show up until this point. Which is convenient, because it's also never expanded upon. And always remember, if you have a stance on a political issue, if you disagree with the fan of this episode, it's because you're a rape apologist. You engage in actual rape apology.
At worst, they proceed to indulge in actual rape apology, as opposed to Ethap's initial remarks, which were just deeply and callously ignorant.
You rapists! What did he just say? I don't appreciate being called a rapist. So. Well, then don't rape!
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that they were rape apologists.
Wolf, what you just said is, ironically, bad faith. Because Southpaw never called Mauler and Fringy rape apologists. He did say they victim-blamed a rape victim out of ignorance, which I proved that they did, but not that they genuinely condone rape.
Feel free to fact-check me on this, but there is no such record of me saying anything harsher than factually referring to their remarks as victim-blaming. Oh my... Oh, this aged
so, wait, okay, so
poorly.
There is not even a moment of hesitation in Southpaw's response. He doesn't say, did I? He doesn't say, I don't remember doing that. If I did, I apologize unreservedly. Wolf says, "Yeah, what you said is tantamount to accusing them of being rape apologists," and he just says, "Yeah, I shouldn't have done that." He just immediately apologizes and says, "I shouldn't have done it." He apologizes. He accepts blame. He accepts responsibility. He does not ever even imply that he doesn't know what Wolf is talking about. From the very moment that Wolf says you accuse them of being rape apologists, he just apologized.
Yeah.
So,
but his memory was foggy at the time, Fungus. I have no control over my own actions. Southpaw did call EFAP rape apologists behind closed doors.
This is SK writing this. This is SK stating that Southpaw called them rape apologists behind closed doors.
This is an example of what Southpaw calls his intentions to twist the knife.
I want to twist the fucking knife.
As he is voicing plans to humiliate Ekum. I believed Southpaw was making an inner circle joke at the time, but Southpaw did call EFAP rape apologists behind closed doors. It was commonly denied in public that Southpaw genuinely called them rape apologists, but he is seen doing it in private. My reactions here indicate I believe it was a joke. And simply reading it as a joke to mock this claim made against Southpaw is a reasonable read to have. However, it does show a double standard in his ideals, as he is willing to hold people accountable for things they say in private, not meant for public perception. By this logic, he would need to hold himself accountable for what is said here.
This is the same man who said this.
Southpaw never called Mauler and Fringy rape apologists.
Why, Hank, when everything's like so perfect?
You gotta drive a big dynamite truck right into it?
As this episode comes to a close, I'd like to take a moment here to speak candidly. Southpaw, you are fortunate that your meltdown over Mauler's reaction to the first 2 episodes of the show was sufficient that it allowed you an out to avoid watching the rest of the show with him. The amount of indefensible shit that you would have found yourself going to bat for is unfathomable. While on one hand it would have been very funny to watch, on the other, I think it also would have caused you a very gruesome and potentially life-ending mental health episode. After all, you said that looking critically at episodes 1 and 2 of the show caused you to go through a grieving process as if it's comparable to losing a family member. These are not the words of a healthy, well-adjusted person capable of making an unbiased analysis of Terriers. You have too much of a personal investment in the show to set that aside even momentarily to take an honest look at the quality of its narrative. There was never even hope that you'd be able to navigate a civil conversation about the show, least of all if you're incapable of detaching your personal politics from your criticisms. And your treatment of